Welcome, dear listener. I'm truly glad you've chosen to spend this time here tonight. Perhaps you're resting after a long day, or maybe you've been reading, studying, or simply scrolling through the quiet of the evening. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, I invite you to pause for a moment and let yourself be present with me. There is a story waiting, one that has traveled centuries to reach us, carrying whispers of ambition, courage, and curiosity. Now, before we continue, I should warn you this won't be anything like the movie you may have seen, with Colin Farrell's golden hair blowing dramatically in the wind, or Angelina Jolie trying to convince the world that she was Macedonian. No, tonight there will be no heavy accents or scenes too restless for bedtime. This is not the cinema's Alexander, meant to dazzle and exhaust. This is the quiet Alexander, the one who belongs to whispers, to candlelight, to the side of history where you can drift comfortably toward dreams. Imagine settling into a comfortable chair or lying back with your eyes closed, letting the weight of your body melt into the surface beneath you. Feel your shoulders relax, your jaw unclench. Take a slow, deliberate breath deep enough to fill your chest, gentle enough to release tension. This is the moment we will share, a quiet passage through history. History often seems loud, dramatic, full of armies, empires, and battles that reshape the world. Yet for every epic story, there are countless small, human moments that escape the annals of time. Alexander the Great, for all his legendary conquests, likely faced the ordinary concerns we all know: choosing the right horse, calming a stubborn mule, deciding whether to speak or listen, worrying about friends and family. Even the mightiest can be tender. Even the boldest pause for thought. Tonight, we will wander together through his life, step by step, as if walking along a sunlit path in ancient Macedon. We'll listen to the clatter of hooves, the soft murmur of courtyards, and the distant calls of traders in a foreign market. You may picture yourself beside him, feeling the dust of distant lands, smelling the aroma of fires in a camp, or hearing the quiet rustle of scrolls in a study. Our journey will honor both the grandeur of history and the delicate rhythms of daily life. Over the next 2 hours, we will move through chapters of Alexander's existence, each moment carefully framed. From his earliest childhood days in Pella, to the lessons he received from Aristotle, to the far reaches of Asia he would one day explore, we will linger on details. The color of the sky over a battlefield, the weight of armor on a soldier's shoulders, the quiet flicker of candlelight over a map. We'll see Alexander not only as a conqueror, but as a student, a strategist, a son, and a man who, despite his ambition, carried doubts and wondered at the world he was shaping. His victories, his losses, and even his most ordinary moments will be given space to breathe, so that we can understand him, not just as a figure of legend, but as a human being. Let yourself sink deeper into this time and place. Feel the cool of the early morning in Macedon. Hear the laughter of children running through the palace gardens, and sense the quiet anticipation of a boy who dreams of a world larger than the hills around him. These moments are small, yet essential. They form the roots from which greatness will grow. Tonight, this story asks only one thing of you: to breathe, to notice, and to allow history to become a gentle companion. There is no rush, no urgency, no need to measure time. We will move together, slowly and deliberately, exploring the life of one of history's most fascinating figures. By the end, perhaps you will see Alexander not only through the lens of battles and conquest, but through his curiosity, his courage, and the quiet moments that shaped him. And perhaps, in turn, you will find reflections of your own aspirations, your own struggles, and your own quiet courage. So, take another deep breath, feel the moment. And when you are ready, let us step into the first chapter of this remarkable life, letting the story unfold like a river through time, winding gently through the hills, cities, and plains of a world long past, yet somehow still alive in our imagination. Imagine the rolling hills of Macedon stretching endlessly beneath a soft, golden sunlight, where olive groves and vineyards ripple in the gentle morning breeze, and the distant mountains stand like silent sentinels guarding the valleys below. In these hills, the city of Pella, the capital of a kingdom small in size, but vast in ambition, buzzed with life even in the earliest hours of the day. Merchants wheeled carts along cobblestone streets, their wares clattering with the rhythm of commerce, while children darted between houses and courtyards, their laughter mingling with the distant neigh of horses and the bleating of goats. The aroma of freshly baked bread drifted from ovens in humble homes, mingling with the faint scent of incense from temples. Amidst this lively tapestry, a young boy moved with a quiet intensity that set him apart. Alexander, who watched everything with piercing curiosity, absorbing the details of the world with an alertness far beyond his years. The way shadows played across palace walls, the meticulous drills of soldiers in the courtyard, the subtle gestures of advisors in conversation, none escaped his notice. Even as he played, he was learning, cataloging, observing, and imagining the threads that connected people, power and destiny in ways few could perceive. Alexander was born in 356 BCE in the grand palace of Pella, a city that hummed with the energy of both politics and culture. His father, Philip II, had transformed Macedon from a collection of warring tribes into a unified kingdom with ambitions that reached far beyond its borders. Philip was a brilliant strategist, a man who understood both the art of war and the delicate balance of diplomacy, often negotiating alliances and marriages to secure the stability of his realm. Alexander's mother, Olympias, came from the royal house of Epirus and was equally formidable in intellect, religious devotion, and ambition. She believed deeply in the power of destiny and prophecy, interpreting the solar eclipse that coincided with Alexander's birth as a signal that her son's life would be extraordinary, a mixture of triumph and challenge. From the earliest days, Alexander was immersed in a world where celestial signs, political maneuvers, and family expectations intertwined. Olympias, fiercely protective and endlessly ambitious for her son, nurtured not only his body and mind, but also a profound awareness of his future role, using stories, rituals, and personal guidance to instill in him both confidence and reverence for the forces shaping his life. Even as an infant and toddler, Alexander's life was marked by contrasts between the splendor of royalty and the rigorous discipline expected of a prince. The palace of Pella was a labyrinth of marble halls, sunlit courtyards, and lush gardens, designed to impress visitors and reflect Macedon's growing power. But within these opulent spaces, young Alexander learned the subtleties of observation and perception. He watched his father conduct meetings with generals and diplomats, noticing the careful balance between authority and persuasion, the weight of gestures, the timing of speech, and the strategic use of silence. Even a casual stroll through the palace corridors offered lessons in etiquette, power, and human behavior. How servants anticipated needs without being asked, how soldiers trained with precise discipline, and how advisors sometimes disguised personal ambition behind words of loyalty. Olympias guided him through these observations, turning each moment into instruction, subtly teaching him to discern character, to anticipate intentions, and to cultivate patience and wisdom alongside courage. In these quiet, formative days, Alexander began developing a perceptiveness that would later become one of his most important tools as a leader. As Alexander grew older, his formal education expanded to include the structured teachings of Greek tutors, who introduced him to reading, writing, music, poetry, and the fundamentals of mathematics and natural science. Yet his learning was never confined to these lessons alone. Homer's Iliad became a central influence. Alexander memorized passages, debated the ethics of Achilles' choices, and analyzed the strategies employed in the epic battles of Troy. He began to connect the stories of heroes with the practical observations he gathered in the palace and city streets, developing an early sense of how ideals and strategy could intersect. Beyond literature, he observed Philip training the army, learning the importance of formations, logistics, and the careful planning required to win battles without unnecessary loss. Alexander internalized these lessons, linking the abstract with the concrete. Philosophy informed strategy, poetry inspired courage, and history offered insight into human behavior. Each scroll he read and each drill he observed strengthened both mind and spirit, nurturing a boy whose curiosity and capacity for synthesis were already exceptional. Physical education was inseparable from intellectual and moral development in Alexander's upbringing. From the earliest age, he rode horses, learning to read an animal's temperament, maintain balance, and assert gentle authority, all skills that would later translate into leadership over men. The story of Bucephalus, the horse feared by all but tamed by Alexander, demonstrates not only his courage, but also his insight into psychology, patience, and observation. Wrestling, archery, and mock battles filled his days with challenges that tested endurance, strength, agility, and tactical thinking. These activities were rarely casual. Every contest was a lesson in perseverance, judgment, and the responsibility of command. He learned to anticipate moves, motivate peers, and adapt to unforeseen circumstances. In tandem with the moral and intellectual guidance of his parents and tutors, these physical exercises began forging a leader capable of balancing decisiveness with empathy, strategy with imagination, and authority with respect, qualities that would define him in the campaigns to come. The dynamics within Alexander's family were intricate and profoundly influential on his emerging character. Olympias' intensity and spiritual devotion often contrasted sharply with Philip's pragmatic and sometimes harsh methods of teaching power and politics. Alexander learned to navigate this duality with keen perception, absorbing lessons from both sides. From his mother, he gained a sense of destiny, symbolism, and emotional intelligence, learning to anticipate motives and interpret signs. From his father, he acquired practical skills in negotiation, strategy, and governance, understanding that leadership required both vision and meticulous attention to detail. These contrasting influences taught Alexander to balance ambition with caution, empathy with authority, and moral judgment with strategic necessity, creating a foundation for a ruler who could inspire loyalty while maintaining control over complex social and military hierarchies. Even play became a tool for learning. Alexander engaged in games of strategy and mock battles with peers, exercises that were at once playful and deeply instructive. Each contest required him to anticipate the actions of others, make rapid decisions, and manage alliances, fostering skills in negotiation, tactical thinking, and leadership. His curiosity often led him to question rules, debate with teachers, and experiment with approaches that stretched conventional thinking. These experiences reinforced lessons from formal education, teaching him how to synthesize knowledge, adapt to changing circumstances, and exercise judgment in real time. Through games and structured challenges, Alexander cultivated confidence, ingenuity, and a sense of responsibility that extended beyond personal success, showing him the value of foresight, collaboration, and ethical decision-making. Alexander's curiosity extended beyond the palace walls into the bustling streets, markets, and surrounding countryside of Pella. He watched artisans crafting pottery and jewelry, listened to the negotiations of merchants in various tongues, and observed travelers recounting distant lands. Every detail, whether the patterns of dress, the cadence of speech, or the customs displayed in public, was absorbed into his growing mental map of the world. These excursions gave him early lessons in cultural diversity, adaptability, and observation. Even small encounters, such as noticing how a merchant placated an unhappy customer, or how a soldier responded to an unexpected order, contributed to his understanding of human behavior, preparing him to navigate the complex social structures and multicultural armies he would command in the future. Religion and ritual were woven into every aspect of Alexander's upbringing, forming both his worldview and moral compass. From a young age, he participated in royal ceremonies, learned to interpret omens, and consulted with priests, blending spiritual awareness with pragmatic reasoning. Olympius encouraged him to see signs and prophecies not merely as superstition, but as reflections of character, opportunity, and consequence, teaching him to align personal action with perceived cosmic patterns. This spiritual education intersected with intellectual, physical, and social lessons, fostering a mind capable of reflection, foresight, and nuanced understanding of human motivation. Such awareness of the sacred and the symbolic would later guide him in decisions of war, diplomacy, and governance, where perception often shaped realities as powerfully as action itself. By his early teens, Alexander had begun to demonstrate leadership among his peers. He organized contests, mediated disputes, and inspired loyalty through both example and guidance. Tutors and court observers noted a rare combination of charisma, intelligence, and decisiveness, suggesting that Alexander was developing the qualities necessary to command both respect and action. His interactions with peers, whether through structured challenges or everyday conversations, became opportunities to refine judgment, practice negotiation, and understand social dynamics. Even seemingly ordinary moments, sharing a meal, resolving a disagreement, or observing a servant's diligence, were lessons in empathy, ethics, and influence, reinforcing his ability to perceive the needs and motivations of others, a skill critical to leadership at any scale. As childhood gradually gave way to adolescence, Alexander stood on the cusp of a transformative chapter. Recognizing his son's extraordinary potential, King Philip arranged for Aristotle, one of the greatest philosophers of the ancient world, to become Alexander's tutor. Aristotle's mentorship promised not only the acquisition of knowledge, but the expansion of the young prince's intellectual and moral horizons, fostering critical reasoning, curiosity about distant lands, and understanding of the natural and political world. Even before this formal mentorship began, Alexander's experiences, the palace lessons, the observation of people, the physical training, the games, the exploration of Pella, and the spiritual education imparted by his mother, had already cultivated a mind prepared for greatness. In these formative years, the boy who ran through the sunlit hills of Macedon was quietly learning courage, insight, empathy, and strategic thinking, laying the foundation for a life that would later stretch across continents, cultures, and centuries, leaving a legacy that would echo far beyond his own time. In the serene courtyards of the Macedonian palace, sunlight spilled over marble floors, glinting off carefully carved statues, while the subtle scent of jasmine and rosemary mingled with the earthy aroma of the nearby gardens. It was in this tranquil, almost sacred environment that a young Alexander first encountered Aristotle, a man whose reputation as a philosopher, scientist, and teacher preceded him across the Greek world. Aristotle's presence transformed the palace into a realm of quiet inquiry and disciplined study. Scrolls were unfurled on stone benches, and ink-stained hands traced letters that carried centuries of accumulated knowledge. The philosopher did not merely teach. He cultivated thought, asking questions designed to awaken curiosity, provoke reflection, and expand perception. Alexander, already precociously observant and restless, found himself immersed in a dialogue that stretched the boundaries of his understanding. He learned that knowledge was not simply a collection of facts, but a living process, a lens through which to interpret human behavior, natural phenomena, and the intricate machinery of politics and power. Each lesson was a subtle invitation to think beyond Macedon, to imagine possibilities, and to engage with the wider, unknown world beyond the familiar hills of his homeland. Aristotle's lessons were vast, encompassing not only philosophy, but also ethics, science, literature, and politics. Alexander studied ethics through the lens of human action, considering not only what was effective, but also what was just, moral, and sustainable. The philosopher taught him to weigh virtue against ambition, to recognize the consequences of choices, and to understand that leadership required a delicate balance between force and wisdom. In politics, Alexander examined the histories of Athens, Sparta, and other city-states, learning to analyze how leadership styles, cultural norms, and civic structures influenced the success or failure of rulers. He considered the outcomes of wars, alliances, and betrayals, noting not only the tactical decisions, but the human motivations that drove them. Science, too, became a living pursuit. Aristotle encouraged Alexander to observe animals in their natural habitats, catalog plants, measure rivers, and contemplate the order and patterns of the natural world. Poetry and literature were studied analytically, offering insight into human emotion, social values, and the enduring power of narrative. Alexander was learning to synthesize multiple streams of knowledge, to see the connections between abstract thought and practical action, and to cultivate a mind capable of both imagination and disciplined reasoning. The classroom extended far beyond the palace walls, spilling into the open air where nature itself became a teacher. Aristotle often led Alexander on long walks through Macedone's valleys, across its rivers, and into forests thick with olive, oak, and cypress trees. Each excursion was carefully orchestrated to teach observation, patience, and analytical reasoning. Alexander learned to catalog animals, noting their behaviors, feeding patterns, and interactions, while the philosopher explained the principles underlying each ecosystem. He studied the flow of rivers, the composition of soil, and the patterns of seasons, understanding that the natural world operated according to laws that could be observed, interpreted, and applied to human affairs. The young prince was encouraged to ask questions at every step. Why a river bends in a certain way? Why birds migrate? Why a plant flourishes in one soil but fails in another, connecting empirical observation with philosophical thought. These experiences cultivated in him a keen awareness of complexity, interdependence, and cause and effect relationships, skills that would later help him evaluate terrain, supply lines, and strategic opportunities during his campaigns. Beyond intellectual training, these walks nurtured a profound appreciation for beauty, rhythm, and harmony in the world, reinforcing the idea that knowledge was inseparable from curiosity and attentiveness to life in all its forms. Alexander's engagement with Aristotle was dynamic and relentless, marked by questions, debates, and challenges that tested both his teacher and himself. He would often press for clarifications, demand examples, and propose alternative scenarios, reflecting an impatience that was driven not by obstinacy, but by an insatiable desire to understand deeply. Aristotle responded by stretching the limits of conventional thinking, presenting complex problems, paradoxes, and ethical dilemmas that required Alexander to weigh consequences, consider multiple perspectives, and articulate reasoned conclusions. These dialogues cultivated critical thinking, mental flexibility, and intellectual resilience, transforming lessons into active experiences of discovery. Through repeated engagement, Alexander honed his capacity to synthesize knowledge, bridging abstract concepts with practical applications. He began to perceive that wisdom lay not in memorization, but in the ability to connect ideas, anticipate outcomes, and adapt understanding to changing circumstances. This method of learning, a blend of curiosity, challenge, and reflection, became a defining feature of his approach to leadership, strategy, and problem-solving. Ethical reasoning became a cornerstone of Alexander's education under Aristotle. The young prince grappled with questions of justice, virtue, and the responsibilities of a ruler to those he governed. Aristotle encouraged him to analyze historical examples, leaders of Greek city-states, generals, and kings, examining how moral choices, ambition, and practical necessity intersected. Alexander reflected on the tension between personal desire and the welfare of the state, learning that true leadership required balancing courage with prudence, power with empathy, and action with reflection. These lessons were reinforced through observation of Philip's interactions with Macedonian officials, foreign envoys, and military commanders, where Alexander witnessed firsthand the delicate negotiation between authority, diplomacy, and moral responsibility. By considering both theoretical principles and lived experiences, he began to internalize a philosophy of leadership that combined ethical awareness with strategic thinking, laying the groundwork for decisions that would later influence not only military outcomes, but also the integration of diverse cultures, governance structures, and societies under his rule. Practical skills were seamlessly integrated into Alexander's intellectual education, ensuring that his mind was complemented by the capacity to act decisively and communicate effectively. Aristotle guided him in the study of rhetoric, logic, and persuasive speech, teaching the young prince how to construct arguments, appeal to reason and emotion, and convey authority with clarity. Alexander practiced debating with tutors and peers, often simulating scenarios in which he had to defend policies, persuade allies, or negotiate delicate disputes. These exercises were not merely academic. They cultivated skills he would later apply to inspire loyalty among his troops, negotiate with foreign leaders, and navigate the complex social and political landscapes of his future empire. Through these lessons, he learned to anticipate the responses of others, to structure ideas strategically, and to adapt his communication style to different audiences, a foundation for leadership that combined intellect, charisma, and practical wisdom. Alexander's studies of politics and history provided a detailed understanding of the mechanics of power and the successes and failures of rulers before him. Aristotle introduced him to the intricate histories of Greek city-states, from the democracy of Athens to the militarism of Sparta, analyzing their governance structures, strategic decisions, and internal challenges. Alexander studied examples of diplomacy, alliances, betrayals, and military campaigns, paying attention not only to tactical outcomes, but also to the human decisions that shaped them. He began to recognize patterns in leadership, how pride, ambition, prudence, and foresight could determine the rise or fall of states, and developed a nuanced understanding of political dynamics. These lessons encouraged him to evaluate risk, anticipate consequences, and consider long-term stability alongside immediate gains. Alexander internalized the notion that effective leadership required not only strength and strategy, but also moral discernment, insight into human motivations, and the ability to inspire trust and loyalty across diverse populations. Alexander's fascination with the natural world deepened under Aristotle's guidance, fostering both empirical observation and analytical reasoning. He meticulously recorded the behaviors of animals, noting survival strategies, social hierarchies, and interactions with the environment. Plants were studied for their medicinal, nutritional, and structural properties, and Alexander learned to understand the principles of cause and effect, growth, and adaptation. Even the study of celestial phenomena was incorporated, linking observation of the stars with philosophical reflection on the nature of life, destiny, and the universe. These exercises trained him to perceive patterns, make inferences, and think systematically, skills that would later enhance his strategic planning, reconnaissance, and decision-making in unfamiliar territories. Moreover, this immersion in scientific inquiry nurtured a mindset that valued evidence, observation, and critical thinking, blending intellectual curiosity with practical application in ways that would characterize his leadership and approach to complex challenges. Cultural awareness became a vital part of Alexander's education. Aristotle introduced him to the myths, traditions, and political systems of neighboring Greek city-states, encouraging comparisons with Macedonian customs. Alexander absorbed these lessons with keen observation, noting how language, religion, law, and social norms shaped behavior and influenced political stability. He reflected on differences and similarities, learning to approach unfamiliar cultures with curiosity and respect rather than prejudice. This early exposure to diversity planted the seeds of his later policies, in which conquered peoples were often integrated into his administration, their customs respected, and their talents utilized. Alexander began to understand that the strength of an empire depended not solely on military conquest, but also on the capacity to unite and inspire people of varying backgrounds under a shared vision, balancing power with diplomacy and cultural sensitivity. Even in moments of solitude, Alexander's mind remained active, blending lessons from Aristotle with reflections on his own experiences and observations. He would wander through palace gardens, watching sunlight filter through olive trees, listening to the distant hum of the marketplace, or observing the behaviors of animals in their natural environment. In these quiet hours, he synthesized knowledge from philosophy, science, history, and politics, forming a mental framework that combined imagination, ethical reasoning, and strategic insight. These reflections helped him develop foresight and self-awareness, allowing him to anticipate challenges, evaluate consequences, and prepare for complex situations. Alexander's contemplative nature, nurtured through hours of thoughtful study and observation, became as important a tool as his physical training, sharpening a mind capable of vision, calculation, and leadership at an extraordinary scale. By the end of his years under Aristotle's guidance, Alexander had cultivated a remarkable integration of intellectual rigor, ethical understanding, and practical skill. He was not only knowledgeable, but also reflective, curious, and capable of discerning subtle patterns in human behavior, politics, and the natural world. Every lesson, excursion, and dialogue had contributed to a mind prepared for both leadership and exploration, blending imagination with strategy, moral awareness with ambition, and observation with action. As he approached adolescence, Alexander stood ready to transition from the halls of learning to the broader world, carrying the lessons of Aristotle with him. These formative years had instilled a foundation that would support his extraordinary campaigns, guiding him not only in conquest, but also in governance, cultural integration, and the creation of a lasting legacy. In this way, the education he received became the quiet engine of his ambition, a compass that would steer him across continents, through battles and negotiations, and into the pages of history. At dawn, the camp stirred with a gentle rhythm, the sounds of preparation weaving into the soft light of morning. The clatter of armor and the muted footsteps of soldiers created a quiet symphony, punctuated by the distant calls of animals and the rustle of tents in the breeze. Alexander, now a young leader stepping beyond the familiar hills of Macedon, mounted his horse with a composed yet attentive demeanor. From his vantage point, he could see the careful alignment of infantry, the disciplined arrangement of cavalry, and the orderly placement of supply wagons, each element forming a living network of human and material resources. Though young, he understood that the success of the coming campaign depended on this precise orchestration, on the cohesion of men and beasts alike, and on the subtle interplay of morale, discipline, and readiness. He inhaled the crisp morning air, carrying the sense of damp earth and fresh grass, and allowed himself a moment to observe the quiet determination etched on the faces of his soldiers, recognizing in their anticipation and anxiety a reflection of his own. The initial campaigns tested Alexander's emerging abilities as both a strategist and a commander, pushing him to translate the knowledge and insight gained from years of study into decisive action. He moved first against Macedonia's neighboring regions, securing borders and stabilizing internal politics, before gradually directing his attention toward the complex and often fractious city-states of Greece. Alexander approached each engagement with careful observation, studying not only the terrain, but also the character and disposition of those he would encounter. He considered how hills, rivers, and wooded areas could serve as both obstacles and advantages, and he noted the subtle behaviors of local populations, weighing how they might respond to the presence of a foreign army. Even before battle commenced, Much of his effort was invested in preparation, organizing supply lines, assigning responsibilities to trusted officers, establishing communication signals, and ensuring that each unit was both trained and motivated. This meticulous attention to detail reflected the lessons of his youth, a blending of intellectual discipline with practical, hands-on understanding of leadership. Alexander's personal charisma began to manifest as a critical force within the army, influencing morale and loyalty in ways that went far beyond formal command. He did not remain distant or merely symbolic. He engaged with his soldiers, listening attentively to their concerns, encouraging initiative, and demonstrating his own courage alongside them. Whether riding through a unit to inspect readiness or sharing in the arduous routines of long marches, he created bonds of respect and trust, fostering a sense of shared purpose that transformed ordinary soldiers into a cohesive, motivated force. His presence alone served as both reassurance and inspiration, and these subtle, human connections were as decisive as any strategy or weapon in maintaining the discipline and morale necessary for sustained campaigns. Through these early experiences, Alexander began to understand that leadership was an intricate balance of authority, empathy, example, and psychological insight, lessons that would underpin his ability to command and inspire men across continents. Each engagement brought new lessons in strategy and adaptation. Alexander carefully studied the formations, movements, and tactics of his adversaries, analyzing how phalanx lines, cavalry maneuvers, and fortifications could be anticipated or exploited. He experimented with the coordination of different units, testing flexible arrangements and observing the effects of timing, terrain, and morale. Even minor skirmishes offered insight into human behavior, the hesitation of a commander, the fatigue of troops, the subtle cues of fear or confidence, and Alexander recorded these observations in his mind, as if mapping not just the battlefield, but the psychology of those involved. Through these experiences, he began to recognize that victory depended not solely on courage or strength, but on the precise integration of intelligence, preparation, and the ability to anticipate the unpredictable. Each challenge strengthened his capacity to think holistically, to evaluate both tangible and intangible factors, and to adjust strategies with remarkable speed and insight. The logistics of warfare required constant vigilance and meticulous planning. Alexander supervised the movement of supplies, ensuring that food, water, and equipment reached soldiers and animals alike across varied and often unforgiving terrain. He negotiated with local populations for provisions, assessed the sustainability of supply lines, and considered the impact of weather, rivers, and roads on the pace of the army. Beyond physical necessities, he was acutely aware of the morale and psychological state of his men, adjusting routines, assigning tasks, and providing encouragement to maintain cohesion and determination. This balance of practical administration and human insight was a continuous exercise, and Alexander's growing attentiveness revealed the importance of foresight, preparation, and care in sustaining an army over long campaigns. The lessons learned here, though often invisible in historical records, would prove essential in his later, more ambitious conquests. Even amid the rigors of campaigning, Alexander carved out moments of reflection and observation. He would pause to watch the first light of day illuminate distant hills, listen to the wind rustling through olive groves, or observe the disciplined movements of soldiers during drills. These quiet intervals were not mere respite, but opportunities for contemplation, allowing him to synthesize experience, assess progress, and anticipate the next steps. In these reflective moments, he considered the human, environmental, and strategic dimensions of each decision, merging insight with intuition. This integration of observation and thought nurtured a leadership style that combined calculated strategy with imaginative foresight, balancing the demands of conquest with careful attention to detail, the well-being of his men, and the subtle currents of human behavior. Battles themselves were complex orchestrations of timing, coordination, and human psychology. Alexander learned to combine infantry, cavalry, and archers in movements that required not only precise planning, but also rapid adaptation to unfolding circumstances. He observed the behavior of enemy troops, noting hesitation, overconfidence, or fatigue, and adjusted his tactics in real time. Each engagement demanded both decisiveness and patience, requiring him to weigh risks, interpret signals from allies and adversaries, and maintain clarity under pressure. Victory was never taken for granted. It emerged from a careful synthesis of observation, intuition, preparation, and the morale and cohesion of his forces. In this way, even young, he began to grasp the delicate balance between strategy and human dynamics that would define his later campaigns. Alexander's attention to the psychological dimension of leadership grew alongside his tactical skill. He understood that courage, fear, and loyalty could shape outcomes as profoundly as any sword or phalanx formation. Through gestures, words, and example, he reinforced confidence and determination among his soldiers. At times, a brief conversation, a reassuring presence on the field, or a shared hardship on the march was as crucial to success as any formal plan. This awareness of human motivation and morale, combined with his emerging tactical genius, allowed him to inspire loyalty and resilience in men who faced immense danger, forging a bond between leader and troops that would endure across continents and campaigns. As Alexander advanced, he began to integrate diplomacy with military action, recognizing that conquest was as much about governance as it was about battle. Cities, local governments, and populations were carefully assessed. He noted customs, trade practices, and social hierarchies, understanding how best to consolidate control without provoking unnecessary resistance. Negotiation, alliance building, and strategic leniency became tools alongside force, reflecting a sophisticated approach that combined respect for local traditions with the assertion of authority. These early experiences revealed the importance of flexibility and cultural awareness, preparing him to govern diverse populations and integrate conquered territories into a cohesive empire, lessons that would shape the far-reaching policies of his later campaigns. Even as victories accumulated, Alexander remained deeply reflective, considering not only the immediate tactical gains, but also their broader implications. He observed the rhythm of daily life in camp, the quiet moments between marches, the careful maintenance of weapons and armor, the subtle interactions among soldiers, and used these observations to refine his leadership. He contemplated the morale, loyalty, and fatigue of his men, integrating these human factors into his planning and decision-making. At the same time, he imagined the wider world beyond Macedonia, pondering distant lands and cultures he had yet to encounter. These reflections combined practical experience with imaginative foresight, fostering a leadership style that balanced ambition with empathy, action with deliberation, and the tangible with the conceptual. As Alexander advanced through Greece, he navigated a complex network of alliances, rivalries, and political dynamics. Each city-state presented a unique challenge. Some welcomed him as a liberator, others resisted as an intruder. He negotiated with leaders, observed local customs, and carefully assessed the attitudes of populations, learning how to wield diplomacy alongside force. These interactions taught him that conquest was as much about understanding human behavior and political nuance as it was about battlefield success. Through these experiences, Alexander honed his ability to inspire loyalty, anticipate reactions, and manage the delicate balance between authority and persuasion, a skill set that would prove invaluable as he extended his ambitions toward Persia. The logistics and preparation behind his campaigns demanded constant attention and foresight. Alexander oversaw the movement of supplies, the management of troop rotations, and the coordination of communication across long distances. He accounted for the challenges posed by terrain, weather, and infrastructure, ensuring that his army remained effective, well-fed, and organized. Beyond the practical necessities, He remained attuned to the psychological state of his soldiers, adjusting routines and responsibilities to sustain morale and cohesion. These lessons reinforced a crucial insight that leadership required meticulous planning, careful observation, and the ability to balance human needs with strategic objectives. This awareness, cultivated through early victories and reflective thought, laid the groundwork for the even more ambitious campaigns that lay ahead, as Alexander prepared to confront the vast empire of Persia. Alexander's growing sense of ambition intertwined with careful observation and reflection. He considered not only the immediate gains of each conquest, but also their long-term implications for governance, cultural integration, and the spread of influence. Every march, every skirmish, and every negotiation added layers of understanding, shaping a young leader capable of combining tactical insight with strategic foresight. He began to visualize maps that stretched beyond Macedonia, contemplating territories he had not yet seen and imagining how diverse peoples, landscapes, and resources might be brought together under a coherent vision. These reflections were grounded in experience, but fueled by curiosity, imagination, and the analytical habits nurtured under Aristotle's guidance. Even as he achieved victories, Alexander remained conscious of the limits of his power and the fragility of human endeavor. He carefully considered the loyalty of his generals, the endurance of his troops, and the challenges posed by unfamiliar lands. Each decision required balancing immediate tactical needs with longer-term strategic goals, combining courage with prudence and ambition with humility. Through this awareness, he honed the qualities that would distinguish him as a leader: decisiveness tempered by reflection, confidence guided by observation, and boldness supported by preparation. These early campaigns became a crucible, forging both skill and character that would carry him across continents in the years to come. As the first steps of conquest concluded, Alexander stood poised to embark on campaigns that would take him far beyond familiar horizons. Macedonia and Greece were now secure, providing a foundation for more ambitious endeavors. With lessons learned from early battles, diplomatic engagements, and logistical challenges, he prepared to turn his gaze eastward toward the vast and formidable empire of Persia. The stage was set for a journey that would test his intellect, courage, and vision on an unprecedented scale. Reflective yet resolute, Alexander was ready to step into a wider world, carrying both experience and imagination, and the promise of a legacy that would echo through history. Imagine vast plains stretching endlessly under a sun that seemed to scorch every horizon, deserts shimmering with heat, and rivers winding like silver threads through lands unknown. Alexander's army moved as a living current across these territories, a long line of soldiers, horses, and supply wagons carrying not only the ambitions of a young king, but also the hopes, fears, and resilience of thousands of men. Each morning brought new landscapes, new challenges, and new opportunities to observe the world in all its complexity. Dust rose from marching feet, mingling with the scent of leather, metal, and sweat. And Alexander, ever attentive, took note of how terrain, weather, and local conditions could influence both movement and strategy. These journeys were more than marches. They were lessons in geography, human endurance, and the subtle interplay between environment and action. Persia presented a civilization unlike any Alexander had known, vast and sophisticated, with cities that boasted towering walls, intricate marketplaces, and bustling trade routes stretching across mountains and rivers. The richness of culture, the diversity of peoples, and the complexity of governance impressed him deeply. He studied the organization of cities, noting how fortifications, roads, and supply networks could support or hinder both resistance and administration. Markets were alive with spices, textiles, and ideas. Voices in multiple languages echoed through narrow streets, offering insights into local customs, beliefs, and power structures. Every encounter demanded careful observation, diplomacy, and cultural sensitivity, as Alexander sought not only to conquer, but to understand the societies he entered. Alexander's military engagements in Persia were lessons in strategy, innovation, and leadership. Battles were meticulously planned, integrating infantry, cavalry, and archers in formations adapted to terrain and enemy disposition. He analyzed Persian tactics, learned from setbacks, and adjusted his strategies to exploit weaknesses while minimizing casualties. Coordination of diverse units, timing of maneuvers, and rapid decision-making became essential skills. Yet, alongside the intensity of battle, there were moments of quiet reflection, observing the movement of clouds across plains, listening to the murmur of rivers, or noting the patterns of local wildlife. These pauses allowed Alexander to merge practical experience with contemplation, sharpening his mind for the complex challenges that lay ahead. The human dimension of conquest became increasingly evident. Alexander took note of morale, loyalty, and motivation, understanding that the cohesion of his army and the behavior of his opponents were as decisive as terrain or weapons. He built personal connections with commanders, treated soldiers with attention and fairness, and observed the reactions of civilians to his presence. These observations informed decisions that combined strategy with empathy, action with prudence. Alexander's ability to read people, anticipate reactions, and inspire loyalty became as critical to success as his tactical brilliance. Diplomacy intertwined with conquest at every stage. Alexander learned to negotiate with local leaders, respect certain customs, and incorporate talented individuals from conquered territories into administration and military units. He observed how cultures adapted, blended, or resisted, and how alliances could be leveraged for stability and further expansion. These interactions were subtle, requiring patience, observation, and careful communication. By blending force with diplomacy, Alexander began to construct not merely a conquered land, but an integrated, functioning empire, laying the groundwork for policies that would endure far beyond his campaigns. Even amid the rigors of marching, supplying, and fighting, Alexander remained an observer of life itself. He noted the laughter of children playing by rivers, the rhythm of market sellers, and the sense of bread baking in small ovens. These moments grounded him, reminding him of the ordinary human experiences that persisted regardless of conquest. In the midst of strategic calculations and battlefield maneuvers, Alexander's attention to these small details reflected a sensitivity to culture, humanity, and the textures of everyday life, an awareness that informed his later policies and interactions across a vast and diverse empire. As Persia gradually fell under his control, Alexander's ambitions reached further eastward, toward lands filled with mountains, rivers, and mysteries still beyond his knowledge. His campaigns were no longer mere military operations. They were journeys of discovery, blending exploration, strategy, and cultural integration. Every step forward expanded both his physical and intellectual horizons, forcing him to adapt to new climates, peoples, and logistical challenges. The lessons of Macedon and Greece discipline, observation, strategic thinking, and reflection were now applied on a continental scale, shaping a leader capable of navigating the complexities of an entire empire. Amid the intensity of campaigns, Alexander often found moments of introspection about his legacy. He considered how cities, cultures, and peoples would remember his actions, reflecting on the transient nature of power and the permanence of influence. These contemplations were quiet but profound, shaping decisions about governance, cultural integration, and the treatment of conquered populations. He began to think not only as a military leader, but also as a custodian of a vision, blending ambition with ethical consideration, force with understanding, and conquest with the potential for lasting cultural imprint. Alexander's interactions with local populations became increasingly nuanced as he moved deeper into Persia. He observed the hierarchy of cities, the customs of nobles, and the rhythms of daily life. learning how to wield authority without provoking unnecessary resistance. He incorporated local leaders into governance structures, respecting traditions while subtly guiding policy to align with his expanding empire. These early experiments in administration highlighted the balance between respect and control, showing him that the effectiveness of conquest relied as much on cultural understanding as on military success. Each city, each marketplace, each council meeting became a living classroom, teaching lessons that would inform the governance of far-reaching territories. The diversity of languages, religions, and social norms posed challenges that required both diplomacy and innovation. Alexander learned quickly that imposing uniformity was neither practical nor desirable. Instead, he fostered collaboration between Greek settlers, Macedonian officers, and local communities, encouraging the exchange of ideas, customs, and practices. This blending of cultures laid the groundwork for Hellenistic influence, allowing Greek and local traditions to coexist and enrich one another. In doing so, Alexander began to understand that leadership extended beyond command of armies. It demanded insight into human nature, patience, and the ability to integrate disparate elements into a functional and enduring whole. Even amid these administrative and diplomatic challenges, the pace of campaigning remained relentless. Alexander coordinated long marches, oversaw supply lines stretching across deserts and rivers, and maintained communication among widely dispersed units. He anticipated obstacles, harsh weather, difficult terrain, and the fatigue of soldiers, and adjusted plans accordingly. Every march, every engagement, every logistical decision was an opportunity to refine his strategic thinking, to understand the interplay between preparation, execution, and human endurance. The discipline cultivated during these early stages of conquest became essential for managing an army, operating on a scale never before attempted in history. Amidst the physical and strategic demands, Alexander found moments of reflection that grounded his understanding of leadership and ambition. He observed the quiet persistence of local life, from the flowing of rivers to the steady rhythm of markets, integrating these observations into his broader vision of governance. These pauses allowed him to consider not only the immediate goals of conquest, but also the enduring impact of his actions. He began to think about the legacy of his campaigns, how cultures might evolve under his influence, and how the memory of his leadership could shape future generations. This reflective approach, balancing ambition with insight, would become a hallmark of his leadership, guiding decisions in both war and governance across the vast territories he sought to unify. As Alexander pressed further into Persia, the scale and complexity of his operations increased dramatically. He navigated vast distances, harsh climates, and diverse populations, applying lessons learned from earlier campaigns while adapting to new challenges. The coordination of thousands of soldiers, the management of supplies across deserts and rivers, and the integration of local allies required both strategic foresight and practical ingenuity. Each decision carried consequences not only for immediate outcomes, but for the stability of newly conquered regions, reinforcing Alexander's understanding that conquest was inseparable from governance. Amid the turbulence of expansion, Alexander remained attentive to the human dimension of his campaigns. He observed the behavior of his soldiers and the reactions of local populations, noting where morale faltered or loyalty wavered. He adjusted leadership approaches, balanced discipline with encouragement, and ensured that both his Macedonian troops and allied forces felt valued and heard. These subtle interventions strengthened cohesion and resilience, allowing the army to maintain momentum across vast and often hostile territories. Alexander's growing sensitivity to the psychological and cultural factors of leadership became as decisive as any military tactic, shaping the character of his empire even before it was fully consolidated. Even in the midst of relentless marching, negotiations, and battles, Alexander often paused to reflect on the world he was shaping. He contemplated the enduring consequences of his actions, the blending of cultures, and the legacy of knowledge, trade, and governance that his campaigns might leave behind. The cities he encountered, the peoples he met, and the lands he traversed were not merely obstacles or prizes. They were teachers, offering lessons in resilience, adaptability, and the complexity of human society. With Persia gradually under his control, new horizons beckoned further east, and Alexander's mind, disciplined yet imaginative, prepared for the next stage of exploration, conquest, and cultural integration, carrying forward both experience and ambition. At night, the camp glowed softly with the flickering light of lanterns and small fires, casting long, dancing shadows over tents, armor, and march-worn gear. The aroma of cooking food mingled with the dust of the road and the faint metallic scent of weapons, forming a sensory tapestry that spoke of life on campaign. Soldiers spoke in hushed tones, recounting stories from home, fears for the future, and memories of battles just past. Alexander moved among them with quiet attentiveness, listening not only to words, but to gestures, tone, and the subtle tension in posture. These moments revealed conflicts that could destabilize even the most disciplined army, rivalries between commanders, simmering frustration among troops, and the emotional toll of prolonged separation from family and homeland. He observed carefully, realizing that leadership demanded understanding the human heart as much as commanding the battlefield, and that the strength of an army relied as much on morale, trust, and cohesion as on numbers or weapons. Challenges within the army required a careful blend of firmness, empathy, and strategic patience. Alexander mediated disputes between generals whose pride or ambition occasionally collided, negotiated solutions for soldiers' grievances, and reminded everyone of their shared purpose and honor. He recognized that even the most disciplined and loyal troops could falter if their contributions were overlooked or if personal tensions were left unchecked. By engaging directly with individuals, demonstrating awareness of their struggles, and sharing in their hardships, from long marches to harsh weather, he strengthened bonds that were vital for the cohesion and resilience of his forces. These quiet exercises of leadership, though often invisible to the historian's eye, were crucial. The silent courage of guiding and supporting men often resonated as profoundly as any battlefield triumph. Alexander's human side emerged alongside his relentless ambition, revealing a young leader capable of both reflection and decisive action. He experienced doubt, fatigue, and concern for those under his command, yet balanced these emotions with unwavering commitment to his goals. He understood that loyalty was fragile and had to be cultivated through attention, fairness, and example. Even small gestures acknowledging a soldier's skill, offering guidance to a young officer, or listening patiently to complaints, served to sustain morale and reinforce trust. In these ways, Alexander demonstrated that effective leadership was not solely about issuing orders or commanding from a distance, but about connecting with individuals, recognizing their humanity, and guiding collective effort toward shared success. Logistics, strategy, and interpersonal dynamics were deeply intertwined in Alexander's campaigns. He supervised the movement of troops and supplies with meticulous attention, ensuring that food, water, and equipment reached soldiers and animals alike across challenging terrain. Every river crossing, mountain pass, and desert march demanded careful planning, and Alexander accounted for weather, soil conditions, and the physical limits of both men and beasts. Yet logistics were only part of the equation. He simultaneously observed relationships among commanders, gauged morale, and anticipated potential conflicts before they could disrupt cohesion. This integration of practical necessity with human insight became a defining aspect of his leadership, demonstrating that successful campaigns depended as much on attentiveness to people as on battlefield strategy. Even in the midst of marching armies and tactical maneuvers, Alexander carved out moments of quiet reflection. He observed the night sky, noting constellations and the subtle shifts of the moon, listened to the wind rustling through reeds and trees, and sometimes paused to watch the distant flicker of campfires across the plain. These reflective moments allowed him to synthesize observations from the day, evaluating troop performance, planning future maneuvers, and considering the welfare of soldiers and civilians alike. By blending introspection with action, Alexander developed a leadership style that harmonized strategic thinking with empathy, foresight with sensitivity, and the urgency of immediate decisions with long-term vision. The young king also recognized the fragility of human endeavor and the unpredictability of campaigns. Storms, illness, fatigue, and unforeseen obstacles reminded him that even a disciplined, well-equipped army could falter. He approached these challenges with calm assessment, devising contingency plans and encouraging flexibility among his commanders. Alexander's ability to anticipate difficulties, adapt strategies, and maintain composure under pressure not only safeguarded the army's effectiveness, but also reinforced the confidence and trust of his soldiers. Through these lessons, he honed a leadership style that integrated meticulous planning with human understanding, preparing both himself and his army for the extraordinary trials that lay ahead as they advanced deeper into Persia and beyond. Alexander's ability to maintain cohesion extended beyond discipline to the realm of culture and shared identity. He encouraged rituals, symbols of unity, and celebrations of victories, which helped bridge differences among soldiers from diverse regions and ethnic backgrounds. These shared practices fostered a sense of belonging, mutual respect, and common purpose, strengthening the army's resilience. Soldiers learned to trust not only their commander, but also each other, forming bonds that would be crucial when facing the uncertainties and dangers of distant lands. This cultural and emotional integration became as essential to success as tactical brilliance or logistical efficiency. Even in the quietest moments, the weight of command pressed upon Alexander. He continuously evaluated morale, fatigue, and the loyalty of his men, while also considering the perceptions and reactions of local populations in newly conquered territories. Every decision, when to march, when to rest, when to negotiate, had immediate and long-term consequences. Leadership required vigilance, patience, and the ability to balance short-term operational needs with the broader goals of conquest and stability. Alexander's attentiveness to these subtle factors demonstrated that the foundation of a successful empire began with careful guidance of human hearts and minds. The challenges within the army also tested Alexander's ethical judgment and emotional resilience. He witnessed moments of fear, dissent, and moral conflict among his soldiers, forcing him to weigh discipline against compassion and strategic necessity against human cost. These experiences reinforced the understanding that leadership was not merely the execution of orders, but the ongoing negotiation of human realities, the cultivation of loyalty, and the recognition of both strengths and vulnerabilities within his ranks. Through this awareness, Alexander prepared his army for increasingly complex campaigns, shaping a force capable not only of conquest, but of enduring cohesion, adaptability, and shared purpose. Even as campaigns pressed onward, Alexander remained mindful of the small, human details that could influence the effectiveness of his army. He observed the interactions between soldiers of different regions, noting how culture, language, and background affected cohesion and morale. He encouraged shared practices, rituals, and communication that helped bridge these differences, fostering a sense of unity essential for the complex operations ahead. In doing so, he learned that leadership was as much about cultivating community and shared identity as it was about commanding movements on the battlefield. Alexander also confronted the subtle tensions between ambition and loyalty. Some generals, proud and ambitious in their own right, occasionally challenged his authority or interpreted his commands through personal lenses. Alexander navigated these dynamics with careful attention, combining firmness with persuasion, listening as much as directing, and asserting his vision while valuing the input of trusted advisors. These experiences revealed that managing human ambition within an army could be as delicate and consequential as any military strategy, and success often depended on tact, empathy, and foresight rather than sheer force. The weight of expectation extended beyond interpersonal dynamics to encompass the physical and emotional endurance of his troops. Long marches, harsh climates, and the strain of continuous engagement tested the limits of stamina and discipline. Alexander monitored the condition of men and animals, adjusted marching schedules, and ensured that logistical support minimized unnecessary hardship. He recognized that the human element was always the foundation of any army's effectiveness. Morale, trust, resilience, and courage determined whether strategy would succeed or falter. Through these lessons, he refined a leadership style that integrated tactical skill with human understanding, preparing both himself and his soldiers for the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. Through these challenges, Alexander began to understand that true leadership required a harmony of strategy, empathy, and foresight. He observed how small conflicts could escalate if ignored, and how attentiveness, fairness, and timely intervention could transform potential disruption into strengthened loyalty. Each resolution reinforced the delicate balance of authority and respect, illustrating that the foundation of enduring conquest rested as much on human insight as on military skill. Alexander's attention to the internal dynamics of his army also nurtured resilience and adaptability. He encouraged initiative among subordinates, empowered capable officers, and allowed space for creative solutions to logistical and tactical problems. This not only enhanced operational flexibility, but also instilled a sense of shared ownership and responsibility among his men. Soldiers learned to trust not only their leader, but also each other, and this cohesion became a critical advantage as campaigns extended across unfamiliar territories and demanding landscapes. Even in the quietest moments, Alexander reflected on the lessons of these internal struggles. The loyalty of soldiers, the resolution of disputes, and the cultivation of morale were not merely tactical necessities. They were essential components of his broader vision of leadership and empire. By mastering these human dimensions, Alexander prepared himself and his army for the greater challenges to come, ready to face the vast expanses of Persia and beyond with both strategic brilliance and the steady courage born of shared experience, trust, and enduring cohesion. Dawn broke over a misty plain, the soft light revealing banners fluttering gently in the breeze and the silhouettes of soldiers preparing for the day ahead. The air carried a mix of anticipation, nervous energy, and the earthy scents of horses, leather, and damp ground, mingled with the faint aroma of campfires and the metallic tang of weapons polished in the dim light. Alexander walked deliberately among his commanders, observing the alignment of units, the posture of sentries, and the readiness of the cavalry. Each gesture, each whispered instruction, carried significance, for even a small lapse could alter the outcome of the coming engagement. Yet amidst the tension, he maintained a calm and deliberate presence, understanding that the steadiness of a leader could ripple through the ranks, inspiring confidence even before the first clash of arms. In these quiet moments, he reflected not only on strategy, but on the human element of command, recognizing that the courage, fatigue, and resolve of individual soldiers could tip the balance as surely as tactical ingenuity. Major battles became tests not only of military strategy, but of foresight, discipline, and psychological insight. Alexander meticulously studied every aspect of the terrain, from the gentle rise of hills to the shifting courses of rivers, from marshy lowlands that could impede movement to rocky ridges that could provide vantage points. He assessed the positioning, morale, and tendencies of enemy forces, while simultaneously evaluating his own troops' readiness, stamina, and cohesion. Coordinating infantry, cavalry, and archers required precise timing, continuous observation, and rapid decision-making. Yet beyond tactical brilliance, Alexander attuned himself to the human dimensions of conflict, the fear, anticipation, and determination that coursed through both allies and adversaries. Victory, he understood, depended not solely on strategy, but on psychology, timing, and the nuanced orchestration of countless individual actions within the grand design of battle. Even in the heart of battle, Alexander maintained moments of reflective awareness, a practice that separated him from ordinary commanders. Amidst the thunder of hooves, the clash of swords, and the cries of combatants, he considered the broader consequences of each decision, the lives endangered, the cities at stake, the potential for unrest or loyalty among the populations under his control. Each maneuver and countermaneuver was weighed not only for immediate advantage, but for its long-term impact on the army, the empire, and his personal vision. Triumph brought glory, but it also carried the weight of responsibility. Alexander's mind remained alert to both the tangible and the intangible, the rhythm of his troops, the subtle shifts in enemy morale, and the human cost inherent in every stroke of conquest. In these moments, the young king's leadership fused audacity with prudence, brilliance with empathy, and action with deep contemplation. In the midst of conflict, Alexander demonstrated an extraordinary ability to read both terrain and human behavior simultaneously. He observed the subtle movements of enemy formations, the fatigue and morale of his soldiers, and even the minor shifts in wind and light that could influence missile trajectories or cavalry charges. Decisions had to be made in seconds, each carrying profound consequences for thousands of lives. Whether to advance, flank, or hold position, he considered the immediate tactical benefit alongside the longer-term impact on army cohesion, civilian populations, and the political stability of conquered regions. His genius lay in this dual awareness, combining the immediacy of action with the reflective calculation of potential outcomes. The coordination of diverse units became a hallmark of Alexander's approach. Infantry, cavalry, and archers moved in intricate synchrony, responding fluidly to evolving circumstances, and the orders signaled through a combination of horns, banners, and messengers. He encouraged initiative among sub-commanders, trusting their judgment while ensuring they remained aligned with the overall strategy. Every maneuver, charge, and defensive formation was an interplay of precision, timing, and human insight. Even minor miscalculations could cascade into chaos. Yet Alexander's foresight and adaptability allowed his forces to exploit weaknesses in enemy lines, while maintaining cohesion and morale under immense pressure. Beyond tactics, Alexander confronted the emotional and ethical dimensions of warfare with acute awareness. He witnessed fear, courage, and desperation, not only among his own troops, but also in the ranks of the enemy. Each encounter forced him to consider the human consequences of his decisions, the loss of life, the displacement of populations, and the devastation of cities. These reflections tempered his actions and influenced his evolving approach to governance and diplomacy, guiding him toward a model of conquest that sought integration, stability, and cultural respect alongside military dominance. Through this lens, Alexander transformed the raw experience of battle into lessons for both leadership and empire building. In the midst of conflict, Alexander demonstrated an extraordinary ability to read both terrain and human behavior simultaneously. He scrutinized the subtle shifts in enemy formations, the way units reacted to orders, and the expressions of officers and soldiers alike. The smallest hesitation, the faintest ripple of uncertainty, could signal a weakness to exploit or a potential crisis to prevent. Decisions had to be made in mere seconds, yet their consequences would reverberate across the battlefield and beyond, affecting lives, morale, and the perception of his leadership. He considered not only the physical landscape, the hills, rivers, and open plains, but also the psychological terrain, assessing how fear, confidence, and anticipation could shape the actions of both his men and the enemy. His genius lay in seamlessly merging tactical immediacy with strategic foresight, balancing boldness with caution and instinct with careful calculation. The coordination of diverse units became a hallmark of Alexander's campaigns, reflecting both his tactical ingenuity and his deep understanding of human organization. Infantry, cavalry, archers, and specialized forces moved with intricate precision, adapting fluidly to the unfolding chaos of battle. He employed signals, prearranged maneuvers, and trusted officers to maintain cohesion across vast formations, ensuring that each unit could act decisively while remaining aligned with the overall strategy. Alexander encouraged initiative among sub-commanders, fostering a sense of responsibility and adaptability that allowed the army to respond effectively to unforeseen developments. Every movement, whether a rapid cavalry charge, a defensive infantry formation, or an archery volley, was carefully orchestrated, yet responsive to the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Even minor miscalculations could cascade into disaster, yet his preparation, adaptability, and attention to human factors consistently turned potential vulnerabilities into opportunities for decisive advantage. Beyond tactics and maneuvering, Alexander grappled with the profound emotional and ethical dimensions of warfare. He bore witness to acts of courage and desperation, fear and resolve, among both his troops and the enemy. The weight of responsibility pressed upon him as he considered the human cost of each engagement, the lives lost, the destruction wrought upon cities, and the displacement of civilians. These reflections informed not only his immediate choices, but also his evolving approach to governance and diplomacy. Alexander recognized that enduring conquest required more than military domination. It demanded understanding, integration, and the careful blending of cultures. In this way, the chaos of battle became a classroom where lessons in leadership, empathy, and statecraft were learned, shaping an approach that combined strategic brilliance with a nuanced appreciation of human realities. Each victory for Alexander was never a conclusion in itself, but a stepping stone within a far larger design. While many commanders measured success only in terms of immediate conquest, he constantly looked ahead, considering how each captured city, subdued region, or defeated army could be woven into the broader fabric of his empire. The outcome of a battle was not just measured by the scattering of enemy troops, but by the potential for political consolidation, cultural integration, and the creation of a stable foundation for further expansion. In Asia Minor, for instance, after wresting control of cities that had long been under Persian rule, Alexander declared himself the liberator of the Greek Palace, presenting his conquest as a restoration rather than a subjugation. This was more than rhetoric. It was strategy, allowing him to secure loyalty without constant military presence. He understood that ruling over diverse peoples required more than force. It required legitimacy, a sense that the conqueror was not merely an invader, but a figure who could offer continuity, stability, and even prosperity. Thus, every clash of arms was accompanied by the quieter, subtler battle of persuasion, administration, and careful political calculation, a struggle that was as demanding as the one fought on the open field. When the dust of battle settled, Alexander was not only attentive to the disposition of cities and rulers, but also to the condition of the men who carried his empire forward on their shoulders. In the stillness of the campfires, after the din of combat had faded, he would walk among his soldiers, reading in their faces the unspoken burdens they carried, exhaustion etched in their expressions, the deep longing for home concealed in their silences, and the fleeting joys found in simple comforts such as shared songs or tales of their native lands. He understood that an army was not sustained by discipline alone, but by morale, and that morale was shaped as much by trust in their commander as by the promise of victory. Even the enemy, when observed closely, offered lessons. Alexander took note of how fear could unsettle a formation, how desperation could inspire ferocity, and how courage might burn brightest in the moments of inevitable defeat. To him, battle was a dialogue of human endurance and emotion, not simply the mechanical clash of formations. By listening to these unspoken voices, the sighs of weary soldiers, the tension in the opposing ranks, the quiet resilience in the eyes of the fallen, he refined his understanding of leadership, learning that the true art of command was grounded in empathy as much as in discipline. Yet beneath his composure and tactical brilliance, the weight of command pressed heavily upon him. Each engagement demanded decisions that would consign many of his men to death, and though victory often softened the immediate sting, the memory of lives lost could not easily be set aside. To lead was to carry an invisible burden, the knowledge that triumph was built upon sacrifice. Over time, Alexander began to see every battle as more than a test of arms. It was also a lesson in the limits of human ambition, the cost of greatness, and the responsibility inherent in power. He wrestled silently with these truths, even as outwardly he projected confidence and certainty. At the same time, he grew increasingly aware of the shadow of posterity, how his actions would be remembered, how his choices would shape not just his own destiny, but the very narrative of history. Conquest, he came to understand, was transient unless it was accompanied by vision, a plan for governance, for cultural blending, for the endurance of empire beyond the life of its maker. In this way, each battle became both a crucible of immediate decision and a meditation on the enduring legacy he sought to leave, binding together the fleeting moment of war with the timeless sweep of history. Alexander's battles, though fought with spears, swords, and cavalry charges, were always accompanied by a second, less visible campaign, the cultural and political integration of the conquered territories. He did not wish to be remembered merely as a destroyer, but as a builder of a new order that could endure long after the noise of war had faded. After each victory, he issued proclamations not of vengeance, but of continuity, often preserving local institutions and religious practices, and presenting himself as the rightful heir to the lands he now ruled. In Egypt, for example, he did not impose Greek customs upon the people, but embraced the role of Pharaoh, participating in their sacred rituals and commissioning monuments that spoke to their traditions. This approach allowed him to transform conquest into legitimacy, turning former enemies into subjects who could see in him not only a foreign ruler, but a guardian of their own heritage. His genius was not only in breaking armies, but in stitching together the vast and diverse fabric of the ancient world into something resembling unity. Yet, the burden of this vision could not rest on his shoulders alone, and Alexander's relationship with his generals and companions became one of the most delicate and defining aspects of his leadership. Men such as Parmenion, Hephaestion, and later Seleucus and Ptolemy were not simply instruments of his will. They were independent minds with ambitions of their own, each with their followers, opinions, and rivalries. Alexander's camp was as much a battlefield of personalities as the plains of Issus or Gaugamela were theaters of war. He had to balance loyalty and discipline, rewarding those who served him faithfully, while tempering dissent and ambition that might fracture the unity of his army. These men, seasoned and ambitious, often reminded him that his dream of empire was not only his, but one that required constant negotiation, compromise, and at times stern displays of authority. It was in these moments of managing his closest companions that Alexander revealed another side of his genius, the ability to lead not only through command, but through persuasion, patience, and an unshakable sense of destiny that kept his circle bound to him even when doubts arose. Amid the victories, Alexander's gaze always extended beyond the immediate horizon, toward lands not yet seen, cultures not yet encountered, and possibilities not yet grasped. To him, empire was not static, but a living organism, one that had to grow or risk decay. The maps he carried in his mind reached far past the rivers he had crossed or the cities he had founded. Persia was not the end, nor was India. He dreamed of oceans that connected lands, of roads that linked distant peoples, of an empire so vast and interconnected that it would outlast any single dynasty. This relentless drive was both his greatest strength and his deepest peril, for it meant that contentment was a luxury he could never allow himself. Even as his men longed for rest, Alexander pressed forward, convinced that to pause was to invite decline. In his vision, every campaign was not merely a conquest, but a step toward something greater, an eternal legacy that would unite the known world under a single order. It was this vision, boundless and ceaseless, that defined his every decision and lent an almost dreamlike quality to his relentless pursuit of greatness. The military legacy of Alexander's campaigns is difficult to overstate. His combination of speed, coordination, and flexibility redefined how wars would be fought for centuries to come. The Macedonian phalanx, with its forest of long sarissas, had already been a formidable instrument under his father Philip, but under Alexander it became part of a larger symphony of arms. He wove together cavalry charges, light infantry maneuvers, and siegecraft with a precision that no opponent could match. The battles of Granicus, Issus, and Gaugamela were not merely victories, but case studies in how to dismantle larger, often better supplied armies through superior strategy and unshakable discipline. These encounters echoed through military academies of later ages, from Rome to Napoleon, each seeking to capture a fragment of the brilliance that had allowed a relatively small kingdom to humble the greatest empire the world had yet known. The ripple effects of his campaigns stretched far beyond the battlefield. Each conquest redrew maps, shifted trade routes, and reshaped the delicate balance of power in the ancient world. Persia, once the center of political gravity, became a memory, its treasures redistributed, its satrapies reorganized under Macedonian control. The once isolated Greek city-states found themselves part of a larger imperial network, their culture now carried on the backs of soldiers, settlers, and merchants into lands they had barely imagined. The Near East, Egypt, and even parts of India were pulled into a single orbit, connected not just by conquest, but by infrastructure roads, cities, garrisons that secured Alexander's influence long after the dust of battle had settled. These changes marked the beginning of what historians now call the Hellenistic world, a vast, interwoven cultural and political space in which Greek and Eastern traditions met, clashed, and fused. Yet Alexander's military machine, for all its brilliance, was not eternal. The very ambition that had driven it forward also ensured its eventual fragmentation. His campaigns pushed men to their limits, carrying them across deserts, rivers, and mountains that strained not only their bodies but their loyalty. Each victory was also a demand for more, and each demand deepened the cracks that would later split the empire. After his death, the carefully built unity collapsed into a struggle among his generals, the Diadochi, who carved the empire into pieces even as they continued to employ the tactics and structures he had perfected. In this way, Alexander's military genius achieved both immortality and impermanence. His methods endured, inspiring generations, while his empire dissolved almost as soon as it had been created. What remained was the undeniable fact that no general before him had so thoroughly reshaped both the practice of war and the map of the known world. When Alexander entered Egypt in 332 BCE, the atmosphere was unlike anything he had encountered in Asia Minor or the Levant. There were no fortified walls bristling with defenders, no armies ready to risk everything for their cities. Instead, he was greeted almost as a messianic figure, a liberator who had arrived to restore order and dignity after decades of Persian domination. Egypt had endured heavy taxation, neglect of local temples, and interference in its religious and cultural traditions. The Persians were seen as distant and impersonal rulers, whose authority was maintained by fear and extraction rather than by consent. Alexander's arrival, in contrast, coincided with a sense of relief and hope. The locals embraced him with celebrations, offering gifts and homage. In Memphis, priests processed him through temples, and civic leaders publicly acknowledged his sovereignty. For once in his campaigns, victory did not require the clash of arms. And this unusual moment of peaceful transition profoundly impressed Alexander, teaching him the value of psychological and political acumen alongside military prowess. For the Greeks, Egypt had always represented both mystery and antiquity. Tales from travelers like Herodotus painted a land of immense antiquity, where knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and medicine had been cultivated for millennia. To Alexander, whose education under Aristotle had instilled a reverence for wisdom and history, stepping onto Egyptian soil felt like entering a living museum, a place where civilization itself seemed to breathe through monuments and temples. The pyramids, older than the Greek cities he had known, towered over the landscape as silent testaments to human ambition and endurance. The Nile, in its regularity and vastness, spoke of a different kind of power, one measured not in victories on the battlefield, but in the management of life itself. Floods, irrigation, harvests, and cities that thrived in harmony with nature. Alexander, already ambitious for glory, saw in Egypt not only a new territory to govern, but a civilization whose majesty could reflect and even amplify his own emerging legend. The Egyptians, in turn, were masters of ritual and political symbolism, and they immediately recognized the opportunity to integrate Alexander into their religious framework. In Memphis, he was crowned as Pharaoh in a ceremony designed to confer both political legitimacy and divine favor. For the Egyptians, a pharaoh was not merely a king. He was the intermediary between gods and humans, the living guarantor of Ma'at, the cosmic order of truth, justice, and balance. Alexander accepted this role, stepping into a sacred lineage that connected him directly to their pantheon and their ancient past. The coronation required him to participate in rituals and offerings that aligned him with the divine, cementing his authority in a way that no simple conquest could. This delicate negotiation between foreign conqueror and local religious expectation demonstrated Alexander's acute understanding of governance. To rule effectively over diverse peoples, one must navigate both power and belief, blending force with respect and diplomacy. Yet Alexander was never content with simply inheriting traditions. He sought to reshape them in ways that aligned with his broader vision of empire. His coronation as Pharaoh was followed by the extraordinary journey into the Libyan desert to consult the oracle of Amun at Siwa. This pilgrimage was far more than a ceremonial excursion. It was a test of endurance, faith, and political acumen. Crossing the vast, arid expanses of desert, Alexander risked not only the harsh elements, but the uncertainty of his own status among men and gods. Ancient sources recount that he traveled with only a small retinue, guided by priests and interpreters, and that the harsh desert tested his men as much as their leader. The isolation of the oasis, far from his army and supply lines, created a profound opportunity for reflection, allowing Alexander to confront both his ambitions and the weight of the destiny he had been pursuing relentlessly. When Alexander finally arrived at the oracle, he was met with the solemn rituals of the Siwan priests. The exact details of the consultation remained shrouded in mystery, but the message was clear. He was to be recognized as son of Amun. For Alexander, whose identity had already been intertwined with divine ambition since his youth, this affirmation carried profound significance. It reinforced his sense of purpose, his belief in a destiny sanctioned by higher powers. For the Egyptians, it elevated him to a figure who could legitimately rule as Pharaoh, a living bridge between their gods and the mortal world. For his Macedonian companions, it reinforced the aura of inevitability surrounding their commander, making it easier to accept his authority as both commander and, in a symbolic sense, semi-divine leader. This blending of religious and political strategy exemplified Alexander's unique approach to conquest. In Persia, he had relied primarily on military might. In Egypt, he demonstrated that rulership required subtlety, symbolism, and careful negotiation with the cultures he absorbed. By embracing Egyptian religion and customs, Alexander was not merely placating a conquered people. He was demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of empire building. This approach allowed him to consolidate control quickly and peacefully, ensuring loyalty while simultaneously enhancing his own legend. Egypt became both a laboratory for governance and a stage for Alexander's personal and political transformation, a place where military triumph, religious symbolism, and cultural sensitivity intersected to shape his identity as a ruler whose ambitions extended far beyond simple territorial conquest. Returning from Siwa, Alexander began planning one of his most enduring projects, the founding of a new city on the Mediterranean coast. His choice fell upon a site west of the Nile Delta, near the small fishing village of Rhakotis, strategically positioned between the river and the sea. This location offered immediate access to both inland trade via the Nile and maritime routes across the Mediterranean, ensuring the city's economic and strategic potential. Alexander oversaw the initial planning personally, sketching the city's layout with the precision of a master architect and the foresight of a ruler who understood the importance of urban design in consolidating power. Wide streets, orderly grids, and open squares were planned not only for functionality, but to project an image of harmony and order, a physical manifestation of the political and cultural unity he envisioned. Alexandria, however, was meant to be more than a military outpost or trade hub. It was conceived as a cultural beacon. Alexander imagined it as a place where Greek and Egyptian traditions could meet, coexist, and flourish. Hellenistic architecture would dominate public buildings, theaters, and temples, while Egyptian religious and social customs would be respected and integrated. By designing the city to blend these traditions, Alexander aimed to create a space that symbolized the broader vision of his empire, a world united under Greek influence yet enriched by local cultures. In this way, Alexandria became a prototype for the kind of cosmopolitan centers he would later foster throughout his territories, offering a template for cultural synthesis that would resonate long after his death. The symbolic significance of Alexandria extended beyond practicality. By founding a city that bore his name, Alexander ensured that his legacy would endure, not only through stories of battles and conquests, but through a tangible living monument. While many of his military victories would be ephemeral, subject to reversal or decay, Alexandria represented permanence. The city's location on the Nile Delta, with fertile lands, a deep harbor, and access to trade networks, guaranteed that it would prosper for centuries. Moreover, Alexander's personal involvement in its founding reinforced the message to his soldiers, administrators, and the local population. This was a ruler with vision, capable of shaping the world, both on the battlefield and through lasting infrastructure that intertwined politics, culture, and commerce. For his army, Egypt provided a much-needed reprieve after years of relentless campaigning. The soldiers, accustomed to long marches, sieges, and continuous conflict, found in the Nile Valley a place of abundance and relative security. They could recover physically, rest, and resupply, but the psychological benefits were equally significant. Witnessing Alexander's careful integration into Egyptian society, his coronation as Pharaoh, his pilgrimage to Siwa, and his respectful engagement with local customs reinforced their confidence in his leadership. Soldiers saw that their king was not merely a battlefield strategist, but a ruler capable of unifying peoples, managing complex territories, and securing prosperity without constant bloodshed. This pause strengthened the cohesion of the army, preparing them for the formidable challenges that awaited in Mesopotamia and beyond. The conquest of Egypt also highlighted Alexander's extraordinary adaptability as a leader. In Persia, his power had been projected primarily through force. In Egypt, he demonstrated that effective rule required diplomacy, cultural sensitivity, and symbolic authority. By embracing Egyptian gods, participating in rituals, and respecting centuries-old traditions, he gained not only political legitimacy, but also moral authority in the eyes of the populace. This approach allowed him to establish control quickly and peacefully, avoiding the need for violent subjugation. The experience also served as a formative lesson for future campaigns, illustrating that conquest alone could not sustain an empire. Effective governance required understanding and integrating the diverse cultures of the lands he sought to rule. Although Alexander spent only a short period in Egypt, less than a year, the consequences of his stay are disproportionately significant. The coronation, the visit to the oracle, and the founding of Alexandria established enduring patterns of authority and cultural integration that would define his empire. In the minds of many Egyptians, Alexander was not just a passing conqueror. He was a legitimate pharaoh, a bridge between the divine and mortal realms, and the founder of a city destined to become a center of knowledge, trade, and cultural exchange. These accomplishments demonstrated that Alexander's genius was not confined to the battlefield. He possessed the vision to build civilizations, leaving structures, cities, and institutions that would outlast his own lifetime. In the grand arc of Alexander's campaigns, Egypt represented both a pause and a transformation. While the region offered respite from constant warfare, it also demanded that he refine his approach to leadership, blending force with diplomacy and ambition with respect for ancient traditions. His time among the Nile's fertile lands revealed a new dimension of power, the ability to inspire loyalty not through fear alone, but through legitimacy, ritual, and vision. Egypt became a mirror in which Alexander could see the full scope of his potential, not just as a conqueror of lands, but as a shaper of societies and cultures, a figure whose influence could extend beyond his immediate victories. Leaving Egypt, Alexander did not merely abandon a conquered territory. He departed, leaving foundations that would endure for centuries. Alexandria, with its strategic harbor, wide avenues, and carefully planned urban design, embodied his aspirations for a cosmopolitan center where Greek and Egyptian traditions intertwined. It would attract scholars, merchants, and artists from across the Mediterranean and beyond, becoming a hub of learning, trade, and cultural exchange. The city's planned longevity and symbolic resonance ensured that Alexander's presence in Egypt would persist long after his campaigns moved eastward. In this sense, Egypt was not just a stepping stone in his military ambitions. It was a proving ground for his ability to create lasting, tangible legacies. As he turned toward Mesopotamia, in the heart of the Persian Empire, Alexander carried with him lessons learned in Egypt, the value of cultural integration, the importance of symbolism in consolidating power, and the enduring impact of cities as instruments of influence. Egypt had welcomed him, transformed his perception of leadership, and provided the stage where his ambition could merge with history, religion, and architecture. In the Nile Valley, Alexander had not only secured a kingdom, but had planted the seeds of his enduring legend. With the pyramids behind him and the foundations of Alexandria established, he marched onward, carrying the dual weight of divine favor and worldly vision, prepared to confront the next great chapter of his extraordinary life. As Alexander's campaigns moved further east, his attention increasingly turned to the creation of lasting legacies beyond mere military conquest. He had already witnessed how quickly territories could be captured and armies defeated, yet he understood that true authority required more than victories on the battlefield. Conquests alone could secure lands temporarily, but the durability of an empire depended on the integration of culture, infrastructure, and governance. From Egypt to Mesopotamia, Alexander envisioned urban centers that would not only serve as administrative hubs, but also as living symbols of the blending of Greek and local traditions. Each city was designed with foresight, taking into account its strategic location, economic potential, and cultural significance, creating spaces where commerce, scholarship, and civic life could thrive in harmony with the overarching framework of his empire. One of the most remarkable aspects of Alexander's urban planning was his meticulous attention to geography, resources, and logistics. Cities were rarely chosen at random. Instead, he considered access to rivers, proximity to trade routes, defensive advantages, and the surrounding agricultural lands that could sustain growing populations. Alexandria, founded at the mouth of the Nile, exemplified this approach perfectly. Its broad harbor allowed ships from across the Mediterranean to dock safely, while the fertile lands nearby ensured abundant food supply. This careful attention to natural and economic factors demonstrated Alexander's ability to combine strategic military thinking with practical urban planning, ensuring that each city could function as a sustainable center of power, commerce, and culture long after his departure. The design of these cities also carried profound symbolic meaning, reflecting Alexander's desire to create order, harmony, and cohesion across his empire. Streets were laid out in straight grids, public squares emphasized communal life, and temples and administrative buildings incorporated elements of both Greek and local architectural styles. These urban landscapes were more than functional. They were statements of authority and vision. Citizens moving through the orderly streets would experience a sense of balance and stability, while the fusion of cultural elements subtly reinforced Alexander's ideals of unity and inclusivity. Through city planning, he conveyed the same principles of strategy and control that guided his military campaigns, demonstrating that governance could be expressed not only through laws and armies, but also through the very spaces in which people lived, worked, and interacted. Alexander's cities were not merely administrative or military hubs. They were designed to be vibrant centers of cultural and intellectual life. Markets bustled with goods brought from across the empire, spices from India, silks from Central Asia, metals and crafts from the Mediterranean, creating spaces where economic exchange became inseparable from cultural interaction. Beyond commerce, these cities attracted scholars, artisans, and philosophers whose presence encouraged the circulation of knowledge and artistic techniques. In this way, Alexander's urban foundations were not only practical instruments of governance, but also incubators of cultural fusion, spaces where Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and local traditions could merge, adapt, and evolve into something new and enduring. While Greek culture provided the backbone of these cities, Alexander carefully ensured that local customs, religious practices, and governance structures were respected. In Egypt, temples continued their traditional functions, even as Greek architectural styles and civic institutions were introduced. In Mesopotamia, local bureaucracies remained intact while being augmented with Macedonian oversight and Greek civic practices. By integrating rather than suppressing local traditions, Alexander minimized resistance and fostered cooperation, demonstrating his acute understanding that the success of an empire depended not just on conquest, but on the willing participation of the people. These policies allowed the cities to thrive culturally and economically, laying the foundation for stability across his diverse territories. The strategic placement of Alexander's cities also reflected his long-term military vision. Each urban center acted as a node in a network that enabled rapid communication, troop movement, and supply management across vast distances. Garrisons stationed within the cities maintained security, while roads connecting them facilitated the mobility of armies and officials. Yet Alexander never reduced these settlements to mere fortresses. They were designed for livability, encouraging civilian settlement and trade alongside military readiness. In this, his urban strategy demonstrated a remarkable foresight, blending military efficiency with economic vitality and cultural development, ensuring that the influence of his empire would extend far beyond the reach of his immediate campaigns. Through these cities, Alexander's vision of empire became tangible, visible not only in walls and streets, but in the daily lives of their inhabitants. Greek language, arts, and philosophy coexisted alongside local customs, creating an environment where multiple traditions could intersect and enrich one another. The intentional blending of cultures fostered innovation, whether in architecture, urban planning, or intellectual pursuits. Residents experienced a microcosm of Alexander's broader vision, a world connected through trade, knowledge, and governance, yet respectful of local identities. Each city acted as a living example of how conquest could evolve into collaboration, and how cultural exchange could be both strategic and enriching. Intellectual life flourished within these foundations, reflecting Alexander's understanding of knowledge as a source of power and influence. Libraries, schools, and lecture halls attracted scholars from across the known world, encouraging the circulation of ideas that would influence science, philosophy, and administration for generations. Alexandria in Egypt, in particular, would later house the Great Library, becoming a symbol of learning for centuries to come. Alexander recognized that culture and education were tools of legacy. While armies might conquer lands temporarily, the ideas nurtured in these cities could endure indefinitely, shaping societies long after he himself had passed. Alexander's approach to cultural integration was not without its challenges. Diverse populations sometimes resisted Greek customs or Macedonian authority, and balancing the expectations of local elites with those of Greek settlers required careful diplomacy. However, his strategy of blending traditions rather than imposing them outright allowed for more sustainable governance. Local leaders were incorporated into administrative roles. Marriages between Macedonians and native families were encouraged, and religious practices were respected. This delicate balance reduced the likelihood of rebellion and fostered loyalty, demonstrating that the resilience of an empire depended on understanding, cooperation, and a vision that went beyond simple domination. Even ordinary daily life in Alexander's cities reflected his influence and vision. Markets teemed with traders from distant lands. Artisans experimented with combined Greek and local techniques, and theaters and stadiums introduced Greek cultural practices alongside traditional festivals. Soldiers trained local recruits in military tactics, creating a class of defenders loyal not only to Alexander, but to the principles of his campaigns. This daily interweaving of cultures ensured that his legacy was embedded not just in monuments or decrees, but in the rhythms of everyday existence, shaping societies organically and subtly, far beyond the reach of immediate conquest. The naming of these cities often carried symbolic and psychological weight. Many bore his name Alexandria, serving as both a literal and figurative imprint of his presence across the empire. This naming strategy reinforced cohesion, projecting authority and continuity over vast distances. Each Alexandria became a recognizable node within his network of settlements, linking regions culturally, economically, and administratively. Beyond mere labels, these cities stood as declarations of identity and vision, signaling to inhabitants and travelers alike that Alexander's influence extended everywhere, tangible in stone, street, and institution. Alexander's city-building and cultural policies also strengthened the administrative backbone of his empire. The cities produced trained officials, scholars, and soldiers who could be dispatched wherever needed, spreading his systems of governance and education. By cultivating capable personnel in each settlement, he ensured that his ideals and practices could be implemented consistently across diverse regions. This foresight allowed him to maintain control over a vast and heterogeneous empire and created a template for governance that combined military, administrative, and cultural strategy, a model that would influence future empires long after his lifetime. Through his deliberate urban and cultural policies, Alexander transformed conquered territories into more than just extensions of his military reach. Each city became a living testament to his vision, spaces where governance, commerce, learning, and culture intersected. By blending Greek traditions with local customs, he created environments that encouraged stability, loyalty, and innovation. These cities were not temporary military outposts, but enduring centers of human activity, designed to thrive socially, economically, and culturally for generations. By the time Alexander pressed further into the easternmost regions of his empire, the pattern of founding cities and fostering cultural integration had become central to his leadership. Each urban foundation, whether on the Nile, in Mesopotamia, or in Persia, served as a node linking diverse regions, promoting trade, communication, and shared governance. These cities embodied the principles of his vision. They were ordered, cosmopolitan, and inclusive, capable of surviving the departure of their founder while retaining the essence of his ideals. Through them, Alexander ensured that the influence of his empire would endure even as political boundaries shifted. Ultimately, Alexander's city-building strategy demonstrated that his genius extended far beyond the battlefield. While his military victories secured lands, his cultural and administrative innovations ensured that his empire left a lasting imprint on the world. Alexandria in Egypt, alongside other foundations, would become enduring centers of trade, scholarship, and cross-cultural exchange. Through these carefully planned cities, Alexander transformed conquest into creation, leaving a tangible, living legacy that would outlast the boundaries of his empire, the lives of his soldiers, and even the memory of individual battles. In this way, his influence became eternal, a testament to the power of vision, strategy, and the blending of cultures across vast civilizations. Centuries after Alexander's campaigns, historians, storytellers, and chroniclers began piecing together the life of a young king who had once dreamed of the world as a single stage. These accounts were shaped not only by the events themselves, but by the lenses through which later generations interpreted them. Greek historians often emphasized his brilliance, courage, and almost mythic heroism, while Persian sources highlighted the disruption he brought to long-established traditions and the audacity of his campaigns. Roman writers, writing centuries later, sometimes used his life as a moral lesson, framing his ambition and successes in ways that reflected their own cultural and political values. Yet beneath these layers of interpretation, the essence of Alexander endured, a man driven by vision, curiosity, and an insatiable desire to push boundaries beyond the ordinary. From the earliest biographies to epic poems, Alexander's memory became a canvas upon which societies projected their ideals, fears, and aspirations. In each retelling, his accomplishments were magnified, his character mythologized, and his failures interpreted to suit contemporary narratives. Sculptors carved his visage into stone. Painters depicted him charging across vast battlefields, horse and armor gleaming in imagined sunlight. And coins bearing his likeness circulated throughout the Mediterranean and Near East. These tangible artifacts ensured that even centuries later, people could engage with the man he had been, even if the precise details of his life were blurred by legend and interpretation. Each depiction reinforced certain qualities while softening others, creating a composite image that balanced historical reality with collective imagination. Alexander's legend was further shaped by the testimonies of his companions and generals, whose writings preserved fragments of his life and decisions. Figures such as Ptolemy, Seleucus, and Hephaestion recorded not only military events, but personal observations, offering glimpses of his temperament, curiosity, and moments of doubt. These accounts humanized a figure who might otherwise seem larger than life, revealing the intricate interplay between personal ambition, leadership, and relational bonds. Through their eyes, audiences learned that Alexander was not simply a conquering hero. He was a man capable of reflection, vulnerability, and deep loyalty, making the legend richer and more multidimensional while grounding it in human experience. Alexander's enduring fascination lies in his contradictions, which made him both compelling and elusive to later generations. He was brilliant yet impulsive, generous yet exacting, visionary yet at times impatient. Scholars and storytellers across centuries grappled with these dualities, attempting to reconcile the image of a man capable of great cruelty with that of a leader who respected local customs and promoted cultural blending. These contradictions fueled the mythos surrounding him, making Alexander not only a subject of admiration, but also a lens through which societies could examine ambition, morality, and the human condition. His life became a narrative playground where both awe and caution could coexist. Even within the Hellenistic kingdoms that emerged after his death, Alexander's memory continued to shape political and cultural identity. His generals divided the vast territories he had conquered, yet many claimed to act in his spirit, legitimizing their authority through association with his name. Cities continued to bear his title, and institutions he had founded persisted, carrying forward the administrative and cultural frameworks he had implemented. Through these mechanisms, his influence extended far beyond his own lifetime, shaping governance, culture, and intellectual life in ways that reinforced his enduring presence in the collective imagination of successive generations. Writings from antiquity often emphasize divine or heroic elements in Alexander's story. Tales of the oracle at Siwa, claims of descent from Achilles or Zeus, and accounts of his battlefield invincibility contributed to an aura of inevitability and grandeur. While these narratives sometimes exaggerated historical reality, they also reveal how societies conceptualize exceptional individuals as beings whose actions and lives operate at the intersection of human possibility and divine influence. Through myth-making, cultures not only celebrated Alexander's achievements, but also explored their own ideals, fears, and aspirations, using his story as a mirror for contemplation and moral reflection. Artists across centuries engaged deeply with Alexander's legacy, translating his life into visual forms that reflected both his accomplishments and the cultural priorities of their own times. From frescoes and mosaics to statues and illuminated manuscripts, each representation emphasized different aspects of his character. In some, he appeared as a youthful, almost ethereal conqueror. In others, as a stoic, commanding ruler. And in yet others, a reflective figure contemplating the fleeting nature of power. These evolving artistic interpretations reveal not only changing aesthetic preferences, but also the ways in which Alexander's story was reshaped to provide inspiration, moral lessons, or entertainment for audiences across generations. Literature further preserved and amplified his memory, as poets, dramatists, and chroniclers explored the human dimensions of his story. They delved into questions of fate, ambition, morality, and the costs of greatness, turning his campaigns and personal choices into narratives that transcended time. In epic poetry, he became a symbol of heroic aspiration. In historical narratives, a cautionary tale of ambition's consequences. Through literature, Alexander's life became a lens for reflecting on universal human experiences, leadership, courage, hubris, and the balance between personal desire and societal responsibility. Even in modern times, Alexander continues to captivate scholars, artists, and the general public alike. Archaeologists uncover cities, artifacts, and inscriptions that shed light on his campaigns and the societies he influenced. Historians study his strategies in governance, striving to separate myth from fact. Popular culture revisits his story in novels, films, and documentaries, often emphasizing drama and spectacle, yet still engaging with the fundamental qualities that defined him: courage, intelligence, curiosity, and relentless vision. Through these diverse forms of remembrance, Alexander's legacy remains vibrant, allowing contemporary audiences to explore both the historical and symbolic dimensions of his life. Through monuments, written records, and the enduring foundations of cities, Alexander's influence persists quietly in the structures, cultural practices, and institutions of the ancient world. His methods of leadership, integration of diverse peoples, and approach to governance offer lessons that transcend time. By studying the echoes of his life, modern audiences can gain insight not only into historical events, but also into broader human challenges. How to balance authority with responsibility, ambition with empathy, and vision with practical execution. In this way, Alexander's legacy serves as both historical record and guide to understanding human potential and limitation. The human dimensions of his memory also resonate deeply. Tales of friendships, such as his bond with Hephaestion and the loyalty of his soldiers, remind us that behind the legend was a man capable of profound emotion, reflection, and personal connection. These narratives offer a counterpoint to the grand scale of his campaigns, illustrating that even extraordinary figures experience doubt, grief, and the weight of expectations. Such insights make Alexander accessible across centuries, allowing readers and historians to connect with his humanity amidst the grandeur of his achievements. Alexander's memory interacts with broader notions of time, legacy, and cultural transmission. While empires rise and fall, and cities are rebuilt or abandoned, the narrative of his life has been continuously retold, reconstructed for each generation. Every retelling reshapes the past to provide meaning for the present, demonstrating that history is not static, but a dialogue between memory and interpretation. In this way, Alexander exists both in tangible history and in the collective imagination, bridging fact and legend and offering enduring lessons about ambition, leadership, and the human condition. Ultimately, Alexander's legend is as instructive as his historical actions. By examining how his memory was preserved, adapted, and transmitted across cultures and centuries, we learn not only about the man himself, but also about the societies that revered, critiqued, and mythologized him. The interplay between history and memory illuminates how cultures construct meaning, celebrate heroism, and grapple with the complexities of leadership and ambition. Each generation reshapes his story, highlighting qualities that resonate with contemporary values while leaving others in shadow. Through all these layers, historiography, literature, art, and cultural transmission, Alexander remains a figure who compels reflection. His life and its retelling demonstrate the enduring fascination with human ambition, creativity, and the pursuit of greatness. Each account, whether factual or embellished, contributes to a composite portrait that is both inspiring and cautionary, reminding us that history is both lived and remembered, and that memory shapes how the past continues to speak to the present. Even now, the echoes of Alexander's life continue to inform modern scholarship, leadership studies, and cultural exploration. Students, historians, and casual readers alike study his campaigns, strategies, and administrative innovations, seeking insights into human decision-making, resilience, and vision. His legacy, preserved through cities, artifacts, writings, and collective memory, remains a bridge connecting past and present, inviting reflection on the possibilities and limitations inherent in human ambition. In this way, the story of Alexander the Great endures, quietly guiding, inspiring, and challenging those willing to listen and learn. In a modern city, a student sits quietly in a sunlit library, tracing the ancient roots of a king whose ambition once spanned continents. Maps, chronicles, and digital reconstructions lie open before them, each line and note a whisper from the past. The campaigns of Alexander the Great, though centuries removed, are suddenly intimate, as if the young king's footsteps echo softly through streets and mountains still visible in the imagination. The student contemplates not only battles and victories, but the human dimensions of leadership, curiosity, and vision that allowed one man to leave such a profound mark on the world. Each campaign becomes more than a historical event. It is a story of human potential, decision-making, and the quiet moments of reflection that shaped monumental actions. Libraries and archives hold scrolls, manuscripts, and inscriptions that preserve fragments of Alexander's life, from tactical orders to personal observations. Scholars study these materials carefully, weighing evidence and interpretation, connecting tangible artifacts to the stories transmitted across generations. Each source, whether a detailed report of a battle, a philosophical reflection inspired by his mentor Aristotle, or a poetic retelling of his journeys, contributes to a fuller understanding of his world. In these quiet, meticulous studies, the boundaries between past and present blur, revealing the depth of human endeavor and the enduring power of memory to connect us to lives lived long ago. Modern leadership studies continue to draw inspiration from Alexander's strategies, vision, and adaptability. His ability to unite diverse peoples under a common purpose, motivate soldiers and administrators alike, and navigate unforeseen challenges offers insights that remain relevant even in contemporary contexts. By examining his decisions with care, scholars and students reflect on the delicate balance between ambition and prudence, courage and foresight. His life illustrates that effective leadership requires not only intelligence and boldness, but also attentiveness, empathy, and an understanding of human nature, lessons that transcend time and continue to guide those who seek to lead with both vision and integrity. Even the ordinary moments of Alexander's life continue to resonate in modern reflection. His curiosity about foreign cultures, his engagement with scholars, and his attentiveness to the daily lives of his soldiers illustrate that leadership extends far beyond the battlefield. Small decisions, how to allocate resources, how to communicate with local populations, how to mentor young officers revealed a meticulous mind attuned to both strategy and human dynamics. These quiet facets of his life remind us that enduring influence is built not only on grand gestures, but also on consistent attention to detail and empathy for those who follow. Artists and storytellers continue to reinterpret Alexander's life through novels, films, paintings, and digital media, translating ancient campaigns into narratives accessible to contemporary audiences. Each adaptation, while often dramatized, preserves the essence of his character: intelligence, courage, ambition, and curiosity. These creative interpretations bridge centuries, allowing modern audiences to engage with historical events in emotionally resonant ways. The stories emphasize timeless human themes: friendship, loyalty, leadership, and ethical complexity, keeping Alexander's memory alive as both inspiration and subject of contemplation. Alexander's cities, many of which endured long after his death, provide tangible lessons in cultural integration, governance, and urban planning. Alexandria in Egypt, with its libraries, harbors, and marketplaces, became a hub of learning, commerce, and cross-cultural exchange. Each city he founded acted as a living laboratory, blending Greek administrative structures with local customs, creating societies that were dynamic, resilient, and adaptable. These urban legacies remind us that visionary leadership extends beyond conquest, shaping the rhythms of everyday life and leaving lasting marks on culture, economy, and social structure. Historians also examine the ethical dimensions of Alexander's campaigns, considering the human cost alongside his achievements. While his ambition led to remarkable accomplishments, it also resulted in destruction, displacement, and hardship for countless people. Modern study of these consequences encourage reflection on the responsibilities of leadership and the moral complexities inherent in pursuing great vision. By understanding both the triumphs and the suffering associated with his campaigns, contemporary audiences gain a nuanced perspective on the interplay between ambition, power, and ethical responsibility. In classrooms around the world, Alexander's life serves as a rich subject for study and debate. Students analyze his strategies, political policies, and personal choices, considering the broader impact on societies, cultures, and governance. Discussions often explore the tension between personal ambition and collective welfare, the role of leadership in shaping human destiny, and the ways in which memory and myth influence our understanding of historical figures. Through these educational explorations, Alexander's story continues to provide lessons that extend far beyond the events of his own lifetime. The fascination with Alexander also stems from his embodiment of human curiosity and exploration. His desire to learn about foreign lands, engage with scholars, and understand diverse cultures reflects a timeless human drive to seek knowledge and expand horizons. This intellectual curiosity complements his military and political achievements, reminding modern audiences that exploration, whether of the world or of human potential, requires imagination, courage, and openness to new experiences. In this way, Alexander's life continues to inspire curiosity and reflection across centuries. Archaeological discoveries continue to illuminate Alexander's campaigns and the societies he encountered. Excavated cities, battle sites, fortifications, and artifacts provide tangible evidence of his strategies, governance, and interactions with diverse populations. These findings complement textual sources, revealing the practical realities of empire building, the logistics of long-distance campaigns, and the ways in which conquered communities adapted to new political and cultural structures. Through these material traces, modern audiences gain a richer, multidimensional understanding of Alexander's world. Even in philosophical and ethical discourse, Alexander's life remains a point of reference. His choices, from tactical decisions on the battlefield to cultural policies in newly conquered territories, provoke reflection on ambition, morality, leadership, and legacy. Scholars debate the balance he struck or failed to strike between personal aspiration and collective welfare, and use his example to explore enduring questions about power, responsibility, and human potential. In this sense, Alexander serves as both historical subject and timeless ethical case study. His influence extends into modern geopolitics and cross-cultural studies, providing historical perspective on the integration of diverse peoples under a single authority. Alexander's approach respecting local customs while introducing administrative innovations offers lessons in diplomacy, negotiation, and cultural adaptability. These principles continue to inform contemporary discussions about governance, international relations, and the management of multicultural societies, demonstrating that the relevance of his life extends far beyond the events of his own era. At a personal level, reflections on Alexander invite contemplation of human potential and limitation. His extraordinary feats demonstrate what courage, vision, and perseverance can achieve, while the challenges he faced, rebellions, logistical crisis, and personal loss, highlight the constraints inherent in even the most ambitious endeavors. By studying his life, modern observers gain insight into the delicate balance between aspiration and realism, and the ways in which human resilience interacts with circumstance, opportunity, and consequence. In quiet moments, one might imagine Alexander's presence in the landscapes he once traversed, the rivers, plains, and cities that bore witness to his campaigns. These silent echoes of the past connect the modern world to ancient experiences, allowing us to sense the continuity of human effort, the persistence of memory, and the enduring impact of visionary leadership. Even centuries later, the very ground he walked, the cities he founded, and the decisions he made continue to resonate, offering a subtle yet profound reminder of our connection to history. Ultimately, Alexander's story illustrates that history is not simply a record of events, but a living dialogue between past and present. The echoes of his life, preserved in texts, artifacts, monuments, and collective memory, continue to engage those who seek to understand ambition, culture, leadership, and the human condition. By listening to these echoes, we are invited to reflect on our own choices, capacities, and responsibilities, connecting with the timeless human quest to explore, understand, and shape the world in ways both grand and intimate. And so, dear listener, our journey through the life of Alexander the Great comes to a gentle close. We have wandered through rolling hills, bustling cities, and distant plains, following the footsteps of a man whose vision once stretched across continents. In these quiet moments together, we have explored not only battles and empires, but the subtle rhythms of life, leadership, and human ambition that shaped his world. Let the story settle softly, like the final embers of a fire fading into night. If you have been lulled toward dreams by these whispers of history, that is exactly how it should be. The past, after all, is not only a series of events to be memorized, but a companion, a reflection, and a source of gentle inspiration for the present moment. As you rest, consider the lessons Alexander's life leaves behind: courage tempered by reflection, ambition balanced with awareness of consequence, curiosity that spans cultures, and the quiet strength found in patience and observation. These echoes of his experience continue to resonate, quietly informing our understanding of leadership, human potential, and the enduring connections between people and history. Even as the world moves forward, the cities he founded, the stories he inspired, and the traces of his campaigns continue to whisper across time. By listening to these echoes, we are reminded that each of us, in small or grand ways, participates in the shaping of history, in the building of culture, and in the continuation of human curiosity and resilience. So now, take a deep breath, relax your shoulders, and allow the stillness to fill you. Let the story of Alexander linger gently, not as a spectacle of conquest, but as a quiet companion guiding reflection, imagination, and contemplation. And when you are ready, you may return to the world outside, carrying with you the subtle whispers of a life lived with vision, courage, and curiosity. The past will remain, patiently waiting for the next journey, the next quiet exploration, and the next evening spent with history as your companion. If you wish, I invite you to join me again another night, for another gentle journey into the lives of those who have shaped our world, listening quietly, reflecting deeply, and dreaming alongside the stories that continue to connect us across time. Welcome, dear listener. Tonight, we drift far from the present, letting the noise of the modern world fall away until only the quiet hum of another time remains. The story you are about to hear is one that has crossed oceans of years, surviving in whispers, legends, and the ink of ancient scribes. It is the story of Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt, a queen whose name still stirs the air like the faint scent of incense after the flame has gone out. She was a ruler, a diplomat, a woman of wit and intelligence, a figure who has become so entangled with myth that we sometimes forget she was also flesh and blood. And yes, somewhere in the minds of many, she still appears with the face of Elizabeth Taylor, stepping into history in perfect gold eyeliner that somehow never smudges, even in the Egyptian heat. That is the gift of cinema, but what we are about to explore tonight belongs to a slower truth one shaped by sand, stone, and the quiet currents of the Nile. Before we begin, I invite you to make yourself comfortable. Let your shoulders ease down, let your breathing soften, and if your eyes are free to close, let the darkness behind them become the canvas for the scenes ahead. If you'd like, you can share in the comments where in time or space you are listening from. I read them all, and you might be surprised how often we find ourselves connected through these small, quiet rituals. And if you wish to be here for the next journey, you can subscribe so the next story knows where to find you. The longer you stay until the final whisper, the more this little community grows, and the more the algorithm, strange as it is, learns to carry these stories to others who might need them. Now, with the night gathered gently around us, picture Egypt as it was before Cleopatra took her place upon the throne. Imagine the Nile beneath the silver moon, its waters shimmering like a living mirror. The air is warm, carrying the scent of lotus from hidden gardens and the faint tongue of salt from the distant sea. The city of Alexandria breathes slowly in the dark, its marble streets and towering columns bathed in the soft light of torches. Somewhere, a flute plays a tender melody, and beyond it, the desert stretches out in endless shadowed silence. This is where our story begins, not yet with a queen, but with a land that has been waiting for her. Before Cleopatra's eyes ever opened to the world, Egypt was already a land shaped by thousands of years of memory. A place where history and myth walked hand in hand along the banks of the Nile. The river was the country's heartbeat, its slow, steady pulse keeping life in rhythm with the turning of the seasons, as dependable as the stars that wheeled overhead each night. Each year, the floods returned like a promise kept, swelling its banks and spilling over into the fields, laying down rich black silt along the farmlands. This fertile gift, brought by the river's patient labor, was the foundation of Egypt's wealth and survival, and it had been so for as long as anyone could remember. The people answered this yearly blessing with their own ritual of work, planting seeds, tending crops, and later gathering the harvests that had sustained their ancestors for generations. In the cool of early morning, when the horizon was only just catching the first pale gold of the sun, farmers could be seen moving like quiet shadows across the fields, their linen robes stirring faintly in the breeze, their bare feet sinking into the soft, damp earth. The low murmur of their voices mixed with the rustle of palm fronds overhead, and every so often the bray of a donkey or the creak of a wooden water wheel would join the chorus. The smell of wet soil rose with the morning mist, and in that hour before the heat arrived, there was a serenity that belonged entirely to the river and those who lived by its grace. The Nile's waters did more than feed the soil. They carried the songs and stories of Egypt from one shore to the other. Fishermen paddled narrow reed boats through the shallows, their movements practiced and unhurried, drawing up nets heavy with tilapia and perch. The nets glistened in the sun, silver scales flashing like coins before disappearing into woven baskets. The laughter of the fishermen mingled with the cries of herons and ibis that waded nearby, their long legs slicing through the water with delicate precision. At the edges of the villages, children played along the muddy banks, their small footprints pressed into the damp ground, chasing one another with shrieks of delight and daring each other to step deeper into the current. The air here had its own perfume, a mix of cool water, crushed reeds, and the faint sweetness of papyrus blossoms that swayed in the breeze. By midday, the heat pressed down like a great hand, and the river became a place of refuge, its shade and breeze offering a gentle reprieve from the sun's relentless gaze. Even the animals water buffalo, camels, and stray dogs seemed to drift toward its banks, seeking the slow comfort of its touch. Beyond these rural villages and farmlands, Alexandria rose like a vision of stone and marble against the bright sky. Built by the successors of Alexander the Great, it was a city of contrasts, Greek in architecture, Egyptian in spirit, and cosmopolitan in its soul. Wide streets paved with intricate mosaics stretched toward the sea, their patterns catching the light in dazzling fragments. Sturdy white columns lined the walkways, casting deep, cool shadows where merchants rested in the heat of the day. The scent of the Mediterranean rolled in with the waves, mingling with the aroma of oil lamps, baked bread, and baskets of ripe pomegranates for sale in the market. The city's heartbeat was in its people. Greek traders haggled over spices with men from Arabia. Roman envoys passed through on their way to the palace, and philosophers in long robes gestured animatedly as they debated in shaded courtyards. Here, every face carried a story, and every stone seemed to echo with the footsteps of travelers who had come from far beyond the desert's edge. The harbor was the beating heart of Alexandria's connection to the wider world, a vast expanse of stone piers and sheltered waters that never truly slept. From the first blush of dawn, when the sky was still painted in pale pinks and silvers, the port began to stir. Dock workers, their tunics belted tight and shoulders glistening with the first signs of labor, hauled crates of amphorae, sacks of grain, and bundles of papyrus reeds, their voices rising in rhythmic calls to coordinate the heaving and lifting. The towering Pharos lighthouse, its flame burning ceaselessly within its mirrored chamber, dominated the scene, an unblinking sentinel of stone, bronze, and fire that could be seen for miles out at sea, guiding sailors through treacherous waters to the safety of the port. Ships arrived from every horizon, Greek triremes slicing through the waves with military precision, Roman merchant vessels low in the water from the weight of their cargo, and tall, lean craft from the Red Sea and beyond, their sails dyed in vivid blues, crimsons, and golds that shimmered in the sunlight. The air was a tapestry of scents. Salt spray mingling with tar and pitch used to seal the ship's hulls, the sharp tang of fresh fish laid out on woven reed mats, and the warm spice of cinnamon and frankincense escaping from half-open jars. The sounds, too, were unending ropes creaking against moorings, waves slapping against wooden hulls, sailors shouting greetings in a dozen different tongues, and the occasional call of a gull wheeling overhead. To walk through this harbor was to feel the pulse of the Mediterranean itself, to see a living map of the known world unfolding in sails, faces, and cargoes. At the city's heart, set like a jewel among colonnaded streets and marble courtyards, stood the great library of Alexandria, more than a repository of scrolls. It was a sanctuary for the ambitions of human thought. The building rose in graceful tiers of white limestone, its facades carved with geometric patterns that caught the shifting light of day, while tall columns framed its entrances like the pillars of a temple. Within its walls, the air was cool and still, scented faintly with the earthy perfume of papyrus and the sharper note of ink ground fresh each morning. It was said that no ship could dock in Alexandria without its written works being seized politely, but firmly copied by the library's scribes and preserved in the endless ranks of cedar-lined shelves. Here, mathematicians traced intricate diagrams in fine black ink, astronomers studied the movement of the heavens from sunlit courtyards, and poets recited verses in low, measured tones, their words caught in the soft echo of the halls. Light filtered in through narrow windows high above, falling in pale golden beams across scrolls bound with colored ribbons, each one holding the thoughts of another mind, another time. To walk among these rooms was to hear a chorus without sound, the voices of centuries past speaking all at once, carried forward by ink and memory. It was a place where time itself seemed to pause, as if reluctant to disturb the fragile threads binding so much wisdom together, and where those who entered often left changed, as though they had glimpsed the shape of eternity in a fragment of text. Yet for all its grandeur, Egypt remained a kingdom delicately balanced between splendor and fragility, a land where power was both visible and hidden, measured in the sweep of a robe or the tilt of a crown. The Ptolemaic dynasty, descendants of Greek rulers, carried a legacy of conquest and sophistication, blending their own customs with those of the Egyptians they governed, yet never entirely merging the two worlds. Palaces rose in gleaming white stone, their polished floors reflecting sunlight that filtered through latticed windows, while within these walls, servants moved silently between scented halls, attending to the whims of a court accustomed to ease and ritual. Outside, the streets of Alexandria and the surrounding towns were alive with a different rhythm. Merchants shouted over one another, arranging spices, woven fabrics, and jars of scented oils in neat rows, while villagers carried baskets of fruit and fresh bread along sun-baked roads. The contrast was sharp, the glitter of gold and silk within palace walls versus the earthy, sun-warmed tones of daily labor, but both were essential threads in the tapestry of Egypt's life. Whispers of discontent traveled through markets and taverns alike, carrying news of heavy taxes, subtle shifts in alliances, or the arrival of foreign envoys. And even in the brightest streets, one could feel the pulse of tension, barely audible but constant, like the undercurrent of the river itself. Inside the palace, life moved at a deliberate, almost ceremonial pace, where even the smallest action carried meaning. Gardens flourished with citrus trees, flowering vines, and date palms that swayed gently in the warm breeze, their shadows tracing patterns across tiled courtyards. Fountains murmured continuously, their water clear and cool, reflecting the sky in 1,000 shimmering droplets. Courtiers glided along marble halls in flowing robes, their gestures precise, their eyes aware of every glance, every movement around them. Meals were lavish yet meticulously arranged, each dish a composition of color and texture: golden honey cakes, roasted fowl glistening with oil, bowls of figs split to reveal jewel-red interiors. Jewelry and textiles, carefully chosen for every occasion, were symbols as important as words, and courtiers learned to read these signs as if decoding secret messages. Within this ordered world, the rhythms of daily life were intertwined with politics and ritual, every gesture a thread in the intricate web of the palace, and every decision, however small, a potential ripple that could reach far beyond its walls. Beyond the palace walls, the desert stretched like a living ocean of gold and ochre, vast and unending, its sands shaped by invisible hands that shifted with every passing wind. Caravans moved along ancient routes, their camels steady and patient, carrying not only goods, but the stories and customs of distant lands. The sun rose in a sky so blue it seemed impossibly vast, casting long, wavering shadows across dunes that rose and fell like gentle waves. Oases appeared as mirages, though they were real small pockets of life with clusters of palm trees, pools of fresh water, and soft grass where travelers could rest and refresh themselves. Here, merchants and nomads met to trade not only silks, spices, and precious metals, but also tales of faraway cities, battles won or lost, and wonders glimpsed only by those brave enough to journey into the unknown. The air was fragrant with the subtle scent of desert blooms and the earthy aroma of sun-baked sand, mingling with the sharper notes of incense and spices carried from far beyond. Even in the harsh heat, the desert held a strange serenity, a quiet rhythm that reminded all who traveled through it that Egypt was part of a larger, living world, constantly in motion and full of possibility. Even farther beyond the desert, the presence of Rome loomed like a slow-moving shadow across the Mediterranean. Once distant and abstract, the Roman Republic had grown into a formidable power, its influence reaching ever closer to Egypt's borders, its ambitions whispering through the corridors of the Ptolemaic court. Envoys arrived in Alexandria with gifts and carefully crafted words, their gestures smooth, their expressions measured, carrying not only friendship, but the weight of expectation. Egypt, with its fertile fields and strategic location, was a prize any empire would desire, and the royal family knew this well. Within the palace, discussions of diplomacy and alliance were conducted in quiet, hushed tones, where every word might shift the kingdom's future. The tension was subtle yet palpable, like the undercurrent of the Nile, moving beneath the calm surface, felt by all who walked the streets, by merchants in the market, by scribes in the library, and by soldiers on the walls. It was a world of invisible currents, where the sway of power was measured in glances, gestures, and alliances as much as in armies or wealth. Into this intricate tapestry of life, rich in beauty, complexity, and quiet tension, Cleopatra would be born. She would inherit a kingdom whose roots were ancient and deep, yet whose future stretched toward the uncertain horizons shaped by foreign ambitions and shifting tides of power. The Nile, ever faithful, would witness her first steps and guide the rhythms of her youth, while Alexandria, in its dazzling diversity, would become the stage upon which her intelligence, charm, and determination would grow. The palace, with its fountains, gardens, and echoing halls, would be both a sanctuary and a school, teaching her the delicate dance of politics, the importance of observation, and the weight of every decision. For now, however, the river flowed with its eternal patience, the sun rose and set with dependable grace, and the streets of Alexandria hummed with life, unaware that among their bustling population a child was coming who would one day become the last Pharaoh of Egypt, whose story would outlive empires and centuries, whose presence would be remembered in whispers and in history, carried across time like the steady flow of the river itself. As Cleopatra grew older, the quiet observation of her childhood began to transform into deliberate action, a gentle but persistent movement toward understanding her place in the world. No longer content to simply absorb knowledge or watch from the shadows of the palace corridors, she started to test the limits of her influence, learning how words, gestures, and timing could shift outcomes even before decisions were fully formed. She would linger in the council chambers, ostensibly to observe, yet in reality listening to the cadence of voices, noting the subtleties in tone, and interpreting what remained unsaid as carefully as the spoken words. The palace, which had once been a backdrop to her curiosity, now became a living classroom in politics and strategy. Even her small actions, a question posed at the right moment, a carefully framed suggestion, a glance that lingered just long enough, began to ripple outward, unnoticed by many, but shaping the perceptions of those who mattered most. The lessons of her childhood were no longer theoretical. They were alive, applied in the intricate dance of court life, where every decision, no matter how minor it seemed, carried weight and consequence. Her education took on a new intensity as well, moving beyond the theoretical to the practical, weaving together intellect, diplomacy, and observation. Tutors introduced her to the principles of leadership in statecraft through exercises that mirrored real challenges, presenting scenarios of negotiation, resource allocation, and conflict resolution. Cleopatra absorbed these exercises with remarkable precision, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of hypothetical allies and rivals, anticipating outcomes, and imagining strategies that balanced firmness with subtle persuasion. Yet learning was never confined to formal lessons. She observed her parents' interactions with ambassadors, studied the way generals interpreted reports of distant lands, and listened attentively to advisors as they debated matters of law, economy, and military readiness. The palace became her stage, and every conversation, every ceremony, every subtle gesture was part of a silent curriculum designed to teach her the delicate balance of power. She developed an understanding that true influence was not imposed through force alone, but through the artful combination of knowledge, timing, perception, and presence. Cleopatra's exposure to the broader world intensified during her walks through the city and along the banks of the Nile, escorted by attendants yet free to observe the rhythms of life beyond the palace gates. The markets teemed with voices and scents, spices that stung the nostrils and perfumes that lingered sweetly, calls from merchants mingling with the cries of children playing, the soft thrum of artisans hammering and carving in the shade. She would pause to watch a fisherman untangle nets with meticulous patience, or a potter's hands shaping clay with careful rhythm, noticing patterns of effort, ingenuity, and resilience. Every observation fed her understanding of her people, of their hopes and struggles, and of the subtle dynamics that shaped the kingdom she would one day rule. Even the flowing river, which had accompanied her since infancy, now seemed to speak with new meaning, revealing lessons in persistence, patience, and adaptation, teaching her that leadership was as much about harmony and guidance as it was about authority. Cleopatra's awareness of her environment grew sharper each day, the whispers of life around her shaping her character and preparing her for the path that lay ahead, a path where every choice would carry not only personal significance, but the weight of an entire nation's destiny. Within the palace walls, Cleopatra began to navigate the subtle currents of power with increasing confidence, understanding that influence was often hidden beneath layers of protocol, etiquette, and expectation. She watched the advisors, the generals, and even her own family with a discerning eye, noticing how small gestures, a pause in speech, a deliberate turn of the head, the placement of a hand upon a scroll, could shift the balance of authority in a room. She experimented quietly with these observations, speaking at moments that seemed inconsequential, yet carried weight when framed correctly. The palace, once a playground of curiosity and learning, had become a theater of human behavior, where every interaction revealed lessons about loyalty, ambition, and subtle persuasion. Her awareness extended beyond individuals to systems, the intricate flow of resources, the timing of messages, and the interplay between public perception and private decision-making. Cleopatra was learning that leadership was not only about knowledge or lineage, but about the skillful orchestration of relationships, the careful alignment of influence, and the ability to anticipate the unspoken. As she matured, Cleopatra also cultivated an understanding of symbolism and presentation, recognizing that a ruler's power was conveyed as much through presence as through words or decrees. She studied attire, jewelry, posture, and expression, noting how the combination of these elements could command respect or disarm criticism. In mirrors, fountains, and polished marble floors, she observed herself carefully, practicing gestures, refining her expressions, and imagining how she might appear to allies, enemies, and observers alike. Tutors guided her in rhetoric, teaching the cadence of persuasive speech, the subtle inflection that lent authority to a phrase, and the power of silence to invite reflection or compliance. Every lesson reinforced the idea that perception and reality were intertwined, that a leader could shape both by mastering the art of timing, focus, and subtlety. These exercises, though seemingly simple in the moment, laid the groundwork for her future as a ruler, capable of navigating complex political landscapes and negotiating with powerful figures across continents. Outside the palace, Cleopatra's exposure to Alexandria's bustling streets deepened her understanding of her kingdom and its people. She observed the rhythms of daily life, merchants calling out their wares in melodic voices, artisans shaping clay, wood, and metal into functional beauty, children darting between carts and fountains with carefree abandon, and the ever-present Nile carrying boats heavy with grain, papyrus, and goods from distant lands. Each encounter offered lessons in patience, negotiation, and empathy. She listened to stories, noting patterns in human behavior and learning the ways that honor, obligation, and persuasion guided actions. Even seemingly minor interactions, a tradesman's careful pricing, a farmer's pride in the ripeness of his crops, or the laughter of children became threads in her growing tapestry of understanding. Cleopatra began to recognize that leadership was not only exercised in grand halls, councils, but also in the delicate attention to the lives and needs of ordinary people. These quiet observations nurtured her ability to balance strategy with humanity, intellect with compassion, and ambition with foresight. Cleopatra's curiosity also led her to explore the vast intellectual treasures of the palace, where she encountered scrolls, maps, and instruments that opened windows onto the wider world. She traced the curves of star charts, learning to anticipate the movement of celestial bodies, and studied the flow of the Nile, observing the patterns of its floods and the lessons they offered in planning and foresight. She read accounts of far-off lands, listening to the tales of sailors and merchants who had traveled across seas and deserts, bringing news of empires, kingdoms, and distant peoples. Every fragment of knowledge, every observation, was stored carefully in her mind, like seeds planted in fertile soil, ready to bloom into insight, strategy, and wisdom. It became clear, even in these early years, that Cleopatra was cultivating a mind that would not only absorb information, but synthesize it, finding connections others might miss, and perceiving the underlying currents that guided both human behavior and the forces of nature. As her adolescence advanced, so too did her engagement with the responsibilities of her lineage. While still a child in the eyes of the world, she began to participate more actively in discussions with advisors and family members, listening intently, asking precise questions, and occasionally offering suggestions that reflected a depth of understanding far beyond her years. Her voice, measured and confident, carried weight despite her youth, and those around her began to recognize the sharpness of her intellect and the subtle power of her presence. It was during this period that she first glimpsed the realities of leadership, the delicate balance between authority and diplomacy, the need to inspire loyalty while maintaining independence, and the importance of observing not only what was said, but also what was left unspoken. Each lesson was reinforced in the day-to-day life of the court, in the careful orchestration of ceremonies, the measured conduct of ambassadors, and the unending flow of visitors, each one bringing news, requests, or subtle pressures that shaped the kingdom's trajectory. Alongside intellectual development, Cleopatra cultivated relationships that would shape her understanding of influence, alliance, and empathy. She engaged with those of different stations, observing patterns of behavior, needs, and ambitions, recognizing that a ruler's strength depended as much on insight into human nature as on inherited power. Servants, scribes, and artisans became teachers in their own right, offering glimpses into the daily lives and challenges of the kingdom's inhabitants. Through these interactions, she began to appreciate the delicate interplay between authority and care, the necessity of listening before acting, and the subtle art of persuasion that could inspire loyalty without coercion. Even in her games with peers and her excursions through the city, she applied observation and reflection, practicing strategies of negotiation and understanding that would later define her rule. Every experience, whether grand or seemingly mundane, became part of a growing repository of knowledge and skill, shaping a young woman capable of navigating both the grandeur of a royal court and the complexities of a diverse population. By the end of this formative period, Cleopatra had transformed from a curious and observant child into a young woman poised on the threshold of leadership. Her intellect, awareness, and understanding of human nature were matched by a growing confidence in her own abilities, tempered by the recognition of the responsibilities that awaited her. The palace, the Nile, and the streets of Alexandria had become her training grounds, each day offering lessons in diplomacy, strategy, empathy, and foresight. While still surrounded by tutors, advisors, and family, she increasingly acted as her own guide, synthesizing knowledge, observation, and intuition into a coherent understanding of the world she was destined to influence. The whispers of her early years had transformed into the deliberate steps of a path forward, and though the crown was not yet hers, the foundations of her rule were being laid with every choice, every observation, and every carefully considered action. Cleopatra's journey had moved beyond curiosity. It was becoming purpose, strategy, and the first conscious shaping of a destiny that would echo through history. As Cleopatra entered the threshold of late adolescence, a subtle yet profound transformation began to take place within her. No longer content to remain a quiet observer, she felt an awakening of agency, a recognition that the world around her could be influenced not through force alone, but through insight, timing, and deliberate action. The palace, with its labyrinth of corridors, shadowed alcoves, and sunlit chambers, had become more than a home. It was a living, breathing arena where power manifested in gestures, words, and silences. Every council meeting, ceremonial procession, or casual gathering presented opportunities to test her understanding, to practice patience, and to experiment with influence. Cleopatra began to notice how the shift of a hand, a carefully timed question, or the lingering of her gaze could alter perceptions, sway decisions, or reveal hidden intentions. The intricate tapestry of court life revealed itself to her as a network of subtle currents and quiet forces, and she moved through it with a growing awareness that even the smallest action, when executed with intention, could generate far-reaching effects. These early steps, though tentative, marked the emergence of a young strategist, alert to the interplay of circumstance, perception, and consequence. Parallel to this awakening of agency, Cleopatra's formal education deepened in both rigor and application. Tutors presented her with scenarios that mirrored the challenges of governance negotiations with rival factions, disputes among officials, and dilemmas of resource allocation that demanded careful deliberation. In these exercises, she learned to weigh competing interests, anticipate outcomes, and formulate strategies that balanced firmness with subtle persuasion. Each scenario was not only a lesson in logic and decision-making, but also an exploration of human nature, understanding motivations, predicting reactions, and recognizing the nuances of pride, fear, ambition, and loyalty. Beyond the structured lessons, she observed real events, generals discussing troop movements with measured concern, merchants bartering in the markets with careful calculation, and advisors maneuvering in council chambers to advance their positions. Cleopatra began to perceive patterns, the underlying currents that guided both individual choices and collective dynamics. Through careful analysis and reflection, she cultivated a mind capable of synthesizing complex information, discerning connections invisible to most, and translating observation into action, a skill that would become central to her leadership. Even within the realm of daily social interaction, Cleopatra transformed seemingly ordinary encounters into exercises of influence, strategy, and empathy. She watched the gestures, expressions, and unspoken cues of those around her, learning how subtle shifts in posture, tone, or timing could alter the trajectory of a conversation. A question posed with gentle curiosity could reveal hidden intentions, while a carefully placed remark might guide discussion toward consensus without confrontation. These lessons were amplified in interactions with peers, servants, and advisors alike, allowing her to practice persuasion, negotiation, and emotional intelligence in real time. Cleopatra developed an acute sensitivity to the dynamics of hierarchy and camaraderie, recognizing that respect, loyalty, and cooperation were nurtured as much by perception and subtlety as by authority. Each engagement became a microcosm of governance, a laboratory where observation, empathy, and deliberate action converged to teach her the profound interconnection between human behavior and influence. By the end of these experiences, she was beginning to internalize a philosophy of leadership, that mastery over oneself and an understanding of others were as critical as inherited power, and that the first steps forward required not only courage, but the skillful orchestration of observation, timing, and insight. Cleopatra's excursions beyond the palace walls became an essential part of her growing understanding of leadership and human behavior, offering lessons that no tutor or scroll could provide. Walking through the bustling streets of Alexandria, she felt the pulse of the city in every sound, scent, and movement. Merchants calling their wares with melodic urgency, the rhythmic pounding of hammers from artisans shaping wood and metal, the laughter and shouts of children darting between carts and fountains, and the ever-present flow of the Nile carrying boats laden with grain, papyrus, and goods from distant lands. Each encounter was observed with careful attention, from the meticulous hands of a potter forming clay to the patient diligence of a fisherman repairing his nets. In these moments, she discerned patterns of effort, ingenuity, and resilience, understanding that the vitality of her kingdom depended not only on the decisions made within the palace, but on the labor, innovation, and daily struggles of its people. Every observation reinforced the connection between empathy and authority, teaching her that true leadership required an intimate knowledge of the lives she would ultimately guide, and that patience, attentiveness, and subtle guidance could shape outcomes as profoundly as edicts or proclamations. As Cleopatra's awareness expanded, so too did her comprehension of alliances, loyalty, and the intricate web of human relationships that defined power. She watched how trust was cultivated and maintained among advisors, generals, and merchants, noting the delicate balance between reciprocity, obligation, and ambition. Even within her own family, she discerned subtle dynamics, rivalries tempered by protocol, favors exchanged with quiet intention, and the unspoken understanding of responsibility that bound the royal household together. Cleopatra began to engage in miniature exercises of alliance building, testing how small acts of counsel, timely attention, or thoughtful observation could nurture loyalty and cooperation. She learned that influence was rarely imposed through authority alone. It was cultivated through perception, respect, and strategic empathy. Each successful interaction, each careful negotiation or subtle guidance became part of an expanding repertoire of skills, preparing her for the complex interpersonal networks she would later navigate as a sovereign. These early experiments in human strategy reinforced the understanding that the first steps forward were as much about perception and relationships as they were about intellect and ambition. Simultaneously, Cleopatra's curiosity drew her toward the broader world, prompting her to study accounts of distant lands, listen to travelers' tales, and examine maps that traced rivers, seas, and trade routes far beyond Alexandria. She absorbed stories of empires, kingdoms, and peoples whose customs and strategies differed from her own, finding lessons in both their successes and missteps. Each fragment of knowledge was meticulously processed, compared against her observations of local life, and integrated into a mental map of political, economic, and cultural forces. She began to perceive the interconnectedness of power, trade, and diplomacy, understanding that the influence of a ruler extended well beyond the palace walls and the banks of the Nile. These insights encouraged foresight and planning, teaching her that small, deliberate steps taken in the present could resonate far into the future. Through this combination of observation, analysis, and reflection, Cleopatra's understanding of leadership matured, blending practical awareness with strategic vision, preparing her for the moment when her careful, patient preparation would allow her to step decisively onto the larger stage of history. Even the rituals and ceremonies of the court became intricate lessons in perception, influence, and timing, as Cleopatra observed how every gesture, step, and inflection of voice carried significance beyond its immediate appearance. She noticed how a slight pause before responding could convey authority, how the careful placement of her hands or the tilt of her head could invite respect or subtly assert dominance, and how the measured cadence of speech could encourage reflection, agreement, or even silent compliance. Mirrors, polished marble floors, and fountains reflecting her image became tools for experimentation, where she could practice presence, posture, and expression, refining the ways in which she presented herself to allies, advisors, and potential rivals alike. Each ceremony was a rehearsal in understanding the human response, a delicate interplay between authority and subtlety, teaching her that the exercise of leadership required mastery over not only decisions, but the perceptions and emotions that framed those decisions. In this way, the grandeur and pageantry of the palace served as a living classroom, offering lessons that combined visual, auditory, and emotional cues, sharpening Cleopatra's awareness of influence as both an art and a skill. Through her growing confidence and refined awareness, Cleopatra began to step forward into conversations with advisors and family members, contributing ideas, posing questions, and occasionally offering suggestions that revealed her insight and understanding. Though still young, her words carried a measured authority, enriched by careful observation, reflection, and the strategic awareness she had cultivated over years of study and practice. Each contribution was an experiment in persuasion and perception. She watched for reactions, assessed the subtle shifts in tone and expression, and noted which ideas were received with attention, hesitation, or approval. The palace, once merely a backdrop to her education, had become a proving ground where intellect, empathy, and strategy were continuously tested. These interactions reinforced her confidence in her ability to influence outcomes, demonstrating that leadership was not solely the product of title or birthright, but the result of deliberate, patient engagement with both people and circumstance. In these early steps, Cleopatra was learning to wield her presence with precision, shaping discussions and decisions subtly but powerfully, laying the foundation for the remarkable influence she would exercise in the years to come. Cleopatra's first forays into decision-making often involved managing small disputes and challenges within the palace, tasks that, though seemingly minor, demanded diplomacy, patience, and nuanced judgment. She learned to navigate conflicts among attendants, reconcile differing perspectives among advisors, and address delicate tensions within her family, all while maintaining composure and authority. Each situation required her to assess temperament, anticipate reactions, and craft responses that balanced firmness with tact, ensuring that resolutions preserved harmony without diminishing her presence or credibility. In these moments, she honed her capacity for emotional intelligence, observing the subtle interplay of pride, fear, loyalty, and ambition that drove human behavior. These early exercises in mediation and conflict resolution reinforced lessons she had learned in observation and social engagement, demonstrating that leadership was as much about understanding and guiding people as it was about making decisions. Cleopatra came to recognize that the measure of a ruler lay not only in the grand gestures or proclamations, but in the careful attention given to seemingly small actions, each one contributing to the stability and coherence of her realm. By the end of this formative stage, Cleopatra had taken deliberate and purposeful steps forward, transforming from a quiet observer into a young strategist capable of navigating the complexities of palace life and the wider world. She had begun to perceive the intricate rhythms of human behavior, the subtle ways in which influence could be cultivated, and the interplay between observation, action, and consequence. Each choice, conversation, and carefully measured act had strengthened her awareness of both her own abilities and the forces that shaped her kingdom. She had begun to understand that true leadership required patience, foresight, empathy, and the skillful orchestration of relationships, all of which could be practiced in the small, everyday moments, as well as in grand gestures. These first steps forward laid a foundation of confidence, insight, and strategic acumen that would support her future ascent, preparing Cleopatra to move from preparation into action, from learning into decisive leadership. Her journey was no longer simply about curiosity or observation. It had evolved into a purposeful path of influence, strategy, and growing mastery over both herself and the world she was destined to guide. As Cleopatra moved further into the responsibilities of her emerging role, the world around her began to shift with a palpable rhythm, as if the city itself were alive and aware of the subtle currents of change she carried within her. Alexandria, ever vibrant and dynamic, pulsed with activity. Boats drifted along the Nile with loads of grain, papyrus, and trade goods, their sails catching the golden sunlight, while the cries of merchants calling their wares intertwined with the laughter of children chasing one another between carts and fountains. The palace, once a relatively quiet sanctuary of study and observation, now resonated with purposeful movement. Couriers delivered messages from distant lands. Advisors conferred in hushed tones about the kingdom's finances, and artisans prepared gifts and ceremonial objects with meticulous care. In this environment, Cleopatra began to understand that motion, both literal and metaphorical, was a reflection of power, negotiation, and influence. The world around her was no longer static. Every interaction, every ripple of activity was part of a larger tapestry of cause and effect, and she was learning to read the subtle signs that indicated shifts in mood, intention, and opportunity. Within the palace walls, Cleopatra began to take a more active role, moving beyond observation to subtle intervention. She watched how advisors, generals, and emissaries interacted, noting the unspoken signals that guided decision-making. The slight hesitation before answering a question, the careful placement of a hand on a scroll, the deliberate cadence of a speech. She began to test her own influence, suggesting solutions to minor disputes, proposing ideas during advisory sessions, and practicing the art of timing, knowing when to speak, when to remain silent, and when a glance or gesture could carry the weight of a word. Every act, no matter how small, became part of a delicate experiment in power dynamics, teaching her how influence could be exerted without overt command, how perception shaped reality, and how subtle shifts in presence could guide outcomes across the court. Cleopatra's awareness of the complex interplay between action and consequence deepened with each encounter, revealing that leadership was as much about sensing the currents of the world as it was about commanding them. Beyond the palace, the city itself offered lessons in adaptability, foresight, and strategy. Cleopatra moved through bustling streets, observing the intricate network of relationships that sustained Alexandria. Merchants negotiating prices with precision and patience, artisans balancing creativity with practicality, and laborers executing tasks with rhythmic diligence that echoed the broader flow of the Nile. She noticed how trust was cultivated among strangers, how reputation could be leveraged in negotiation, and how alliances formed subtly through repeated, respectful interaction. Even the movement of the river, its steady flow shaping the land and life around it, became a metaphor for the dynamics she was learning to navigate. Patience, timing, and awareness could guide outcomes more effectively than force alone. Each observation contributed to a growing understanding that leadership required harmony with the world. That influence was exercised not just through decisions or declarations, but through attentiveness, responsiveness, and the ability to perceive patterns invisible to most. Cleopatra began to see herself not merely as a participant in this motion, but as an emerging conductor of it, capable of shaping and guiding events with intention, subtlety, and care. Within the palace, Cleopatra's understanding of the subtle currents of influence deepened as she observed not only individuals, but also the systems that underpinned the kingdom. She noted how resources flowed from granaries to markets, how messages were carefully timed and delivered to maximize effect, and how alliances between advisors, generals, and foreign envoys could shift with the smallest change in circumstance. Every ceremony, every council meeting, and every private conversation offered her insight into the orchestration required to maintain order and achieve objectives. She began to experiment quietly, testing the effect of her suggestions, the timing of her questions, and the careful framing of her observations. Even a fleeting gesture or a softly spoken remark could ripple outward, influencing perceptions and decisions in ways that were invisible to those not attuned to the currents of court life. These experiences reinforced the realization that leadership was as much about strategy, patience, and anticipation as it was about knowledge or authority. Cleopatra's awareness of motion, both literal and figurative, allowed her to perceive the palace as a living organism, its vitality shaped by countless interactions, each one contributing to the ever-shifting balance of power. As she moved beyond the palace into the broader city, Cleopatra began to integrate the lessons of observation with active engagement. She watched how the rhythms of daily life, the cadence of commerce, the ebb and flow of the river, the careful work of artisans interacted with one another to create a harmonious yet dynamic environment. She approached merchants and craftspeople with curiosity, asking questions, listening intently, and noting how pride, diligence, and negotiation shaped their actions. These encounters were not mere curiosities. They became living lessons in human nature, revealing the subtle interplay between ambition, resourcefulness, and cooperation. Cleopatra began to understand that influence extended beyond titles or birthright, that a ruler's ability to guide her people relied on the delicate balance between observation, empathy, and action. The city itself became an extended classroom, its streets and markets offering infinite opportunities to test her growing understanding of strategy, timing, and the human heart. Each interaction, each observation, was woven into the tapestry of her knowledge, enriching her perspective and deepening her capacity to guide both individuals and the broader course of her kingdom. At the same time, Cleopatra's awareness of the symbolic and perceptual dimensions of power grew sharper, as she recognized that influence was communicated as much through presence as through words. She studied the way courtiers carried themselves, the gestures of foreign dignitaries, and even the smallest movements of servants and attendants, noting how perception could be guided and shaped by appearance, demeanor, and comportment. In mirrors, reflective pools, and polished floors, she practiced posture, gestures, and expressions, learning how subtle shifts could convey confidence, authority, or empathy. Her tutors guided her in rhetoric, helping her master the cadence of speech, the nuanced inflection of important phrases, and the use of pauses to create space for thought, reflection, and influence. Each lesson in presentation reinforced the idea that leadership extended beyond knowledge and intellect into the realm of perception, where the ability to read and shape the responses of others could determine outcomes as effectively as any decree. Cleopatra's understanding of motion had expanded. It was not only the movement of people, goods, and messages, but the rhythm of human interaction, perception, and influence, a dynamic landscape she was beginning to navigate with grace, insight, and quiet authority. Cleopatra's growing mastery of the palace's intricate rhythms extended to her ability to anticipate and respond to the needs and intentions of those around her. She began to perceive subtle patterns in behavior, understanding when a hesitant advisor sought reassurance, when a general's confidence masked uncertainty, and when a family member's deference concealed ambition. Each observation became a guide for her own actions, teaching her the art of timing and the importance of patience. In quiet moments between councils and ceremonies, she reflected on these patterns, imagining the potential outcomes of different approaches, rehearsing her interventions with meticulous care. The palace itself seemed to pulse with a rhythm she could now sense, a symphony of voices, gestures, and intentions that she was learning to harmonize. Her awareness of motion had evolved from simple observation to deliberate orchestration, a skill that would allow her to influence outcomes with subtlety and precision, shaping the world around her without force or coercion. Outside the palace, the city offered an equally rich field for learning and engagement. Cleopatra observed merchants negotiating with patience and cunning, artisans perfecting their craft with rhythm and precision, and laborers executing repetitive tasks with diligence and care. She noticed how each individual's actions contributed to the broader flow of life, creating patterns that were both resilient and adaptable. By walking among them, listening to their stories, and observing their interactions, she began to understand the delicate balance between authority and empathy, and the ways in which leadership could be exercised through attention, respect, and insight rather than decree. The Nile's steady current, carrying boats laden with goods and stories from distant lands, mirrored the flow of influence and information, teaching her that leadership was about navigating currents with awareness, adaptability, and foresight. Each encounter, each observation, reinforced the lessons she had been cultivating within the palace, blending practical understanding with the intuitive grasp of human behavior that would define her rule. As Cleopatra matured, she became increasingly attuned to the symbolic and psychological dimensions of power. She observed how subtle changes in posture, gesture, and expression could command respect, soften resistance, or inspire loyalty. Mirrors and reflective surfaces became tools for practice, allowing her to refine the presentation of her presence, while tutors guided her in the nuances of rhetoric, persuasion, and the artful use of silence. She learned that leadership depended as much on perception as on action, and that the ability to shape impressions could amplify influence far beyond what words alone could achieve. The palace and the city together offered a continuous cycle of lessons, reinforcing the understanding that motion, whether of people, ideas, or perception, was the lifeblood of power, and that those who could sense, interpret, and guide these currents held a profound advantage in shaping outcomes. By the end of this stage, Cleopatra had begun to synthesize the lessons of observation, experience, and reflection into a coherent approach to leadership. She moved through the palace and the city with heightened awareness, balancing empathy with strategy, patience with decisiveness, and observation with subtle action. Every interaction, from the smallest gesture to the most formal negotiation, was an opportunity to practice, refine, and extend her influence. The world around her was no longer merely a backdrop. It was a dynamic environment in which she could act, sense, and guide with deliberate purpose. Cleopatra's understanding of motion had matured into a profound comprehension of cause and effect, perception and reality, rhythm and timing, preparing her to step fully into the responsibilities and challenges that awaited, and laying the groundwork for the pivotal decisions and transformative actions that would define her reign. As Cleopatra's presence within the palace solidified, she began to encounter the subtle tensions and quiet conflicts that simmered beneath the surface of court life, challenges that demanded patience, discretion, and a careful understanding of human nature. These conflicts were rarely loud or overt. They existed in the fleeting expressions of advisors, the whispered consultations in shadowed corridors, and the delicate maneuvering of family members with ambitions of their own. She observed how loyalty could be fragile, how alliances were built as much on perception as on promise, and how a single misstep in tone or gesture could shift the balance of influence. Cleopatra learned to approach these situations with measured attention, listening for the unsaid as intently as for the spoken, understanding that silence could carry authority, and that a subtle glance or carefully placed word could resolve or escalate tensions with extraordinary impact. These early encounters with quiet conflict demanded courage not of physical force, but of intellect, empathy, and restraint, and she embraced the challenge, recognizing that mastery over such dynamics was essential to the leadership she was preparing to assume. Beyond the palace walls, the complexities of the wider world mirrored the subtle struggles within. The bustling streets of Alexandria were not only places of commerce and daily life, but also arenas in which human ambition, pride, and survival intersected in intricate patterns. Cleopatra observed merchants negotiating fiercely, yet politely, artisans protecting their reputations with skillful diplomacy, and citizens navigating societal expectations while pursuing personal goals. Each of these small interactions revealed lessons in strategy, compromise, and resilience, teaching her that the true measure of leadership lay in understanding the motivations and fears of others and in guiding them toward harmony without coercion. She began to see courage not as the absence of fear, but as the ability to act thoughtfully and deliberately within the currents of tension, to intervene when necessary, and to step back when patience offered the greater advantage. The silent challenges of the city, the palace, and the riverbanks combined into a living education, shaping a young ruler capable of navigating complexity with calmness, insight, and unwavering composure. Within the palace, Cleopatra began to experiment with subtle interventions, learning how to shape outcomes without overt confrontation. She observed the interplay of authority and influence, noting how a gentle suggestion at the right moment could redirect a discussion, how a carefully framed question could reveal intentions, and how her own measured silence could encourage reflection or reveal hidden truths. The corridors themselves seemed to hold stories, the echo of footsteps carrying whispers of past disagreements, the subtle shuffle of papers on desks marking decisions made and reconsidered. In these moments, Cleopatra honed her ability to read the room, to anticipate reactions, and to act with foresight, recognizing that courage often manifested as the quiet, steady application of intelligence, perception, and restraint. Every subtle move became a lesson in patience and strategy, reinforcing the idea that true power was cultivated in the interplay between observation, timing, and discretion. Even the natural world surrounding Alexandria offered lessons in resilience and silent courage. Cleopatra would watch the Nile flowing steadily through the city, observing the way it shaped the land and adapted to obstacles, how it nourished life quietly yet persistently. The rhythm of the river mirrored the subtle currents of human interaction she was beginning to understand. Obstacles were inevitable, yet patience, persistence, and attentive navigation could achieve outcomes far greater than force alone. In the markets, the streets, and the shaded courtyards, she noticed artisans, laborers, and merchants exercising their own quiet forms of courage, persevering through challenges with skill, ingenuity, and composure. Each observation became a metaphor for leadership, teaching her that strength often manifested not in grand gestures or loud proclamations, but in the careful, consistent, and measured application of insight, empathy, and strategy. Family dynamics provided another layer of lessons in silent courage. Cleopatra observed the subtle rivalries, ambitions, and tensions within her own household, noting how power could be negotiated and influence asserted through behavior, expression, and timing rather than declarations or threats. She watched elders weigh options with careful consideration, siblings test boundaries with quiet persistence, and advisors navigate complex hierarchies with finesse. These interactions demanded from her both vigilance and patience, and she began to understand that courage often required restraint, knowing when to intervene and when to observe, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to push forward and when to yield. In mastering these subtle currents, Cleopatra cultivated a confidence rooted not in arrogance or impulsiveness, but in keen awareness, strategic empathy, and the quiet assurance that comes from understanding both oneself and those around you. Cleopatra began to recognize that even the smallest decisions could carry profound weight, and that silent courage often meant making choices that others might overlook or underestimate. A suggestion offered with calm confidence, a question posed at the perfect moment, or the deliberate timing of a gesture could influence outcomes more effectively than forceful assertions. She learned to anticipate the consequences of actions not only on individuals, but on the intricate web of relationships that sustained the palace and the city beyond. The very walls seemed to echo with lessons from past decisions, whispering reminders of what had succeeded and what had faltered, and she internalized these lessons with a careful attention that allowed her to navigate conflicts with foresight, subtlety, and an almost instinctive understanding of human nature. Each measured intervention reinforced her awareness that courage was not always dramatic. It could be quiet, precise, and deliberate, exerted through wisdom rather than power alone. Beyond the palace, Cleopatra's observations extended to the broader political and social currents of Alexandria. She noted how influence moved between families, factions, and foreign envoys, how alliances were tested by circumstance, and how public perception could amplify or undermine even the most carefully laid plans. Each encounter, whether a conversation with a merchant, a discussion with a scholar, or a brief interaction with a citizen, provided insight into the complexities of leadership, showing her how patience, diplomacy, and strategic listening could yield advantages that brute force could never achieve. These quiet lessons were reinforced by the rhythms of the Nile, the steady flow of goods and people, and the subtle interconnections that linked the lives of all those within her sphere of observation. Cleopatra began to perceive the intricate lattice of relationships and motivations, Understanding that true courage involved navigating these complexities with foresight, empathy, and the confidence to act when the moment demanded it. At times, the weight of observation and reflection brought moments of introspection, in which Cleopatra considered the moral and emotional dimensions of leadership. She thought about the consequences of her choices, the balance between ambition and compassion, and the responsibility that came with guiding others. These contemplative moments were often quiet, taking place in shaded courtyards, along the riverbanks, or within the serene chambers of the palace, yet they were profound in shaping her character. She realized that courage required an inner steadiness, a capacity to remain centered amidst the turbulence of competing interests and hidden agendas. Every reflection strengthened her ability to act with clarity, to measure words and gestures carefully, and to understand that leadership was as much about inner resolve as external action. These lessons of quiet courage were forming the foundation of a ruler who would navigate the complexities of power with insight, balance, and enduring poise. As Cleopatra approached the later years of her formative period, she began to see the cumulative impact of her observations, experiments, and reflections. Each subtle intervention, each carefully measured conversation, and each quiet act of patience had become a thread in a growing tapestry of understanding that connected people, events, and consequences across the palace and the city. She recognized that true courage was not the absence of uncertainty, but the ability to act thoughtfully within it, to make decisions that balanced personal ambition with the well-being of those around her, and to navigate conflicts with a blend of insight, tact, and resilience. The palace corridors, the bustling streets, and the flowing Nile had all become instruments of her education, each offering lessons in the art of leadership, the subtleties of influence, and the power of measured courage. In these moments, she began to feel the quiet confidence of someone prepared to step into responsibility, ready to face the challenges of authority with both wisdom and grace. By the conclusion of this block, Cleopatra's character had been shaped not only by formal education and observation, but also by the silent, persistent encounters with conflict, challenge, and the nuanced realities of human behavior. She had learned to interpret gestures, tone, and timing with precision, to balance empathy with strategy, and to act with courage that was measured, deliberate, and profoundly effective. The lessons of quiet conflicts and silent courage had prepared her to navigate the intricacies of power with poise, to influence outcomes without force, and to cultivate respect and loyalty through understanding rather than coercion. As she moved forward toward the turning points that would define her reign, these skills, insights, and experiences would become the foundation of her leadership, allowing her to shape her destiny and the destiny of Egypt with intelligence, sensitivity, and an unshakable inner strength. As Cleopatra stepped into her late adolescence, a moment quietly emerged that would irrevocably shape not only her life, but also the future of her kingdom. It was a moment that carried no heralding fanfare, no grand procession, and no immediate public recognition. It was subtle, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet brimming with profound consequence. Within a dimly lit chamber of the palace, far removed from the constant hum of the city and the ever-present flow of the Nile, she faced a situation that demanded a combination of insight, patience, and courage that she had been cultivating for years. The room seemed alive with tension, its polished marble floors reflecting the flickering glow of oil lamps, while the faint scent of incense and aged papyrus lingered in the air, wrapping the space in an almost sacred quiet. Advisors debated with restrained urgency, whispering about alliances, rivalries, and subtle power shifts, and Cleopatra, ever attentive to both the spoken word and the nuances left unsaid, felt the gravity of the moment settle softly yet decisively upon her shoulders. Every glance, pause, and carefully measured response had the potential to tilt the delicate balance of influence within the palace. In that shadowed space, she sensed that leadership was not a birthright alone, but a skill to be honed, a responsibility to be claimed with deliberate observation, strategic action, and the courage to engage thoughtfully with uncertainty. The choice she faced was layered, complex, and quietly profound, involving not only timing and allegiance, but also a nuanced understanding of human psychology, and in the subtle currents of power that flowed unseen through Alexandria's streets and within the palace walls. Cleopatra approached her decision with the precision of a scholar and the awareness of a strategist, weighing the potential consequences for each participant in the chamber and for the broader social and political landscape of her kingdom. She considered the ambitions, fears, and motivations of her family, advisors, and foreign emissaries, understanding that even the smallest action could cascade into far-reaching effects. Outside the chamber, the distant murmur of the Nile reminded her of the flow of time and circumstance, a quiet metaphor for the steady persistence and adaptive strength required of a leader. In the hush of the room, candlelight casting dancing shadows across intricately carved walls, Cleopatra exercised a form of courage that was deliberate, nuanced, and immensely powerful, embracing the responsibility of foresight and measured action with an emerging clarity that would define her capacity to lead. Cleopatra's approach to this turning point combined meticulous observation, intuitive foresight, and disciplined self-restraint. She had learned through years of careful attention that power was as much about perception and timing as it was about lineage or authority. Every participant in the chamber was a living puzzle of intent, desire, and calculation, and she engaged with them as both a perceptive observer and a strategist plotting the contours of influence. The soft rustle of robes, the faint intake of breath, and the shifting light across mosaic floors became cues that she could read to gauge intent, hesitancy, and alignment. She allowed herself moments of deep reflection, tracing the potential outcomes of her words and gestures across both immediate and long-term consequences, considering the unseen repercussions that might ripple outward beyond the palace walls. Through this deliberate and immersive process, Cleopatra transformed uncertainty into a space for insight, recognizing that the quiet exercise of courage through timing, attention, and perception could shape outcomes as profoundly as any overt display of force. In these shadowed moments, she was beginning to understand that leadership was an intricate art, demanding patience, awareness, and a finely tuned sense of both people and circumstance. As the implications of her choices began to crystallize, Cleopatra felt the subtle yet profound shifts in the palace's energy, as if the walls themselves responded to the deliberate balance of observation and action she had cultivated. The chamber, once a space of learning and reflection, became a stage where her intellect and emerging authority could exert influence in ways both quiet and transformative. She understood that leadership required more than commands or declarations. It demanded an awareness of the invisible currents that guided behavior, perception, and loyalty. Each conversation, gesture, and pause offered an opportunity to shape understanding, to inspire confidence, and to subtly redirect the flow of events. In the soft flicker of candlelight and the gentle hum of distant activity, Cleopatra sensed the immense responsibility of foresight and the nuanced art of shaping outcomes without coercion. It was in this interplay of presence, perception, and timing that she began to exercise a mastery that would define her capacity to lead, negotiating the delicate balance between authority and influence with increasing subtlety. The unfolding of this pivotal moment revealed to Cleopatra the intricate dance of trust, ambition, and human nature that characterized the corridors of power. She observed how even the most confident advisors could be swayed by subtle cues, how alliances could shift in response to tone and timing, and how loyalty was earned not through dominance, but through perception, respect, and measured interaction. Each carefully chosen word, every well-timed gesture, and each silent observation became a tool in her growing repertoire of influence, allowing her to guide outcomes in ways that were both strategic and compassionate. The chamber, suffused with the muted glow of oil lamps and the distant hum of palace activity, seemed to pulse with possibility, offering lessons in patience, timing, and quiet courage. Cleopatra internalized these experiences, recognizing that effective leadership required not only intellect, but the capacity to act thoughtfully within complexity, transforming uncertainty into opportunity through perception and deliberate action. Beyond the immediate chamber, the ramifications of her decisions began to extend outward, touching the broader social and political landscape of Alexandria. Cleopatra considered the perspectives, ambitions, and needs of citizens, advisors, and foreign emissaries alike, realizing that influence could be exerted as much through understanding, empathy, and timing as through formal authority. The steady flow of the Nile, ever-present and unwavering, offered a quiet mirror to the principles she was learning. Persistence, adaptability, and measured strength could guide outcomes as effectively as any overt display of power. Through this period, Cleopatra's character deepened, blending intellect, empathy, foresight, and strategic insight into a composure that allowed her to navigate both the grandeur of the royal court and the nuanced complexity of her kingdom's daily life. She was evolving into a leader capable of seeing the unseen, guiding the uncertain, and exercising a quiet yet unshakable authority that would define her reign. As Cleopatra moved through the aftermath of this pivotal moment, she became acutely aware of the subtle yet profound shifts in the palace's intricate social fabric. Courtiers and advisors, once confident in the routine of their interactions, now measured their words with newfound caution, gauging the weight of her presence and the depth of her understanding. She realized that leadership was as much about perception, timing, and psychological insight as it was about authority or lineage. Every gesture, every carefully placed phrase, every nuanced glance became a tool to influence, to inspire, or to redirect, quietly yet powerfully, shaping the environment around her. The chamber's soft lamplight and the faint scent of sandalwood and parchment seemed to echo the lessons she was internalizing, reinforcing the understanding that courage often manifested not in loud declarations, but in deliberate, considered, and perceptive action. In these shadowed corridors of influence, Cleopatra honed the art of moving with awareness, patience, and subtle force, learning that the truest power often lay hidden beneath silence and observation, waiting for the precise moment to reveal itself. Beyond the palace walls, the implications of her growing discernment and measured courage extended into the wider rhythms of Alexandria. Cleopatra observed the city's bustling streets, the markets alive with calls, scents, and movements, and the steady flow of the Nile, recognizing in these ordinary patterns the subtle reflections of influence, negotiation, and human behavior. She began to see how her emerging decisiveness and understanding of perception could shape the expectations and attitudes of the people, how even minor interactions, acknowledging a tradesman's skill, noting a scholar's insight, or listening intently to a servant's observation, could cultivate respect, loyalty, and understanding. In these observations, Cleopatra grasped the delicate balance between authority and empathy, realizing that a ruler's strength was intertwined with the capacity to comprehend the needs, ambitions, and fears of others. Each encounter, each subtle exercise of influence, reinforced the foundation of her leadership, preparing her to navigate the intricate webs of court intrigue, diplomacy, and human complexity with a quiet but unshakable confidence. In the days and weeks following this pivotal turning point, Cleopatra reflected deeply on the lessons embedded within each choice, each gesture, and each subtle observation she had made. She recognized how even the smallest word or glance could ripple through the complex web of alliances, loyalties, and ambitions within the palace, shaping the course of events in ways that were not immediately visible. The corridors and chambers, steeped in history and the weight of countless decisions before her, seemed to resonate with quiet echoes of insight, reminding her that leadership was not solely an act of authority, but a delicate orchestration of influence, perception, and timing. Every encounter, from whispered counsel to ceremonial displays, became a thread in the intricate tapestry of understanding she was weaving, a tapestry that combined intellect, intuition, and empathy into a coherent vision of guidance and control. In these reflective moments, Cleopatra internalized a profound truth, that courage, patience, and perceptive action often spoke louder than any proclamation or decree, and that true influence was both silent and enduring. By the close of this transformative period, Cleopatra had emerged with a refined sense of self, a growing mastery of influence, and a deep understanding of the subtle dynamics of power that defined her world. The turning point in the shadows, though unmarked by spectacle or immediate recognition, had left an indelible imprint on her character, shaping her awareness, strategy, and capacity for measured action. She understood that leadership was an intricate dance between authority and empathy, between visible action and invisible guidance, and that each choice, each observation, and each silent calculation contributed to the ongoing construction of her destiny. Cleopatra stepped forward from this period, not merely as an observer or a student of human behavior, but as an emerging architect of influence, poised to navigate the complex interplay of personal ambition, political reality, and the subtle currents of loyalty, persuasion, and perception that would define her reign. In this quiet mastery, the foundation of her extraordinary rule was firmly laid, prepared to expand outward, touching not only the corridors of the palace, but the very life of Alexandria and beyond. As Cleopatra moved forward into the unfolding years of her early reign, she began to perceive the first subtle outlines of the legacy she was destined to leave behind. This legacy was not announced with fanfare nor measured in immediate triumphs, but emerged gradually, like the slow illumination of dawn, spilling over the waters of the Nile. Every decision she made, every carefully weighed interaction, and every deliberate observation contributed threads to an intricate tapestry that would come to define her rule. In the quiet chambers of the palace, where flickering candlelight danced upon polished marble, and the faint scent of papyrus and incense hung in the air, she reflected on the subtle ways influence extended beyond the reach of words. Her presence began to shape the rhythm of court life, as advisors, generals, and emissaries responded not only to her authority, but to the weight of her insight, her tact, and her quiet command. She recognized that legacy was not merely a product of accomplishment, but of perception, empathy, and the nuanced guidance of those who looked to her for direction, creating ripples of influence that would persist long after individual actions faded from memory. Cleopatra also began to sense the broader reach of her influence beyond the walls of the palace, in the very life of Alexandria, and across the Nile's eternal flow. She observed the markets, the schools, and the bustling docks, noting how her interventions, guidance, and measured attentions affected not only governance, but the everyday experience of her people. Even minor decisions, an adjustment in trade policy, the encouragement of scholarship, the careful negotiation of an alliance sent echoes outward, shaping the perceptions and expectations of citizens, merchants, and foreign dignitaries alike. These small yet deliberate actions reflected the interplay of strategy and empathy, demonstrating that a leader's legacy is formed as much through understanding, patience, and subtle influence as through overt displays of power. Cleopatra's awareness of this emergent legacy filled her with a tempered sense of purpose, inspiring her to act with mindfulness, foresight, and an enduring sensitivity to the human and natural forces that would define the enduring impression of her reign. Amidst the quiet trials of her youth and early reign, Cleopatra began to understand that the weight of leadership was inseparable from the inevitability of loss. She observed that each disappointment, each miscalculated expectation, and even each small fracture in trust carried with it a lesson, a subtle whisper urging reflection and adaptation. Within the shadowed corridors of the palace, where the muted glow of lamps softened the marble's cold edges, she learned to read not only the spoken words, but the silences, the hesitations, and the fleeting glances that revealed as much as any declaration. These experiences nurtured in her a delicate balance between patience and resolve, between empathy and strategic foresight, teaching her that enduring influence required the capacity to accept what could not be controlled while skillfully shaping what could. Every setback became a teacher, every disappointment a mirror reflecting the complexity of human nature, and Cleopatra absorbed these lessons with the meticulous care of one preparing for a life that would demand both wisdom and courage. Beyond the palace, the streets of Alexandria mirrored these lessons, offering Cleopatra insight into the broader tapestry of her kingdom. She observed the resilience of artisans who turned mistakes into innovation, the patience of merchants navigating the unpredictability of trade, and the quiet ingenuity of farmers who adapted to the rhythms of the Nile and the seasons. In these daily struggles and triumphs, she recognized patterns of human behavior that informed her understanding of leadership, strategy, and the subtle art of influence. The interactions of ordinary people became a classroom as vital as any council chamber, revealing the delicate interplay between ambition, need, and cooperation. Cleopatra's growing awareness of these dynamics deepened her empathy and sharpened her intellect, preparing her to guide not only the politics of the palace, but the lives, hopes, and aspirations of all who dwelled within the kingdom she would one day shape with both wisdom and discernment. Through these experiences of reflection and observation, Cleopatra began to cultivate an inner resilience, a quiet light that illuminated the lessons hidden within moments of loss and uncertainty. She came to understand that the inevitability of disappointment and misfortune was not a barrier to growth, but a subtle guide, pointing toward understanding, patience, and strategic foresight. In the serene stillness of her private chambers, where sunlight filtered gently through the latticed windows and the fragrance of papyrus mingled with distant river breezes, she pondered the consequences of choices made and unmade, reflecting on their cascading effects on her advisors, her family, and the broader realm. Each minor setback became a catalyst for observation, prompting questions about human behavior, loyalty, and ambition, and offering insights that would later shape her decisions with nuance and precision. Through this quiet meditation, she learned that leadership required not only intellect, but emotional acuity, the ability to perceive the unspoken, and the courage to navigate challenges with measured action. In parallel, Cleopatra's understanding of human nature deepened as she observed her companions, allies, and even rivals with increasing discernment. She noticed the interplay of ambition, desire, fear, and loyalty in the smallest of gestures, a pause in conversation, a fleeting glance, a hesitated word, and began to see how these subtleties could influence outcomes far beyond their immediate context. The palace, with its shadowed corridors, echoing halls, and ceremonial chambers, became a laboratory for the art of leadership, where each encounter offered a lesson in persuasion, empathy, and strategy. Cleopatra realized that true influence was rarely imposed by force or decree. It was cultivated through careful observation, strategic patience, and the subtle alignment of human intentions with broader objectives. Each interaction, whether seemingly trivial or formally significant, contributed to her growing mastery of the delicate balance between authority, compassion, and foresight, laying the groundwork for the enduring wisdom that would define her reign. Even the subtle losses in relationships, whether a shift in loyalty among advisors, the cautious distance of peers, or the quiet disillusionment of those she trusted, became profound teachers for Cleopatra. She began to perceive that human connections, fragile and dynamic, carried wisdom in their ebb and flow, and that understanding the nature of trust and ambition was as crucial as mastering politics or strategy. In the soft glow of the palace corridors, where shadows played across polished marble and whispered echoes of past decisions lingered, she reflected on these delicate patterns. Each moment of tension or misalignment offered insight into motivations, desires, and fears, allowing her to refine her capacity for empathy, to anticipate challenges, and to cultivate influence with subtlety rather than force. Through this patient observation, Cleopatra learned that resilience was not merely the endurance of adversity, but the ability to translate experience into foresight, to convert disappointment into clarity, and to shape relationships with a blend of perception, tact, and purposeful action. Amidst these trials and reflections, moments of illumination and quiet triumph began to surface, often gentle and almost imperceptible, like sunlight slipping through a lattice window onto the palace floor. Cleopatra noticed how her careful guidance, attentiveness, and deliberate interventions could diffuse tension, inspire loyalty, and foster harmony where uncertainty or discord had once prevailed. Each small success reinforced the understanding that leadership was not simply a matter of imposing will, but a continuous mindful engagement with the intricate currents of human behavior, circumstance, and perception. The laughter of children along the Nile, the measured gestures of merchants negotiating their goods, and the subtle nods of recognition from her advisors became reminders that even minor acts of observation and insight could produce ripples far beyond their immediate context. These experiences illuminated the contours of her growing capability, showing her that enduring influence and the shaping of a meaningful legacy were rooted in empathy, patience, strategic foresight, and the unwavering cultivation of understanding amidst the inevitable complexities of human life. Cleopatra began to recognize the cumulative power of all she had observed and experienced, understanding that the lessons of loss, reflection, and quiet triumph were not isolated events, but threads woven into a broader tapestry of wisdom. Each interaction, setback, and subtle victory contributed to an increasingly nuanced understanding of leadership, strategy, and human nature. She noticed how even the smallest gestures, a carefully placed word, a pause in conversation, the attentive observation of tone and expression, could carry consequences far beyond their immediate moment. The palace and the bustling streets of Alexandria alike became mirrors reflecting patterns of human behavior, societal rhythm, and the delicate interplay between expectation, ambition, and reality. In these reflections, she found the seeds of foresight, a growing ability to anticipate outcomes, and the deepening awareness that true leadership demanded both intellect and emotional resonance, that it required patience, discernment, and the courage to act with clarity amidst uncertainty. By the close of this formative period, Cleopatra had transformed the trials and observations of her youth into a foundation of enduring strength, clarity, and insight. The shadows of early disappointments and the quiet victories of careful intervention had coalesced into a resilient intellect and a finely tuned understanding of human nature. She had learned to balance authority with empathy, ambition with foresight, and decisiveness with patience, recognizing that influence was not merely wielded, but cultivated through understanding, subtlety, and attentive engagement with the world around her. Each lesson, loss, and triumph had contributed to a growing mastery of leadership, preparing her to navigate the complex dynamics of the palace, the lives of her people, and the intricate relationships that would define her reign. In this way, the whispers of challenges past had given rise to a luminous clarity of purpose, shaping a young ruler ready to step into her destiny with both wisdom and grace, and leaving the first enduring traces of a legacy that would echo far beyond her immediate time. As Cleopatra moved further into the responsibilities of her emerging reign, she began to sense the delicate, almost imperceptible outlines of the legacy she was destined to craft, a legacy that would not be shaped by grandiose displays or fleeting triumphs, but through the steady accumulation of insight, observation, and subtle influence. Each day offered a myriad of opportunities to weave these threads into a complex tapestry that reflected not only her intellect, but also her empathy, foresight, and understanding of human nature. Within the serene corridors of the palace, where sunlight filtered through intricately latticed windows, casting delicate patterns on polished marble floors, and where the gentle fragrance of papyrus and incense lingered, Cleopatra contemplated the broader implications of her actions. Every carefully measured gesture, every deliberate word spoken in councils or private conversations, became an instrument in the orchestration of her influence, a way to shape perception, guide decisions, and gently steer outcomes in alignment with her vision. It was in these moments of quiet reflection, in the intersection of thought, observation, and intuition, that the first contours of her enduring legacy began to emerge, forming a foundation upon which the weight of history would one day rest. Beyond the protective walls of the palace, Cleopatra's understanding of her influence continued to expand as she observed the intricate rhythms of life in Alexandria. The city was a living, breathing entity, teeming with merchants calling out their wares in melodic tones, artisans shaping clay, wood, and metal into objects of both utility and beauty, and the Nile carrying vessels laden with grain, papyrus, and goods from distant lands. Each interaction, each observation of human behavior, offered insight into patterns of trust, negotiation, and resilience, revealing the subtle levers of influence that operated in everyday life. Cleopatra learned to perceive the threads connecting ambition, loyalty, and need, understanding that the cultivation of her legacy required attention not only to grand strategies, but also to the delicate art of shaping relationships and inspiring confidence among those she served. Even small interventions offering guidance, resolving disputes, or simply listening could send ripples through the social fabric of the city, creating trust, reinforcing respect, and nurturing the foundations of a legacy built on both strategic acumen and empathetic engagement. These experiences strengthened her awareness that leadership, at its core, was the continuous harmonization of intellect, insight, and human connection, a lesson that would define her path as she moved closer to the realization of her enduring influence. Within the palace, Cleopatra's growing skill in navigating the intricate web of relationships became increasingly evident as she carefully observed the subtle interplay of personalities, ambitions, and loyalties around her. She noticed how minor gestures, a measured pause, a deliberate tilt of the head, the placement of a hand upon a scroll, could shift the perception of authority and influence outcomes in ways that overt commands often could not. Every conversation, every ceremonial exchange became an opportunity to practice discernment, refine judgment, and understand the intricate dynamics that govern human behavior in both public and private spheres. In these moments, she honed her capacity to anticipate the reactions of advisors, generals, and emissaries, learning to shape outcomes not through force, but through subtle persuasion, strategic timing, and the careful orchestration of perception. Each observation added to the reservoir of knowledge and insight that would later inform her decisions, guiding her as she began to construct the scaffolding of a legacy built on wisdom, subtlety, and enduring influence. Cleopatra's meticulous attention to symbolism and personal presentation further strengthened the emerging contours of her legacy, as she recognized that leadership was communicated as much through presence and perception as through explicit directives or political maneuvering. She studied the interplay of attire, jewelry, posture, and expression, understanding how these elements could command respect, instill confidence, or diffuse criticism. Mirrors, polished fountains, and marble surfaces became tools for reflection and practice, spaces where she refined gestures, expressions, and the subtle rhythms of movement that conveyed authority without ostentation. Under the guidance of tutors skilled in rhetoric and diplomacy, she honed the cadence of her voice, the modulation of tone, and the strategic use of silence, learning that what remained unspoken often carried as much weight as spoken words. Each lesson, each carefully rehearsed gesture, reinforced the understanding that true leadership and legacy were not merely products of lineage or intellect, but of the deliberate cultivation of perception, the alignment of human attention, and the mastery of the nuanced art of influence. Her engagement with the citizens of Alexandria deepened as Cleopatra moved through bustling streets, quiet courtyards, and sunlit marketplaces with a blend of curiosity, attentiveness, and thoughtful reflection. She observed the meticulous negotiations of merchants, the skilled hands of artisans shaping clay, wood, and metal into objects of both beauty and function, and the tender interactions of families tending to their daily lives along the Nile. Each encounter offered her insight into patterns of resilience, ingenuity, and human behavior that could never be fully understood from the confines of a palace. She began to perceive the ways in which influence could be exercised subtly, through empathy, attentiveness, and carefully timed interventions, understanding that the strength of a ruler was measured not only by authority, but also by the capacity to nurture trust, respect, and loyalty among her people. Every story, gesture, and observation was stored within her mind like precious threads, each one contributing to the intricate tapestry of her emerging legacy, a legacy built on the delicate balance between power, insight, and the rhythms of everyday life. At the same time, Cleopatra immersed herself in the wealth of knowledge contained within the palace, devouring scrolls, maps, star charts, and instruments that opened windows onto distant lands, celestial movements, and the natural forces shaping her world. She traced the paths of the Nile's waters, studied the cycles of the seasons, and listened to the accounts of sailors, merchants, and scholars who brought stories of empires, distant peoples, and unexplored territories. Each fragment of information was integrated into a growing framework of understanding, enabling her to synthesize observation, experience, and strategy into a coherent vision for governance. These intellectual pursuits were not abstract exercises, but practical tools, informing her approach to diplomacy, trade, military planning, and cultural patronage. Through this deliberate cultivation of knowledge, Cleopatra was laying the groundwork for a legacy that would extend far beyond the immediate concerns of her reign, one rooted in insight, foresight, and the ability to perceive the unseen currents shaping both human behavior and the broader world. As Cleopatra matured, her engagement with the responsibilities of state became increasingly deliberate and nuanced, reflecting a deep understanding of both human nature and the mechanics of power. She weighed the counsel of advisors with discernment, considering not only the content of their words, but also the motivations and emotions that shaped them. Her interventions, though measured and seemingly subtle, carried profound consequences, demonstrating an ability to harmonize competing interests, anticipate outcomes, and inspire confidence without reliance on coercion. Each decision was informed by a combination of observation, intuition, and strategic calculation, revealing a ruler whose influence extended beyond formal authority into the quiet realms of perception, trust, and loyalty. The early seeds of her legacy were taking root, nurtured by patience, insight, and the deliberate cultivation of relationships that would sustain her influence for years to come. Through these careful and considered actions, Cleopatra began to perceive the broader cultural, social, and political currents that her decisions could shape, understanding that a ruler's legacy was woven from the fabric of daily life as much as from grand accomplishments. Her patronage of scholars, support for artistic endeavors, and cultivation of alliances reinforced her presence as a figure of intelligence, vision, and subtle power, extending her influence beyond the immediate corridors of the palace. Stories of her wisdom and diplomacy spread through Alexandria and across neighboring lands, carried not only by word of mouth, but through the impressions she left on all who encountered her leadership. She realized that legacy was not merely the result of isolated acts, but the cumulative impact of persistent insight, thoughtful engagement, and the careful orchestration of perception, a truth that guided her in every gesture, conversation, and strategic choice. The foundations of Cleopatra's legacy were now visible in the subtle, often invisible, shifts she orchestrated within the palace and throughout her kingdom. She understood that every word, gesture, and choice carried reverberations far beyond the immediate moment, influencing perceptions, shaping alliances, and guiding the expectations of those around her. Even the smallest acts a carefully framed suggestion, a quiet acknowledgement of loyalty, a thoughtful gesture toward a citizen or subordinate sent ripples through the social and political fabric, reinforcing her presence as a wise, measured, and attentive ruler. Through these cumulative experiences, she cultivated a profound awareness of cause and effect, learning to anticipate reactions, temper responses, and align influence with broader strategic objectives. Her growing mastery of perception and subtle action ensured that her leadership extended beyond commands or decrees, embedding her authority within the very consciousness of her people, advisors, and contemporaries, leaving an indelible imprint that would shape history. By the conclusion of this stage of her development, Cleopatra's early efforts had coalesced into a coherent, purposeful, and enduring vision for her reign. Her intellect, empathy, and strategic insight were complemented by a refined understanding of human behavior, the rhythms of her kingdom, and the delicate mechanics of influence and perception. The whispers of her formative years had transformed into deliberate action, guiding her as she shaped the first tangible outlines of a legacy that would extend far beyond her immediate rule. Each observation, decision, and engagement contributed to the emergence of a leadership style that balanced authority with wisdom, ambition with foresight, and strategy with empathy. Cleopatra's legacy was no longer an abstract possibility. It was actively forming, nurtured by insight, reflection, and the deliberate shaping of both people and circumstances, laying the groundwork for a rule that would echo through the ages. As years passed and the immediate pressures of rule began to settle into rhythm, Cleopatra's presence transformed from a force of active guidance to a steady current that flowed through the memories of those who had witnessed her influence firsthand. The streets of Alexandria, the chambers of the palace, and the bustling docks of the Nile carried echoes of her decisions, gestures, and subtle interventions, like the gentle resonance of a bell long after it has been struck. Those who had observed her, from advisors to artisans, spoke of her insight, empathy, and capacity for strategic foresight, often recounting moments when her quiet attentiveness had shifted outcomes or resolved tensions without fanfare. Even long after her immediate actions had faded from daily life, the impressions she left continued to shape behavior, influence expectations, and guide decisions, creating a living memory that persisted alongside the tangible achievements of her reign. Time, in its slow and deliberate passage, began to fold her presence into the collective consciousness, ensuring that Cleopatra's impact would endure not only through history, but through the very patterns of human interaction she had carefully cultivated. The city itself seemed to remember her, in subtle ways that only the attentive could perceive. The flow of the Nile, steady and eternal, seemed to echo the balance she had maintained between authority and diplomacy, providing sustenance and commerce to her people while reflecting her capacity for measured foresight. The marketplace, alive with voices, scents, and movements, carried whispers of her influence in the practices of merchants who had learned patience, negotiation, and empathy under her observation. Artisans continued techniques refined under her patronage, creating objects of beauty and utility that reflected the harmony of intellect and creativity she had encouraged. Even the youngest generations, who had never met her, grew up in a world subtly shaped by her choices, absorbing lessons of strategy, fairness, and the power of perception as naturally as they breathed the air of Alexandria. In this way, the passage of time did not diminish her presence. Rather, it allowed her influence to settle, like sediment forming the fertile bed of memory, enduring quietly yet profoundly within the fabric of her kingdom. Cleopatra's interactions, once immediate and deliberate, began to echo through the minds and actions of those around her in ways both visible and subtle. Advisors recalled the tone of her counsel the patience in her deliberations, and the quiet authority that required no overt demonstration of power. Generals and diplomats remembered her strategic foresight, the way she balanced firmness with flexibility, and the subtle hints she offered that guided decisions without coercion. Even the common people, who had perhaps encountered her only in passing, carried fragments of her influence in the rhythms of daily life, the manners in which they conducted trade, resolved disputes, or nurtured their communities. Each memory, each repeated observation, became a thread in the expanding tapestry of her legacy, binding her past actions to the present, and ensuring that the lessons of her reign were preserved not only in records or monuments, but in lived experience and shared human understanding. Time, patient and unrelenting, began to transform Cleopatra's tangible achievements into legend, blending the concrete with the remembered, the factual with the interpreted. Stories of her wit, intelligence, and empathy circulated among the people, told in hushed tones in courtyards and marketplaces, embellished with personal observation, yet rooted in the undeniable truth of her influence. These narratives, passed from generation to generation, carried with them subtle lessons about leadership, strategy, and the delicate balance between authority and humanity. Even the cityscape, the palaces, temples, and streets, stood as silent witnesses to her presence, reminding those who walked them of the careful thought, deliberate actions, and intricate understanding of human nature that had shaped their world. In this way, Cleopatra's memory became an integral part of the environment itself, a presence folded into the rhythms of daily life, guiding actions and shaping expectations in ways that were felt rather than always spoken, ensuring that her legacy was not confined to history books, but lived within the ongoing flow of time. As decades unfolded, the influence of Cleopatra began to intertwine with the daily rhythms of Alexandria in ways that were at once subtle and profound. The practices she had encouraged among merchants, artisans, and scholars, an attention to detail, a balance of patience and assertiveness, a respect for knowledge and skill continued to shape the character of the city long after her direct guidance had ceased. Observers noted how her emphasis on diplomacy and measured decision-making had created patterns of interaction that fostered stability, cooperation, and a shared sense of purpose. Even small, seemingly insignificant behaviors, such as the thoughtful attention paid to a request, the quiet acknowledgement of effort, or the gentle mediation of conflict, had become ingrained in the culture she influenced, leaving behind a legacy of subtlety and insight that echoed through both public and private spheres. In this way, the traces of her presence persisted, not as grand monuments alone, but in the living, breathing continuity of a society that had internalized her lessons and carried them forward. Memory, both collective and personal, became a bridge between Cleopatra's active leadership and the enduring patterns of influence she had created. Advisors who had served under her shared stories with their successors, recounting moments of wisdom, moments of careful negotiation, and the quiet power of her attentiveness. Families passed down tales of her presence in the streets and temples, embedding lessons of strategy, empathy, and foresight into daily life. The city itself seemed to remember her, its markets, workshops, and sacred spaces, carrying echoes of her attention to detail, her patronage of learning and the arts, and her subtle guidance in shaping social and economic order. In this way, the passage of time did not diminish her significance. It allowed her impact to settle deeply, layering understanding and expectation into the consciousness of those who lived in the world she had shaped. Her legacy had become a living entity, evolving naturally with the city and its people, a constant reminder of how deliberate action, thoughtful observation, and careful stewardship could endure far beyond the immediacy of rule. As the city and its people carried forward the patterns she had established, Cleopatra's influence also began to ripple outward in more subtle, cultural ways. Scholars and artists who had thrived under her guidance continued to produce works infused with her philosophy of balance, observation, and measured insight, transmitting her approach to problem-solving. diplomacy, and creativity across generations. The stories, music, and visual art of Alexandria began to bear her imprint, reflecting an understanding of leadership that valued empathy as much as authority, and wisdom as much as ambition. Even distant lands that maintained contact through trade or diplomacy absorbed traces of her methods, as ambassadors, merchants, and travelers carried tales of her intellect, strategic subtlety, and the quiet yet undeniable power she wielded through presence and perception. Over time, the contours of her legacy became inseparable from the lived reality of her kingdom, intertwined with the evolving identity of Alexandria and its people, as if her awareness had been embedded into the very rhythms of the city's life. In private recollections, the advisors, friends, and citizens who had directly interacted with Cleopatra reflected on the nuances of her character, each memory adding layers to the narrative of her influence. They recalled the precise timing of her interventions, the way she listened as intently to silence as to speech, and the careful attention she paid to details that others might dismiss as trivial. These recollections, often shared over quiet conversations or in written records, became part of a larger tapestry of memory, preserving the lessons she imparted, the strategies she modeled, and the subtle manner in which she shaped her surroundings. Her presence, though no longer physically immediate, persisted in the consciousness of those who had known her, guiding decisions, inspiring reflection, and influencing behavior in ways that were both practical and profound. Through these combined memories, the essence of Cleopatra, the attentive observer, strategic thinker, and empathetic ruler remained alive, gently shaping the world she had once directly navigated. The enduring resonance of Cleopatra's influence became most evident in the ways her example shaped emerging leaders and thinkers. Young advisors and future rulers, even those who had never met her, absorbed the lessons carried in stories, traditions, and institutional memory, learning to balance authority with empathy, foresight with adaptability, and decisiveness with patience. The city itself, through the cadence of its daily life, the ebb and flow of commerce along the Nile, the meticulous work of artisans, and the careful negotiations of merchants, reflected the imprint of her approach to governance. These echoes, subtle yet persistent, revealed that a ruler's legacy was not confined to monuments, titles, or the span of personal power, but lived on in the habits, values, and rhythms of the society shaped by their presence. Time had gathered around her memory, allowing it to deepen, expand, and interlace with the consciousness of generations, transforming history into a living, breathing continuum influenced by her hand and mind. As this period of reflection and recollection settled over Alexandria and beyond, Cleopatra's life and actions transcended the immediacy of her rule to become enduring symbols of strategy, insight, and the careful orchestration of human experience. Her legacy, though rooted in concrete achievements and deliberate choices, found its fullest expression in the subtle currents of memory, the shared experiences of those who lived under her guidance, and the cultural imprints she left upon her city and kingdom. Every gesture, every act of observation, every strategic intervention became part of a narrative that continued to inform behavior, inspire thought, and shape decisions long after the moments themselves had passed. In this way, Cleopatra's presence endured not as a static monument to power, but as a living, evolving influence woven into the very fabric of the society she had touched, ensuring that the lessons, insights, and wisdom of her remarkable life would continue to resonate through time. Even centuries after Cleopatra's time, the reverberations of her choices and presence continue to whisper through history, reminding us that leadership and influence extend far beyond immediate actions. Her story has been carried through the minds of scholars, storytellers, and historians, each retelling adding nuance, reflection, and interpretation, like gentle waves that shape the contours of memory over time. In quiet moments, when one walks through the ruins of Alexandria or traces the flowing course of the Nile, It is possible to imagine the subtle currents of thought, strategy, and empathy that she once wove into the life of her city. The echoes of her reign are felt not only in monuments or texts, but in the lessons absorbed by generations who study her life, who ponder the balance of power and wisdom, and who seek to understand how observation, perception, and intentional action can ripple through time, influencing choices and shaping worlds. Cleopatra's presence persists in the rhythm of human ambition, in the strategies of rulers and leaders who study her life, and in the careful orchestration of influence that continues to shape societies. Her example demonstrates that true power is rarely loud or forceful. It is often embedded in subtle acts, in attentiveness to context, in the art of timing and perception, and in the capacity to listen as much as to speak. Through these enduring whispers, she continues to teach, guiding those willing to observe the patterns of human behavior, the dynamics of negotiation, and the delicate balance between authority and empathy. In reflecting upon her life, one can see that influence is not solely measured by the extent of one's immediate control, but by the enduring impressions left on people, culture, and the shared consciousness of generations. The lessons of Cleopatra's life resonate in the way human beings navigate power, relationships, and responsibility even today, offering insights that transcend time and geography. Observers can see the subtle artistry in her methods, the attentive listening, the careful calculation, the measured words and gestures that allowed her to guide outcomes without imposing force. Each encounter she had, whether with a trusted advisor, a foreign diplomat, or an ordinary citizen, was imbued with intention and awareness, demonstrating that influence is as much about perception and understanding as it is about authority. In this way, the echoes of her presence are not confined to historical texts or monuments. They live in the strategies employed by those who reflect on her life, in the approaches to leadership that value empathy, foresight, and nuanced engagement, and in the quiet understanding that every action, no matter how small, can reverberate far beyond the immediate moment. Time softens the immediacy of events, but the imprint of thoughtful and deliberate action endures, as evidenced in the continuing fascination with Cleopatra's life and the principles she embodied. Her story has traveled across centuries, interpreted in countless ways, yet the core lessons remain clear. Observation shapes understanding, empathy fosters loyalty, and strategic patience often achieves what overt force cannot. The whispers of her life reach those who study her now, encouraging reflection on the delicate interplay between human intention and consequence, between personal ambition and communal responsibility. By tracing the threads of her influence, one can discern how leadership, when exercised with wisdom and awareness, becomes a living force, guiding not only the immediate world, but the currents of memory, culture, and collective consciousness. Even in the quiet moments of reflection, when one contemplates the passage of time and the unfolding of human history, Cleopatra's influence can be felt in subtle ways. Her approach to leadership marked by attentiveness, strategic foresight, and a deep understanding of human nature offers lessons that remain relevant across cultures and eras. The decisions she made, whether in council chambers, along the bustling streets of Alexandria, or in moments of private contemplation, continue to ripple outward, guiding thought and action in spheres far removed from her own time. Every gesture, every choice, and every calculated pause contributed to a legacy that speaks not in grand declarations alone, but in the quiet persistence of memory, culture, and shared human experience, demonstrating that influence is measured as much by subtlety and insight as by immediate power or visibility. The resonance of Cleopatra's life also lies in the human stories intertwined with her reign, the advisors, friends, and citizens whose lives were touched by her decisions and who carried fragments of her insight into their own actions and teachings. These personal recollections, often passed down in intimate conversations or recorded with care, serve as conduits for her lessons, allowing them to be absorbed, reflected upon, and applied long after her presence has faded from the physical world. In this manner, the whispers of her influence continue to guide, inspire, and challenge, reminding us that leadership is not confined to titles or fleeting authority, but is embedded in the relationships, observations, and deliberate acts that endure across time, shaping not only immediate outcomes, but the very fabric of human society. The subtle ripples of Cleopatra's influence extend into the realm of culture, art, and collective imagination, where her presence continues to inspire creativity and reflection. Poets, painters, and storytellers have drawn from the nuances of her life, translating her strategic insight, her empathetic engagement, and her delicate command of human interaction into expressions that resonate across generations. These cultural echoes carry lessons not only of leadership, but of perception, patience, and the transformative power of careful observation. Each depiction, whether literal or interpretive, becomes a conduit through which the essence of her approach to influence is preserved, allowing the wisdom embedded in her actions to shape thought, behavior, and even societal values long after her era has passed. In this way, Cleopatra's legacy is neither static nor confined. It lives dynamically within the human imagination, guiding reflection and offering subtle instruction for navigating the complexities of human experience. In the private lives of those who reflect upon history, the whispers of Cleopatra's decisions, her gestures, and her strategies continue to serve as reminders of the profound impact a single individual can have on the fabric of society. Observers may consider how her attentiveness to context, her sensitivity to the motivations of others, and her deliberate orchestration of influence enabled her to shape outcomes with precision and care. These echoes encourage contemplation on the ways each person can, through observation, understanding, and intentional action, leave traces that extend far beyond immediate circumstances. By tracing her life through the lens of subtle influence and enduring presence, one sees how the integration of knowledge, empathy, and strategy creates a legacy that reverberates not only through the records of history, but through the lived experiences of generations, quietly guiding decisions, inspiring reflection, and shaping human interaction in ways that continue to resonate. The passage of time has softened the immediacy of Cleopatra's actions, yet the wisdom embedded in her approach continues to resonate with clarity. Leaders, thinkers, and everyday observers can glean lessons from the intricate balance she maintained between authority and empathy, ambition and restraint, observation and action. Each interaction she orchestrated, each subtle intervention, serves as a model for understanding the enduring power of careful attention, strategic patience, and perceptive insight. These echoes do not merely recount historical events. They offer living guidance, inviting reflection on how present choices, mindful of context and consequence, can create ripples that endure far beyond the moment, shaping communities, relationships, and societal structures with a quiet but profound effectiveness. As the narrative of Cleopatra's life settles into the collective memory of the world, it becomes evident that her legacy is not defined solely by the crowns she wore or the titles she held, but by the enduring impressions she left on the human mind, culture, and society. Her presence, though temporally distant, continues to influence through example, storytelling, and cultural memory, demonstrating the lasting significance of observation, wisdom, and deliberate action. These whispers, persistent yet gentle, serve as a bridge between past and present, reminding us that leadership, insight, and empathy are timeless qualities capable of shaping the course of human experience. As we reflect on her life, we are invited to listen closely, to observe deeply, and to recognize that the echoes of mindful action can continue to guide, inspire, and resonate across the expanse of time. As we reach the end of our journey through the life of Cleopatra, dear listener, take a moment to let your mind rest on the gentle ripples of her story. Imagine the soft light of the Alexandria sun casting a warm glow over the Nile, the quiet murmur of the marketplace settling into stillness, and the whispers of history carrying lessons of patience, observation, and mindful action. Every choice she made, every gesture, every subtle influence continues to echo across time, reminding us that the impact of one life extends far beyond its immediate reach. Take a deep breath and feel the calm of the moment, letting the reflections of her life settle around you like a gentle embrace. Perhaps you notice how her attentiveness to detail, empathy for others, and strategic wisdom resonate with your own thoughts, inviting contemplation and quiet insight. These echoes are not meant to rush you, but to guide you gently, offering a space where history and imagination merge into a soothing reflection on human potential and connection. As you let yourself drift into this gentle space, consider how the lessons of her life, the power of listening, the art of thoughtful action, and the resonance of subtle influence might echo in your own world, quietly shaping your understanding, your choices, and your interactions. Cleopatra's story, like the flowing Nile, continues onward, inviting us to move with patience, awareness, and care, carrying the memory of her life in the currents of thought and imagination. Thank you for joining this journey, dear listener. Let yourself rest now, letting the whispers of history guide you into calm and restorative dreams. And when you awaken, carry with you the gentle insights of her life, ready to notice, reflect, and influence the world around you with awareness and intention. Until the next story, may your nights be peaceful, your mind be curious, and your heart be open to the subtle lessons that history offers to those who listen closely. Welcome, dear listener. I'm truly glad you've chosen to spend this time here tonight. Perhaps you're resting after a long day, or maybe you've been scrolling through the quiet of the evening, looking for a story worth pausing for. Wherever you are, and however you found your way here, I invite you to sit back, relax, and allow yourself to be transported to another time, one filled with opulence, revolution, and a queen whose final days remain etched into the fabric of history. Now, when most people think of Marie Antoinette, their minds often go straight to Sofia Coppola's film, with its pastel-colored dresses, rock music soundtracks, and a queen who seems to spend as much time picking out shoes as she does running a kingdom. And don't get me wrong, it's a gorgeous movie. But tonight, we'll set aside the macarons and the montages and dive into the raw, unpolished reality. The Marie Antoinette we'll meet here isn't just a fashion icon or a symbol of extravagance. She's a woman caught in the storm of history, whose every decision and every rumor whispered about her pulled her closer to her fate. Before we begin, I'd love to invite you to be part of this journey beyond just tonight. If you find meaning in stories like these, if you enjoy walking the fine line between past and present, consider subscribing to the channel, leaving a like, or sharing your thoughts in the comments. These small gestures help keep history alive and give us the chance to keep exploring it together. And so, with the laughter of Versailles echoing faintly in the distance, and the restless murmur of a revolution growing louder with each passing day, let us step into the closing chapter of Marie Antoinette's life. From gilded halls to a darkened cell, from luxury to loss, her story is not only about a queen and a guillotine, it is about the resilience of a human spirit in the face of inevitable change. This is where her journey turns toward its final act. The Hall of Mirrors at Versailles was not merely a room, dear listener. It was an entire universe meticulously designed to overwhelm the senses and impress upon every visitor the grandeur of the French monarchy. Imagine sunlight flooding through 17 vast windows in the morning, striking the enormous panes of glass opposite them, multiplying each beam into countless reflections until the entire gallery seemed to shimmer with living light. Above, the ceiling soared high, adorned with painted allegories depicting France's victories, virtues, and divine favor, framed by gilded moldings that glimmered in the changing light. The chandeliers, cut from crystal, swayed ever so slightly with the movement of air, casting tiny rainbows across polished marble floors, while the echo of each step magnified the sense of immensity. Courtiers moved with precision, their garments rustling softly, powdered wigs framing their faces in stark contrast to the glint of jeweled buttons and silk ribbons. Every gesture, every glance, every shift of posture was observed, interpreted, and measured, for Versailles was as much a stage for political performance as it was a home, and every inhabitant, from queen to servant, had a role to play. Her days began not in quiet solitude, but with ritualized ceremony that defined the very rhythm of life at court. The lever, the moment when the queen rose from bed, was attended by ladies-in-waiting and high-ranking courtiers, each waiting their turn to assist, observe, or gain favor. To hand her a chemise, adjust her petticoats, or tie a ribbon was a privilege, carefully assigned according to rank, influence, and subtle courtesies that could alter the delicate balance of power within Versailles. Imagine standing in that chamber, surrounded by dozens of eyes and whispers, as your every movement is noted, your every breath carrying meaning. Even the simplest act of dressing was elevated to a pageant, where etiquette and hierarchy intertwined so tightly that any mistake, hesitation, or misstep could ripple through the court with consequences. Breakfast followed in similar fashion, a seemingly mundane meal transformed into an exercise of observation and political theater. Courtiers watched as the queen sipped chocolate or tasted bread and jam, noting not only what she ate, but how she moved, how she smiled, and how she responded to those around her. In this environment, privacy was almost impossible, and ordinary moments of human spontaneity were constantly tempered by awareness of observation. Her love of beauty and luxury has long been criticized, yet it existed within a system that demanded spectacle. Gowns embroidered with silver thread, towering hairstyles, and jewels that caught candlelight like frozen fire were expected, not simply indulgences. Each accessory, each choice of fabric, was a statement to the court and the kingdom beyond. Still, beneath the powdered wigs, laced collars, and silk skirts, Marie Antoinette was a young woman navigating expectations, fatigue, and the desire for freedom. She could be playful and mischievous, laughing at jokes that amused her, tapping impatiently during ceremonies that dragged on for hours, or yearning for a moment where she could simply exist as herself, rather than as the emblem of a nation's splendor. Versailles, for all its grandeur, was also a gilded cage, a space that both protected and confined, that elevated and restrained, and in its polished corridors, the queen's humanity often remained unseen, pressed beneath layers of performance and obligation. The petty Trianon offered her a rare glimpse of liberation. Nestled within the sprawling grounds of Versailles, this smaller estate allowed her to step away from protocol, to breathe and to reclaim a sense of personal space. Here, she donned simpler gowns of soft muslin and wandered through rose gardens and quiet groves, feeling the grass beneath her feet instead of the cold marble of ceremonial halls. Within her hamlet, a miniature rustic village she had built to evoke pastoral simplicity, she tended gardens, watched over sheep, and played the life of a shepherdess, a role far removed from her public image as queen. The world outside the gates of Versailles, however, told a different story. Bread prices soared, harvests failed, and the people of Paris murmured, whispered, and eventually shouted their frustration. While the queen sought refuge in flowered walks and tranquil ponds, rumors circulated of her extravagance, detachment, and frivolity. These retreats, meant to soothe her spirit, became instead a focal point for resentment, a symbol of the gap between the glittering lives of the court and the harsh reality faced by those beyond the palace walls. The world outside Versailles was changing in ways the palace could not contain. In the bustling streets of Paris, markets overflowed with people seeking bread, yet scarcity pressed upon them, prices rising higher than many could afford. Mothers cried softly in corners, worried for the health of their children, while fathers argued in taverns, their voices a mixture of frustration and fear. The city hummed with whispered discontent, and pamphlets traveled from hand to hand like secret fires, spreading ideas of liberty, equality, and the questioning of authority. Each story, each rumor, each complaint from the populace began to form a chorus that would grow louder, echoing toward the gilded walls of Versailles, carrying a message that no amount of grandeur could completely silence. Even in the heart of the palace, Marie Antoinette could not escape the weight of perception. Caricatures and political cartoons painted her as frivolous, extravagant, and morally careless. She was accused of extravagance far beyond her means, and of ignoring the suffering of the poor, though much of France's debt and economic instability predated her arrival by decades. Yet symbols and images can often outweigh facts in the public mind, and the queen became a convenient embodiment of frustration and anger. People who had never set foot in Versailles imagined her life as endlessly decadent, filled with silk, diamonds, and careless laughter, a perception that contrasted starkly with the complex realities she faced daily. Within Versailles, the rhythm of life continued, governed by rituals both beautiful and suffocating. Each morning, the queen's schedule was meticulously planned, from the private dressing ceremonies to the public audiences in which courtiers awaited her favor, nods, or gestures of recognition. Music drifted from the salons as harpsichords and violins provided an ever-present soundtrack to the delicate choreography of court life. Conversations were measured, smiles calculated, and even laughter could be interpreted as a statement of position or intent. Every day was a delicate balance between personal desire and public expectation, and the queen's choices, whether of clothing, leisure, or speech, could ripple through the palace, influencing alliances, enmities, and fortunes. Despite the heavy scrutiny and endless obligations, Marie Antoinette found moments of genuine joy and tenderness. She adored her children, playing with them in private corners of the palace, reading to them, and taking delight in their small victories and discoveries. These were moments of human connection that no courtier could witness, moments that grounded her, reminding her that she was more than a symbol, more than a target of criticism, more than a queen under siege by perception. In these moments, the grandeur of Versailles faded, replaced by the intimate warmth of family and the fleeting pleasures of unobserved life. The gardens of Versailles themselves were a sanctuary and a stage. Fountains whispered with the sound of moving water, their arcs catching sunlight and casting ephemeral rainbows upon carefully trimmed hedges. Flower beds formed intricate patterns, each bloom chosen for color, fragrance, and symbolism. Marble statues depicted mythological scenes, frozen in dramatic poses that contrasted with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft footfalls of courtiers wandering along gravel paths. In these gardens, Marie Antoinette could walk, observe, and reflect, though never entirely free from the gaze of her attendants or the occasional wandering courtier. Even nature, within Versailles, was orchestrated, yet it offered glimpses of serenity amidst relentless formality. The Queen's retreats, though criticized by outsiders, were not merely escapes, they were necessary for her sanity. In the Petit Trianon and its surrounding grounds, she could experiment with simplicity and domesticity, performing pastoral roles that allowed her to explore parts of herself inaccessible within the ceremonial heart of Versailles. Here she could move without the crushing weight of scrutiny, tending animals, inspecting gardens, and planning private entertainments with her closest companions. Critics framed these indulgences as frivolous or mocking of the poor, yet for Marie Antoinette, they were exercises in control and personal expression, fragments of a human life beneath the crown. Meanwhile, the broader political climate continued to deteriorate. The ideas of the Enlightenment had permeated French society, challenging long-held notions of divine authority and unquestioned hierarchy. Philosophers and writers encouraged citizens to think critically about governance, fairness, and human rights. In salons, debates over liberty and equality sparked heated discussions among the nobility and bourgeoisie alike, while in taverns and streets, ordinary people absorbed these ideas in conversation, in pamphlets, and in observation of the growing inequalities that surrounded them. Each whisper, each argument, each written word contributed to a collective questioning that could not be contained by palace walls or glittering halls. Within this tense atmosphere, the Queen's image became increasingly emblematic of the old regime's excesses. Her love of luxury, her foreign mirth, and her public persona combined into a symbol that both fascinated and enraged the populace. While she continued to navigate the complex routines and expectations of court life, her private moments of tenderness, wit, and intelligence were largely invisible to the outside world. The dichotomy of her existence, a life of extraordinary privilege, intertwined with relentless scrutiny, highlighted the precarious position of monarchy in a society on the brink of revolution. Even in the midst of splendor, Marie Antoinette was acutely aware of her vulnerability. Every letter, every gesture, and every public appearance was weighed for its potential consequences. Missteps could be magnified into scandal, and personal indulgences could be reframed as political betrayal. Yet she moved forward each day, balancing charm, authority, and grace, navigating a world where every smile and every glance carried meaning far beyond the personal. The palace, with its polished marble and gilded walls, was both her home and her stage, a place of beauty, tension, and constant vigilance. As night fell over Versailles, candles flickered in chandeliers, casting long shadows across hallways lined with mirrors and paintings. The gentle rustle of silk and the soft murmur of conversation continued well into the evening, while outside, the city of Paris grew restless. The streets carried the sound of discontent, whispers that would eventually swell into shouts, murmurs that would gather momentum into movements. Within the palace walls, Marie Antoinette navigated her world of ritual, expectation, and fleeting joy, unaware that the tides of history were already moving toward her, toward a future in which the gilded halls and mirrored galleries could no longer protect her. Even the smallest details of daily life were imbued with significance. A ribbon chosen for a gown could signal allegiance. A gesture during a dance could shift the perception of an entire household. Courtiers moved like threads in a vast tapestry, each action contributing to the pattern of influence, prestige, and power. Marie Antoinette, though young and often playful, understood these subtleties, yet she also longed for moments when she could abandon them, even briefly, to experience life unmediated by expectation. These moments were fleeting, yet they defined her humanity amidst the relentless theater of Versailles. The palace gardens, fountains, and statues created a sense of timelessness, yet the world beyond the walls was changing rapidly. Rumors, news, and ideas traveled faster than ever before, reaching even the most insulated corners of Versailles. Courtiers whispered in corridors, philosophers debated in salons, and pamphlets circulated clandestinely, spreading notions that challenged the foundations of authority and tradition. Within this shifting landscape, Marie Antoinette continued her carefully choreographed existence, a life of beauty, ceremony, and private reflection, poised unknowingly on the edge of the coming storm. Amidst all this, the Queen found moments of solace in music and art. Harpsichords played softly in private chambers, paintings captured fleeting emotions, and letters written to friends and family provided a channel for thought and sentiment that could not be expressed publicly. These small acts of personal engagement revealed her intelligence, her empathy, and her creativity, counterbalancing the caricatures that would later dominate public perception. They remind us that behind every historical symbol lies a complex human being, navigating circumstances often beyond her control. Even in her most isolated moments, she was never entirely free from observation. Every action, whether in the halls of the palace or in the gardens of the petty Trianon, was susceptible to scrutiny, interpretation, and rumor. The tension between personal desire and public expectation created a life of constant negotiation, of balancing joy and duty, of seeking fleeting freedom in spaces carefully designed to confine. Yet through these pressures, Marie Antoinette displayed resilience, adaptability, and a quiet determination to claim moments of humanity amidst the rigid structures surrounding her. The interplay of beauty, ritual, and tension defined Versailles and the life of its queen. Candles, mirrors, fountains, and gardens created an environment simultaneously enchanting and oppressive, a place where delight and fear coexisted. In this delicate balance, Marie Antoinette navigated her youth and maturity, her public persona and private self, her triumphs and her vulnerabilities. Every day, every hour, every gesture carried significance, weaving together the intricate tapestry of a life poised at the intersection of history and personal experience. And so, dear listener, as the days passed within Versailles, the palace shimmered with gold and light, yet beneath its surface, the undercurrents of change were growing stronger. The elegance, the music, the laughter, all coexisted with whispers of unrest, murmurs of discontent, and the looming presence of revolution. Marie Antoinette lived amidst this duality, a young woman enmeshed in beauty, ceremony, and expectation, moving through a world that dazzled and constrained in equal measure, unaware of the profound upheavals already gathering beyond the palace gates. The first murmurs of discontent began softly, almost imperceptibly, like the rustling of leaves before a storm that no one could yet name. In the winding streets of Paris, the market stalls overflowed with goods, yet scarcity pressed upon the people, gnawing at their patience and fueling quiet conversations of worry and indignation. Mothers clutched the hands of children whose small faces betrayed hunger, their eyes reflecting fear and uncertainty, while fathers spoke in hushed tones at cafes, debating rising bread prices, failed harvests, and the seeming indifference of the monarchy. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke, baked bread, and the damp earth of narrow alleys, each aroma carrying with it stories of struggle and survival. Pamphlets and clandestine writings slipped from hand to hand, spreading ideas that questioned authority, liberty, and justice, carrying an energy that was invisible yet palpable, like wind stirring the surface of a calm pond before waves gather momentum. From the windows of Versailles, Marie Antoinette could observe the structured gardens, fountains reflecting sunlight, and marble floors shining under the chandeliers. Yet she must have sensed that beyond the palace gates, a subtle, inexorable force was gathering, one that could not be contained by walls, mirrors, or gilded opulence. The queen's daily routine continued with all its ceremonial precision, yet the air around her was laden with tension, almost imperceptible, but pressing nonetheless. Courtiers arrived with news of disturbances in Paris, and their conversations, once filled with gossip about fashion, alliances, and amusements, now included veiled discussions of politics, unrest, and subtle warning. Advisors approached with careful words, measured and polite, their eyes flickering toward her reaction as though her slightest response could shift the delicate equilibrium of power. In private moments, she must have felt a peculiar combination of disbelief, anxiety, and the creeping realization that Versailles, with all its splendor, could not insulate her from what was stirring outside. Every footstep in the marble halls, every measured bow, and every whisper between courtiers carried unspoken meaning, reflecting a world slowly tilting away from the certainty she had known, a world where privilege and spectacle could no longer shield one from consequence. In the salons of Versailles, the intellectual currents of the Enlightenment began to seep through, subtly, yet with growing force. Philosophers debated the rights of citizens, the morality of absolute authority, and the possibility of new forms of governance. Words like liberty, equality, and justice filled the air, discussed in polite tones, yet carrying the power to undermine centuries of tradition. Marie Antoinette, steeped in the rituals and grandeur of the Austrian and French courts, could comprehend these ideas, perhaps even appreciate their intellectual merit. Yet their full weight on an increasingly restless populace was something she could only begin to sense. Within the palace, the music played, chandeliers glittered, and courtiers glided across polished floors. But beyond the gates, the undercurrent of discontent gathered strength, moving invisibly through workshops, taverns, and homes, carrying with it the promise of confrontation and change that no mirror, no gilded frame could contain. Even within the beauty and order of Versailles, Marie Antoinette's image began to shift, transformed by rumor, caricature, and public opinion. Satirical pamphlets circulated depicting her as frivolous, greedy, or morally negligent, exaggerating her indulgences and distorting the private choices she made for comfort or happiness. Each gown, hairstyle, and ornament, once expressions of courtly expectation or personal taste, was now a symbol, magnified and interpreted as a statement about the monarchy's indifference to the struggles of ordinary people. This duality, the tension between the life she actually lived and the life imagined for her by the public, must have weighed heavily on her. Every smile, every gesture, every conversation was imbued with additional layers of meaning, creating a sense of constant performance in which the Queen's humanity was often lost beneath the weight of history in the making. Even in moments of quiet reflection in her private chambers or wandering the gardens of the petty Trianon, she could not fully escape the ever-looming perception of judgment, a presence as tangible and pressing as the marble floors or the gilded ceilings around her. In her private retreats to the petty Trianon, Marie Antoinette sought refuge from the constant scrutiny that defined her life at Versailles. Nestled amidst meticulously arranged gardens and winding paths, this small palace allowed her to move through space with a sense of freedom unknown within the gilded halls. Here, the scent of roses, freshly turned earth, and the delicate aroma of morning dew offered a calmness almost absent from her daily life. She could wander along gravel paths, listening to the gentle trickle of fountains or the soft bleating of sheep in the miniature hamlet she had created, a carefully curated slice of pastoral serenity. Within these moments, the Queen could reflect, plan, and imagine herself apart from the rigid choreography of courtly life. Yet even this sanctuary carried the tension of being constantly observed, for courtiers and attendants were never far from her presence, silently monitoring, reporting, and interpreting every gesture. The early signs of public unrest, subtle as they were, began to manifest in ways that could no longer be ignored. Crowds gathered in marketplaces with increasing frequency, their voices a mixture of fear, anger, and determination. Pamphlets, once discreetly circulated, became widespread, detailing grievances, mocking royal excess, and calling for change in a tone both satirical and serious. In her chambers, Marie Antoinette may have read or heard of these developments with a growing sense of unease, recognizing the power of perception and the fragility of authority. Every step she took, whether along the polished floors of Versailles or in the more intimate spaces of the Petit Trianon, seemed to echo with the distant, unseen stirrings of revolution, a rhythm she could feel but not fully control. The juxtaposition of the calm, controlled world within the palace and the growing turmoil outside must have created a dissonance that pressed upon her mind with a persistent weight. Even amidst these pressures, the Queen sought to act with compassion and responsibility. Visits to hospitals, convents, and charitable institutions offered moments in which she could demonstrate concern for the welfare of her people, even as her actions were filtered through public opinion and political narrative. Every gesture, however sincere, was scrutinized and interpreted, magnifying minor details into symbols of moral or political significance. While she engaged in these acts of charity, the gap between her perception of her duties and the public's perception of her behavior widened, creating an almost impossible balancing act. Marie Antoinette lived in a constant negotiation between personal desire, public expectation, and the relentless machinery of rumor, each day demanding an intricate performance that few could fully appreciate or understand. The air within Versailles grew taut with anticipation and subtle anxiety. Courtiers moved with a quiet vigilance, observing not only the Queen but also each other, interpreting shifts in behavior, alliances, and loyalties. Conversations carried hidden meanings, and a gesture that seemed trivial could ripple across the court, reshaping perceptions and social hierarchies. Outside the palace, the city of Paris became increasingly restless, and the undercurrent of discontent that had begun as whispers now gathered volume, manifesting in protests, heated debates, and visible frustration. For Marie Antoinette, the simultaneous worlds of private refuge and public expectation became ever more entangled. The Petit Trianon, the mirrored halls, the gardens, and the salons were no longer purely spaces of beauty or reflection. They were arenas in which the delicate interplay of image, action, and perception could shape the course of events far beyond her immediate control. As news from Paris became increasingly urgent, the Queen could no longer ignore the reality pressing against the palace gates. Reports of riots, angry crowds, and organized protests traveled quickly, often arriving with an air of urgency that unsettled even the most seasoned courtiers. Within Versailles, the polished floors, gilded mirrors, and glittering chandeliers continued to reflect beauty and order, yet each footstep, each conversation, and each whispered warning carried a tension that could not be masked by opulence. Marie Antoinette faced the growing realization that the world beyond her, sanctuary of gardens and ceremonial halls, was moving inexorably toward a confrontation that could not be mediated by etiquette or performance. Every step she took through the corridors seemed weighted with significance, her presence a symbol both of stability and of everything the public increasingly resented. The contrast between the gilded life of the palace and the struggles of the people became ever more pronounced. Citizens spoke openly of hunger, taxation, and inequality, and the Queen's image was inextricably tied to these grievances, whether fairly or not. Satirical pamphlets and caricatures depicted her in exaggerated forms of luxury, frivolity, and indifference, each illustration magnifying perceived excess into emblematic moral failure. For Marie Antoinette, the human reality of these criticisms must have clashed painfully with her lived experience. She moved carefully, acted with thought, and sought moments of genuine care, yet perception increasingly outweighed reality. Within the mirrored halls, her reflection reminded her of her physical presence, but it could not reflect the growing tide of public opinion that framed her as an object of disdain and suspicion. Even as the social and political pressures mounted, Marie Antoinette sought moments of personal grounding through her family, art, and music. In private, the laughter of her children, the gentle strain of a harpsichord, or the soft turning of pages in books offered fleeting refuge from the mounting storm. These were spaces in which she could reclaim her identity, even temporarily, and find solace in the ordinary human experiences that were otherwise denied to a queen constantly observed and judged. Yet even these moments were tinged with awareness, the knowledge that her sanctuary existed within a fragile cocoon of control, that beyond its walls the world was changing, and that no measure of grace, charm, or careful conduct could fully shield her from the consequences gathering in the streets of Paris. The early stages of revolution were subtle yet insistent, like a tide pressing against rocks long before the waves crash. Crowds gathered in marketplaces, voices rising from murmur to shout, expressing anger, fear, and hope all at once. Discussions that began in private homes and taverns gradually became public, articulating grievances with clarity and moral urgency. Even at Versailles, these currents could be felt, not as loud proclamations, but as an almost imperceptible vibration in the air. A tension that made courtiers more watchful, servants more cautious, and the queen herself more reflective. Every gesture, every conversation, every appearance carried implications beyond its immediate context. And Marie Antoinette moved through her gilded existence with increasing consciousness that her role as queen was becoming inseparable from the symbol she represented to a society on the brink of transformation. Even within the meticulously maintained gardens of Versailles, the growing unrest outside began to cast a subtle shadow over the queen's sanctuary. The fountains continued to whisper, the roses bloomed in careful patterns, and the marble statues gleamed under sunlight. Yet the delicate harmony of these spaces could not mask the tension in the corridors and salons. Courtiers moved with heightened awareness, their conversations measured and their glances sharper, as though each action might presage a shift in fortune or favor. Marie Antoinette, walking among her carefully curated flowers or along gravel paths that crunched softly beneath her steps, must have felt the weight of dual realities pressing upon her, one of cultivated beauty, music, and ceremony, and another of social upheaval, rumor, and an increasingly volatile populace pressing ever closer to Versailles gates. The queen's private reflections grew more frequent, her thoughts often returning to the juxtaposition of her sheltered life and the stark realities faced by the people she ruled. In moments of solitude, she could imagine the narrow, crowded streets of Paris, the families struggling to find food, the artisans and laborers whispering their frustrations in cafes and workshops. Each report that reached her chambers, whether through advisors or courtiers, painted a mosaic of unrest, dissatisfaction, and growing momentum that no palace wall could fully contain. The tension was not abstract. It was present, tangible, and pressing. A subtle vibration in the air that threaded its way through every corridor, every salon, and every reflective surface, reminding her that the gilded world of Versailles was increasingly fragile. Rumors, once ephemeral and distant, now carried the weight of potential action. Every pamphlet mocking the queen, every caricature portraying her extravagance, every whispered criticism growing louder in Parisian cafes, contributed to a collective perception that no amount of charm, elegance, or personal grace could counteract. Marie Antoinette was becoming, unwillingly, a symbol of inequality and oppression, a living emblem for frustrations that had built up over decades of economic hardship and political mismanagement. Each day brought a heightened awareness that her image, once carefully crafted and controlled within the palace, had taken on a life of its own, traveling through streets, markets, and homes, shaping the minds and feelings of citizens she might never meet. Even as these pressures mounted, Marie Antoinette displayed moments of remarkable resilience and composure. She continued to fulfill her duties, attend ceremonies, and maintain the rituals that defined her existence, all while seeking pockets of personal solace within music, art, and the intimate company of her children. Each moment of tenderness, Each smile shared with her family offered a reprieve from the relentless scrutiny and the rising tide of discontent beyond Versailles. Yet, with every passing day, the dual realities she inhabited, the gilded, ritualized world of court and the growing unrest of the streets, grew increasingly difficult to reconcile. The whispers of change, once faint and distant, had become unmistakable, threading their way into the palace and into the consciousness of the queen herself, signaling that the world she had known was beginning to shift irreversibly. The early days of revolutionary action began subtly but with undeniable force, like the first tremors before an earthquake. News of organized protests, petitions, and local uprisings reached Versailles with increasing regularity, carried by courtiers, letters, and messengers whose faces betrayed both concern and urgency. Marie Antoinette, once ensconced in the familiar rhythms of palace life, now had to contend with the realization that the world beyond the gilded gates was no longer a distant abstraction, but an immediate, pressing reality. Every report brought details of angry crowds, confiscated grain, and political agitation, and each narrative painted her as the symbol of everything the populace decried, a figure whose presence alone embodied privilege, excess, and detachment from ordinary suffering. The queen could no longer imagine that her actions, her choices, and even her silence could exist without consequence. Every gesture would be scrutinized, every word interpreted, and every movement observed as a potential reflection of complicity or disregard. Within the palace, the atmosphere grew taut, like a tightly strung cord, vibrating with anticipation and fear. Courtiers whispered cautiously, exchanging news and speculations, their eyes darting toward the queen as they gauged how much to reveal, how much to conceal. The once predictable choreography of Versailles now carried new layers of tension, where even a casual conversation could ripple outward, altering alliances, creating suspicion, or inciting criticism. The queen herself had to navigate this increasingly complex environment with precision, balancing her roles as mother, monarch, and public figure under growing scrutiny. Her daily routine, previously a mixture of ceremonial duty, leisure, and personal reflection, became a series of calculated performances designed to maintain composure while addressing the encroaching threat in subtle, carefully measured ways. The streets of Paris were no longer silent observers of change. They had become active participants. Crowds gathered with a new sense of purpose, their chants and cries forming patterns of protest that could be felt even from the distant halls of Versailles. Pamphlets and revolutionary tracts now carried precise calls for reform, taxation equality, and accountability, and images of Marie Antoinette, once caricatured for whimsy, were now wielded as tools of political expression. The queen, in her private chambers, must have grappled with a growing awareness of the symbolic power she wielded simply by existing. Her presence, her attire, her gestures all were interpreted as messages in a world increasingly attuned to symbols, signs, and perceived injustices. The delicate boundary between personal identity and public image blurred, leaving her to navigate a reality in which every aspect of life was observed, analyzed, and politicized. Even as the revolution began to stir the streets with organized energy, life within Versailles continued with its measured rituals, though now tinged with unease. Music and banquets proceeded, but the laughter seemed more constrained, the steps in the halls more deliberate, as if the palace itself had sensed the tension pressing against its walls. Courtiers moved with careful attention, aware that the smallest misstep could be interpreted as support or opposition, loyalty or rebellion. For Marie Antoinette, these rituals offered both comfort and constraint. They were familiar, grounding her in a life she knew intimately. Yet they also highlighted the stark contrast between the controlled elegance of Versailles and the chaotic, unpredictable fervor sweeping through Paris. Each day became a careful negotiation between duty, survival, and the desire for private moments of normalcy. In the Petit Trianon, The queen sought spaces of refuge, trying to carve out pockets of humanity in the face of growing political pressure. Here, she walked among her gardens, tended to her animals, and spent quiet moments with her children, attempting to reclaim fragments of ordinary life from the encroaching world of crisis. The rustle of leaves, the gentle trickle of fountains, and the soft cooing of birds offered temporary respite, yet even these moments were shadowed by the knowledge that the tides of history were shifting, and that no sanctuary could remain untouched by the currents moving beyond the palace gates. The petty Trianon, once a retreat for leisure and contemplation, now served as a fragile buffer between personal solace and the inexorable approach of societal upheaval. As revolutionary ideas solidified into action, the Queen's advisors and ministers pressed her with increasingly urgent counsel. They spoke of concessions, negotiations, and the need for visible demonstrations of solidarity with the people, each suggestion carrying implicit warnings about the consequences of inaction. Marie Antoinette faced the delicate task of weighing personal belief, public perception, and political strategy. Every decision risked alienating one faction or another, and each act, whether public appearances, charitable gestures, or private correspondence, could be magnified into a symbol of support or neglect. In this environment, the lines between personal agency and public expectation became increasingly blurred, leaving the Queen to navigate a labyrinth of duty, perception, and survival. The first direct impacts of revolutionary unrest began to manifest within the palace itself. Courtiers whispered anxiously about disturbances at the city gates. Soldiers were summoned to maintain order, and reports arrived detailing protests outside the walls. Marie Antoinette's once secure environment felt more fragile with each passing day, her position as both mother and monarch demanding constant vigilance. The rituals, banquets, and daily routines now existed alongside the palpable tension of uncertainty, forcing the Queen to balance the ceremonial with the strategic, the personal with the political, and the private desires of family life with the ever-watchful eyes of history. The voices of Paris now carried a new weight, no longer mere whispers or distant complaints, but organized expressions of discontent, heard in petitions, pamphlets, and the growing throngs of demonstrators. Each report that reached Versailles spoke of barricades, protests, and angry citizens demanding change, their chants and slogans echoing far beyond the narrow streets. For Marie Antoinette, these developments were not just abstract news. They were living forces that threatened to redefine the very meaning of her role. The Queen had once moved through life guided by routine, ritual, and the cultivated expectations of the court. But now every movement, every decision, and every word risked becoming emblematic of either defiance or appeasement, loyalty or betrayal. Even within the grandeur of Versailles, the reality of unrest pressed inward, shaping the environment, the moods of those around her, and the perception of her as both a person and a symbol. The palace itself seemed to respond to the increasing tension, as though the walls, ceilings, and mirrors could feel the vibrations of change seeping in from the streets. Courtiers walked more carefully, spoke more cautiously, and observed each other with heightened scrutiny. Even the chandeliers, gleaming as they always had, seemed to cast shadows that hinted at fragility beneath their brilliance. For Marie Antoinette, the contrast between the controlled splendor of her surroundings and the disorder growing beyond the gates created an almost physical tension. Each day required meticulous calculation, how to appear graceful yet attentive, compassionate yet firm, engaged yet unthreatened. The daily choreography of Versailles now included an invisible, ever-present audience, the people of Paris, watching, interpreting, and judging in absentia. Within this growing storm of unrest, the Queen sought moments of connection and reflection. She spent time with her children, taught them, played with them, and tried to preserve an atmosphere of normalcy amidst uncertainty. Music and art provided further solace. The gentle strains of a harpsichord, the delicate brushstrokes of a private painting, or the scent of fresh flowers in her chambers offered temporary relief from the pressures that pressed upon her. Yet even in these moments, the knowledge that her life and the lives of her loved ones were entwined with forces beyond her control created an undercurrent of unease. The petty Trianon and its gardens, though offering privacy and tranquility, could not entirely shield her from the inexorable march of events shaping the city and the nation. The first tangible actions of the revolution began to press against the palace in subtle yet unmistakable ways. Reports of disturbances, angry crowds, and isolated incidents of violence arrived regularly, often with the insistence that immediate attention or action was necessary. Courtiers, once preoccupied with social maneuvering and etiquette, now navigated these developments with caution and concern, their every step reflecting the precarious balance of safety, loyalty, and influence. Marie Antoinette faced the duality of being a mother and a sovereign, her responsibilities to her family intertwined with her symbolic role as the monarchy's figurehead. Each choice, each gesture, even silence, became charged with political significance, demanding constant vigilance and calculated decision-making. Advisors and ministers approached with increasing urgency, offering plans, strategies, and warnings. Some urged concessions, others counseled restraint, each opinion carrying implicit consequences should it fail to produce the desired effect. The Queen had to weigh these competing voices against her own sense of judgment and instinct, navigating a landscape in which the stakes could not be measured purely in terms of etiquette, wealth, or ceremony. Every action or inaction risked amplifying public resentment or eroding the fragile authority that remained. Within Versailles, the corridors, salons, and private chambers became arenas in which political, personal, and symbolic struggles played out simultaneously, the boundaries between them dissolving in the pressure of historical events. As unrest escalated, Marie Antoinette became increasingly conscious of her symbolic presence in the collective imagination of the people. Satirical images, caricatures, and pamphlets painted her as frivolous, detached, and indulgent, turning minor gestures of leisure or personal expression into emblematic acts of oppression or moral failure. Even the smallest social engagement, a masked ball, a formal dinner, or a stroll through the gardens was scrutinized, reinterpreted, and amplified by those eager to find evidence of excess and indifference. The Queen's awareness of this duality, her lived reality versus public perception, added layers of psychological complexity to our daily life, shaping decisions, interactions, and moments of private reflection alike. The Queen's resilience was tested continually. She maintained composure, attended to her ceremonial duties, and sought to demonstrate concern for her subjects through charitable actions, even as the effectiveness and visibility of these gestures were increasingly questioned. Her private moments with family, walks in the petty Trianon, and engagement with art and music provided temporary reprieve, but could not fully insulate her from the mounting pressure. The tension between sanctuary and exposure, between personal desire and public expectation, created a persistent, almost tangible strain, one that would only intensify as revolutionary actions began to move from the abstract to the direct, from rumor to reality, and from symbolic opposition to concrete challenges confronting Versailles itself. The first unmistakable confrontations began to cast shadows over the gilded halls of Versailles. News arrived of mobs assembling near city gates, their chants and cries punctuating the air with anger and impatience. Soldiers were summoned to maintain order, their presence a stark reminder that the palace, for all its grandeur, could not fully protect its inhabitants from the world outside. Marie Antoinette, once insulated by ceremony and ritual, now felt the weight of history pressing directly upon her. Each report, each rumor, each image circulating through Paris carried the potential to inflame unrest, and the Queen had to navigate this landscape with acute awareness, balancing dignity, authority, and the instinct for survival. The walls of Versailles, mirrors, and chandeliers reflected brilliance, Yet they also seemed to amplify tension, reminding all within that the palace was both sanctuary and stage, audience and actor in a drama that had grown beyond its confines. Within the private chambers and salons, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety and speculation. Courtiers whispered cautiously, weighing every detail, every gesture, and every word. The queen herself moved through these spaces with measured steps, acutely aware that her presence alone could signal loyalty or arrogance, engagement or detachment. Even seemingly mundane interactions, a greeting, a smile, a pause in conversation carried layers of meaning, amplified by the charged environment outside. The tension between personal intention and public interpretation became increasingly pronounced, leaving Marie Antoinette to navigate a world where image and reality were entwined, and where every action could ripple far beyond the palace gates. The petty Trianon, once a haven of serenity and reflection, now assumed a different role, a space to gather strength, to contemplate strategy, and to preserve moments of personal connection amidst growing chaos. Here, surrounded by gardens, fountains, and the carefully curated pastoral landscape, Marie Antoinette could momentarily distance herself from the symbolic weight of her position. Yet even in this sanctuary, the queen was acutely aware that events in Paris could intrude without warning. Reports of demonstrations, the distribution of revolutionary pamphlets, and public scrutiny reminded her that no retreat could fully isolate her from the forces reshaping her world. Each step along gravel paths or through flowered terraces carried the duality of private reflection and the unrelenting presence of public judgment. By the end of this period, the initial movements of the revolution had made their presence undeniable. The whispers had become shouts, the distant currents had approached the gates, and the very existence of Versailles as a protected, insulated realm was called into question. Marie Antoinette, balancing her roles as mother, sovereign, and symbol, faced a reality where every choice, every gesture, and every silence had consequences that could no longer be deferred. The court, the palace, and the queen herself were on the cusp of events that would irrevocably alter the trajectory of her life, and the early steps of the revolution had already begun to bridge the divide between perception and action, between ceremonial life and historical transformation. The city of Paris pulsed with energy that could no longer be contained. Streets once familiar and routine were now alive with chants, debates, and the clatter of hurried feet as citizens responded to the growing revolutionary momentum. Merchants closed their shutters, fearing unrest spilling into marketplaces. Artisans paused their work to hear the proclamations echoing through cobblestone streets. The air, previously thick with the mingling scents of bread, smoke, and damp stone, now carried the sharp tang of fear, anticipation, and determination. From the distance, the steady rhythm of Versailles could still be seen and felt: the fountains, the polished floors, the echoing halls, but the pulse of Paris, vibrant and insistent, pressed outward, carrying with it the certainty that the world was shifting irreversibly. Every letter, rumor, and report that reached Marie Antoinette added layers of understanding, concern, and reflection to her perception of the rapidly changing society beyond her gilded walls. Within the palace, courtiers adjusted to the new reality with varying degrees of caution and ambition. Some moved carefully, interpreting each day's events as a signal to secure position or favor, while others whispered warnings, advising the queen of potential threats and opportunities alike. Conversations became measured exercises in diplomacy and observation, each word chosen for its precision, each gesture scrutinized for unspoken meaning. Marie Antoinette, navigating this intricate social web, found herself balancing the ceremonial expectations of court life with the pressing need to understand and respond to the world beyond Versailles. Even the most routine rituals, morning greetings, formal dinners, or strolls through gardens were imbued with significance, reflecting both her internal state and the volatile circumstances surrounding her. Outside the palace walls, the everyday world of Parisian citizens was transforming rapidly. Families discussed their grievances in homes that were often crowded and poorly ventilated, while workers shared news in taverns and workshops, their voices carrying both urgency and resolve. The social hierarchy, once rigid and unquestioned, was being interrogated at every level. The wealthy and privileged felt unease creeping into their daily lives, while those long marginalized saw opportunity and hope in the collective action unfolding around them. For Marie Antoinette, these societal shifts were impossible to ignore. Every report from the city, every letter from advisors, and every observation of public sentiment contributed to a growing awareness that the world was in motion, and that the structures of power she had always relied upon were no longer stable. Even in the petty Trianon, the queen could sense the subtle but persistent tremors of change. The gardens, fountains, and pastoral landscapes that had once offered escape now served as spaces for contemplation and strategic thought. Marie Antoinette walked slowly along gravel paths, noting the play of light on flower petals and the gentle rustle of leaves. Yet her mind remained tethered to the realities outside, the protests, the pamphlets, the debates that no garden could fully contain. Each moment of quiet reflection was tinged with the knowledge that her decisions, however small or intimate, resonated far beyond the palace walls. The interplay between private life and public symbolism became increasingly pronounced, shaping her perception of her role, her responsibilities, and the unavoidable consequences of inaction. The first signs of systemic change began to appear, even within the carefully regulated hierarchy of Versailles. Military presence was increased, patrols intensified, and courtiers became messengers and intermediaries, carrying news of movements, disturbances, and the subtle shifts in loyalty among the population. For the queen, every detail mattered. The arrival of a rider from Paris, the expression of a minister, the hushed conversations in hallways. Each element of life within the palace became a microcosm of the broader societal transformation, a reflection of the world moving inexorably toward confrontation, negotiation, and redefinition. Marie Antoinette's role, once defined by tradition and ceremony, was now entwined with forces beyond her control, and the perception of her leadership was increasingly inseparable from the collective actions of a restless society. As the streets moved and changed, so too did the palace itself. Daily routines were disrupted, meetings became urgent, and decisions carried heavier weight. The ceremonial elegance of Versailles persisted, but it now existed alongside a palpable tension that permeated hallways, salons, and gardens. Courtiers and servants alike sensed the shift, moving with care, adjusting behavior, and observing the queen with heightened awareness. Marie Antoinette's every action, from her choice of dress to her demeanor in private and public spaces, became a part of a complex dialogue with the world outside. The queen had to reconcile the beauty and order of Versailles with the disorder, debate, and agitation beyond its gates, a challenge that tested both intellect and emotional resilience. Even as the machinery of revolution gathered strength, Marie Antoinette sought ways to preserve humanity within her daily existence. She spent time with her children, engaged in music and art, and reflected on personal connections that grounded her in the midst of chaos. Yet even these moments, though offering solace, were underscored by the awareness that her life was inseparable from the shifting world outside. The world in motion pressed inward, blending private and public, ceremonial and political, creating a sense of urgency and vulnerability that could not be ignored. Every decision, every gesture, and every reflection carried both immediate and symbolic consequences, reinforcing the sense that history was being written even as she moved through the ornate halls of Versailles. The tension from the streets of Paris began to infiltrate every corner of Versailles with increasing clarity. Reports of growing unrest, barricades, and angry citizens reached the queen with a frequency that made inaction impossible. Courtiers carried these messages with hushed urgency, their expressions betraying a mixture of fear, curiosity, and opportunism. Marie Antoinette, moving through the gilded corridors and mirrored halls, felt the weight of the outside world pressing in, a constant reminder that the ceremonial order she had relied upon could not shield her from social upheaval. Even the polished floors and grand tapestries seemed to carry echoes of distant shouts, the vibrations of unrest reverberating faintly through marble and stone. Every decision, no matter how small, became a potential pivot point between perception and action, and the Queen had to navigate this precarious landscape with both tact and foresight. The Queen's advisors and ministers pressed her with urgent counsel, offering conflicting strategies for engagement, negotiation, and preservation of authority. Some emphasized the need for visible gestures of solidarity with the populace, while others advocated restraint, fearing that overt action might provoke further unrest. Each suggestion carried implicit consequences, and Marie Antoinette had to weigh personal conviction against political necessity. The balance between demonstrating compassion, maintaining dignity, and avoiding the appearance of weakness became an intricate daily challenge. Every conversation, every movement, and every decision within the palace was imbued with symbolic weight, reflecting the increasingly inseparable link between personal action and public perception. Even as these deliberations unfolded, the streets of Paris moved with a momentum that could not be ignored. Citizens organized, debated, and acted with growing confidence, their voices amplified by pamphlets, newspapers, and public discourse. The economic pressures, long simmering beneath the surface, now erupted in collective expression, and the monarchy's perceived detachment became a focal point of criticism. For Marie Antoinette, the symbolic nature of her presence as queen became ever more pronounced. Her image, her attire, and even her private gestures were scrutinized and interpreted by a society attuned to symbols and meaning. The palace, once insulated by ceremony and tradition, now served as a stage upon which the world beyond its walls could project expectations, grievances, and hopes. The Petit Trianon, traditionally a refuge of tranquility and personal freedom, became a space for strategic reflection as the world shifted around it. The gardens, fountains, and pastoral landscapes offered temporary solace, yet even here, the Queen could not ignore the currents pressing inward from Paris. Each stroll along gravel paths, each pause beneath flowering trellises, and each glance toward the distant horizon carried an awareness that no sanctuary, however carefully curated, could fully contain the forces of change. The delicate beauty of the gardens contrasted sharply with the turbulence beyond, reinforcing the tension between the private life of the Queen and the political realities demanding her attention. Daily routines at Versailles grew increasingly complex. Ceremonies, banquets, and public appearances continued, but they were now conducted under the constant scrutiny of an anxious and changing court. Courtiers walked with care, aware that missteps could alter perceptions or loyalties. Each gesture by Marie Antoinette became a signal in the intricate communication between palace and populace, her actions interpreted as endorsements, reprimands, or indications of intent. The Queen's awareness of this symbolic weight shaped her behavior, her interactions, and her reflections, requiring a constant calibration of personal desire against public necessity. Even amidst the pressures, Marie Antoinette sought moments of private connection and human grounding. Time spent with her children, engagement with music and art, and quiet reflection offered temporary relief from the relentless scrutiny of the world outside. Yet each of these moments was shadowed by an acute understanding that her life and choices were inseparable from the currents moving through Paris. The private and public spheres intertwined in ways that left no space untouched by historical forces, and the Queen's ability to act was always measured against a backdrop of expectation, rumor, and potential consequence. The palace, once a symbol of stability and tradition, became a mirror reflecting the instability of society. Reports of unrest, collective action, and public dissatisfaction arrived with increasing frequency. each one shaping decision-making and heightening awareness of vulnerability. Marie Antoinette's perception of her role evolved. No longer solely a ceremonial figure, she now stood at the intersection of authority, responsibility, and historical momentum. The tension between personal morality, maternal concern, and sovereign duty grew daily, a silent but persistent pressure shaping her every thought and movement. By the end of this period, the world within Versailles and the world outside had begun to converge in tangible ways. The court, the queen, and the palace itself were no longer insulated from the revolutionary forces reshaping France. Each day brought fresh challenges, heightened scrutiny, and increasingly complex decisions, reinforcing the sense that the world was truly in motion. Marie Antoinette's role, responsibilities, and image were intertwined with the collective energies of a society in flux, and every choice carried consequences that extended far beyond the gilded walls she had long considered sanctuary. Within the gilded walls of Versailles, Marie Antoinette faced an internal struggle that few could fully comprehend. The queen's mind, long accustomed to ceremonial precision and public expectation, now grappled with forces beyond her control, testing both intellect and resilience. Each decision became a delicate negotiation between personal conviction, maternal duty, and the perception of an increasingly critical populace. While the streets of Paris roared with protest and the voices of revolution grew more insistent, within the palace there existed a quieter but equally demanding battlefield: the court itself. Courtiers and advisors, navigating shifting allegiances and uncertainty, approached the queen with counsel that was sometimes contradictory, their words carrying hidden implications, veiled threats, or urgent suggestions that she weigh her every move with care. The tension of these private deliberations contrasted sharply with the public composure expected of her, requiring a constant balancing act that demanded both emotional fortitude and strategic foresight. Despite the mounting pressure, Marie Antoinette displayed moments of remarkable composure, quietly asserting authority in ways that went unnoticed by the public eye, but were deeply significant within the palace. She moved through corridors and chambers with measured steps, her gestures precise and deliberate, signaling confidence, attentiveness, and thoughtful presence. Even a simple exchange, a nod, a carefully chosen word, a deliberate silence carried layers of meaning, communicating to courtiers and ministers alike the queen's awareness of the unfolding crisis and her capacity to respond. These subtle assertions of presence and judgment, while invisible to the street, were acts of courage in their own right, demonstrating the resilience required to maintain control and dignity when surrounded by uncertainty and potential danger. The private life of the queen became both a refuge and a source of strength. In moments of intimacy with her children, she could reclaim fragments of humanity and joy that the political storm sought to erode. Music, art, and the quiet beauty of the Petit Trianon provided spaces where the weight of public expectation could be temporarily lifted, offering clarity and emotional grounding. Yet even these private respites were tempered by the recognition that no sanctuary could fully shield her from the consequences of history in motion. Every gesture of maternal care, every personal reflection, every quiet moment of solace was imbued with the awareness that her life, her choices, and her very presence were inexorably linked to forces reshaping the nation beyond the palace walls. The queen's courage manifested not only in private resilience, but also in her ability to confront the symbolic weight of her role with dignity. Publicly, she continued to perform the rituals of monarchy-attending ceremonies, receiving visitors and presiding over court functions with a calm that masked the turbulence beneath. Each appearance required careful calculation to project authority without arrogance, attentiveness without panic, and grace without frivolity. In these moments, Marie Antoinette demonstrated a form of silent courage, confronting not only the scrutiny of her subjects, but also the subtle threats embedded in the advice and expectations of those closest to her. Her composure, while often unnoticed by the general populace, was a strategic and deeply human response to the pressures of leadership under duress. Amidst these internal and external pressures, the Queen also faced moral dilemmas that challenged her judgment and values. Reports of suffering and unrest reached her chambers with increasing urgency, and she was often called upon to make decisions that would impact lives beyond her immediate family. The tension between personal compassion and political necessity was relentless. Every charitable gesture, every act of diplomacy, every interaction with her ministers required balancing empathy with strategy, generosity with prudence. The emotional and ethical complexity of these decisions weighed heavily, demanding reflection, patience, and the quiet fortitude to act with integrity, even when choices carried no guarantee of success or public approval. The world outside Versailles moved in stark contrast to the deliberate, measured pace within. Citizens organized, debated, and acted with increasing determination, each event adding urgency to the Queen's contemplations. She could not ignore the currents sweeping through Paris, the rising demands for accountability, or the collective insistence on change. The challenge lay in interpreting these signals accurately, responding in ways that preserved both personal safety and the dignity of the crown, and maintaining clarity amid the confusion, fear, and rumor that accompanied social upheaval. Each day demanded attention to both detail and principle, blending intelligence, empathy, and strategic foresight into decisions whose consequences were immediate and far-reaching. Even in moments of solitude, Marie Antoinette could feel the weight of history pressing upon her. The reflections that accompanied quiet walks through gardens, moments of private reading, or observation of the petty Trianon's carefully tended beauty were always tempered by awareness. The world was in flux, and her life was intertwined with the forces reshaping society. The courage she displayed was not grandiose or ostentatious. It was quiet, deliberate, and human, expressed through mindfulness, composure, and the careful negotiation of public and private realities. Each day became a testament to resilience, a measured effort to maintain dignity, clarity, and presence amidst an environment that was increasingly unpredictable and demanding. The subtle power of Marie Antoinette's presence became increasingly apparent as she navigated the intricate web of palace life. Every decision, from whom to meet with privately to the tone she used in public audiences, was laden with meaning. Courtiers, ministers, and even visiting dignitaries watched closely, interpreting gestures, pauses, and expressions for indications of intent or inclination. The Queen's ability to maintain composure in these moments was not mere vanity or pride. It was a deliberate exercise in strategy, a quiet assertion of authority that allowed her to negotiate influence without drawing undue attention or provoking open confrontation. Her courage, though silent, was evident in the precision with which she managed these interactions, balancing empathy, awareness, and firmness in a world that demanded clarity and poise under pressure. Within her private chambers, Marie Antoinette reflected on the unfolding turmoil, considering the implications of every whisper, report, and rumor. The complexity of her position required constant analysis, understanding public sentiment, anticipating the responses of her advisers, and evaluating the potential consequences of each action. Her reflections were deep and prolonged, informed by both personal intuition and historical awareness, as she sought to reconcile her role as mother and sovereign with the symbolic weight she carried as a figurehead of an embattled monarchy. Each decision, even one seemingly inconsequential, could ripple outward, influencing the perception of the crown and the unfolding course of events across Paris and beyond. The Queen's interactions with her children provided both solace and grounding, reminding her of the enduring importance of personal connection amid societal upheaval. In the soft light of the petty Trianon's chambers, she observed their small gestures, laughter, and curiosity, finding brief reprieve from the storm outside. These moments, though intimate, were tempered by the recognition that the world was changing rapidly, and that the stability of her family's life could not be fully guaranteed. The duality of personal nurture and public responsibility created a constant tension, shaping her decisions and reinforcing the necessity of measured, deliberate action in every aspect of life. Even as the revolution gathered momentum, Marie Antoinette demonstrated a capacity for patience and strategic observation. She listened attentively to advisors, filtered competing counsel, and sought insight from trusted confidants, weighing their perspectives against her understanding of public sentiment and her own moral compass. The ability to pause, reflect, and act judiciously became a critical skill, allowing her to navigate moments of uncertainty with both caution and resolve. Each carefully considered response, each measured appearance, and each silent observation contributed to a pattern of resistance that was subtle yet effective, a testament to her enduring composure in the face of mounting societal pressure. The palace itself seemed to absorb and reflect the tension of this period. Hallways echoed with cautious footsteps, salons carried subdued conversations, and even the chandeliers and mirrors seemed to take on a new significance, amplifying both the grandeur and the fragility of the environment. Within these spaces, Marie Antoinette moved with deliberate grace, her gestures and presence carefully calibrated to convey steadiness and awareness. The physical environment became intertwined with the emotional and political landscape, creating a dynamic in which every action within Versailles was imbued with consequence, and where subtle expressions of courage carried significant symbolic weight. Reports from Paris continued to shape the Queen's decisions, each detailing the activities of revolutionary groups, public debates, and the responses of the population to both perceived and real grievances. These messages reinforced the sense that the world was moving beyond the control of any single individual or institution, and that the monarchy's influence depended as much on perception and symbolism as on policy or decree. Marie Antoinette's ability to interpret, prioritize, and respond to these developments became a vital component of her leadership, requiring attentiveness, discernment, and a calm demeanor that contrasted with the rising agitation beyond the palace gates. In moments of solitude, the Queen found clarity in reflection, and in the quiet rituals that had long provided structure to her gaze. Observing the gardens, noting the changing light across fountains, and listening to the subtle sounds of nature offered brief but essential respite from political and social pressures. These interludes were not mere indulgences. They were strategic pauses that allowed her to maintain emotional and mental equilibrium, to consider her next steps thoughtfully, and to preserve the resilience necessary for both public engagement and private reflection. The balance between reflection and action became increasingly central to her capacity to navigate an environment in which the stakes grew higher with each passing day. By the conclusion of this period, Marie Antoinette's courage, judgment, and composure had coalesced into a form of silent leadership. She moved through Versailles and its surroundings with awareness, responding to both internal and external pressures with measured precision. The combination of personal resilience, strategic observation, and subtle assertion allowed her to maintain a presence of authority, even as the world shifted dramatically beyond the palace walls. Her quiet conflicts, internal deliberations, and steadfast determination laid the groundwork for the challenges yet to come, revealing a depth of character that history would remember not for spectacle, but for the endurance of dignity, poise, and human courage in times of profound uncertainty. The atmosphere within Versailles grew increasingly tense, as though the very walls were attuned to the subtle shifts in Parisian life. Reports of organized demonstrations, the formation of revolutionary committees, and the dissemination of incendiary pamphlets arrived with alarming frequency, each message a reminder that the monarchy's authority was under scrutiny from all directions. Marie Antoinette, walking through the familiar corridors and chambers of the palace, could feel the weight of historical forces pressing against her, bending the ordinary rhythm of court life into a tense and unpredictable pattern. Every decision she made, whether public or private, was imbued with potential consequences. Each action capable of altering perception, inflaming unrest, or preserving the fragile dignity of the crown. Within this charged environment, the queen began to notice small but critical signs that the balance of power was shifting. Courtiers whispered anxiously in corners. Ministers delivered reports with a mix of caution and urgency, and even the soldiers stationed at the gates moved with heightened awareness. These subtle cues, which might have gone unnoticed in calmer times, now carried immense significance. Marie Antoinette understood that history was no longer a distant backdrop. It had arrived at the very doorstep of Versailles, and her response or lack thereof would shape both her immediate safety and her enduring legacy. The realization prompted a heightened vigilance, a careful calibration of words, gestures, and decisions that could simultaneously reassure allies and mitigate threats. The Queen's private moments became arenas for intense reflection and strategic planning. In the quiet of the Petit Trianon, she walked among the gardens, noting the interplay of sunlight and shadow on the carefully tended paths, seeking clarity amidst uncertainty. Each pause, each observation of the environment, became a meditation on the precariousness of her position and the depth of her responsibility. She considered the potential repercussions of every choice, how a gesture of charity might be interpreted as weakness, how an assertive command might provoke anger, and how silence could both protect and endanger. These reflections were neither theoretical nor abstract. They were vital, immediate exercises in judgment, requiring patience, discernment, and emotional resilience in equal measure. Outside the palace walls, the currents of revolution were accelerating. Streets that once teemed with ordinary life now thrummed with the energy of protest, debate, and collective action. Citizens demanded attention to grievances long ignored, their voices amplified by pamphlets, newspapers, and networks of communication that spread ideas rapidly across Paris. The economic, social, and political tensions that had simmered for years now reached a critical mass, making the environment outside Versailles both dynamic and unpredictable. For Marie Antoinette, the contrast between the controlled elegance of her surroundings and the fervent activity beyond the gates underscored the fragility of her position and the immediacy of the challenges she faced. The Queen's interactions with her advisors and courtiers became increasingly delicate and strategic. Each suggestion, warning, or proposal was carefully weighed against both internal values and external realities. She discerned subtle cues, shifts in tone, hesitation in speech, changes in demeanor that informed her understanding of loyalty, ambition, and potential betrayal. The complexity of these dynamics required continuous attention. Marie Antoinette had to negotiate influence, maintain authority, and anticipate the repercussions of every action while preserving composure under mounting pressure. These moments demanded a kind of courage that was quiet, measured, and profoundly human. The ability to act decisively without spectacle, to respond thoughtfully amidst uncertainty, and to balance personal safety with the imperatives of duty. The palace itself mirrored the growing intensity of these shifts. Hallways that had once resonated with orderly footsteps now carried whispers of anxiety. Salons that had hosted lively debate now hummed with tension. And even the reflection of light across gilded surfaces seemed to highlight the fragility underlying ceremonial splendor. The Queen's movements within this environment became both symbolic and practical, each step a navigation of complex social, political, and emotional landscapes. Every interaction, from formal audiences to private conversations, carried amplified significance, reflecting not only her awareness of immediate pressures, but also the broader currents of societal transformation. Amid these pressures, Marie Antoinette displayed remarkable resilience in private. Time spent with her children, engagement with music and art, and quiet reflection offered moments of stability and insight, even as the world beyond the gates shifted unpredictably. These private interludes allowed her to maintain mental clarity, emotional balance, and strategic foresight, providing the strength necessary to confront the challenges that would soon demand public action. Each day, each decision, and each reflection reinforced a pattern of silent courage, demonstrating that leadership under duress often manifests not in spectacle, but in steady composure, thoughtful judgment, and the quiet endurance of uncertainty. As the days progressed, the signs of impending change became undeniable. The revolution was no longer a distant force. It had arrived at the thresholds of Versailles, altering routines, relationships, and the very fabric of courtly life. Marie Antoinette's role, once largely ceremonial, was now inextricably bound to these broader movements, requiring constant awareness, nuanced decision-making, and a form of courage that combined intellect, empathy, and restraint. Each action, each word, each glance carried weight, and the subtle dynamics of power, loyalty, and perception became both an arena of conflict and a platform for silent assertion. The Queen's ability to navigate this turning point in the shadows would shape not only her immediate safety, but also the historical memory of her final days. The first tangible consequences of the revolution began to manifest within Versailles, subtly at first, and with increasing intensity. The palace, once a place of ceremonial predictability and rigid hierarchy, now felt permeable to the forces sweeping through Paris. Courtiers whispered anxiously in corners, the tone of their conversations carrying a mixture of curiosity, fear, and self-preservation. Ministers arrived with hurried reports, their expressions taut with urgency, bringing news of demonstrations, disruptions in food supply, and public unrest that demanded immediate attention. For Marie Antoinette, each message carried the dual burden of awareness and responsibility, reminding her that the world outside was no longer a distant observer, but an active participant in her daily reality. Even the familiar rhythms of court life were disrupted. Banquets, ceremonies, and formal audiences continued, yet they were performed under a veil of tension, as though every gesture could be interpreted as either a sign of weakness or defiance. The Queen moved through these events with deliberate composure, aware that each smile, each greeting, and each carefully measured word could influence the perception of her authority and the loyalty of those around her. The grandeur of Versailles, with its mirrors, chandeliers, and gilded corridors, now contrasted starkly with the uncertainty pressing from beyond its gates, highlighting the fragility of appearances and the precariousness of her position. The streets of Paris were no longer merely a backdrop for distant concern. They became a source of persistent, tangible pressure. Reports of citizen assemblies, pamphlets circulating revolutionary ideas, and increasing demands for accountability reached Versailles daily, shaping both strategy and mood within the palace. Marie Antoinette observed these developments with a keen sense of their significance, understanding that the symbolic authority of the crown was being tested alongside its practical power. The energy outside, fueled by frustration, hope, and collective determination, pressed inward, turning the corridors and salons of Versailles into arenas of both internal deliberation and symbolic negotiation. Within the Petit Trianon, the Queen sought refuge in familiar rituals, walks along gravel paths, and observation of her children's small routines. Yet even these moments were shadowed by awareness. The world outside was in motion, and no retreat could fully insulate her from its consequences. Each step through the gardens, each pause by a fountain, and each glance toward the distant horizon became acts of reflection and calculation. The beauty and serenity of her private surroundings were juxtaposed against the turbulence beyond, reinforcing the tension between personal solace and the inescapable demands of history. Marie Antoinette's internal deliberations grew more complex as the consequences of inaction and miscalculation became increasingly apparent. Choices that once seemed minor now carried the weight of historical significance, and the margin for error narrowed with each passing day. She weighed the potential outcomes of her gestures, words, and decisions carefully, considering not only the immediate effects on court dynamics, but also the broader influence on public perception and revolutionary sentiment. Each reflection was a negotiation between prudence and principle, requiring both emotional resilience and strategic foresight. The palace itself, in all its grandeur, seemed to mirror the growing instability. Courtiers moved with heightened awareness. Whispers filled salons and hallways, and the polished surfaces of mirrors and floors reflected not only elegance, but also the undercurrent of anxiety and tension. The queen's every action was amplified in significance, whether in private chambers or public presence. Even the choice of attire, the arrangement of a room, or the timing of an appearance carried layers of symbolic weight, reinforcing the sense that her life and influence were inseparable from the currents of history in motion. Despite the pressures, Marie Antoinette continued to seek moments of personal connection and introspection. She found strength in her children, in music, in art, and in the quiet observation of nature within the palace grounds. These interludes were not mere distractions, but essential strategies for maintaining clarity, composure, and emotional resilience. Each moment of quiet reflection allowed her to evaluate options, anticipate outcomes, and preserve a sense of self that was increasingly under siege from both internal and external forces. By the close of this period, the turning point was unmistakable. The revolution's influence had reached into the very heart of Versailles, transforming both the practical dynamics of daily life and the symbolic weight of monarchy. Marie Antoinette, through silent courage, careful deliberation, and strategic awareness, navigated these changes with a mixture of resilience, intelligence, and empathy. The palace, the court, and the queen herself were irrevocably linked to the forces reshaping France, and the decisions made in these moments would echo throughout history, marking the beginning of an era in which the personal, the political, and the historical converged with unprecedented intensity. The initial shocks of loss began to reverberate through Versailles with a subtle, relentless pressure that touched every corner of palace life. Courtiers who had once been allies or mere observers now shifted their positions, aligning themselves with emerging factions or cautiously distancing themselves from perceived instability. Marie Antoinette felt these changes acutely, sensing the fragile and conditional nature of loyalties she had long assumed were steadfast. Each whispered betrayal, each hesitant retreat, and every nuanced shift in demeanor illuminated the precarious balance of influence, expectation, and perception that had defined her existence at court for so many years. Even minor gestures, a delayed bow, averted gaze, or unusually formal phrasing in correspondence became potent signals of changing tides, and she learned to read these signs with acute awareness, understanding that the slightest misstep could ripple outward with consequences far beyond the palace walls. The queen also experienced profound personal losses that weighed heavily on her daily existence, shaping both her private life and her public demeanor. The constraints imposed by revolutionary fervor drastically limited her freedom of movement, curbing her ability to walk freely through gardens, attend performances, or even participate in previously ordinary social gatherings. Her circle of trusted confidants narrowed, and moments that had once seemed routine, sharing meals with attendants, exchanging private conversation with close friends, or even walking through familiar corridors, were now suffused with caution, calculation, and constant awareness of potential scrutiny. The pressure of these constraints imposed a layered sense of loss that touched both heart and mind, a pervasive reminder of the fragility of circumstance and the impermanence of privilege. Every day became a delicate balancing act, a test of composure, awareness, and the capacity to navigate the complex interplay of human emotions, political currents, and personal safety. Amid these challenges, lessons began to emerge, forged through observation, reflection, and the subtle art of survival. Marie Antoinette recognized the critical importance of patience, discretion, and careful assessment of intent in every interaction, whether with courtiers, advisors, or members of her own household. She developed an acute ability to read gestures expressions, and tones of voice, discerning not only loyalty, but also fear, ambition, and subtle shifts in alliance. Each encounter, each report from Paris, and each note delivered by courtiers became a living classroom in strategy, empathy, and emotional intelligence. These lessons were immediate, practical, and often vital for maintaining authority and composure in a world where misinterpretation or impulsive action could provoke severe repercussions. She cultivated an understanding that leadership was as much about subtlety, observation, and influence as it was about ceremonial power, and that even quiet attentiveness could tip the balance between vulnerability and control. The experience of these losses also illuminated a hidden but enduring source of resilience within Marie Antoinette, sharpened now by adversity and the relentless scrutiny of her surroundings. Even as the palace walls absorbed murmurs of unrest and corridors echoed with tension, she discovered an inner capacity for endurance, reflection, and adaptation that transcended ceremonial grace or superficial composure. She drew strength from quiet rituals, time with her children, walks in the petty Trianon gardens, contemplative engagement with music and art that reinforced her psychological and emotional stability. Each moment of solace offered perspective, reminding her that even as familiar structures disintegrated around her, her sense of self could remain intact, capable of thought, reflection, and deliberate action. These small but powerful practices became the pillars of resilience that allowed her to navigate daily life under pressure while preserving dignity, insight, and a capacity for human connection, even in the midst of relentless uncertainty. The Queen's evolving understanding of her losses also shaped her approach to decision-making, which became increasingly deliberate and contemplative. She learned to weigh not only immediate risks, but also the cascading consequences that could emerge from a single action or word. The interplay between caution and courage guided her every choice, whether it was responding to a subtle hint of dissent from a courtier, managing the expectations of her children, or navigating complex political currents outside the palace walls. Each decision was filtered through layers of observation, emotional insight, and strategic foresight, balancing the need for authority with empathy and the demands of survival with the imperatives of personal integrity. Marie Antoinette discovered that leadership required constant negotiation between vulnerability and strength, patience and decisiveness, and that even minor actions could reverberate with profound significance across the delicate fabric of Versailles. Even as she confronted these challenges, Marie Antoinette found moments of illumination in the small, often overlooked details of her surroundings. The interplay of light and shadow across palace corridors, the rustle of leaves in the Petit Trianon gardens, the subtle fragrance of flowers carried on a breeze, and the quiet, unassuming gestures of children at play offered grounding perspectives amidst uncertainty. These seemingly trivial observations became sources of reflection, mental replenishment, and emotional clarity, reminding her of continuity amidst change and beauty amidst turmoil. In these moments, she recognized that even under pressure, the world retained its textures, rhythms, and surprises, and that attentive awareness could provide both insight and solace. Each detail, whether the way sunlight fell across ornate tapestries or the distant murmur of the city beyond the palace gates, reinforced her capacity for mindfulness, calm observation, and the careful calibration of response. The duality of loss and light became a guiding principle in Marie Antoinette's daily life. She understood that every setback, whether political, personal, or relational, contained within it an opportunity for insight, reflection, and strategic recalibration. The shadows cast by revolutionary turmoil could illuminate aspects of character, leadership, and understanding previously unexamined. She learned to approach adversity not as a purely negative force, but as a teacher, revealing reserves of patience, creativity, and resilience she might never have discovered otherwise. Through reflection, calm deliberation, and subtle assertion, Marie Antoinette cultivated the ability to respond with grace, thoughtfulness, and empathy, demonstrating that even in the most challenging circumstances, measured action and human connection remained possible. The Queen also began to recognize the impermanence of privilege in stark and sometimes painful terms. What had once seemed permanent, the unquestioned authority of the crown, the loyalty of courtiers, the security of daily routines, was now fragile, conditional, and constantly negotiable. Each day presented fresh evidence of this truth, whether through absences, delays, or subtle changes in the behavior and attitude of those around her. This realization, while sobering, also sharpened her awareness and reinforced the necessity of discretion, adaptability, and deliberate attention to detail. Survival in turbulent times demanded not only status, but keen perception, emotional intelligence, and the ability to navigate an ever-shifting social and political landscape. Every interaction, every choice, became an exercise in understanding, judgment, and measured influence, illustrating that resilience and prudence were as crucial as power itself. In facing these challenges, Marie Antoinette cultivated an inner discipline that was rarely visible to those outside her immediate circle. Meditation, quiet reflection, and the careful observation of both human behavior and natural rhythms provided a foundation of mental fortitude that sustained her through the relentless pressures of court and revolution. She became attuned to the subtle dynamics of Versailles, the nuanced gestures of courtiers, the shifts in tone during conversations, and the delicate balance between perception and reality. These practices, though understated, were essential in maintaining composure, enabling her to navigate each day with clarity of thought and a measured response to external turbulence. The Queen's dedication to cultivating this inner strength allowed her to remain centered, drawing upon reserves of patience, insight, and emotional stability that could withstand even the most testing circumstances. The Queen also drew lessons from historical awareness, turning her attention to the lives of past monarchs and the consequences of their decisions. By studying precedent, considering potential outcomes, and reflecting on historical examples, she gained perspective on her own circumstances, grounding her reactions in understanding rather than impulse. These reflections allowed her to see patterns of governance, loyalty, and public sentiment, and to anticipate the possible consequences of her own actions. This combination of reflective insight and practical foresight strengthened her capacity to navigate loss without succumbing to despair, enabling her to act with strategy, composure, and a nuanced understanding of the fragile interplay between personal authority and public perception. Even as the external world grew more threatening, Marie Antoinette found strength in personal relationships that endured beyond political machinations. Trusted confidants, loyal attendants, and close family members provided both emotional support and counsel. These bonds offered an anchor, a reminder that human connection could persist despite upheaval, and that strategic alliances, cultivated with care and discernment, were vital to navigating the turbulent social landscape. Each interaction reinforced her ability to balance empathy, authority, and insight, highlighting that leadership and resilience depended not solely on position or ceremony, but on the careful maintenance of meaningful human ties. The Queen drew courage and perspective from these relationships, understanding that enduring loyalty and shared trust could provide both solace and practical advantage. The Queen's reflections on loss extended to her understanding of personal identity, particularly the intertwining of her roles as monarch, mother, and public figure. She recognized that preserving integrity required careful navigation across these spheres, ensuring that personal convictions, familial responsibilities, and public duties could coexist without conflict. Moments of private contemplation allowed her to reconcile these aspects of self, maintaining coherence and agency even as external circumstances threatened to fragment perception and control. By aligning internal values with external action, Marie Antoinette cultivated a form of self-governance that enabled her to act with dignity, foresight, and resilience, ensuring that her personal and political identities could remain intact even in the face of relentless pressure and profound losses. Through these experiences, Marie Antoinette began to see the subtle ways in which adversity could foster growth. Each challenge, setback, or perceived betrayal carried the potential for learning, for refinement of strategy, and for deeper understanding of human nature. She reflected on the complexities of loyalty, ambition, and fear, and gradually developed a heightened sensitivity to the emotional currents that shaped the actions of those around her. These realizations enabled her to anticipate. The first indications of Marie Antoinette's legacy began to take shape even as the turbulence of her final days continued to unfold. While her immediate circumstances were defined by confinement, scrutiny, and political unrest, subtle patterns of remembrance and reinterpretation were already emerging. Courtiers, attendants, and chroniclers began to document her actions, her gestures, and even her silences, capturing fragments of character that would outlast the events themselves. These records, often uneven and filtered through personal perspectives, began to form the scaffolding of a memory that would endure beyond the immediate consequences of revolution. In these small, attentive acts of observation, Marie Antoinette's presence began to be woven into the broader tapestry of historical consciousness, planting seeds for the narratives that future generations would construct around her life, choices, and influence. Even within the strictures of imprisonment and the isolation imposed by her captors, the Queen's personal impact remained visible in subtle ways. The loyalty of certain attendants, the care of those tasked with her daily sustenance, and the occasional letter or message from sympathetic observers reflected the persistence of human connection and admiration, despite adversity. These tangible traces of attachment and respect signaled that her influence had not been entirely diminished, and that the qualities which had inspired both devotion and critique grace, discernment, composure, and intelligence continued to resonate. Each act of support, however small, contributed to a broader sense that her life, even under constraint, carried significance that could echo into the future. The shaping of legacy also involved the interpretation of her public and private persona. Writers, historians, and artists of the period, each with their own vantage point and agenda, began to construct narratives that emphasized certain traits, some idealized, some critical, some sympathetic, others accusatory. Marie Antoinette's behavior, decisions, and expressions were transformed into symbols, representations, and sometimes cautionary tales, creating a multifaceted portrait that extended beyond immediate events. This process illustrated the ways in which individual lives, especially those intertwined with power, could be transformed into enduring motifs, offering lessons, warnings, or inspiration for audiences far removed from the lived reality of the time. Even in reflection, the Queen's influence reached beyond her own actions to the broader cultural and social patterns of the era. Her tastes in art, fashion, and design continued to inspire emulation and commentary, leaving subtle traces in the aesthetics of the period. Beyond material influence, the moral, emotional, and strategic dimensions of her character began to inform perceptions of monarchy, femininity, and leadership. Observers, both contemporary and later, would evaluate her capacity for resilience, her engagement with adversity, and her approach to personal and political challenges as a reference point, consciously or unconsciously shaping judgments about authority, empathy, and responsibility. In this way, the legacy of Marie Antoinette was not only a record of events, but also an evolving constellation of interpretation, meaning, and influence. As her story began to circulate more widely, the nuances of Marie Antoinette's character started to intertwine with public perception, memory, and myth. Chroniclers and commentators often highlighted contrasts her moments of composure against displays of vulnerability, her acts of charity alongside the accusations of extravagance. These dualities created a layered portrait, one that defied simple categorization, allowing future generations to interpret her life through multiple lenses. Even in the midst of political turmoil, Observers were captivated by the complexity of her persona, noting that the interplay between circumstance and individual temperament could produce both admiration and critique. Through this evolving narrative, the Queen's life transcended the immediate historical moment, becoming a reference point for discussions about leadership, morality, and the human capacity to endure. Beyond written accounts, Marie Antoinette's influence began to resonate in art, portraiture, and cultural representation. Painters, sculptors, and designers captured not only her likeness, but the aura of dignity, elegance, and refinement that had defined her presence at court. These artistic interpretations, whether idealized or realistic, carried forward the visual memory of her reign, solidifying her place in the cultural imagination. Each brushstroke, each crafted image, contributed to a collective understanding of her identity, shaping how society would perceive her long after her final days. In this manner, the Queen's legacy extended beyond political or historical records, reaching into aesthetic and symbolic dimensions that would endure across centuries. Even within private letters and personal recollections, the echoes of her influence were evident. Correspondence from attendants, family members, and sympathetic observers revealed an appreciation for her intellect, emotional depth, and capacity for grace under pressure. These intimate accounts preserved the human side of Marie Antoinette, highlighting qualities often overshadowed by political narratives. In reading these reflections, later generations could access not only the events of her life, but the textures of her experience, the careful choices, the moments of introspection, and the enduring presence that shaped interactions and relationships throughout her final years. The shaping of legacy was not merely about preservation. It was also about transformation. Over time, stories of Marie Antoinette's resilience, refinement, and courage began to inform broader societal conversations about monarchy, gender, and authority. Her life became a lens through which the dynamics of privilege, responsibility, and personal agency could be explored, providing insight into the interplay between individual character and historical circumstance. In this way, her legacy was not static but dynamic, evolving with each retelling, each artistic rendering, and each historical analysis, ensuring that her impact extended far beyond the constraints of her immediate environment and into the consciousness of generations to come. By observing how stories of her life evolved, Marie Antoinette's legacy began to take on a reflective quality that intertwined fact, perception, and interpretation. Each account, whether crafted by historians, memoirists, or casual observers, highlighted different facets of her character resilience, elegance, vulnerability, or misjudgment. These layered narratives created a mosaic in which truth and interpretation blended, offering subsequent generations a complex and multifaceted understanding of her experiences. The Queen's own actions, decisions, and composure in the face of adversity became touchstones for evaluating the human capacity to navigate public scrutiny, political turbulence, and personal loss. Through these narratives, her life became a mirror reflecting broader questions about leadership, morality, and the fragility of social structures. Even as historical interpretations varied, the subtle traces of her influence persisted in culture, fashion, and public memory. The elegance of her attire, the refinement of her gestures, and the distinct character of her public presence continued to inspire admiration, debate, and emulation. These cultural echoes extended beyond her immediate courtly environment, shaping perceptions of royalty, femininity, and social authority across France and eventually Europe. In observing the interplay between her personal identity and public image, later generations could discern the intricate relationships between appearance, influence, and perception, realizing that a legacy is as much constructed through symbolism and representation as through concrete actions. The Queen's personal relationships, too, contributed to the enduring nature of her legacy. Letters, memoirs, and oral accounts from family members, attendants, and trusted confidants preserved the human side of her story, revealing her capacity for care, empathy, and strategic thought. These intimate perspectives provided depth to the historical record, balancing political narratives with reflections on emotional intelligence, relational acumen, and the ways in which her decisions impacted those closest to her. By documenting these human dimensions, the contours of her character were preserved in a manner that allowed her legacy to transcend simple heroism or vilification, offering a nuanced portrayal of a life shaped by circumstance, choice, and endurance. Finally, Marie Antoinette's legacy began to crystallize into a dynamic interplay between historical fact, personal impression, and cultural representation. She became not only a figure of immediate historical consequence, but also a symbol through which broader societal themes, power, vulnerability, resilience, and identity could be explored. Each retelling, each artistic depiction, and each historical analysis added layers of meaning, ensuring that her story continued to inform, inspire, and provoke reflection long after the events of her life had passed. In this way, the shaping of her legacy was an ongoing process, one that demonstrated how individual lives could resonate far beyond their temporal and spatial boundaries, leaving enduring traces in both history and collective memory. In examining the lasting contours of Marie Antoinette's legacy, one begins to see how her life's narrative extended beyond political events into enduring cultural symbolism. She became emblematic of both the splendor and the vulnerability inherent in monarchy, embodying qualities that could inspire admiration while also inviting scrutiny. Artists, writers, and historians, each in their own way, contributed to a layered portrayal that balanced her personal virtues with the complexities of her circumstances. Through these evolving interpretations, Marie Antoinette's presence continued to resonate, highlighting the intricate relationships between power, perception, and historical memory, and offering a nuanced lens through which subsequent generations could understand the interplay of individual agency and societal expectation. Even within the private sphere, reflections on her actions and decisions contributed to shaping her memory. Letters from attendants, personal diaries, and recollections of family members preserve intimate details of her character, her wit, her emotional depth, and her capacity for thoughtfulness amid adversity. These personal accounts offered texture and dimension to her public image, emphasizing the human experience behind the ceremonial and political facade. In this manner, her legacy was not solely defined by grand events or public perception, but also by the subtle, everyday expressions of resilience, care, and discernment that left lasting impressions on those around her. Marie Antoinette's legacy further illustrates how personal adversity can amplify historical significance. The trials she faced, the losses she endured, and the choices she made under duress became focal points for reflection, analysis, and narrative construction. Her experiences allowed future generations to examine broader themes of leadership, responsibility, and human vulnerability, demonstrating that the endurance of character under pressure often leaves as strong an imprint as acts of overt power. Through these reflections, she became both a subject of historical study and a symbol of resilience, showing that personal conduct and composure can extend influence far beyond immediate circumstance. Ultimately, the shaping of Marie Antoinette's legacy was a dynamic and ongoing process, evolving through the interplay of observation, interpretation, and cultural memory. Her life became a canvas on which subsequent generations projected lessons, ideals, and cautionary tales, ensuring that the subtleties of her character's strength intertwined with vulnerability, wisdom tempered by circumstance, would endure across time. Through art, literature, personal accounts, and historical study, her influence persisted, demonstrating that the impact of an individual is not solely measured by immediate power or success, but by the enduring capacity to shape perception, inspire reflection, and leave a resonant imprint on the collective consciousness of history. As years passed, the memory of Marie Antoinette began to settle into the collective consciousness, taking shape through stories, records, and artistic representations that lingered long after her final days. The immediacy of revolutionary upheaval gave way to reflection as chroniclers, historians, and contemporaries sought to interpret her life with the clarity that distance can provide. Every anecdote, observation, and written account contributed to a slowly crystallizing image of the Queen, one that intertwined public events with private gestures, triumphs with missteps, and human vulnerability with regal poise. In this way, the passage of time itself became a medium through which her legacy could be examined, refined, and understood, allowing both admiration and critique to coexist in a layered, enduring narrative. Even as political upheaval faded into historical study, Marie Antoinette's story continued to captivate the imagination of those who encountered it. Artists captured her likeness with renewed attention to detail. Historians analyzed her decisions and correspondence, and writers wove her experiences into narratives that illuminated broader themes of monarchy, societal expectation, and personal agency. The Queen's life became more than a series of events. It became a lens through which human character, resilience, and the consequences of power could be explored. Each retelling, whether through meticulous scholarship or evocative literature, added depth and dimension, ensuring that her presence remained both tangible and symbolic across time. The evolving memory of Marie Antoinette was also shaped by the interplay between myth and reality. As stories circulated, some details were embellished, others minimized, and many were reframed to suit the perspectives of storytellers or the sentiments of audiences removed from the moving immediacy of her era. This blending of fact and interpretation did not diminish her historical significance. Rather, it enriched the complexity of her legacy. The tension between her public persona and private reality created a fertile ground for reflection, inviting successive generations to grapple with questions of justice, perception, and the human cost of political upheaval. Through this process, her life became a prism through which the shades of history, morality, and human behavior could be refracted and understood. Even within personal and family recollections, the resonance of her memory persisted. Letters, memoirs, and anecdotal accounts preserved the emotional and relational dimensions of her life, capturing subtleties of character that formal records often overlooked. These personal insights emphasized her humanity, her capacity for care, her moments of doubt and reflection, and her steadfastness in the face of challenge. By preserving these intimate aspects, her memory was not only documented as a matter of historical record, but also humanized, allowing those who studied or encountered her story to connect with the Queen on an emotional and psychological level. This blending of personal narrative and public history ensured that the memory of Marie Antoinette remained both vivid and multifaceted, accessible to the heart as well as the mind. As the years unfolded, the Queen's life became a point of reference for broader reflections on monarchy, governance, and societal expectations. Scholars and writers analyzed not only her decisions, but also the symbolic weight they carried, considering how personal choices intersected with the responsibilities of power. Each account examined the nuances of her leadership, the subtleties of her interactions with courtiers and advisors, and the ways in which she navigated the constraints imposed upon her. Through this lens, Marie Antoinette's story transformed from a series of historical events into a study of human behavior under pressure, illustrating how resilience, judgment, and personal character can shape perception long after the moment has passed. The process of remembering also highlighted the Queen's aesthetic and cultural influence, which persisted long after her personal circumstances had changed. From fashion and courtly etiquette to art and music, Marie Antoinette's tastes and sensibilities continued to inspire emulation, discussion, and critique. The subtle details of her life, the arrangement of her chambers, the gardens she cherished, the art she collected, became symbols through which future generations understood the intersection of personal taste and social expectation. In preserving and interpreting these elements, Historians and cultural commentators revealed how memory is not only about actions and events, but also about the textures, atmospheres, and intangible qualities that define human experience. Even the myths that grew around her contributed to the shaping of memory, demonstrating the interplay between narrative and historical fact. Stories, sometimes exaggerated or reimagined, conveyed the essence of her persona and the societal forces that surrounded her. These narratives, circulating in print, art, and oral history, ensured that her presence remained vivid, if occasionally contested, in the collective imagination. They reflected not only the fascination with her as an individual, but also the enduring cultural desire to understand the complexities of human behavior, privilege, and consequence. In this way, Marie Antoinette's life became both a subject of study and a mirror for the values, fears, and aspirations of those who preserved her memory. Through these layers of observation, interpretation, and storytelling, the Queen's legacy became increasingly multidimensional. Time allowed for reflection on the contrast between her public image and private reality, between the criticisms leveled against her and the personal trials she endured. Each layer added depth to understanding, revealing her as both a historical figure and a human being navigating extraordinary circumstances. Her story demonstrated that memory is not static. It grows, shifts, and gains texture with each retelling, and that the resonance of a life is measured not only by deeds, but by the lasting impressions left on the hearts and minds of those who remember. As public interest in her life endured, the Queen's story became a lens through which historians and cultural commentators could explore broader societal transformations. The tumult of the French Revolution, the collapse of traditional hierarchies, and the emergence of new political paradigms all intersected with the narrative of Marie Antoinette's life, making her an emblematic figure through which change could be examined. Each retelling emphasized not only her personal experiences, but also the social, political, and cultural currents that shaped them. In this way, her memory became inseparable from the broader historical context, offering insight into both individual character and collective upheaval, and demonstrating how personal and societal narratives can intertwine to create enduring historical significance. Even as historical scholarship evolved, the nuances of her personality continued to emerge through careful study of correspondence, memoirs, and archival records. These materials revealed a woman capable of thoughtfulness, empathy, and strategic insight, balancing the demands of public life with personal reflection and familial concern. Such insights allowed historians to paint a more complete portrait, one that went beyond stereotypes or sensational accounts to explore the complexity of her experience. Through these detailed examinations, Marie Antoinette's memory was enriched, revealing the subtle ways in which personal disposition, circumstance, and decision-making intersected to shape both perception and legacy. The Queen's life, as it was interpreted over time, also illuminated the enduring tension between perception and reality. Public narratives, often shaped by rumor, bias, or political agenda, sometimes diverged from her lived experience. Yet these narratives themselves became part of the historical record, influencing how subsequent generations understood both her character and her role in the events of the era. The interplay between lived reality and public interpretation underscored the complex dynamics of memory, illustrating that the lasting impression of an individual is shaped not solely by their actions, but also by the stories told, the interpretations made, and the cultural frameworks that persist long after events have passed. Through this continuous interplay of documentation, reflection, and interpretation, the memory of Marie Antoinette gradually became more layered and enduring. Each account, whether emphasizing her courage, her elegance, her errors, or her resilience, contributed to a rich tapestry of understanding that transcended temporal boundaries. Time allowed for perspective, nuance, and a deeper appreciation of the interplay between personal character and historical circumstance, ensuring that her legacy remained not only a record of past events but also a lens through which the complexities of human experience could be examined and appreciated across generations. As generations passed, Marie Antoinette's memory continued to evolve, shaped not only by historical documentation, but also by literature, art, and popular imagination. Each retelling emphasized different aspects of her character: her resilience under duress, her moments of personal vulnerability, her influence on culture and fashion, or her symbolic representation as a monarch confronted by social upheaval. These layered interpretations enriched the historical record, allowing her story to resonate with diverse audiences over time. The Queen became not just a figure of her own era, but a timeless lens through which the challenges of leadership, human fragility, and societal change could be examined. Even as myths and legends grew around her figure, the nuanced details of her life were preserved in letters, memoirs, and careful historical research. The private glimpses of her intelligence, empathy, and composure added depth to the public narratives, balancing sensationalized accounts with the subtleties of lived experience. These personal dimensions enabled historians and audiences alike to appreciate the complexity of her character, revealing the human behind the crown, the mother behind the political persona, and the individual navigating extraordinary circumstances with dignity and awareness. The Queen's enduring presence in cultural memory also highlighted the interplay between narrative and identity. Her story became a framework through which discussions of monarchy, gender, and societal expectation were explored. By examining how she responded to constraint, criticism, and the pressures of power, later generations could draw insights into the human capacity for endurance, strategic thinking, and emotional resilience. In this way, the memory of Marie Antoinette extended beyond a chronological record of events, evolving into a multidimensional exploration of character, circumstance, and influence. Ultimately, the consolidation of her memory into history demonstrated the lasting impact of her life and decisions. Through meticulous documentation, reflective scholarship, artistic interpretation, and cultural storytelling, Marie Antoinette's legacy was preserved and reimagined, offering a rich, textured understanding that transcended her own time. Her story, shaped by both personal experience and the perceptions of those who recorded it, became an enduring testament to the complexities of human life, the fragility and resilience of power, and the ways in which memory, narrative, and legacy intertwine to shape historical consciousness. Even centuries later, the presence of Marie Antoinette continues to echo through history, literature, and cultural consciousness, reverberating far beyond the temporal confines of her own life. Her story, shaped by the turbulence, drama, and upheaval of her era, resonates as a profound study in the intricate interplay between human character, circumstance, and societal expectation. Each decision she made, each gesture observed by courtiers, each whispered rumor or public commentary, contributed to a narrative that was as much about perception as it was about reality. These ripples of influence remind us that the consequences of a life lived under scrutiny are never confined to immediate events. They extend across generations, shaping the way future audiences understand resilience, dignity, and the fragile balance between personal choice and public expectation. Through the accumulated memory of countless retellings, the Queen's life continues to inform and engage, offering lessons in perseverance, reflection, and the subtle art of navigating a world in which every action carries weight beyond itself. These echoes manifest not only in the careful scholarship of historians, but also in the ongoing exploration of cultural reflection and artistic expression, creating a dialogue between past and present. From the delicate brushstrokes of portraits capturing her composure, to novels that dramatize her inner thoughts, and contemporary film interpretations that reimagine her experiences, Marie Antoinette's life has inspired a wide spectrum of creators. Each representation captures fragments of her character, the texture of her environment, and the layered social dynamics that defined her time, allowing contemporary audiences to engage with the nuanced story of a woman navigating extraordinary pressures. This dynamic interplay between myth, memory, and historical fact ensures that her legacy is not static. It is continually reshaped and reframed, adapting to new interpretations while retaining the essence of her lived experience. Beyond artistic representation, the echoes of her life influence the study of leadership, governance, and societal transformation, offering a framework through which enduring questions can be explored. Analysts and scholars examine the Queen's behavior under extreme scrutiny, considering how personal poise, strategic insight, and emotional intelligence informed her responses to crisis. By studying her experiences, contemporary observers gain insight into the challenges of exercising authority amid scrutiny, the fragility of privilege, and the resilience required to maintain dignity when circumstances threaten both position and personal security. In this sense, Marie Antoinette's legacy becomes an active tool for understanding the human dimensions of leadership, illustrating how character and circumstance intersect to shape outcomes and perceptions across time. Even in the intimate realms of personal and familial memory, her presence remains palpable, preserved in letters, diaries, and oral recollections that convey her wit, her thoughtfulness, and her subtle strategic awareness. These personal records capture the Queen not merely as a figure of history, but as a living human being, navigating fear, uncertainty, and expectation with grace and care. They allow later generations to access the interiority of her experience, the anxieties, reflections, and tender moments that were invisible to public observers, yet essential to understanding her full character. Through these intertwined public and private echoes, Marie Antoinette's memory continues to inform, shape, and inspire, demonstrating that the resonance of a life is measured as much by the impressions left on the hearts and minds of others as by the events that define its chronology. As time progressed, the subtle influences of Marie Antoinette's life extended into broader cultural and societal reflection, illustrating how personal narrative can intersect with collective memory. Her experiences, choices, and comportment became points of discussion not only for historians, but also for philosophers, writers, and social commentators, each seeking to understand the interplay between individual agency and structural forces. In examining her life, observers explored questions of morality, privilege, and the consequences of human action, recognizing that the echoes of her experience provided enduring lessons in both the personal and political realms. Through these reflections, her presence remained alive, a reference point for understanding the complexities of leadership, vulnerability, and the human consequences of social upheaval. The Queen's story also persisted in artistic and literary imagination, her image continually reinterpreted to resonate with contemporary audiences. Each depiction, whether in painting, theater, or literature, captured facets of her elegance, her poise, or the tension between public expectation and private reality. Even when dramatized or mythologized, these interpretations preserved essential truths about her life, highlighting the resilience, thoughtfulness, and strategic awareness that characterized her final years. The ongoing reinterpretation of her persona demonstrates how memory and legacy are living phenomena, continually shaped by perception, creativity, and the need to find meaning in historical narrative. Even within the realms of education and historical study, Marie Antoinette's legacy offers fertile ground for exploration. Her life serves as a case study in the interplay between circumstance, personal character, and societal forces, providing insight into the fragility of privilege and the enduring impact of perception. Students and scholars analyze her correspondence, decisions, and the social dynamics of her court to understand not only her individual experience, but also the broader mechanisms of power, loyalty, and influence. In this way, her story remains a vital tool for learning, reflection, and understanding, bridging centuries to offer insights that are as relevant today as they were in her own time. Finally, The echoes of Marie Antoinette's life remind us that legacy is both persistent and dynamic, formed by the interaction of fact, interpretation, and human memory. Her experiences continue to resonate because they embody universal themes of resilience, vulnerability, and the navigation of complex social landscapes. Each retelling, each artistic or scholarly exploration, reinforces the ongoing relevance of her story, ensuring that her life continues to inform and inspire. Through these enduring echoes, Marie Antoinette lives on not merely as a historical figure, but as a symbol of the intricate interplay between personal character, societal expectation, and the passage of time, reminding all who reflect upon her story of the enduring power of memory, narrative, and human presence. As historians and cultural commentators continued to explore her life, the subtle lessons embedded within Marie Antoinette's story became increasingly apparent. The interplay of public scrutiny and private reflection offered enduring insights into human behavior under pressure, illustrating how character, judgment, and composure can influence perception far beyond immediate circumstances. Each retelling highlighted the delicate balance between vulnerability and resilience, reminding audiences that the echoes of personal action extend well beyond the temporal bounds of individual experience. Through this lens, her life became both a cautionary tale and a source of inspiration, a testament to the complexity of navigating responsibility, expectation, and human frailty. Her story also illuminated the ways in which memory is constructed and reconstructed over time. Personal accounts, public records, artistic portrayals, and literary adaptations each contributed layers of interpretation, creating a multifaceted understanding of her legacy. The convergence of these sources provided texture and depth, revealing the subtle interplay between historical fact, personal perception, and cultural imagination. By engaging with these diverse perspectives, audiences could access a richer comprehension of her experiences, understanding that history is as much about interpretation and reflection as it is about events themselves. Even the myths and legends that emerged around her persona served to highlight enduring themes relevant to both her time and ours. Tales of elegance, extravagance, and human fallibility became symbolic touchstones, illustrating the consequences of social expectation, the fragility of reputation, and the capacity for resilience in the face of adversity. While these stories sometimes blurred the line between fact and fiction, they also reinforced the enduring fascination with her life, ensuring that her presence remained vivid in cultural memory. In this way, myth and reality intertwined to shape a legacy that was dynamic, instructive, and deeply human. Ultimately, the echoes of Marie Antoinette's life underscore the enduring power of memory, reflection, and narrative. Through centuries of interpretation, her story has persisted as a symbol of resilience, elegance, and human complexity. Each account, artistic rendering, and scholarly study adds to a layered understanding, preserving the nuances of her character and the intricacies of her experience. In listening to these echoes, audiences are invited to reflect not only on the past, but also on the timeless interplay between human choice, circumstance, and the enduring resonance of a life lived under extraordinary conditions. In considering Marie Antoinette's legacy, one cannot overlook the quiet dignity with which her story continues to be retold. Each echo of her life carries with it not only the details of a bygone era, but also the subtle reminders of how individuals shape and are shaped by history. Her journey, marked by both privilege and suffering, continues to resonate because it reflects truths that are universally human. The weight of responsibility, the fragility of perception, and the capacity for endurance even when the odds are insurmountable. In remembering her, we are invited to contemplate not merely the fate of a queen, but the shared experience of humanity in the face of trial. The continued fascination with her story also demonstrates how history itself is not static but alive, breathing and reshaped with each new generation that encounters it. For some, she remains a symbol of excess and the dangers of detachment from reality. For others, she emerges as a figure of resilience, grace, and personal courage in the shadow of catastrophe. These contrasting interpretations reveal as much about those who retell her story as they do about the queen herself, reminding us that legacy is as much a reflection of the present as it is of the past. Even in the silence left behind after her final days, Marie Antoinette's voice seems to linger, not in words, but in the lessons drawn from her existence. Her presence is felt in every discussion of leadership and responsibility, in every debate about perception and truth, and in every recognition of the resilience that defines the human spirit. It is through these echoes that she endures, not as a distant relic, but as a living reminder of the power of memory, reflection, and narrative to transcend the limits of time. And so, as we close this journey through her final days and lasting legacy, we are left with a simple yet profound realization. History whispers to us not only through grand events, but through the quiet resilience of those who lived them. Marie Antoinette's story is not confined to the walls of Versailles or the turmoil of revolutionary France. It continues to ripple outward, inviting us to listen, to reflect, and to carry forward the timeless echoes of her humanity. In remembering her, we are reminded of ourselves, of the choices we face, and of the enduring truth that the human spirit, though tested, continues to whisper across the centuries. As we reach the end of this journey through the final days and lasting echoes of Marie Antoinette, it becomes clear that her life was never just about royalty or revolution, but about the deeply human story of resilience, fragility, and the ways in which memory continues to speak across centuries. Her presence lingers in history, not because she was flawless, but because she was complex, at times misunderstood, at times admired, yet always impossible to forget. In revisiting her story, we are reminded that the past is not silent. It breathes through every retelling, shaping the way we see ourselves and the choices we face in the present. If you've found meaning in this exploration of her journey, with all its triumphs and sorrows, has stirred your curiosity, I invite you to stay connected with us. By subscribing to the channel, leaving a like, or sharing your thoughts in the comments, you help keep these echoes alive, ensuring that history continues to be not only remembered, but experienced together. Each gesture of support is more than a click. It is part of a larger conversation, a way of building a community that values reflection, storytelling, and the lessons time has carried to us. And so, as the final words fade and the story of Marie Antoinette returns to the silence of history, I thank you for walking this path with me. May her echoes continue to inspire thought, dialogue, and a deeper appreciation for the resilience of the human spirit. Until our next journey into the past, take care, and may the whispers of history continue to find their way to you. Welcome, dear listener. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Truly, whether you've just closed your eyes after a long day, or you're tucked beneath a warm blanket with the world outside, still and distant, I want you to know this moment was made for you. Not for rushing, not for thinking, not for remembering what you forgot to do, just for being here, for letting go, for allowing yourself to be carried gently into a story that doesn't demand your attention, but simply offers you a place to rest. And if you've ever found comfort in the quiet corners of history, the ones where the grand events fade into the background, and what remains are the soft sounds of a family breathing in the dark, a child's laugh muffled by pillows, a mother's hand smoothing the sheets one last time before sleep, then this story is for you. It's about the Romanovs, not as they appear in textbooks or grainy black and white photographs, stiff with ceremony and burdened by crowns, not as villains or martyrs, not as symbols of a fallen empire, but as people, as a family who lived, loved, feared, and dreamed just like we do. Now, before we begin, I should tell you something. This won't be like the stories you may have heard, the ones wrapped in mystery and melodrama, where Anastasia miraculously survives and dances through Paris with a locket full of diamonds and a memory full of snow. Though if she did, I hope she at least found a good pastry shop. One can survive a revolution, but surviving a bad croissant? That's true tragedy. No, tonight we won't chase legends. We won't dramatize the final moments with thunder or music swelling. Instead, we'll walk slowly through the halls of their lives, where the air still carries the scent of beeswax and old books, where the floorboards creak not from age, but from memory. This is not a tale of power. It's a tale of presence, of a father who wanted to be kind, a mother who prayed too much and smiled too little, children who played games in the palace corridors, drawing maps of imaginary kingdoms, unaware that their own world was already beginning to dissolve. It's about winter-long, relentless, beautiful winter, and a family who lived through it, not knowing that the thaw would never come for them. And if this kind of story moves you, if you find peace in the quiet echoes of lives long gone, in the way history breathes when no one is rushing to tell it, then I'd love for you to stay with us. If you haven't already, consider subscribing. Leave a comment if you feel like it's just your name or where you're listening from tonight. A city, a country, a window facing the moon. It doesn't change the past, but it reminds me that someone is here, listening, and that makes all the difference. Now let your breath slow. Let your body sink deeper into stillness. Imagine the air around you growing just a little colder, not harsh, not sharp, but clean, like the first breath of night in a northern land. A kind of cold that makes your cheeks flush and your thoughts grow quiet. Above you, the sky is vast and deep, scattered with stars so bright they seem to tremble. Snow falls without hurry, each flake turning in the dark before landing on the frozen streets of St. Petersburg, where the gas lamps glow like drowned suns beneath a veil of frost. And there, rising from the silence, stands the Winter Palace. Not as a monument, not as a fortress of power, but as a home. Its golden domes wear caps of snow. Its windows shine with a soft, buttery light, like candles left burning for some unexpected home. Inside, the air is still. The clocks tick softly. A dog barks once, far off, in a private wing. Somewhere, a door clicks shut. The palace is alive, not with grandeur, but with the quiet pulse of daily life, of tea poured at the same hour, of letters folded and sealed, of children whispering under blankets long after they were meant to be asleep. This is where we begin, not with revolution, not with gunfire, not with the end, but with the moment before the storm, when everything still feels ordinary, when a father reads to his son, when a mother watches her daughters from the doorway, when the world, for just one more night, holds its breath and pretends it won't have to let go. So close your eyes now, if you haven't already. Let the cold air fill your lungs. Let the silence grow around you, deep and tender. And let me take you, step by quiet step, into the last winter of the Romanovs. Long before the world began to tremble beneath the weight of change, before the whispers in the streets grew into voices too loud to ignore, Russia was a land shaped not by speed or urgency, but by the deep, unbroken rhythm of seasons that turned like the pages of an ancient book read in silence. It was a country where time did not race forward, but settled into the earth like frost at dawn, where the horizon stretched so far in every direction that it seemed to dissolve into the sky itself, and where the silence between one breath and the next was not empty, but full of presence of wind through birch trees, of distant church bells carried on the cold, of footsteps muffled by snow that had lain undisturbed for weeks. This was a realm where life unfolded slowly, where the same paths were walked by generations, where the same prayers were whispered in the same wooden churches, and where the idea of tomorrow was not something to be seized, but something to be endured, like winter. The villages were small, scattered like forgotten thoughts across the endless steppe, their wooden houses built close together as if for warmth, their roofs bowed under the weight of years of snow, their windows glowing faintly at dusk like the eyes of sleeping animals. Smoke curled from crooked chimneys in thin, wavering lines, carrying with it the scent of burning birch logs, of onions frying in lard, of damp wool drying near stoves, and of the sourdough bread that rose slowly in clay pots beside the hearth. Inside, families gathered in the single warm room, their faces lit by the flicker of oil lamps or the red glow of the pechka, the Russian stove that stood like a small temple at the heart of the home, radiating heat through the long night. Children sat on the floor with bare feet tucked beneath them, listening to their elders speak in low voices of saints and spirits, of wolves that could speak, of tsars who once walked among the people in disguise to test their kindness, their words forming a tapestry of myth and memory that wrapped around them like a second skin. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and old books, of dried herbs hanging from the rafters, of the faint musk of animals sheltered just beyond the back wall. And when the wind howled outside, rattling the shutters and shaking the very foundations, no one startled. They only leaned closer to the fire, pulled their shawls tighter, and waited for the storm to pass, as their parents had, and their parents before them. In the cities, life moved with a different rhythm, though still wrapped in a kind of slowness that felt eternal, as if the past and present were not separate, but woven together like threads in a tapestry too old to unravel. Moscow stirred beneath the golden domes of churches that shimmered in the morning light like flames frozen in time, their crosses catching the sun and scattering it in shards across the cobbled streets below. The bells of the Kremlin did not ring on the hour, nor by the command of a clock, but when they were needed calling the faithful to prayer at dawn, marking the passing of a soul at dusk, announcing the arrival of a holy day with a slow, solemn toll that rolled over the city like a wave through still water. Markets buzzed with color and scent, not in the frantic way of modern bazaars, but with a steady, unhurried pulse, as if everyone had all the time in the world. Vendors stood behind wooden stalls piled high, with wheels of yellow cheese wrapped in coarse cloth, bundles of dried mushrooms tied with twine, jars of honey so dark it looked like liquid amber pulled from the earth, and baskets of rye bread still warm from the oven, its crust crackling as it cooled. They called out in low, steady voices, not to attract attention, but as a kind of ritual more habit than hope, while customers wrapped in heavy coats and fur hats pulled low browsed slowly, touching the bread, sniffing the herbs, bargaining in quiet tones that rose and fell like a conversation between old friends. Somewhere nearby, a balalaika played a single mournful tune, its notes drifting through the air like smoke, and children ran between the stalls, their laughter sharp and bright against the gray sky, their boots kicking up small clouds of frozen dust. And far to the north, in the heart of it all, St. Petersburg stood like a dream built on water and will, a city that had been carved from marshland by the command of a man who believed he could shape nature itself. Peter the Great had willed it into existence, dragging stone and timber from across the empire, conscripting thousands of laborers to drain the swamps and lay the foundations, many of whom died in the process, their bones said to lie beneath the very streets they helped to build. Now, in the early years of the 20th century, it wore its grandeur with a kind of weary elegance, its facades painted in soft blues and pale yellows, their ornate carvings worn smooth by wind and time, their balconies draped in iron lace that glistened with frost in the winter light. The city was a place of contrasts of wide, imperial avenues lined with statues that watched the world with stone eyes, and narrow alleyways where the poor lived in cramped apartments with no heat and little light, of glittering palaces that reflected the Neva River like mirrors, and frozen canals where washerwomen broke through the ice to scrub clothes by hand. In summer, the white nights stretched the daylight into a haze where shadows never fully formed, and people walked the embankments until 2 in the morning as if the sun would never truly set. In winter, the Neva froze solid, and the river became a road, crossed by sleds pulled by horses with breath like steam, by merchants hauling goods on wooden skates, by couples walking arm in arm beneath the gas lamps that flickered like drowned stars. The air was sharp with cold, but also with life, the sound of laughter, of bells, of distant music from a ballroom where the elite danced while the rest of the city shivered in the dark. The imperial family lived at the center of this world, not as distant gods, but as figures woven into the fabric of the nation's identity, their image printed on coins, their portraits hung in schools and train stations, their names spoken with a mixture of reverence and resignation. For more than 3 centuries, the Romanovs had ruled, their lineage stretching back to a time when muskets were new, and the world beyond the forest was still unknown, when the Tsar was not only a ruler, but a father to his people, a living link between heaven and earth. Their reign had seen empires rise and fall, wars fought and forgotten, lands gained and lost, and yet they remained constant, unchanging, as much a part of Russia as the snow, the silence, the long, dark nights that seemed to go on forever. They were not loved by all, nor were they untouched by scandal or sorrow, but they were there, a fixed point in a world that rarely moved fast. And so, when Nikolai Alexandrovich ascended the throne, it was not with fanfare or revolution, but with the quiet acceptance of a nation that had seen this before, that expected little and hoped for less. He was not a man of grand gestures or fiery speeches, not a conqueror or a visionary, but a man who preferred the company of his family to the weight of ceremony, who walked the palace gardens in simple boots, even in winter, when the paths were dusted with snow and the trees stood bare like skeletons against the sky. He loved the quiet hours before dawn, when the palace was still, when the only sound was the creak of floorboards and the distant hum of a servant lighting a stove. He wore his uniforms with care, each button polished, each ribbon placed just so, not out of vanity, but because he believed that dignity lay in detail, that respect was shown not in words, but in the way one carried oneself. He was not blind to the world beyond the palace. He read the reports, he listened to his advisers, but he believed deeply and sincerely. That order was maintained not by force, but by tradition, that the old ways, if followed with honesty and faith, would carry Russia forward without rupture, as they had for generations. His wife, Alexandra Fyodorovna, was a woman shaped by devotion and sorrow, by a love so deep it bordered on fear. Born a German princess, she had come to Russia as a bride full of hope, only to find herself adrift in a court that watched her closely, judged her silently, resented her accent, her reserve, her refusal to play the role of the glittering empress. She spoke Russian with care, but never quite without a trace of foreignness, and that small difference was enough for some to see her as an outsider, as someone who did not truly belong. She withdrew into faith, into prayer, into the private world of her children, where she could be more than a symbol, more than a figurehead. She was not warm in public, not quick to smile, not eager to charm qualities that made her unpopular in the salons of the aristocracy, but in the safety of her family's presence, she softened, her voice lowering to a murmur, her hands gentle, as she smoothed her youngest son's hair or tucked a blanket around his shoulders. She carried grief like a second shadow, the loss of a daughter in infancy, the constant terror that her only son might not survive the night, the knowledge that every joy was fragile, every moment borrowed. And so she prayed not once, not twice, but endlessly, her lips moving in silence even as she sat at dinner, her fingers tracing the beads of her rosary beneath the table, her eyes distant, as if already speaking to a God who had not yet answered. Their children were not raised as future rulers in the way one might expect, not drilled in statecraft from dawn or forced to stand for hours in stiff uniforms before crowds. Instead, they grew up in a world of routines and affection, of quiet mornings and candlelit evenings, where the greatest drama was a stolen cookie or a snowball fight in the palace courtyard. Olga, the eldest, was thoughtful beyond her years, already writing in her diary with a seriousness that made her seem older, her handwriting neat, her entries filled with observations about the weather, her lessons, her dreams. Tatiana was gentle, with a quiet strength that made others turn to her when they were afraid, when they needed someone to listen without judgment. Maria was warm, open, the one who hugged without hesitation, who laughed easily, who brought flowers from the garden just to make someone smile. Anastasia, the youngest, was bright, mischievous, always ready with a joke or a prank, drawing mustaches on photographs, hiding her father's pipe, whispering silly stories to her brother Alexei when he was in pain. And then there was Alexei, the only son, a future Tsar, the boy whose fate was tied not to his mind or his heart, but to the blood that flowed through his veins. Hemophilia ran in his family like a curse, passed down through generations, and even the smallest fall could send him into days of agony, lying still in bed, his legs wrapped in bandages, his breath shallow, his body trembling with pain. His parents watched him with a love so fierce it bordered on desperation. They tried everything: doctors from Paris, specialists from Vienna, prayers in every church, but nothing worked as mysteriously as the presence of a wandering monk named Rasputin, whose voice, whose touch, whose very silence seemed to calm the boy in ways medicine could not explain. They did not understand it. They only knew that when he was near, Alexei slept. Life in the Winter Palace was not one of constant luxury, but of rhythm and ritual, of small moments that repeated like a lullaby. Mornings began with tea served on silver trays, the clink of porcelain, a quiet music in the long corridors, the scent of bergamot and honey rising in soft curls from the cups. The children's lessons were held in a sunlit room where maps of the empire hung on the walls, though the world beyond Russia was rarely discussed, as if everything else were just noise. Afternoons were for walks in the palace gardens, for drawing, for playing with their dogs, Jolly, clumsy animals who followed them like shadows, barking at nothing, rolling in the snow. Evenings brought dinner as a family, simple by imperial standards, bowls of steaming borscht, plates of pierogi fresh from the oven, thick slices of black bread with butter that melted into golden pools. Candles were lit, stories were read, prayers were said, and when the children were finally in bed, their parents would linger in the hallway, listening to their breathing, watching the rise and fall of their chests, grateful for another night, without fever, without bleeding, without fear. Outside the palace walls, the empire stretched in every direction east into lands where the sun rose long before St. Petersburg woke, south into deserts and mountains where tribes still lived as they had for centuries, north into tundra where the wind never stopped howling and the nights lasted for months. It was a realm so vast that a letter could take weeks to cross it, where some villages had never seen a train, and others spoke languages no one in the capital could understand. And yet, all of it answered to one name. All of it belonged to one family. That was the belief, at least. That was the story told in schools, in churches, in the quiet moments when parents tucked their children in and said, "Sleep well, the Tsar watches over us." The people, for the most part, believed it too, not blindly, but with a kind of weary faith, the kind that comes not from joy, but from endurance. They did not expect miracles. They did not dream of palaces. They asked only for enough bread, for fair weather, for their children to survive the winter. And when the Tsar appeared in public, riding in his carriage through the city, they bowed not out of fear, but out of habit, of respect, of the deep-rooted idea that the world was as it had always been, and therefore would always be. The seasons turned, the snow fell, the rivers froze and thawed, the bells rang. Life went on. There were signs, of course, small things. A factory worker who stopped bowing, a student caught reading a forbidden book, a priest who spoke too openly about justice. But these were like leaves caught in the wind, noticed, perhaps, but not seen as storms. The world still felt solid. The palace still stood. The family still gathered for dinner. The children still laughed in the corridors. The dogs still barked at nothing. The candles still burned. And so, in those final years before everything changed, Russia existed in a kind of suspended peace. A breath held, a pause between heartbeats, a moment so quiet that no one noticed how fragile it truly was. The snow fell gently on the roofs of the villages, on the domes of the churches, on the frozen surface of the Neva. The stars blinked above the winter palace, indifferent, eternal. And inside, a mother tucked her youngest child into bed, smoothed his hair, kissed his forehead, and whispered a prayer that he would wake without pain. It was just another night, just another winter, just another moment in a story that had been going on for centuries. And no one yet knew it was the last time things would feel this way. There was a quiet hum beneath the surface of things, not loud enough to wake anyone from sleep, but present all the same a vibration in the air, like the distant roll of thunder before a storm that never seems to arrive. It was the yearning of a world beginning to shift, not with explosions or declarations, but with the slow turning of gears too long left still, with the rustle of newspapers passed from hand to hand in dimly lit rooms, with the murmur of voices in factories where men stood for 12 hours at a time, their hands blackened by oil, their lungs thick with dust, wondering aloud why the palaces gleamed while their children went barefoot through snow. Russia was no longer just a land of villages in silence. It was becoming something else, something restless, something uncertain, and though the winter palace remained untouched by the wind of change, its windows sealed against the cold, its corridors lit by the same golden glow as always, the echoes of that growing unease slipped through the cracks, like drafts beneath a door no one had thought to close. It was not a single voice, not one protest, not one event, but 1,000 small tremors, each one barely felt on its own, yet together forming a current that could no longer be ignored, a tide rising so slowly that even those who stood in its path did not notice the water climbing their ankles. Nikolai still walked the gardens each morning, his boots pressing into the frost, his breath rising in soft clouds as he paused to watch a bird land on a frozen branch. Alexandra still lit her candles before the icons, her lips moving in silent prayer, her fingers tracing the outline of the cross, as if trying to hold on to something solid in a world that felt increasingly fragile. The children still played their games, still wrote in their diaries, still laughed when Anastasia hit a rubber frog in Maria's bed, or when Alexei, on one of his better days, managed to limp down the hall fast enough to catch them. But even within the warmth of their private world, there were moments small, almost imperceptible, when the stillness broke. A telegram arrived earlier than expected, its envelope sealed with urgency. A servant hesitated before entering the dining room, as if unsure whether to deliver news best left for later. The radio, still a rare and curious device in most homes, crackled with reports from the front, voices speaking of shortages, of unrest, of soldiers who no longer obeyed orders without question. And then there were the letters, anonymous ones, sometimes crumpled, sometimes carefully folded, that made their way into the palace, slipped into coat pockets, or left on benches in the garden. They didn't shout. They didn't threaten. They simply asked, "How long will you sleep while we freeze? How long will you feast while we starve?" It was not hatred that carried these words, not at first, but exhaustion, a weariness so deep it had begun to take the shape of doubt. For centuries, the people had accepted their place, believing that the Tsar ruled by divine right, that he was chosen by God to guide them, to suffer with them, to pray for them. But now, some began to wonder. If he truly suffered with them, why did he not see them? If he prayed, why did nothing change? The war had been meant to unite the nation, to stir pride in the heart of every Russian, but instead it had exposed the cracks in the empire's foundation. Men were sent to die in trenches with no bullets, with boots that fell apart in the mud, with coats too thin to keep out the cold. Wives wrote to the capital, begging for news of husbands who had vanished into the fog of battle. Mothers stood in line for bread that never came. And still, the palace remained a world apart, wrapped in ritual, in tradition, in the quiet belief that things would settle, that order would return, that the storm would pass if they just held on a little longer. The disconnect was not born of cruelty, but of distance of a life lived behind velvet curtains, where the wind outside sounded like music, not warning. It was in this atmosphere that Grigory Rasputin moved, not as a force of chaos, but as a shadow that had found its way into the light. He was not a courtier, not a general, not a man of titles or land, but a peasant from the far east of Siberia, a wanderer with long, tangled hair and eyes that seemed to look through people rather than at them. He had walked for years across the vastness of Russia, sleeping in barns, praying in village churches, drinking tea with shepherds and monks, absorbing the rhythms of the land and the voices of the forgotten. He spoke little, but when he did, his voice was low, steady, almost hypnotic, as if each word had been weighed before it was released, as if silence were the truest form of speech. He had come to the capital not to seize power, but to offer healing to the Tsarevich, to the Empress, to the soul of a family that lived in constant fear. And though the aristocracy recoiled at his presence, though they whispered of drunkenness and scandal, though they mocked his rough hands and his unshaven face, they could not deny what happened when he entered the boy's room. Alexei would calm, his breathing would slow, the pain would recede, as if the very air changed when Rasputin laid his hands upon him. The doctors could not explain it. The priests debated whether it was a miracle or a deception. But Alexandra believed deeply, absolutely, that he was a man sent by God, a starets, a holy fool, one of those rare souls who walked between worlds, who could speak to the divine in a language no church had taught. And so, despite the protests, despite the rumors that spread like frost across glass, he remained. He came and went as he pleased, sometimes disappearing for weeks, only to return with dirt on his boots and a quiet certainty in his gaze. He sat at the edge of the royal circle, not as an equal, but as something stranger, a guest, a guardian, a presence that could not be categorized. The children were wary of him at first, unnerved by the way he looked at them, as if he could see their thoughts. But over time, they grew used to his silence, to the way he sometimes smiled without showing his teeth, to the way he would hum an old folk tune under his breath. Even Nikolai, who distrusted mysticism and preferred the order of protocol, could not bring himself to send him away, not when his wife's eyes lit up at the mere mention of his name, not when his son's suffering eased in his presence. And yet, there was something unsettling in the way power began to shift, not through decrees or battles, but through late-night conversations in candlelit rooms, through letters written in Alexandra's hand that bore Rasputin's influence, through appointments made not by ministers, but by a man who claimed to hear the voice of God in his dreams. The courtiers watched from the edges, their smiles tight, their bows too deep, their conversations turning sharp the moment he left the room. Outside the palace, the city listened, not with reverence, but with growing suspicion. Cartoons appeared in underground papers, crude drawings of Rasputin with horns, of the empress kneeling before him, of the Tsar blindfolded while the monk pulled the strings of the empire. Soldiers muttered in the barracks. Students gathered in basements to read the works of Marx and Lenin, their voices rising with each sentence, their hands clenched around books that spoke of a world without kings, without palaces, without bloodlines. And still, the seasons turned. The snow fell. The Neva froze. The bells rang. Life went on. But the air was different now, thicker, charged. It was the feeling you get just before lightning strikes, a sense that something is coming, not because you see it, but because your skin knows it, because the silence has grown too loud. In the factories, men stopped praying and started organizing. In the villages, elders no longer told stories of the kind Tsar, but of the one who had forgotten them. In the schools, children were taught to recite the names of their rulers, but some whispered other names instead: Lenin, Trotsky, Revolution. And in the Winter Palace, as the lamps were lit and the family gathered for dinner, as the dogs barked in the distance and the wind tapped at the windows, like a visitor who knew it would soon be let in, no one spoke of what was coming. No one dared, because to name it would be to admit that the world they knew was ending, and so they remained silent. And the whispers grew louder. In the winter of 1913, the Romanovs celebrated 300 years of their dynasty with a grand ceremony in Moscow, a spectacle of gold and incense, of processions through snow-covered streets, of bells ringing across the frozen city. The Tsar and Tsarista stood on a balcony draped in crimson, their children beside them, waving to a crowd that stretched as far as the eye could see. People wept. They threw flowers. They believed, in that moment, that the empire was eternal, that the family was blessed, that the future would be a continuation of the past. But even then, in the midst of the celebration, there were those who did not cheer. Workers stood at the edges of the square, their faces blank, their hands in their pockets. A young man in a warm coat turned to his friend and said, "They think this means something, but the world doesn't care about anniversaries." And he was right. The celebration was not a renewal, but a farewell in disguise, a final bow before the curtain fell. The people wanted bread, they wanted peace, they wanted to be seen. And instead, they were given pageantry, a performance of power that felt more like a plea than a declaration. Back in St. Petersburg, life in the palace continued as if nothing had changed. The children played charades in the evening, their laughter echoing through the long halls. Alexei sat on a sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his face pale but smiling, as his sisters acted out a scene from a play they had written. Alexandra watched from the doorway, her hands folded, her prayer book in her pocket. Nikolai read a report on military supplies, his pen moving slowly across the page, his mind elsewhere. And yet the weight of the empire pressed on him, not as a crown, but as a silence made of unanswered letters, of ministers who avoided his gaze, of newspapers that no longer praised him, but questioned. He did not rage. He did not weep. He simply carried it, like a man walking through deep snow, each step heavier than the last. He believed in duty. He believed in God. He believed that if he did the right thing, every day, then the storm would pass. But belief, no matter how sincere, cannot stop the tide. Rasputin, in the meantime, became more visible, more controversial. He was seen in restaurants with women whose names were not supposed to be spoken in polite company. He drank heavily, laughed loudly, spoke in riddles that only he understood. The court used these moments to paint him as a fraud, a charlatan, a man who had tricked the empress with false miracles. But those who watched him closely noticed something else. When he was alone, when no one was looking, he would stop laughing. His face would grow still. He would stare into the distance, as if listening to something no one else could hear. And sometimes he would say things quietly, to no one in particular, that later came true. He warned that war would bring ruin. He said that Tsar would lose his throne. He spoke of blood in the snow. No one listened. They called it madness. But madness, in a world that refuses to see, is often the only form of clarity. The war dragged on, and with it, the empire began to unravel. Trains that once carried grain now carried coffins. Factories that made tools now made shells. Children played war games in the streets, reenacting battles they did not understand. And still, the palace remained a sanctuary of routine lessons, walks, prayers, meals, while outside, the world burned slowly, quietly, without spectacle. The disconnect was not malice. It was blindness. A kind of sleepwalking through history, as if the past could protect them from the future. But the future was already here. It stood in the lines of women waiting for bread. It whispered in the meetings of revolutionaries in smoke-filled rooms. It breathed in the silence between the Tsar's decisions and the people's hunger. Alexandra, more than anyone, felt the walls closing in. She trusted no one but Rasputin. She wrote to him constantly, her letters filled with fear, with love for her children, with despair over her husband's indecision. She believed he was the only one who could save them, who could save Alexei, who could save Russia. And in her isolation, her power grew not through politics, but through influence. She urged Nikolai to dismiss ministers, to delay elections, to trust only those who supported the old ways. Her letters were read, copied, leaked. The court called her the Juran woman, the spy, the puppet of a mad monk. But she did not care. She was not playing politics. She was fighting for her son's life. Nikolai, caught between his duty and his love, between the world he ruled and the family he cherished, grew quieter, more withdrawn. He walked the gardens longer. He spoke less at dinner. He stared at maps of the front lines as if they might reveal a solution. He received reports of mutinies, of strikes, of villages burning, and he signed orders with a hand that trembled only slightly. He was not weak. He was not cruel. He was a man trapped in a role too large for any one person, a man who wanted to be good, but did not know how to be great. And in that gap, between intention and action, between love and leadership, the empire began to slip away. The winter of 1916 was the coldest in memory. The Neva froze so thick that people walked across it as if it were a road. The gas lamps flickered under layers of ice. The palace, for all its warmth, felt like a tomb wrapped in velvet. And in December, the unthinkable happened. A group of nobles, desperate to rid themselves of Rasputin's influence, lured him to a palace on the outskirts of the city. They fed him poisoned cakes and shot him. When he did not die, they beat him, bound him, and threw his body into the icy Neva. The news spread slowly, like a rumor too dark to be true. When Alexandra heard, she collapsed. Nikolai wept. The children were told he had gone away, but everyone knew. And in that moment, something broke, not just in the family, but in the fabric of belief that had held the empire together. If a man who claimed to speak to God could be murdered in the heart of the capital, then what protection remained for the Tsar? And yet, even in death, Rasputin haunted them. His predictions echoed in the silence. The war worsened. The people grew angrier. The snow kept falling, covering the city in a shroud of white, as if the earth itself were mourning. The children still played. The dogs still barked. The candles still burned. But the air was thinner now, the light dimmer, the dreams shorter. The world was holding its breath, waiting, listening, because the first cracks had appeared. The whispers had become voices. And the long winter was no longer just a season, it was a warning. There came a moment, not marked by thunder or the clash of arms, but by the quiet turning of a page in a diary, the soft closing of a palace door, the barely perceptible shift in the way a father looked at his son, when the path ahead could no longer be avoided. It was not a single decision, not a decree signed in haste, but a series of small choices, each one made in the dim light of candle-lit rooms, each one carrying the weight of a world that had begun to tremble beneath the surface. Nikolai had always believed that leadership was not in grand gestures, but in the daily act of showing up, of doing what was right, of honoring the duty passed down through generations. And so, when the war dragged on and the reports from the front grew darker, when the factories fell silent for lack of coal and the bread lines in Petrograd stretched around entire blocks, he did not rage or retreat. He simply stood a little taller, walked a little slower, and began to make decisions not as a man who ruled by divine right, but as one who felt the earth shifting beneath his feet. He went to the front, not as a general draped in medals, not to give speeches or inspect troops with fanfare, but to walk among the soldiers, to look into their eyes, to feel the cold mud beneath his boots, to hear the silence between the shells. He wore the uniform of a commander, but carried himself like a father visiting a sick child. He spoke little, asked many questions, and listened, truly listened, to men who had not been heard in years. He saw the frostbitten fingers, the hollow cheeks, the way a young soldier flinched at the sound of a slamming door. He saw the loyalty still there, not to the empire, perhaps, but to the idea of him, to the Tsar who had come, against all advice, to stand in the snow with them. And when he returned to the palace, he was not the same. His shoulders carried a new weight. His voice, when he spoke to his ministers, was firmer, more insistent. He dismissed generals who had lied about victories. He demanded reports in plain language, not in the polished phrases meant to soothe. He began to understand at last that the war was not just a storm to be weathered, but a mirror held up to the soul of Russia, and what it showed him was a nation breaking under the strain. At home, Alexandra watched him change. She saw the lines deepen around his eyes, the way he paused longer before answering even the simplest question, as if every word now carried consequence. She did not speak against his decisions, not openly, but in the quiet hours before sleep, when the house was still and the children were long in bed, she would lay a hand on his arm and whisper, "Are you sure?" Not out of doubt, but out of fear, the fear of a woman who had already lost so much, who knew how fragile life could be, how quickly everything could vanish. And Nikolai would nod, not because he was certain, but because certainty was no longer possible. All he had was duty. All he could do was choose and then live with the choice. And so he chose to stay at the front longer than anyone expected, to take personal command, not because he believed he could win the war, but because he could no longer bear to rule from a distance. Meanwhile, the children grew older, not in the sudden way of stories, but slowly, like trees stretching toward light. Olga, once the shy eldest, began to write with a sharper pen. Her diary entries no longer just about the weather or her lessons, but about the women she saw in the streets, their faces gaunt, their hands cracked from cold water. She asked her tutors about politics, about history, about why some people had so much while others had nothing. Tatiana, always the caretaker, started helping in a small clinic set up near the palace gates, wrapping bandages for wounded soldiers who passed through the city. Maria, with her open heart, wrote letters to families who had lost sons, signing them not as a Grand Duchess, but as a friend. And Anastasia, whose laughter had once filled every room she entered, began to notice the silences, the way her parents exchanged glances when the radio crackled with bad news, the way Alexei sometimes stared out the window as if listening to something no one else could hear. Alexei himself was changing. Not in body, he still bore the marks of his illness, still spent days in bed when the bleeding came, but in spirit. He was no longer just a fragile boy who needed protection. He was beginning to understand his place, not as a future Tsar, but as a witness. He asked questions about the war, about the people, about why God let bad things happen. He read books about sailors and explorers, tracing the routes of ships across vast oceans with his finger, dreaming of a life where he could move freely, where the wind would not feel like a threat. And when he was strong enough, he walked with his father in the garden, leaning on his arm, speaking in a voice that was still soft, but no longer afraid. The war changed everything, not all at once, but like frost creeping across a window pane, slow, silent, inevitable. Factories that once made carriages now produced ambulances. Schools became temporary hospitals. The grand ballrooms of the aristocracy were emptied of chandeliers and filled with rows of cots. Even the Romanovs' private trains, once used for imperial tours, were repurposed to carry wounded soldiers from the front. The world inside the palace began to shrink, not in space, but in luxury. The meals grew simpler. The lights were dimmed. The servants, many of whom had sons at the front, moved through the halls with a new gravity, their laughter rarer, their steps heavier. And still, the family tried to keep the rhythm of their lives' lessons, walks, prayers, stories at night, but the rhythm had changed, like a song played in a lower key. Then came the winter of 1916, a season so cold that even the wolves stayed near the villages, their eyes glowing in the dark. The Neva froze thick enough to walk across, and people did carrying firewood, carrying news, carrying hope. But the cold was not just outside. It seeped into the palace, into the hearts of those who lived there. Letters arrived from distant provinces, reports of starvation, of frozen crops, of children dying in the night. The radio brought word of mutinies, of soldiers refusing to fight, of entire regiments turning their guns on their officers. And Nikolai, back at headquarters, felt the ground slipping beneath him. He issued orders. He made promises. He believed, still, that order could be restored. But belief is not command, and command is not control. It was in this atmosphere that the first real crack appeared. A minister resigned, not with drama, but with quiet dignity, handing in his papers and saying only, "I can no longer serve a government that does not see its people." Then another followed, and another. The Duma, the Imperial Parliament, began to speak with a voice that was no longer deferential, but firm. They called for reforms, for peace, for a government that answered to the nation, not just the throne. And when Nikolai returned to Petrograd, expecting loyalty, he was met not with celebration, but with silence. The streets were empty. The windows of the ministries were dark. Even the guards at the palace seemed to stand a little straighter, their eyes not quite meeting his. He tried to respond. He made small concessions, new ministers, promises of investigation, pledges to end the war. But the gestures felt hollow, like offerings made too late. The people did not want promises. They wanted bread. They wanted peace. They wanted to be seen. And the longer they waited, the angrier they grew. Women, who had borne the weight of the war in ways no one had acknowledged, began to gather not in protest, at first, but in desperation. They stood in line for hours, only to be told the bread was gone. They walked home with empty baskets, their children crying, their husbands at the front, their bodies worn thin by cold and hunger. And then, one day, they stopped walking home. They turned, and they started walking toward the center of the city. The first march was small. Just a few women, and a few more, then a crowd. They carried no weapons. They shouted no slogans. They simply walked, their boots crunching on the ice, their breath rising in clouds, their voices low but steady. They passed factories, and workers came out to join them. They passed barracks, and soldiers hesitated, then lowered their rifles. They passed churches, and priests rang the bells, not for prayer, but for witness. And as they moved through the city, the snow began to fall, not heavily, but steadily, as if the sky itself were covering their footsteps, protecting them from what was to come. Inside the palace, the family felt it, not through reports, not through telegrams, but through the silence. The usual sounds of the city, the carts, the voices, the distant music had gone. In their place was something else, a stillness so deep it felt like listening. Alexandra lit more candles before the icons. The children stayed close to their mother. Alexei, lying in bed, asked if the snow would stop soon. And Nikolai, standing at the window, watched the flakes fall over the frozen Neva, knowing at last that the world he had tried to preserve was no longer his to command. He made one final decision, not to send troops, not to declare martial law, not to flee. He chose to abdicate, not in anger, not in fear, but in sorrow. He signed the papers in a quiet room, his hand steady, his face calm. He did it not for himself, but for his son, for Alexei, who would never rule, who would never bear the weight of a crown that had become a curse. He gave up the throne not to save the empire, but to save his family. And when it was done, he walked to his son's room, sat beside the bed, and held his hand through the long night. The next morning, the snow still fell. The city remained still, and the palace, once the heart of an empire, stood silent, no longer a seat of power, but a home, waiting for what would come next. There were no crowds at the gates, no salutes, no music, just the soft creak of floorboards as servants moved through the halls, unsure of their place now, unsure of what came after. The children gathered in the sitting room, wrapped in blankets, playing a quiet game of cards, their laughter subdued, as if they sensed that the rules of the world had changed without anyone telling them. Alexandra sat by the window, her hands folded in her lap, her rosary untouched for the first time in years. She did not pray. She did not cry. She simply watched the snow fall, as if waiting for someone to come and explain what had just happened. Nikolai did not return to his study. He remained in Alexei's room, holding his son's hand, feeling the faint pulse beneath the skin, the warmth of a life that still breathed, still fought. He thought of the weight he had carried for 23 years, of the ceremonies, the portraits, the endless expectations. And now it was gone, not taken by force, not overthrown by violence, but released like a breath held too long. He did not feel relief. He did not feel regret. He felt emptiness, vast and quiet, like the space between stars. And yet, beneath it, something else, a fragile sense of peace. For the first time in years, he was not the Tsar. He was just a father, just a man. And in that simplicity, there was a kind of freedom he had never known. The days that followed moved like dreams. There were no grand announcements, no formal farewells. The ministers came and went, speaking in hushed tones. The guards changed uniforms. The imperial insignia were removed from the walls, folded away, stored in wooden chests. The family was told they would remain in the palace for now, but no one knew for how long. The children continued their lessons, though the tutors spoke less of history and more of language, of music, of things that might be useful in an unknown future. Anastasia tried to joke, to make them laugh, but her voice cracked when she saw her mother staring at the wall, lost in thought. Olga wrote in her diary every night, not just observations, but fears, questions, fragments of prayers. Tatiana lit a candle each evening, not for God, but for the memory of the life they had lost. And still the snow fell. Day after day, it covered the city, erasing footprints, softening edges, turning the world into a place of muffled sound and softened light. It was as if winter itself had decided to cradle them, to give them time to adjust, to grieve, to forget the weight of a crown they had never asked for. The Neva remained frozen, the streets quiet, the sky low and gray. From the windows of the winter palace, one could see the spires of the city like dark fingers rising from the white. The domes of the churches half buried, the bridges silent. It was beautiful. It was desolate. It was over. But the world outside was not sleeping. While the Romanovs waited in stillness, the country moved. The provisional government took shape, fragile and uncertain, promising elections, peace, justice. But the people were tired of promises. The soldiers wanted land. The workers wanted control. The peasants wanted food. And in the shadows, a man with a sharp beard and burning eyes returned from exile, stepping off a sealed train with a suitcase and a plan. His name was Lenin, and he did not believe in waiting. The family did not know his name yet. They did not know his face. They only knew that the silence around them was no longer peaceful. It was expectant. It was the silence before a storm, the silence of a world holding its breath. And in the nursery, where Alexei slept beneath thick blankets, a single candle burned low, its flame flickering in the draught from a window that had been left slightly open, as if even the house knew that nothing would ever be sealed away again. They were no longer protected by walls, no longer shielded by tradition, no longer carried by the belief that things would always be as they had been. And in that vulnerability, for the first time, they were truly human. The city breathed differently now, as if it had learned a new rhythm in the dark, a pulse that no longer answered to the measured beat of imperial decree, but to the restless, uneven cadence of a people awakening from a long and dreamless sleep. Petrograd no longer St. Petersburg, though the name still echoed in old letters, and faded street signs moved with a kind of contained urgency, like the quiet hum of a beehive before the swarm takes flight. The snow had stopped falling, but the cold remained, sharp and clear, settling into the bones of the city like a memory that refused to fade, clinging to the rooftops, seeping through the cracks in window frames, frosting the breath of those who walked the streets with their heads down and their hands buried deep in their coats. The canals were still frozen, the Neva a vast sheet of ice cracked in places by the slow pressure beneath, great slabs shifting with a low, groaning sound that carried across the water like a warning. But the silence that had followed the abdication, the stunned hush of a nation holding its breath, had been replaced by something else. A low, constant hum, like the sound of distant machinery, like the murmur of 1,000 conversations held in doorways, in trams, in the corners of half-lit cafes, where men with ink-stained fingers passed newspapers under their coats, their eyes scanning the pages not for news, but for signs. It was the sound of a world reorganizing itself, not with violence, not yet, but with the quiet insistence of people who had finally begun to speak, who had discovered that their voices, when gathered together, could shake the foundations of what had once seemed unshakable. A palace, once the heart of an empire, now stood like a relic in the center of this new life, a monument to a time that had not yet fully ended, but was no longer in command. The guards at the gates wore different uniforms, their faces unfamiliar, their posture less rigid, as if they too were uncertain of their role in this new order. The imperial insignia had been removed, not torn down in anger, not defaced in triumph, but taken down carefully, almost reverently, as if even those who no longer believed in the old order still felt the weight of what it had meant, as if they understood that symbols, once lived in, carry a gravity that outlasts their power. Inside, the Romanovs moved through the same halls, sat in the same rooms, touched the same door handles worn smooth by generations of hands, but the air had changed. It was no longer thick with ceremony, with the invisible weight of centuries of rule. but with waiting a stillness that was not peace, but anticipation, the kind that settles in a house before a storm, when the birds have gone quiet and the light turns gray. The family no longer gave orders, they received them. A new commandant arrived, a man named Korovichenko, stern but not unkind, to oversee their days, to ensure their safety, to remind them, without saying it, that they were no longer in charge of their own fate. Their movements were restricted. Their letters were read before they were sent. Their visitors were few and carefully vetted. And yet there was no cage, not yet only the slow, quiet realization that they were no longer at the center of anything, that the world had turned without them, that history had taken a step forward and left them standing in the snow, watching it go. Nikolai accepted it with a quiet dignity that surprised even those who had doubted him, who had whispered behind closed doors that he was too weak, too indecisive, too much a man of the past to survive the present. He did not rage. He did not plead. He did not retreat into silence or despair. Instead, he walked the garden each morning as he always had, his boots pressing into the frost, his breath rising in soft clouds that vanished into the cold air, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze steady on the path ahead. He read books on gardening, on history, on the lives of men who had lived after losing everything, monks, exiles, philosophers, who had chosen simplicity over power. He played chess with Alexei when the boy was strong enough, moving the pieces slowly, thoughtfully, as if each move were a meditation, a way to measure time, to hold on to reason in a world that no longer made sense. He spoke little, but when he did, it was with a calm that seemed to steady the others, a quiet strength that came not from authority, but from presence. He was no longer the Tsar, but he was still a father, still a husband, still a man who believed in the sanctity of small routines, in the dignity of waking up, of washing one's face, of sitting down to a meal with those you love. And so the family followed his lead, not out of duty, but out of need. They ate together. They prayed. They played cards in the evening, their laughter sometimes breaking through the silence like sunlight through clouds, brief and golden and gone too soon. But outside, the world was not quiet. The factories roared back to life, not for the war, not for the empire, but for the people. Workers formed committees, demanding shorter hours, better pay, a voice in how their lives were governed, and when their demands were ignored, they stopped working, not in anger, but in unity, their silence louder than any shout. The streets filled with posters, bold black letters on red paper calling for peace, for land, for bread, their edges fluttering in the wind, like flags of a new nation being born. The Duma, once a cautious advisory body, now argued with fire, its sessions lasting late into the night, its debates broadcast in summaries that spread through the city like sparks on dry grass. And in the barracks, soldiers who had once saluted without question now gathered in circles, reading pamphlets, questioning orders, wondering aloud who they were meant to obey now that the Tsar was gone, their rifles no longer pointing outward, but inward, toward the heart of the old order. The provisional government had taken power, promising elections, promising reform, promising an end to the war. But promises, no matter how sincere, could not fill empty stomachs, could not warm frozen homes, could not bring back the dead. And so the people listened, but they did not believe. The women who had marched in the snow were no longer on the streets, but their presence lingered, like the scent of smoke after a fire. They had started something they could not finish, but they had cracked the ice. Now, others stepped forward, men who had spent their lives in the shadows, speaking in whispers, writing in code, dreaming of a world without kings. And in the midst of it all, a man returned. He arrived not with an army, not with banners, not with the fanfare of a conqueror, but in a sealed train that crossed Germany and rolled into the Finland station under a gray sky, its wheels grinding to a halt in a cloud of steam. His name was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was not tall. He was not handsome. He wore a heavy coat and a hat pulled low, his face sharp, his eyes burning with a certainty that few could match, a fire that did not flicker, but burned steady and cold. He stepped onto the platform, and instead of giving a long speech, instead of appealing to reason or patience, he raised his fist and said only, "The people have begun. Now we must finish what they started." And in that moment, the revolution ceased to be a possibility. It became a force, a current, a tide that no wall could hold back. The city listened. The workers listened. The soldiers listened. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the balance of power began to shift. The provisional government still held the ministries, still issued decrees, still believed it could guide Russia toward democracy, as if democracy were a train that could be boarded with tickets and schedules. But it did not understand that the people were no longer asking for reform. They were asking for transformation. They did not want a new government. They wanted a new world one, where land belonged to those who worked it, where factories answered to those who ran them, where peace was not negotiated, but demanded. And Lenin spoke their language. He did not offer compromises. He did not beg for patience. He did not speak of gradual change. He said, "Enough, now." And the more he spoke, the more the crowds grew, until they filled the squares, until the air itself seemed to vibrate with the weight of their voices, until the very ground trembled beneath their feet. Back in the palace, the family felt the tremors, not through news, not through official reports, but through the silences, the way the servants paused before entering a room, the way the guards avoided eye contact, the way the radio, once a source of distant war reports, now crackled with speeches that made little sense to them, filled with words like proletariat, dictatorship of the class, Soviets, terms that sounded like spells from a language they did not know. The children noticed. Anastasia, always the most perceptive, asked why the guards no longer bowed, why they no longer said, "Your Majesty." Olga read the newspapers when no one was looking, her hands trembling as she traced the headlines. Power to the Soviets. All land to the peasants. Peace without annexations. She did not understand all of it, but she understood this. The world they had known was not just gone. It was being erased, rewritten, replaced by something they could not see, but could feel, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Alexandra, more than anyone, felt the loss. She had never trusted the world beyond the palace, and now that world had turned against everything she believed in, against the God she prayed to, against the son she had fought so hard to save. She lit more candles before the icons, their flames dancing in the dim light, casting long shadows on the walls. She prayed longer, her lips moving in silence, her hands clutching the cross around her neck until the metal left marks on her skin. She wrote in her diary, not to be read, not to be saved, but to hold on to something real, something that could not be taken. God will protect us. He has not abandoned us. He cannot. But even in her faith, there was a tremor, a question she did not speak aloud, a whisper in the dark. If he is with us, why does no one come? Why does no one help? Why does the world turn away? The seasons turned. Spring came slowly, melting the snow, uncovering the city like a body emerging from a long sleep. The Neva cracked and groaned as the ice broke apart, great sheets floating downstream, colliding with the bridges, carrying with them the remnants of winter, the frozen branches, the lost gloves, the forgotten boots. The gardens of the palace bloomed again, the crocuses pushing through the damp earth, the cherry trees bursting into white, their petals falling like snow in reverse. Life returned, as it always did, indifferent to human sorrow. But it was a different life. The birds sang, but the streets were louder. The sun warmed the stones, but the air carried tension, like the moment before a storm, when the wind stills and the light turns silver and everything feels too quiet. The family was told they would not stay in the Winter Palace. It was no longer safe, the officials said. Too many memories. Too many symbols. And so, plans were made to move them to Tobolsk, a quiet town in Siberia, far from the capital, far from the noise. It was not a prison, they were told. It was protection. And yet, the word move carried its own weight. It meant leaving behind the only home they had ever known, the walls that had held their laughter, their tears, their secrets. It meant packing their belongings, not for a journey, but for exile. The children helped, folding their clothes, wrapping their books, placing their toys into wooden crates, their movements careful, as if handling something fragile. They did not cry. They did not argue. They simply obeyed, as if they already understood that obedience was all they had left, that resistance was no longer possible, that the world had moved on without them. Nikolai walked through the emptying rooms, touching the walls, the door frames, the window sills, places his hands had passed over 1,000 times, places where his children had left pencil marks to measure their growth, where Alexandra had hung portraits of her mother, where Alexei had once crawled across the floor, laughing. He did not say goodbye. He did not need to. The house knew him. It had held his laughter, his grief, his footsteps, his breath, and now it would hold someone else. The weight of that thought settled over him, not as sorrow, but as acceptance. Empires rise, empires fall. Men rule, men vanish. But the earth remains, the seasons turn, and life, in some form, goes on. As the train prepared to leave Petrograd, the city watched, not in anger, not in celebration, but in silence. A crowd gathered at the station, not to shout, not to throw stones, but to witness the last moment of a dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries. The children, dressed in coats too warm for the spring air, stepped onto the platform, holding their parents' hands. Alexei leaned on his father's arm, his face pale but calm, his eyes scanning the faces in the crowd as if searching for a familiar smile. Alexandra kept her head high, her veil drawn, her rosary in her pocket, her lips moving in silent prayer. Nikolai looked straight ahead, not at the people, not at the sky, but at the train, as if focusing on the next step would make the rest bearable, as if the journey itself could carry them away from what was coming. The journey to Tobolsk took days. The train moved slowly, stopping often, guarded at every station, its windows covered with curtains, its doors locked from the outside. The family stayed in the same car, their world reduced to the creak of the floorboards, the rumble of the wheels, the occasional voice of a guard outside, the soft breathing of the children as they slept in the narrow berths. The land outside unfolded endless forests, frozen rivers, small villages where people paused to watch the train pass, not knowing who was inside, only sensing that something important was moving through their world. The children played quiet games, read books, tried to sleep, but the air was thick with the unspoken. Where are we going? Will we come back? What happens when we get there? When they arrived, Tobolsk welcomed them not with ceremony, not with banners, but with snow. The house assigned to them was large, once belonging to a wealthy merchant, surrounded by a wooden fence, watched by guards who stood in the yard, their breath rising in clouds. It was not a palace. It had no ballrooms, no chandeliers, no armies. But it had warmth, it had light, it had a garden. And for a moment, as the family stepped inside, as the doors closed behind them, as the first fire was lit in the stove, it almost felt like home. Almost. But the world was still in motion. The revolution was not finished. And the silence between the snowflakes was no longer peaceful. It was waiting. The house in Tobolsk stood on the edge of a world that seemed to hold its breath. Nestled between the frozen banks of the Tobol River and the dense Siberian forest that stretched endlessly to the east, its wooden beams darkened by decades of snow and wind, its windows small and deeply set like eyes watching the long winter pass. It had once belonged to a wealthy merchant who traded in furs and grain, a man who filled its rooms with laughter and the clatter of dinner parties. But now it held a different kind of life, one measured not in wealth or power, but in silence, in routine, in the quiet courage of a family, learning how to exist when the world outside is moved on without them. The snow lay thick on the roof and piled against the fence that now enclosed the property, a barrier not of luxury but of control, patrolled by guards whose footsteps crunched in the frost each morning as they changed shifts, their breath rising in steady clouds, their rifles held not in aggression but in duty. This was no palace, no imperial residence, yet it had become the center of a silent drama, a place where the weight of history was carried not in grand gestures, but in the way a hand hesitated before turning a page, in the way a mother watched her child sleep, in the way a father walked the same few steps in the garden each morning as if reclaiming a piece of himself. Inside, the air was warm, thick with the scent of pine from the stove, and the faint musk of wool blankets left too long near the fire, a smell that clung to the walls and the heavy curtains drawn against the cold. The family had brought little with them personal belongings, photographs, a few books, the children's dolls and toys, but they had arranged them with care, placing each object as if it could restore a sense of order, as if the familiar weight of a teacup or the sight of a childhood drawing could make this exile feel like a home. The walls were lined with familiar portraits, not of emperors or saints, but of grandparents, of cousins, of dogs long gone, their faces gazing out from oval frames as if still part of the family's daily life, their eyes following the slow passage of days. The rooms were small compared to the winter palace, the ceilings lower, the corridors narrow, but there was a kind of intimacy in that closeness, a feeling that no one was ever truly alone, that every sigh, every whisper, every footstep was shared, that even in confinement, they were still together, still breathing the same air, still living the same fragile peace. Nikolai rose early each morning, as he always had, and dressed without assistance, folding his clothes neatly, buttoning each button with deliberate care, his hands moving slowly, as if each gesture were a ritual meant to anchor him in the present. He no longer wore a uniform, but a simple wool coat, dark and plain, the kind any man in the town might wear, a deliberate choice to shed the last symbols of a life that no longer existed. He walked to the window, watched the first light touch the snow, listened to the creak of the ice on the river as it shifted under the weight of thawing water, a sound that echoed through the stillness like a heartbeat. He did not look for escape. He did not plan resistance. He simply lived, moment by moment, as if the only way to honor what had been lost was to remain present in what remained, to meet each day with dignity, with quiet attention, with the unspoken understanding that even a life stripped of power could still carry meaning. He kept a journal now, not of state affairs, but of small things, the weather, the children's moods, the name of the guard who brought the morning bread. He wrote not for history, but for himself, as a way to measure time, to confirm that he still existed, that his life, though stripped of empire, still had rhythm and purpose. Alexandra spent her days in prayer, not in the grand chapels of the capital, but in a corner of the sitting room where she had placed her icons on a small table, covered with a cloth of deep red, the fabric worn at the edges from years of use. She lit candles each morning and evening, their flames flickering against the wood, casting long shadows that moved like silent companions across the walls, their light trembling with every draught that slipped through the cracks in the windows. She read from her prayer book in a voice, so low it was nearly soundless, her lips forming the words with a devotion that seemed to draw energy from some deep well within her, as if faith were the only thing keeping her body upright, her mind steady. She did not speak much to the others, not out of coldness, but because her thoughts were turned inward. tangled in a web of faith and fear, of love and sorrow. She believed God would protect them. She believed he had chosen them for this trial. But belief, no matter how strong, could not silence the questions that came in the dark. Why had they been brought so far? Why were they watched like criminals? Why did no one come to help? And yet, she did not stop praying, because to stop would be to admit defeat, and she was not ready to do that. The children adapted in their own ways, each finding a role in the quiet economy of survival that had taken root within the house. Olga, the eldest, took on a quiet leadership, not by command, but by presence. She helped organize the daily routine, reminded the others of lessons, sat with Alexei when he was in pain, her hand resting on his forehead as if to absorb some of his suffering. Her diary entries grew longer, more reflective, filled with observations about the guards, the weather, the way the light fell through the windows in the late afternoon, as if she were trying to preserve every detail of this life before it vanished. She wrote of missing the garden in Petrograd, of wondering if the roses had bloomed this year, of dreaming of a life where she could walk freely, where her name meant nothing, where she could be just a woman, not a grand duchess. Tatiana, always gentle, devoted herself to care, not just of her brother, but of the family's emotional balance. She noticed when someone was sad, when a silence had lasted too long, and she would bring tea, or play a soft tune on the piano they had managed to bring, her fingers moving slowly over the keys, as if afraid to disturb the air, as if music were a fragile thing that could break if played too loudly. Maria was warmth itself, open, affectionate, unwilling to let the weight of their situation crush the joy she still found in small things. She laughed easily, hugged without hesitation, played games with the younger ones, even when they had played them 100 times before, inventing new rules just to keep them smiling. She wrote letters to friends they had left behind, though she knew the letters would never be sent, filling them with descriptions of the house, the snow, the stars, as if keeping a record for a future that might never come, as if the act of writing could keep the outside world alive in her mind. Anastasia, the youngest, was the most restless, her energy contained but not extinguished. She drew cartoons of the guards, wrote silly poems, whispered jokes to Alexei under the covers at night, her voice low but bright, a spark in the darkness. She asked questions no one could answer. When can we go home? Will we ever see our dogs again? Do you think people still remember us? But she did not wait for answers. She lived in the moment, in the next game, the next drawing, the next shared laugh, as if refusing to let the future steal the present. Alexei, fragile but unbroken, lived each day as a gift. His illness still held him, still brought pain that made him cry out in the night, still forced him to stay in bed for days at a time. But he was no longer just a sick child. He was becoming aware of the world around him, of the tension in his parents' voices, of the way the guards watched them, of the fact that they were not free. He asked about the war, about the people, about why they could not leave. He read adventure stories, books about sailors and explorers, tracing the routes of ships across vast oceans with his finger, dreaming of a life where he could move freely, where the wind would not feel like a threat, where his legs would not betray him. When he was strong enough, he walked with his father in the small garden, leaning on his arm, speaking in a voice that was still soft, but no longer afraid. He did not speak of the future. He did not ask for miracles. He simply lived with a quiet courage that came not from strength, but from love. The seasons turned. Winter gave way to spring, slowly, as if reluctant to release its hold. The snow melted in patches, revealing the damp earth beneath, and the river swelled with runoff, its voice growing louder as the ice broke apart. The family watched from the windows, as if the changing world outside mirrored the slow transformation within them. They were no longer the Romanovs of the palace, no longer the symbols of an empire. They were becoming something else, something smaller, quieter, more human. They ate together at the same table every evening, their meals simple but shared, their conversations careful but real. They celebrated birthdays with small cakes, with songs, with gifts made by hand. They marked the passage of time not by decrees or ceremonies, but by the rhythm of their days, by the way the light moved across the floor, by the way a bird returned to the same branch each morning, by the way the stove needed more wood as the nights grew colder again. But the silence around them was not peaceful. It was watchful. The guards changed shifts with regularity, their presence a constant reminder that they were not free to leave, that every letter was read, every visitor questioned, every movement noted. The commandant, though not cruel, enforced the rules without hesitation. The children were not allowed to play beyond the fence. The parents could not walk into the town. The servants who had come with them were treated as prisoners too, their loyalty now a burden rather than a privilege. And yet, within the house, a different kind of strength grew, not loud, not defiant, but steady, like the flame of a candle in a closed room, protected from the wind, burning with a quiet insistence that refused to be extinguished. Nikolai did not speak of politics. He did not dwell on the past. But he read the newspapers when they were brought, his face calm, his eyes scanning the lines for any sign of change. He saw the provisional government weakening, saw the rise of the Bolsheviks, saw the names of men who had once been exiles now holding power. He did not comment. He did not warn. He simply absorbed it, as a man might watch a storm approach from the horizon, knowing he cannot stop it, but needing to understand its path. Alexandra, when she saw the papers, turned away. She did not want to know. She did not want to hope. She had given her faith to God, and she would not share it with the world that had betrayed them. The children, though shielded as much as possible, felt the tension. They heard the radio, faint and crackling, bringing voices that spoke of revolution, of power, of a new Russia. They saw the way their parents exchanged glances when certain names were mentioned. They knew, without being told, that their lives were not their own, that every day was a gift that could be taken back. And yet they did not break. They played. They studied. They loved. They held on to each other with a quiet courage that was not born of heroism, but of necessity. To cry too long was to give in. To rage was to lose. So they endured, not with grand speeches, but with small acts of resistance. A shared smile, a hidden joke, a hand held beneath the table, a song hummed in the dark. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees, painting the snow in shades of rose and gold, the family gathered in the sitting room. The stove glowed with embers. The lamps cast soft pools of light on the floor. Alexei lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his eyes half closed but listening. Anastasia played a melody on the piano, slow and tender, one she had learned before they left. Olga read aloud from a novel, her voice steady, her words filling the space like warmth. Tatiana knitted a scarf, her needles clicking softly. Maria sat beside her mother, who had closed her prayer book and was staring into the fire, her face unreadable. Nikolai sat in his chair, his hands folded, his gaze moving from one child to the next, as if memorizing them, as if storing each face, each breath, each quiet moment in a place where nothing could take it away. In that moment, there was no empire, no throne, no war, no guards. There was only a family, together, breathing the same air, sharing the same silence. It was not happiness, not exactly. It was something deeper, a kind of peace that comes not from the absence of pain, but from the presence of love. A courage that does not shout, but whispers. A strength that does not fight, but holds on. They knew the world was moving without them. They knew the storm was not over. But in that room, in that hour, they were safe. Not from what was coming, but from the fear that had threatened to consume them. They had lost nearly everything, but they had not lost each other. And in that truth, quiet and unshakable, they found a kind of victory that no revolution could take away. As the fire dimmed and the children one by one drifted to sleep, Nikolai rose and walked to the window. Outside, the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, cold and distant, but constant. The guards stood at their posts, motionless. The river murmured beneath the ice. And the house, small and humble as it was, stood like a fortress of stillness in a world that had forgotten how to rest. They were not free. They were not safe. But they were together, and in the depth of that togetherness, in the quiet courage of simply enduring, there was a kind of wholeness that no prison, no exile, no silence could ever destroy. The air in Tobolsk that summer carried a stillness, so thick it seemed to press against the walls of the house, as if the entire landscape had paused in anticipation of something too vast to name. The days stretched endlessly beneath a sky that never fully darkened, the pale northern twilight lingering long after midnight, casting a dreamlike haze over the frozen river, the snow-dusted trees, the wooden fence that now felt less like a boundary and more like a threshold. Inside, the family moved through their routines with a quiet precision, each gesture measured, each word chosen with care, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile peace they had built. The children no longer ran through the halls or laughed without restraint. Their voices had softened, their movements grown slower, as if they too sensed that the world beyond the yard was no longer waiting for them to return, but had already moved on. Even the guards who patrolled the perimeter walked with a different rhythm, their boots crunching in the frost not with urgency, but with the weight of duty, their eyes often lingering on the windows, as if they too were waiting for the next chapter to begin. News arrived in fragments, like pieces of a puzzle, delivered one at a time, each one incomplete but carrying the unmistakable weight of change. Messengers came from the capital with sealed envelopes, their faces unreadable, their words few, handing over the dispatches to the commandant before vanishing back into the cold. The report spoke of chaos of ministries collapsing, of regiments refusing orders, of cities erupting in unrest. The provisional government, once hailed as the bridge to a new Russia, was unraveling, its leaders paralyzed by indecision, their promises of peace and reform drowned out by the rising tide of revolution. And at the center of it all stood one man, whose name now echoed through factories, barracks, and train stations like a drumbeat. Lenin. He was no longer just a voice from exile. He was a force, a presence, a man who spoke not of compromise, but of total transformation, who demanded not reform, but revolution. He did not ask for loyalty. He commanded it. And the people, exhausted by war, by hunger, by years of waiting, began to answer. Inside the house, Nikolai read the reports in silence, his face calm, his hands steady as he turned each page. He did not react with anger or despair. He simply absorbed the words, letting them settle into the deep well of his understanding, as a man might watch a storm gather on the horizon, knowing he cannot stop it, but needing to see its path. He saw the writing not in bold declarations, but in the silences between the lines, the resignation of ministers, the defection of entire regiments, the growing power of the Soviets. He knew, with a quiet certainty that required no proof, that there would be no return, no restoration, no second chance. The world they had known was not merely fading. It was being erased, rewritten by hands that had no interest in the past, no respect for tradition, no patience for mercy. And yet, he said nothing of this to his family. He carried it alone, as he had carried so much, his grief not in tears, but in the way he lingered at the window each evening, watching the light fade over the trees, as if memorizing the last beauty they would ever know together. Alexandra felt it too, though she refused to name it. She continued her prayers with the same devotion, lighting her candles at dawn and dusk, her rosary moving through her fingers like a second pulse, the beads worn smooth by years of repetition. But her prayers grew shorter, her silences longer. She no longer wrote in her diary. She no longer asked about the news. She turned away when the newspapers were brought in, as if refusing to see could somehow protect them. And yet, in the middle of the night, she would rise and stand before the icons, her hands pressed together, her lips moving in silent supplication, her eyes closed as if she could shut out the world. She believed in God. She believed in fate. She believed that divine will had placed them on this path and would carry them through. But belief, no matter how strong, could not stop the slow erosion of hope, the way a river wears down stone, grain by grain, until nothing remains. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when the house was still and the children slept, she would press her forehead against the cold wood of the icon frame and whisper, not for deliverance, but for strength to endure, to protect, to love, even as everything crumbled. The children, though shielded as much as possible, felt the shift in the air, not as a single event, but as a slow, steady pressure, like the weight of deep water. They no longer played as freely. They no longer laughed as loudly. They gathered in the sitting room in the evenings, not to read or play games, but simply to be together, their presence a silent reassurance that they were still a family, still whole. Olga sat with a book in her lap, though she rarely turned the pages, her eyes scanning the same line over and over, her thoughts far away. Tatiana knitted a scarf that never seemed to grow longer, her needles clicking softly, the wool wrapped around her fingers like a tether to the present. Maria leaned against her mother's chair, her head resting on her shoulder, her eyes closed, as if drawing warmth from the simple fact of closeness. Anastasia, usually the most restless, sat still for long stretches, her fingers tracing patterns on the arm of the sofa, her gaze fixed on the fire, as if watching the flames could reveal a future they could not yet see. And Alexei, pale and thin, lay on the sofa beneath a woolen blanket, his breathing slow and even, his eyes open but unfocused, as if he were listening to something far away, something only he could hear. Then came the telegram. It arrived on a morning when the sky was overcast, the air thick with the promise of rain, the kind of day that feels like a held breath. The commandant received it in private, read it once, then again, his face unreadable. He did not announce it immediately. He waited until evening, when the family was gathered for dinner, the table lit by a single lamp, the room filled with the scent of boiled potatoes and black bread, the kind of meal that had become their normal. He stood at the door, his hat in his hands, and spoke with a formality that made the air grow colder. The order had come from the new authorities in Moscow. The Romanovs were to be moved, not to another town, not to a safer house, but to Yekaterinburg, a city deep in the Ural Mountains, far from Siberia, far from any place they knew. The reason was not given. The timing was immediate. They would leave within days. No one spoke. The silence that followed was not the quiet of peace, but the stillness of shock, the kind that comes when the ground gives way beneath your feet and there is nothing to grab onto. The children looked at their parents, their eyes wide, their hands still. Alexandra closed her eyes and pressed a hand to her chest, as if to steady her heart. Nikolai nodded slowly, as if he had expected this, as if he had been waiting for the other shoe to fall. He thanked the commandant, his voice calm, his posture straight, and asked only for time to prepare. The man bowed slightly and left, closing the door behind him with a soft click that echoed through the room like a final verdict. The lamp flickered, the fire in the stove crackled, and the family sat in silence, not moving, not speaking, as if the act of breathing too deeply might make it real. That night, no one slept. The house remained lit long after the lamps should have been extinguished. The children sat together in the sitting room, wrapped in blankets, speaking in whispers. They did not cry. They did not rage. They simply talked about the journey, about the city they had never seen, about whether they would be allowed to bring their books, their photos, their dog. They tried to imagine the house they would live in, the yard they might walk, the sky they would see each morning. But their words were hollow, filled with a fear they could not name. They knew, without being told, that this was not just another move. This was something else. This was a step deeper into the unknown, into a place where the air itself might be hostile, where the walls might not shelter them, where the guards might not look away when they wept. Nikolai and Alexandra stayed in their room, not speaking, not praying, just sitting in the dim light, their hands clasped between them. They did not need to say what they both knew, that Yekaterinburg was a Bolshevik stronghold, that the people there had no love for the old regime, that the guards would not be kind, that the house would not be a home. They had heard the rumors. They knew what was possible, and yet they could not protect their children from it. They could not shield them. All they could do was stay with them, stand beside them, hold their hands as the world closed in. There was no plan, no escape, no last appeal. Only the quiet understanding that their fate was no longer theirs to shape. And in that surrender, there was a kind of dignity, a courage not of action, but of presence. The next day, they began to pack. There was little to take, but each object carried weight. The children chose their favorite books, their diaries, a few photographs, a doll, a scarf. They folded their clothes carefully, placed them in wooden crates that would be carried onto the train. They said goodbye to the garden, to the piano, to the window where they had watched the snow fall. They did not cry. They did not protest. They simply obeyed, as if the act of packing could give them back a sense of control, as if order in the small things could stave off chaos in the large. They touched the walls one last time, the door frames, the floorboards, as if imprinting the memory of this place into their palms, knowing they might never see it again. When the train arrived, it was not the same one that had brought them to Tobolsk. This was a freight car, repurposed for passengers, its walls bare, its floor covered in straw, the air thick with the scent of damp wood and coal smoke. The guards stood in formation, their faces stern, their rifles held across their chests. The family climbed aboard in silence, helping Alexei up the steps, supporting him as he crossed the threshold. The doors were closed behind them. The lock turned, and as the engine whistled and the wheels began to turn, the house in Tobolsk shrank in the distance, its windows dark, its yard empty, as if it had already forgotten them, as if their presence had been nothing more than a brief shadow on its walls. The journey was long, slow, filled with stops and searches, with guards boarding the car to inspect their belongings, to question them, to remind them who was in charge. The children sat close together, their heads resting on each other's shoulders, their eyes closed. Alexandra prayed silently, her lips moving without sound. Nikolai stared out the small barred window, watching the forests pass, the rivers, the villages where people paused to watch the train go by, unaware of who was inside. He did not look back. He looked forward, not with hope, but with acceptance. He knew they were not going to safety. He knew they were going into the heart of the storm. And yet, in that moment, as the train carried them deeper into the Urals, there was a strange kind of peace. Not because the danger had passed, but because the waiting had ended. The uncertainty, the slow dread, the endless wondering now, it was over. They knew what was coming, even if they did not know the details. They were no longer drifting. They were moving toward something. And in that clarity, there was a kind of courage. Not the kind that shouts, but the kind that sits in silence, that holds a child's hand, that breathes steadily through the dark. When they arrived in Yekaterinburg, the sky was gray, the air thick with coal smoke. The house they were taken to stood behind high wooden walls, its windows boarded, its yard patrolled by armed men. It was not a home. It was a prison. The Ipativ house, they called it, though it had once belonged to a wealthy industrialist. Now it bore no name but fear. The walls had been reinforced, the yard cleared of trees, the windows covered with shutters. Guards stood at every corner, their rifles ready, their eyes cold. And as they stepped inside, the door closing behind them with a sound like a tomb sealing shut, they understood at last that they would not leave, not as they had come, not together, not alive. But even then, in that moment of finality, they did not break. They held each other. They whispered. They lit a candle. And in the dim light, they were still a family, still whole, still human. And for now, that was enough. The Ipetive house did not welcome them. It did not offer shelter so much as containment, its walls rising like the sides of a well, its windows boarded as if to keep not only the world out, but the light as well. Once it had been a private home, built for a man who traded in iron and coal, its rooms spacious, its floors polished, its yard open to the summer sun. But now, every trace of warmth had been stripped away. The garden was cleared, the trees cut down, the fences reinforced with barbed wire. Guards stood at every corner, their boots crunching on the gravel, their rifles never far from hand. The family was led through a side door into a series of rooms on the upper floor, their new world reduced to 4 walls, a narrow hallway, and a single staircase watched day and night. There were no greetings, no introductions, only silence, and the slow, deliberate locking of the door behind them, a sound so final it seemed to echo through the bones of the house, as if sealing not just a room, but a fate. Inside, the air was still and close, thick with the scent of damp plaster and old wood, the kind of smell that settles in a house that no longer breathes, where the walls have absorbed too much silence, and the floors remember every footstep as if it were the last. The rooms were small, their ceilings low, their windows covered with heavy shutters that allowed only slivers of light to slip through, painting thin golden lines across the floorboards in the late afternoon, lines that moved slowly with the sun, like the hands of a clock counting down hours no one wanted to name. The furniture was sparse wooden chairs, a table, a few beds brought in from storage, their mattresses thin and lumpy, the kind that offered no comfort, only function. There were no portraits on the walls, no curtains at the windows, no rugs to soften the cold. It was not meant to feel like a home. It was meant to feel like a pause, a holding place, a threshold between one world and the next. And yet, the family did not resist. They did not complain. They simply entered, removed their coats, and began the quiet work of making this space their own, folding blankets, arranging pillows, placing a single photograph on the dresser. A small act of defiance, not against their captors, but against the erasure they sensed all around them. A quiet insistence that they were still people, still a family, still alive. Nikolai walked through the room slowly, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes taking in every detail, as if memorizing the shape of their prison, as if every crack in the wall, every loose floorboard, every shadow in the corner might one day be needed to recall this moment in full. He did not speak. He did not sigh. He simply moved from room to room, touching the walls, testing the floorboards, standing for a long time at the window, where a single crack in the shutter allowed him to see a sliver of sky, a narrow strip of gray with a single bird crossing it, so distant it looked like a speck of ash. He knew, as only a man who had ruled an empire could know, that this was not a temporary arrangement. This was not exile. This was the end of a journey that had begun long before, in the halls of the Winter Palace, in the gardens of Tsarskoye Selo, in the quiet mornings when he had believed that duty and love could be enough to hold a nation together. He had carried that belief for 23 years, through war, through illness, through the slow unraveling of trust. And now, here, in this dim house in the Urals, he let it go. Not with bitterness, not with regret, but with a quiet acceptance, like a man who finally understands that some storms cannot be weathered, only endured, that some paths do not lead forward, but inward, to a place where power means nothing, and presence means everything. Alexandra did not weep. She did not collapse. She lit a candle that evening, as she had every evening for decades, placing it before the small icon she had carried with her from Tobolsk, the paint chipped at the edges, the gold fading, but still glowing in the dark. The flame flickered in the draught, casting long shadows on the wall, and for a moment it seemed to dance like a living thing, a spark of warmth in the growing cold. She knelt before it, her hands folded, her lips moving in silent prayer, her voice so low it was nearly soundless. Not meant for God, perhaps, but for herself, a rhythm to steady her breath, a thread to hold on to. She did not ask for freedom. She did not beg for rescue. She asked only for strength, for herself, for her children, for the man beside her who had loved her through every trial, who had stood by her when the world called her a foreigner, a witch, a curse. And in that prayer there was no illusion. She knew they were not safe. She knew the world had turned against them. But she also knew that faith was not the absence of fear. It was the decision to love anyway, to believe anyway, to kneel in the dark and light a candle even when no one would see it burn, even when the walls felt like they were closing in, even when the footsteps outside never stopped. The children gathered in the sitting room that first night, not because they were told to, but because they needed to be together, as if their proximity could create a warmth no stove could provide. They sat on the floor, wrapped in blankets, their backs against the wall, their heads close, their breaths rising in small clouds in the cold air. They did not speak much. They did not laugh. They simply listened to the creak of the floor above, to the distant voice of a guard outside, to the faint hum of the city beyond the walls, to the silence between their heartbeats. Olga held her diary in her lap, but she did not write. Tatiana traced the pattern of the wood grain with her finger, as if reading a map only she could see, a path that might lead them out. Maria leaned against Anastasia, her eyes closed, her breathing slow, as if trying to sleep while awake. And Anastasia, usually the first to break the silence, sat still, her hands in her lap, her gaze fixed on the candle flame, as if it held the answer to everything, as if it could tell her what would happen tomorrow, or the day after, or if there would even be a day after. Alexei lay on a narrow bed in the next room, his legs wrapped in bandages, his face pale but calm, his breathing shallow but steady. The journey had taken its toll. The pain had returned, sharper than before, and he had not walked since they arrived. But he did not cry out. He did not call for help. He simply lay there, his eyes open, watching the light move across the ceiling, the way the shadow of the shutter shifted with the sun, the way the dust floated in the air like tiny stars. When his sisters came to sit with him, he smiled, weakly, and asked if they had seen the stars the night before. They told him no, the sky had been overcast. He nodded, as if that were enough, and closed his eyes, his breathing slow and even, like the tide pulling back from the shore, like a man who has accepted that some things are beyond his control. Days passed, then weeks, each one folding into the next like pages in a book with no ending, each morning beginning with the same ritual. Tea brought by a guard, poured into chipped cups, the milk often sour, the sugar rationed, the silence heavier than the day before. Nikolai shaved by the window, using a mirror propped on the sill, his hands steady despite the cold. Alexandra prayed at dawn and dusk, her rosary moving through her fingers like a second pulse. The children helped clean, folded clothes, read aloud from the few books they had brought, their voices soft, their eyes often lifting to the ceiling as if listening for something beyond the roof. They played quiet games, cards, chess, riddles, anything to fill the silence, to keep their minds from wandering into the dark. They marked the days on a calendar drawn by Anastasia, A simple grid on a sheet of paper, each box crossed off with a pencil, the lines growing shakier as time wore on. They did not speak of the future. They did not plan. They simply lived, moment by moment, as if the act of enduring were the only victory left to them, the only way to say, without words, that they were still here, still breathing, still a family. And yet, in that stillness, something unexpected began to grow. Not hope, not exactly, but a kind of clarity, a stripping away of everything that had ever defined them, the titles, the ceremonies, the expectations, the weight of centuries of rule. Beneath it all, they found something simpler, more enduring. Each other. There were no audiences here. No ministers, no crowds. There was only a mother, a father, 4 daughters, 1 son, learning how to be human in a world that had forgotten them. They sat at the same table for every meal, their voices low, their hands touching as they passed the bread, their laughter rare but real when it came. They told stories from their childhood, not grand tales of palaces and coronations, but small memories, a lost dog, a snowball fight, a song their nanny used to sing. And in those moments, they were not the Romanovs. They were not the last Tsar and his family. They were simply people bound not by blood alone, but by the quiet courage of staying together when everything else had been taken. Nikolai read more than he ever had. He devoured books on history, on philosophy, on the lives of men who had lived after losing everything: kings, philosophers, monks, exiles. He underlined passages, made notes in the margins, as if preparing for a conversation that would never happen. He did not read to escape. He read to understand, to make sense of what had been, and what was now. And in those pages, he found a strange kind of peace. Not because the answers were there, but because the questions were. He saw himself in the stories of fallen emperors, of men who had carried crowns too heavy for any one person, of rulers who had believed in divine, right until the day the doors were kicked in. And he realized, at last, that leadership was not in the holding of power, but in the letting go of it, in the quiet dignity of accepting that some things cannot be saved, only honored. Alexandra, too, changed. The woman who had once trembled at the thought of being seen, who had hidden behind veils and silence, now stood taller, spoke more, held her children closer, her touch more deliberate, her presence more grounded. She no longer prayed only for deliverance. She began to pray for acceptance, for grace, for the strength to face whatever came without turning away, without breaking. And in that surrender, she found a kind of freedom, not from captivity, but from fear. She was no longer fighting. She was being. And in that stillness, she was more present than she had ever been, more herself than she had been in decades, stripped of the roles that had defined her, and left with only what mattered: love. The children grew quieter, but not weaker. Their laughter came less often, but when it did, it was deeper, more real, or not of ignorance, but of resilience. They stopped asking when they would go home. They stopped dreaming of palaces. Instead, they found joy in small things: a bird that landed on the windowsill, a patch of sunlight on the floor, a letter from a servant they had left behind, smuggled in by a sympathetic guard, the paper worn at the edges, the ink faded, but the words clear. They wrote in their diaries, not of politics or history, but of each other, of the way Tatiana hummed when she was nervous, of how Maria always saved the last piece of bread for Alexei, of how Anastasia could make anyone laugh with a single word. They were learning, without knowing it, that love is not measured in grand gestures, but in the 1,000 small ways we care for one another when no one is watching, when no one is recording history, when the world has turned its back. One evening, as the sun set behind the trees beyond the wall, casting a soft gold light through the crack in the shutter, the family gathered in the sitting room. The stove glowed with embers. The lamp flickered. Alexei lay on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, his eyes half closed but listening. Anastasia played a melody on a small harmonica she had kept hidden in her coat, slow and tender, one she had learned in Tobolsk, the notes soft and wavering, like a lullaby from another life. Olga read aloud from a novel, her voice steady, her words filling the space like warmth. Tatiana knitted a scarf, her needles clicking softly. Maria sat beside her mother, who had closed her prayer book and was staring into the fire, her face unreadable, her hands resting on her lap. Nikolai sat in his chair, his hands folded, his gaze moving from one child to the next, as if memorizing them, as if storing each face, each breath, each quiet moment in a place where nothing could take it away, as if he already knew that this was the last time they would all be together, and he wanted to carry it with him into whatever came next. In that moment, there was no empire, no throne, no war, no guards. There was only a family, together, breathing the same air, sharing the same silence. It was not happiness, not exactly. It was something deeper, a kind of peace that comes not from the absence of pain, but from the presence of love. A courage that does not shout, but whispers. A strength that does not fight, but holds on. They had lost their freedom. They had lost their future. But they had not lost their dignity. They had not lost their love. And in the quiet, in the dark, in the heart of the storm, that was enough. Not to change the world, not to survive, but to remain human, to remain together, to face the unknown with their hands clasped and their hearts open, as if the final victory was not in escape, but in staying true to who they had always been, even when no one was left to remember. The air inside the Ipetiv house had changed, not in temperature or light, but in weight, as if the very atmosphere had grown denser with the passing of days, each one folding into the next, like layers of fabric wrapped around a silence too deep to name. The family still moved through their routine's morning tea, shared meals, quiet reading, the soft murmur of prayers, but the rhythm had slowed, as though they were no longer marking time so much as waiting for it to catch up with them. The guards outside remained constant, their boots crunching on the gravel, their voices low and infrequent, but their presence was no longer a shock. It had become part of the landscape, like the boarded windows, like the cold that seeped through the walls, like the way the candle flame trembled in the draught from a door left open too long. And yet, within this stillness, something had begun to shift, not in the world beyond the walls, but within the family itself. A quiet transformation that moved not with force, but with the slow certainty of roots growing beneath stone, a deepening of presence, a turning inward that revealed not despair, but a kind of clarity born from the stripping away of everything that had ever defined them. Nikolai no longer walked the rooms as if inspecting a prison. He moved through them like a man at home, his steps measured, his hands resting on the back of a chair, his gaze lingering on the faces of his children, as if storing every detail in a place beyond memory, a vault where time could not reach. He spoke less, but when he did, his words carried a weight that made the others pause, not because of authority, but because of their quiet truth. He told stories now, not of empires or battles, not of decrees or coronations, but of his own father, of quiet evenings in Gatchina, of walks through the forest where the only sound was the wind in the pines, the crunch of snow underfoot, the distant call of a bird at dusk. He spoke of duty, not as a burden imposed by bloodline, but as a choice made in love, as something one carried not for glory, but for the sake of those who depended on you. And in those moments, he was not the last Tsar of Russia. He was simply a father, passing on what little he could before the world took even that away, offering not power, but presence, not command, but care. Alexandra, too, had settled into a kind of stillness that was not resignation, but acceptance, a deepening of the faith that had always been her anchor, now no longer directed toward deliverance, but toward endurance. She no longer lit candles in the hope that someone would see them, that help would come, that the world would remember. Instead, her prayers became quieter, more intimate, as if she were no longer speaking to God, but listening, as if the act of silence itself had become her devotion. She spent hours sitting beside Alexei's bed, smoothing his hair, holding his hand, whispering words too soft to be heard, not stories, not promises, but simple affirmations. I am here, my love. I am here, as if repetition could make the moment last forever. She did not try to distract him. She did not pretend. She simply stayed, her presence a kind of shelter, a reminder that even in pain, he was not alone. That love could not cure, but could accompany, could witness, could remain. The children, once so eager to escape the confines of their lives, now found a strange kind of freedom in the smallness of their world. There were no audiences, no expectations, no roles to perform. They were not grand duchesses. They were not the heirs to an empire. They were simply sisters, bound together not by blood alone, but by the thousand small acts of care that had grown in the silence. Maria bringing tea when someone shivered, Tatiana reading aloud when the light was too dim to write, Olga mending a torn sleeve with careful stitches, Anastasia making up silly songs to make Alexei smile, humming them under her breath as she lay in bed. They no longer dreamed of palaces or balls. They dreamed of simple things, a walk in the forest, a warm room, a morning without pain, the sound of birds outside a window they could not see. And in those dreams, there was no bitterness, only a quiet longing for peace, for a life where the only duty was to love and be loved in return. Alexei, though weakened by illness, had become the quiet center of their world, not because he was the heir, but because his fragility reminded them of what mattered. He did not speak often, but when he did, his voice was clear, his questions thoughtful, not about the future, not about escape, but about the stars, about the sea, about what it would be like to sail a ship across an open ocean, to feel the wind in his face, to stand on the deck as the horizon stretched endlessly ahead. He read books on navigation, tracing the routes of explorers with his finger, as if memorizing the paths they had taken, imagining himself at the helm, strong, free, alive. He did not rage against his body. He did not curse his fate. He simply lived, with a courage that was not loud, but steady, like the flame of a candle that refuses to go out, even when the wind presses against it, even when the room grows colder, even when the light begins to fade. One afternoon, as the sun cast a narrow beam of light through the crack in the shutter, Anastasia took out a small notebook she had kept hidden in the lining of her coat. It was filled with drawings of the garden in Tobolsk, of their dogs, of the palace in Petrograd, of her family sitting together, their faces soft, their postures relaxed, as if captured in a moment of peace. She had drawn them not with precision, not to impress, but with feeling, her lines soft, her shading uneven, but full of life, as if her hand remembered what her eyes could no longer see. She showed them to her sisters, one by one, and they gathered around, their heads close, their voices low as they recognized each scene, each gesture, each familiar expression. There was no sadness in their eyes, only a quiet recognition, as if they were seeing themselves not as prisoners, but as people who had lived, who had loved, who had been happy, even in the midst of sorrow. And in that moment, the notebook became something more than paper and ink. It became a testament, a record of a life that had existed, that had been real, that could not be erased, even if the world forgot. Olga, who had always been the most reflective, began to write more in her diary, not just the events of the day, but her thoughts, her fears, her hopes, her observations of the way light moved across the floor, the way her father's voice softened when he spoke to Alexei, the way her mother's hands trembled when she thought no one was looking. She wrote about the guards, not with hatred, not with fear, but with curiosity, wondering who they were, what they dreamed of, whether they, too, had families waiting for them somewhere. whether they ever looked at the stars and wondered if they were doing the right thing. She did not write for publication. She did not write to be remembered. She wrote because the act of writing made the world feel less heavy, as if putting words to paper could hold back the darkness, if only for a little while. And in those pages, a legacy was being formed, not of power, not of empire, but of witness, of a young woman who saw the world with clear eyes and refused to look away, who chose to remember, even when forgetting would have been easier. Tatiana, ever the caretaker, began to keep a small journal of remedies, of herbs, of ways to ease pain with what little they had. She recorded the times when Alexei's bleeding stopped, the teas that helped him sleep, the way a warm cloth on his legs could bring relief, the hours when he smiled, when he spoke, when he seemed almost like himself again. She did it not with the hope of healing, but with the instinct to care, to do something, anything, to make the unbearable a little lighter, to turn helplessness into action, no matter how small. And in that quiet act of tending, she became a kind of healer, not with medicine, but with presence, with touch, with the certainty that love could not cure, but could comfort, could hold space, could say, without words, "You are not alone." Maria, whose warmth had always been her strength, now became the keeper of joy. She remembered jokes, songs, gains from their childhood, and brought them out like treasures, sharing them not to distract, but to remind. She would hum a tune from a play they had performed in Tobolsk, or recite a poem they had learned as children, her voice soft, her eyes closed, as if returning to a time when the world was still kind, when the future was open, when the only danger was a scraped knee or a lost doll. And when the others joined in, even quietly, even without smiling, she knew she had done something real. She had not changed their fate. She had not brought them freedom. But she had given them a moment where they were not prisoners, but a family, laughing at a memory only they could share. A moment where the past was not a burden, but a gift. Nikolai, watching them, felt a sorrow so deep it bordered on peace. He had failed as a ruler. He had not saved his empire. He had not prevented the war, the revolution, the exile. But he had not failed as a father. He had not failed as a husband. And in the quiet courage of his family, he saw something that no crown could bestow, no history could erase, the legacy of love. It was not written in stone. It was not carried on banners. It was written in the way Alexandra held his hand, in the way the children gathered around the table, in the way they still called him Papa, even now, even here. And in that truth, he found a kind of redemption not for the throne he had lost, but for the life he had lived, not for the power he had held, but for the love he had given and received. Alexandra, too, began to understand that her faith had not been in vain. She had prayed for miracles, for rescue, for a sign. But the miracle had already come. It was not in deliverance. It was in endurance. It was in the way her children still smiled, still loved, still held on. She had spent her life believing that God would protect them through power, through divine right, through the sanctity of the crown. But now she saw that his protection had come in another form, in the quiet strength of a family that refused to break, in the way they cared for one another when no one else would, in the way they remained human, even when the world tried to make them less than that. And in that realization, her prayers changed. They were no longer pleas. They were thanks for each breath, each moment, each hand held in the dark. The guards, too, began to shift, not in their orders, but in their demeanor. Some still remained cold, their faces unreadable, their voices sharp. But others, those who brought the meals, who stood watch at night, began to linger a little longer, to speak a little softer, to avoid meeting their eyes not out of cruelty, but out of shame. One young guard, barely older than Olga, once left a small sprig of wildflowers on the windowsill, gone before anyone could thank him. Another, when asked for more blankets, brought an extra one without being told. These were not acts of rebellion. They were acts of humanity, small rebellions of the heart against the weight of duty. And in them, the family saw that even in the darkest places, kindness could still grow, that compassion could exist even in the service of cruelty, that the soul could resist even when the body obeyed. One evening, as the fire dimmed and the room filled with the soft glow of the lamp, Alexei asked his father a question that hung in the air long after it was spoken. "Will anyone remember us?" Nikolai did not answer at once. He looked at his son, at his pale face, at his quiet eyes, and then at the others, gathered close. He thought of the palaces, the ceremonies, the portraits, the history books. And then he thought of the notebook, the diary, the songs, the flowers on the windowsill. "Yes," he said at last, his voice steady, "not for what we were, but for who we are." And in that moment, the legacy was no longer something that would come after. It was already here, in the way they loved, in the way they endured, in the way they remained human, even when the world had tried to make them less. Days passed, the light changed, the seasons turned. And though they did not know it, though no one could tell them, their story had already begun to leave its mark. In Tobolsk, the house where they had lived was still standing, its windows dark, but its walls holding the memory of laughter, of footsteps, of a family who had tried to live in peace. In Petrograd, a servant who had served them for years kept a photograph hidden in a drawer, taking it out only at night, whispering their names like a prayer. And far away, in quiet corners of the world, people would one day speak of them, not as tyrants, not as victims, but as a family who had loved deeply, suffered greatly, and remained together until the end. They did not know they were becoming a story, not in the way legends are born, not in the way history is written. They did not know that their names would one day be spoken in hushed tones, that their faces would appear in books, that their final days would be studied, mourned, remembered. They did not know that the quiet moments they lived, the shared tea, the whispered prayers, the drawings in a hidden notebook, would one day be the very things that made them real to strangers centuries later. But it was happening all the same, not in grand monuments or official records, but in the fragile, enduring power of love that refuses to be forgotten, in the way a single act of kindness can echo through time, in the way a family's courage lived in silence and become a light for those who come after. And so, their legacy was not built on thrones or armies, not on decrees or conquests, but on the unbreakable bond of those who love and are loved in return, on the quiet dignity of staying together when the world is turned away, on the decision to remain human even when humanity has been denied. It was not a legacy of power. It was a legacy of presence. And in the quiet, in the dark, in the heart of the storm, that was not only enough, it was everything. The years that followed did not rush forward, but settled like dust on an old photograph, soft and quiet, blurring the edges of what had been while preserving the essence of who they were. The world moved on, as it always does, rebuilding itself from the ashes of revolution, forging a new identity from the ruins of the old. But in the stillness between moments, in the pause before sleep, in the hush of a winter evening, in the way a candle flickers before it goes out, the memory of the Romanovs remained, not as a political symbol, not as a warning or a tragedy, but as a whisper carried on the cold air, a presence felt more than seen, like the weight of snow on a branch before it falls. There were no monuments raised in their name, no grand memorials in the early years, for the new order had no place for the past it had overthrown, and so their story slipped beneath the surface of history, not forgotten, but hidden, like a letter buried in the floorboards of a house no one lives in anymore. Yet memory has its own way of surviving. It does not depend on stone or inscription. It lives in the hands of those who remember, in the voice of a grandmother telling her granddaughter about the family who once lived in the palace by the Neva, in the way a priest lights a candle in a quiet church long after the empire has fallen, in the yellowed pages of a diary found in an attic, its ink faded, but its words still legible. In Tobolsk, the house where they had lived became a place people passed without speaking, their steps slowing as they neared the gate, their eyes lifting to the windows as if expecting to see a face there. Children were told not to play too loudly in the yard, not out of respect for the state, but out of a quiet understanding that some spaces are not empty, even when no one is inside. In Yekaterinburg, the Ipatiev house stood for years, a silent witness to what had taken place within its walls. The guards changed, the city grew, the revolution hardened into policy, but the house remained, its wooden beams darkened by time, its shutters weathered by wind and rain. People avoided it, not out of fear, but out of a sense that the air around it was heavier, that the silence within was not the absence of sound, but the presence of something that could not be named. A worker once said he heard laughter one evening as he passed, soft and distant, like children playing behind a closed door. Another claimed he saw a light in the upstairs window, though no one had lived there in decades. These were not stories meant to be believed, but to be felt, small tremors in the fabric of the everyday that reminded people that some lives, even when ended in darkness, do not vanish entirely. The diaries survived. Hidden, passed from hand to hand, smuggled across borders, they emerged years later, their pages fragile, their bindings cracked, but their voices clear. Olga's careful script, Tatiana's gentle observations, Maria's warmth, Anastasia's humor, each word a testament to the fact that they had lived, not as symbols, but as girls who loved their family, who dreamed of simple things, who wrote about the weather, about books, about the way the light fell in the morning. Alekshi's letters, short and full of curiosity, revealed a boy who, despite pain and confinement, never stopped wondering about the world. And Nikolai's final journal, written in the last months, spoke not of bitterness, but of love for his wife, for his children, for the quiet dignity of a life lived with care. These were not the words of rulers. They were the words of people. And in their simplicity, they carried a power no decree ever could. Alexandra's prayer book was found years later in a storage room of a monastery, its pages worn, its edges frayed, the cross inside tarnished but intact. A nun who held it said she felt a deep calm when she touched it, as if the years of devotion had seeped into the leather, as if the countless prayers whispered over it had left a warmth that time could not erase. She did not display it. She did not show it to visitors. She placed it on a shelf in the chapel, where it remained unseen but present, like a quiet act of remembrance that asked for nothing but to exist. As decades passed, the Soviet Union rose and fell, and with its collapse, the silence around the Romanovs began to lift. The truth, long buried, began to surface not in propaganda, but in science, in bone, in DNA. In a forest outside Yekaterinburg, a mass grave was discovered, its contents carefully examined, its story pieced together from fragments. The remains of Nikolai, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Alexei were identified, not by crowns or uniforms, but by the shape of their bones, by the traces of hemophilia in the boy's skeleton, by the small details that only family could know. And when the news was confirmed, it did not spark outrage or celebration. It sparked mourning, a quiet, collective grief for a family that had not been seen in life for who they truly were, but was finally recognized in death. They were reburied in the Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Petersburg, not with the fanfare of an imperial funeral, but with the solemnity of a homecoming. The city that had turned away from them now opened its arms, not to the Tsar, but to the man, the woman, the children who had suffered and loved and endured. The bells rang, not for power, but for peace. The streets were not filled with crowds, but with silence, as if the city itself were holding its breath. And when the coffins were lowered, When the final prayers were said, when the last candle was extinguished, there was a sense that something had been restored, not the empire, not the throne, but a simple human truth, that they had been here, that they had mattered, that they were not forgotten. In the years that followed, their story began to take shape in new ways. Not in the myths of Anastasia's survival, though those tales still lingered like old songs, but in books, in films, in quiet exhibitions where their photographs were displayed not as royalty, but as people. A child's drawing, a letter, a pair of tiny boots, these were the things that moved visitors, not the jewels or the palaces. Parents brought their children to see them, not to teach history, but to speak of love, of loss, of the fragility of life. And in those moments, the Romanovs ceased to be figures of the past and became part of the present, not as ghosts, but as reminders. A school in Tobolsk placed a small plaque by the garden where the children had once played, not with grand words, but with a simple line. Here they were happy. A woman in England, decades later, claimed to be Anastasia, but when asked why she had never spoken before, she could not name the dog they had loved, could not describe the color of the curtains in their room. And so the world let the story go, not because it lacked romance, but because the truth that they had died together, that they had not escaped, that their love had not saved them from death, but had sustained them until the end, was more beautiful than any fiction. In the quiet corners of Russia, in villages far from the capital, old women still light candles on certain nights, not for saints, but for the family who once ruled, not out of loyalty to the crown, but out of pity, of compassion, of the deep human instinct to mourn those who suffered. They do not pray for their return. They pray for their rest. And in that act, the legacy of the Romanovs is not in the empire they lost, but in the empathy they awakened, in the way their story, stripped of power and spectacle, became a mirror for the quiet tragedies that live in every family, in every heart. Even now, if you walk through the Winter Palace on a winter evening, when the last visitors have left and the guards are silent, you might feel a change in the air, not cold, not fear, but presence, a softness, a stillness that feels like listening. The floors creak, not from age, but as if someone has just passed. A door closes gently, though no wind blows. And if you stand in the nursery, where the children once slept, you might hear, faintly, the sound of laughter, brief, tender, gone before you can be sure it was real. These are not hauntings. They are echoes, not of power, but of life, of a family who lived, who loved, who were broken, but who were never erased. The world tried to forget them. Time tried to bury them. But memory has its own rhythm, slow and deep, like the turning of the earth. It does not shout. It waits. It gathers. And in the end, it preserves not the grandest deeds, but the smallest truths, the way a mother strokes her child's hair, the way a father holds his son's hand, the way four sisters huddle together when the night grows cold. These are the things that survive, not because they were written in history books, but because they were lived in silence, in dignity, in love. And so the Romanovs are not gone. They are not lost. They are not only bones in a cathedral or names in a book. They are in the quiet moments when someone chooses kindness over fear, when a family stays together though the world turns away, when a candle is lit not for glory, but for remembrance. They are in the way we speak of them now, not with awe, but with tenderness, not as rulers, but as people who remind us that even in the darkest times, even in the face of the unthinkable, love can remain unbroken. The snow still falls over Yekaterinburg. The Neva still flows beneath the bridges of St. Petersburg. The stars still blink above the forests of Siberia. And somewhere, in the space between breath and dream, a child laughs, a mother hums a lullaby, a father reads a story by candlelight. Time does not erase. It gathers. It holds. And in its quiet embrace, the past does not end. It simply becomes part of the night, part of the stillness, part of the endless, gentle whisper of those who are loved, and who, in being remembered, are never truly gone. There is a kind of quiet that only comes at night, when the world has finally settled into stillness, and the air itself seems to pause between breaths, when the mind begins to drift, and the heart listens more than it thinks. It is in this quiet that the past does not disappear, but draws closer, not as a loud voice, but as a whisper carried on the edge of sleep, a presence felt in the soft weight of a blanket, in the slow rhythm of breath, in the way a memory surfaces without being called. The story of the Romanovs does not end in the basement of the Ipetiv house, not truly, because endings are never as final as we believe. What ends is the chapter, but what remains, what lingers in the silence, in the spaces between heartbeats, is something deeper, something that cannot be buried or forgotten, something that lives not in history books, but in the way we remember those who loved deeply, suffered greatly, and stayed together until the end. If you walk through St. Petersburg today, when the snow falls gently over the Neva, and the gas lamps glow like drowned stars beneath a veil of frost, you might feel a change in the air, not cold, not fear, but presence. Not the presence of power, not the weight of empire, but the quiet hum of a family who once lived within those palaces, who walked those halls, who looked out over that river with the same wonder you might feel now. The Winter Palace still stands, its golden domes dusted with snow, its windows reflecting the city's light, but it no longer holds a throne. It holds something else, a memory, a breath, a story told not in grand halls, but in the small rooms where children played, where a mother prayed, where a father read to his son. And if you close your eyes and listen, you might hear, beneath the footsteps of tourists and the murmur of guides, the faint echo of laughter, soft and distant, like a song half remembered from childhood. In Yekaterinburg, the church on the blood now rises where the Ipetiv house once stood, its golden domes reaching toward the sky like hands in prayer. It is not a monument to vengeance, nor to the fall of an empire, but to remembrance, to the quiet dignity of those who suffered. People come not to glorify, but to mourn, to light candles, to leave flowers, to stand in silence as if honoring not royalty, but humanity. The names of Nikolai, Alexandra, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and Alexei are not spoken with awe, but with tenderness, as if they were not rulers, but neighbors, family, souls who endured what few could imagine and did not break. And in that act of remembrance, their legacy is not in the crown they lost, but in the love they kept, in the way they remained together when the world turned away. Even now, in homes far from Russia, in cities where the snow never falls, people speak of them, not as tyrants, not as victims, but as a family. A mother reads their story to her children before bed, not to frighten, but to teach about courage, about love, about the quiet strength of staying true when everything is taken. A student writes a paper not on the revolution, but on the diaries of the Grand Duchesses, on the way they dreamed of simple lives, of gardens, of music, of peace. An artist paints not their coronations, but their final days, not with horror, but with dignity, capturing the way Alexandra held her son's hand, the way Nikolai looked at his family as if memorizing them. These are not acts of nostalgia. They are acts of connection, of a world slowly learning that history is not only written in battles and decrees, but in the quiet moments between heartbeats. The world tried to erase them. Time tried to bury them. But memory has its own way of surviving, not in stone, not in power, but in the fragile, enduring power of love. A photograph found in an attic, its edges worn, the faces faded, but still smiling. A diary page yellowed with age, the ink barely legible, but the words still clear. Today, we played cards. Alexei laughed. A child's drawing of a dog, labeled Joy. the same dog who followed them through the gardens of Tobolsk. These are not relics. They are proof. Proof that they lived. Proof that they loved. Proof that even in darkness, even in confinement, even in the face of the unthinkable, they chose kindness, presence, togetherness. And so, their story continues, not as a warning, not as a tragedy, but as a whisper that still moves through the world, carried on the breath of those who remember. It lives in the way a parent holds a sick child a little longer, in the way a family gathers at the table, even when the news is bad, in the way people choose to love when it would be easier to turn away. It lives in the quiet courage of staying human, even when the world demands otherwise. It lives in the way we speak of them, now not with judgment, but with compassion, not as symbols, but as people who remind us that no life is too small to matter, no love too fragile to endure. If you have ever sat with someone you love in silence, not needing to speak, just being there, you have touched their legacy. If you have ever chosen kindness over anger, presence over escape, love over fear, you have carried their story forward. It is not in grand gestures, but in the thousand small ways we care for one another when no one is watching, when no one is recording, when the world has turned its back. The Romanovs did not change the course of history with armies or decrees. They changed it with the way they lived their final days, with dignity, with tenderness, with the unbreakable bond of a family who refused to let go. And so, their echo is not in the sound of gunfire or the fall of a throne, but in the soft breath of a child falling asleep, in the rustle of a blanket, in the way a candle flickers before it goes out. It is in the way we remember them not for what they were, but for who they were, a father who loved his children, a mother who prayed without ceasing, daughters who laughed in the dark, a son who dreamed of the sea. These are not the deeds of emperors. They are the truths of human beings. And in that truth, their story becomes not something distant, but something close, not something past, but something present, not something lost, but something found in the quiet of our own hearts. You may never have walked through the Winter Palace. You may never have seen the Neva in winter. You may never have held one of their letters in your hands. But you have felt what they felt, the weight of love, the ache of fear, the need to believe that someone is still listening. And in that feeling, you are not separate from them. You are part of the same story, the same long thread of human experience that stretches across centuries, connecting us not through power, but through emotion, not through conquest, but through compassion. The world moves fast now. It speaks loudly. It demands attention. But here, in this moment, in the space between one breath and the next, there is a different rhythm, a slower one, the rhythm of memory, of reflection, of rest. And in that rhythm, the Romanovs are not gone. They are not lost. They are not only bones in a cathedral or names in a book. They are in the way we choose to remember, in the way we choose to care, in the way we choose to love, even when we know it may not save us, but we do it anyway. Time does not erase. It gathers. It holds. It returns to us what we thought was gone, not in the form we expect, but in the form we need. A scent, a song, a feeling, a dream. And in that return, we understand that nothing truly disappears. The snow falls over Yekaterinburg. The stars blink above the forests of Siberia. The Neva flows beneath the bridges of St. Petersburg. And somewhere, in the space between breath and dream, a mother hums a lullaby. A father reads a story. A child laughs, brief and tender, gone before you can be sure it was real. These are not hauntings. They are echoes. And echoes, no matter how faint, are still sound. They are still life. They are still love. You do not need to believe in ghosts to feel them. You only need to be still, to listen, to remember that every life, no matter how ended, leaves a mark, not always in the world, but in the hearts of those who come after. The Romanovs are not remembered for their crown. They are remembered for their humanity. And in that remembrance, they live on, not as rulers, but as a family who teaches us, across time, how to love, how to endure, how to stay together until the end. And so, as you lie here, warm beneath your blanket, your breath slow, your body sinking into stillness, know that you are not alone. You are part of a long line of stories, of lives, of loves, of losses. You are part of the same quiet that holds the past and welcomes the future. You are part of the echo. And in that echo, there is no fear. There is no sorrow. There is only the soft, steady truth that love, once given, never truly ends. Let that truth settle over you now, like snow falling without hurry, like a hand resting gently on your shoulder, like a voice that says, without words, you are not forgotten. Let it carry you deeper into rest, into peace, into the dream where all stories blend, where the past and present meet, where a family once lost is simply a family remembered, not for their fall, but for their love. They are not here to frighten you. They are here to comfort you. They are here to remind you that even in the darkest times, even in the face of the unknown, we are never truly alone. We are held by those who came before, by those who loved, by those who stayed, by those who in the end chose each other. And so, as sleep gathers around you, as the world fades and the mind begins to drift, let their whisper be the last thing you hear, a soft breath, a gentle sigh, a story not of endings, but of presence, of love, of a family who, in their final days, became eternal not by power, but by the quiet courage of simply being together. Let that be the dream you carry into the night. Let that be the peace you rest in, and know, wherever you are, whatever you carry, that you, too, are remembered. And that is enough. And so, dear listener, we come to the end of this quiet journey through the final days of the Romanovs, not with a loud farewell, but with a soft breath, like the last note of a lullaby fading into the hush of night, like snow settling on a rooftop without a sound. The story does not end here, not truly, for stories like this one do not vanish with the last word, but slip into the spaces between heartbeats, into the stillness that follows a long exhale, into the warmth of a blanket pulled a little higher, into the slow drift toward dreams where time no longer matters, and the past walks beside us like a quiet companion. You have traveled far tonight, not across miles, but across decades, across silence, across the fragile boundary between history and memory, and you have done so not with effort, but with presence, with openness, with the gentle courage it takes to listen deeply. I thank you for being here, for choosing this moment, for allowing the world outside to soften and fade while you stepped into a story that asked not for your attention, but for your stillness. These moments where we pause, where we remember, where we simply rest in the presence of another's life, are rare, and they are sacred in their own quiet way. They do not demand grand gestures. They only ask that someone be willing to listen, to feel, to hold space for what was, for what could have been, for what remains. And in that act, something ancient is kept alive. Not the empire, not the throne, not the crown, but the simple, enduring truth of a family who loved, who suffered, who stayed together until the very end. Wherever you are tonight, beneath whatever sky, in whatever room wrapped in whatever quiet, know that you are not separate from this story. The same stars that watched over St. Petersburg and Tobolsk now blink above you. The same need to love and be loved moves through your heart as it did through theirs. The same breath that once filled Alexandra's lungs as she whispered a prayer now fills yours as you prepare to rest. We are not so far apart across time as we might believe. We are connected not by power or legacy, but by the fragile, unbreakable thread of being human, of hoping, of fearing, of holding on when everything feels like it might slip away. Let your breath slow now, as if the air itself has grown heavier with peace. as if each inhale carries the cool clarity of a winter night, and each exhale releases the weight of the day like smoke dissolving into the dark. Let your body sink deeper into stillness, not with effort, but with surrender, like a leaf settling onto still water, like a candle flame owing before it goes out. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to carry, nothing left to prove. Just this moment, just this warmth, just the softness beneath you and the silence around you, gathering like a familiar friend. If you'd like, before sleep takes you, you can leave a word, your name, the city where you are, a thought that lingers in your mind, just to say, I was here. You don't need to speak it aloud. You don't need to write it down. Just hold it gently in your heart, like a stone warmed by your palm, and know that in that small act, you are part of something larger. You are not just a listener. You are a keeper of memory. And stories like this one survive not in books or monuments, but in moments like this, when someone, somewhere, chooses to remember, to feel, to be present. This is not goodbye, but a quiet pause, a breath suspended in kindness, like the hush between two heartbeats or the softest moment when snow meets earth without a sound. It is the continuation of a story, not in words, but in feeling a story that moved from one quiet heart to another, carried in the stillness that follows the last sentence, in the warmth that lingers after the voice has faded, in the peace that gently settles over you now, as real and tender as a hand resting on your shoulder in the dark. Whenever you're ready, there will be another night, another story, another journey through time. But for now, let go. Let your thoughts soften like embers cooling in a stove. Let your body release every weight it has carried and simply be here, now, safe, warm, and not alone, as the dreams gather around you and carry you gently into the long, quiet night.
If you could step back in time just for one night and walk the decks of the Titanic beneath a sky of 1,000 stars, would you take that chance? That's exactly what we're going to do tonight. And no, this isn't James Cameron's version. There will be no Celine Dion, no floating doors, and absolutely no Leonardo DiCaprio sketching in the lounge. Instead, you'll hear the real hum of her engines beneath your feet. Feel the salt air on your skin, and stand where history itself once stood still. If you love stories that let you live inside another moment, make sure you're subscribed, hit that like button, and keep notifications on, because what you're about to hear is just the beginning of an unforgettable voyage. The ocean at night is not a thing to be hurried. It reveals itself in layers, in vast and deliberate breaths, as though it knows that only patience can unlock its beauty. Out here, far from the last glimmer of any shore, darkness is not absence, it is a living presence. Deep and infinite, carrying the cold gleam of 1,000 stars. They hang low and sharp in the sky, their reflections scattered in fragments over the restless water. The air tastes of salt and carries the faintest trace of coal smoke drifting upward from the heart of the ship. Somewhere below, in the unseen depths of steel and machinery, the Titanic moves with a calm authority, her engines thrumming in a heartbeat that you feel more than hear, a steady pulse that joins with the endless rhythm of the waves. She is not simply traveling tonight, she is keeping a quiet appointment with the horizon, each mile a small promise kept. From a distance, she seems almost too perfect to be real. Her lights spill into the darkness in long ribbons of gold, bending and breaking with the movement of the sea. Against the deep velvet of the night sky, her four funnels stand tall and still, sending their pale plumes into the wind where they fade like breath on glass. Every line of her silhouette, from the sweep of her bow to the curve of her stern, has been drawn with such confidence that she appears less a ship than a vision made solid. Along her decks, the glow from portholes and grand windows falls across polished teak and white-painted railings, creating pools of warm light where passengers pause to look outward into the infinite dark. The sound she makes is a music of its own, the deep, unbroken murmur of engines, the softened crash of water parting at the bow, the occasional creak of wood and steel adjusting to the living sea. It is the sound of something vast, yet self-assured, moving forward with no hesitation. Step inside, and the world changes entirely. The night air gives way to a warmth that feels almost domestic, though wrapped in luxury. The corridors stretch away in quiet, their carpets soft underfoot, their walls lined with gleaming brass and carved paneling that catches and holds the lamplight in gentle halos. Somewhere far off, a door closes with a muffled click. In a nearby lounge, the low hum of conversation rises and falls, punctuated now and then by the soft laughter of someone too comfortable to notice the hour. The scent here is a delicate blend. The polish of wood, the freshness of laundered linen, a faint note of perfume carried on the coat of a passerby. And, lingering still from dinner, the ghost of roast meats and wine. All of it together creates a sense that this place exists outside of time, as if the ship has sealed itself away from the rest of the world for the duration of the voyage. On the promenade deck, the air sharpens again, but loses none of its invitation. A few late walkers make slow circuits along the rail, their footsteps quiet against the planks, their breath forming pale clouds that vanish almost as soon as they appear. The sea before them is an unbroken sweep of darkness, but it is alive with subtle movement. The rise and fall of the swells, the quick silvery flare of moonlight on a crest before it sinks again into shadow. The bow slices ahead with quiet confidence, sending a curl of white foam racing along the hull, and the vibration beneath the feet is steady, reassuring an unspoken promise that the ship knows her path. Standing here, one can feel the immense scale of the ocean, its ancient patience, and the strange comfort of being carried across it by something as solid and certain as the Titanic. For some, this night is nothing more than a pause between 2 points on a map. For others, it is a moment they will carry for the rest of their lives. In the staterooms, passengers lie awake under the soft weight of their blankets, listening to the gentle rise and fall of the ship's movement, their minds wandering to the lands that await them. Some think of the homes they have left behind, the faces they will not see for months or years. Others picture the future that draws nearer with each passing hour. In the lounges, a few conversations linger into the small hours, their participants leaning closer over the glow of shaded lamps. The sound of their voices softened by the deep carpets and the gentle clink of glasses. Below, in the warm, close air of third-class cabins, whole families sleep in stacked bunks, their dreams a mingling of memory and hope. The Titanic holds them all without distinction, each dream folded neatly into the larger journey. And beyond all of it, the decks, the cabins, the laughter, and the quiet, the ocean waits. It is not hostile, nor is it kind. It simply is, vast and indifferent, as it has been for thousands of years. Tonight it carries the Titanic forward, mile by mile, through water so dark it seems to swallow the light, and yet so clear that the stars appeared doubled. Once in the sky, and again in the depths below, the horizon has disappeared, erased by the night, leaving only the sense of endless movement through a space without boundaries. Here, in this stillness, there is a truth that every sailor knows. No moment at sea ever comes again in exactly the same way. And so, each one is precious, whether or not we notice it while it is happening. The morning of departure did not arrive with haste, but rather with the unhurried grace of something momentous taking shape. A pale veil of mist hung low over the harbor, turning cranes and masts into faint silhouettes against the dim light. The air carried a damp coolness that clung to skin and clothing, mixed with the complex scent of the sea, brine sharp and clean, underpinned by the faint musk of wet timber and the heavier temps of coal smoke drifting from a nearby tugboat. The sun, still low in the sky, seemed reluctant to break through the haze, casting everything in a muted gold. Beneath these sensations was something subtler yet, a deep, almost imperceptible vibration from the massive shape moored at the quay. The Titanic lay still, her hull a black wall rising impossibly high from the water, her name in gold catching occasional glimmers as the mist shifted. Even without movement, she exuded presence, as if the day itself revolved around her quiet readiness. The docks were alive with 1,000 small movements, each part of a greater rhythm that no single person could see in full. Porters hunched under the weight of trunks stacked taller than themselves, the wooden wheels of their carts rattling over the uneven boards. Stewards, immaculate in their uniforms, moved briskly yet without fuss, answering questions, guiding families, and checking passenger lists with quiet authority. Gulls circled above, their sharp cries piercing through the low hum of conversation and the deep, distant thud of cargo being lowered into the holds. The slap of water against the pilings marked time, steady and unchanging. Somewhere far off a ship's whistle sounded. Not the Titanic's, but another vessel announcing its own departure. A reminder that this was a living, breathing harbor where countless stories began each day. Yet none seemed as significant as the one about to unfold here. For those seeing her for the first time, the Titanic was not merely a ship. She was an apparition in steel. Conversations faltered mid-sentence, gestures slowed, and eyes tilted upward, tracing her from waterline to rail, to the elegant rise of her superstructure, to the 4 buff-colored funnels standing like pillars against the misted sky. The sheer scale was difficult to absorb in a single glance, which demanded a slow taking in, the way one might approach a cathedral. Children pulled impatiently at their parents' hands, their questions tumbling out faster than answers could come. Older men folded their arms and shook their heads with the quiet awe of those who thought they had seen it all. Women in fine coats leaned toward one another, imagining the splendor inside, the polished wood, the sparkling chandeliers, the promise of meals and music and comfort that seemed to float in the air like an unspoken vow. She needed no movement to command the day. Her stillness was a kind of power. Near the base of the gangways, human moments unfolded in dozens of small, unrepeatable scenes. Friends clasped hands not simply as a formality, but in a kind of exchange, a warm, silent passing of trust and memory. Some held on longer than custom allowed, fingers tightening for an extra beat before letting go. Couples stood close, their foreheads nearly touching, whispering final words meant for no one else, words already fraying in the wind. Children clung to skirts or sleeves, uncertain whether to smile or to cry. Bursts of laughter erupted here and there, the kind that comes from nerves and the strangeness of goodbyes. And above all, there was the constant threat of waving, a slow, repetitive motion that seemed almost ceremonial, the language of departure shared between those staying and those going. The gangways themselves were more than simple ramps. They were liminal spaces, thresholds between the known and the unknown. Each footstep upon them was a quiet act of surrender, leaving the grit and clamor of the dock for the ordered calm of the ship. As passengers advanced, the soundscape shifted. The clang and cry of the harbor faded, placed by the subdued hum of the vessel's inner life. A faint vibration could be felt through the soles of one's shoes, as though the Titanic herself was breathing beneath the skin of the deck. The scent changed too, still salt air, but now mingled with the faint sweetness of varnished wood. The dry, clean smell of linen, the ghost of tobacco lingering from a steward's passing. Men in uniform stood ready to guide and direct, their quiet efficiency reinforcing the sense that from this point forward, every detail would be managed, every moment smoothed into place. First-class reception rooms were not merely spaces, they were introductions, carefully staged to assure new arrivals of the ship's refinement. Paneling in deep honeyed tones reflected light in soft ripples, its surface polished to a glow that seemed to hold warmth. The air carried the faint perfume of fresh flowers, lilies and roses arranged in vases, tall enough to catch the eye from across the room. Carpets thick underfoot muffled conversation into an intimate murmur, punctuated only by the slow tick of an ornate clock. Yes. Passengers lingered here not only to admire, but to orient themselves, their voices low, their movements deliberate, as though already adapting to the ship's quiet elegance. Second-class quarters held their own charm, a simpler brightness, accented by well-kept finishes and a certain honest neatness. Brass railings shone where hands passed, the painted walls gleamed clean, and sunlight pooled through open promenade doors, carrying with it the mingled sense of sea air and distant land. Families moved in compact groups, pausing to test a bench or glance out at the dock one final time. Conversations here were light, often practical, as people adjusted coats, arranged luggage, or pointed out features of the ship to companions. The air felt open, expectant, touched with the mild excitement of settling into a place that would soon feel like home. Third-class spaces pulsed with life, an atmosphere almost celebratory, though threaded with nerves. In the communal rooms, voices rose and fell in a dozen dialects, the sound overlapping into a single, bustling harmony. Children darted through the spaces, their laughter ringing against the wooden walls. The smell of freshly baked bread drifted from somewhere unseen, mingling with the sharper temps of wool drying from the morning's mist and the faint metallic scent of new fittings. Luggage, marked with chalked numbers and letters, lay in careful piles along the walls. Many passengers wore the expression of those who were not simply traveling, stepping into a new life, an awareness that this voyage was more than miles across water. It was miles across fate itself. On the dock, the final preparations played out in deliberate choreography. Crates thudded softly as they were stacked and secured, barrels rolled into place with a low, hollow rhythm. The massive mooring ropes, taut as bowstrings, groaned against their posts, fibers stretching under strain. The crowd, sensing the nearness of departure, pressed closer to the edge of the quay, leaning forward as though proximity could delay the inevitable. Above, flags rippled sharply in the wind, their colors bright against the now lifting mist. Then came the Titanic's whistle, a deep, resonant note that rolled through the harbor, vibrating in the chest, carried outward across water and into the very bones of those present. It was less a sound than an announcement, a summons that marked the precise moment when waiting became leaving. The release of the mooring ropes was not a quick or casual act, it was a deliberate ritual, heavy with the knowledge that each movement carried irreversible consequence. Men in dark coats leaned over the edge of the deck, their gloved hands working with steady precision to ease the massive coiled lengths of hemp from the iron bollards below. The ropes, thick and rough as ancient tree roots, hissed faintly as they slid over metal, releasing drops of harbor water that splashed back into the churning surface. Each coil laid on the deck was a quiet confirmation that the ship's bond to the shore was loosening, thread by thread. Beneath the hull, the screws stirred the water into pale turbulence, the foam spreading outward in widening spirals. At first the shift was imperceptible, a mere suggestion beneath the feet. But then a subtle widening appeared between the black flank of the ship and the solid, weathered timbers of the quay. Hands on shore reached instinctively toward that gap, some in playful waves, others in still, lingering gestures meant to hold the heart in place. Above, passengers leaned forward into the cool air, responding with their own movements, enthusiastic sweeps of hats, slower nods of farewell, or simply hands pressed against the railing, as though feeling the pulse of departure through the steel. As the Titanic eased forward, the city began to retreat not in a single moment, but in countless small diminishments. The bold outlines of warehouses softened into blocks of shadow, their colors blurring into the pale mist that still clung in pockets along the waterfront. the sharper notes of the harbor. The bark of a dog, the clatter of a cartwheel grew faint, dissolving into the steady, underlying churn of water against steel. On deck, passengers leaned over the rails, their coats drawn close against a wind that carried both the salt of the open sea and the faint, almost imagined scent of the land they were leaving. Some stood in stillness, eyes fixed on the dwindling skyline, as if they might capture and store every detail for the years ahead. Others turned inward, speaking softly to companions, their voices carrying that curious blend of excitement and wistfulness that marks the crossing from one chapter of life into another. The city, for its part, offered no farewell. It simply diminished into distance, its presence folding into the past as naturally as the tide slides back from the shore. The channel ahead opened in a broad, slow arc, the water deepening to a darker, fuller blue as the ship moved steadily toward the open sea. Gulls wheeled in restless patterns overhead, their white wings flashing bright in the sun before tilting into shadow again. For a time they kept pace, riding the invisible currents trailing in the ship's wake, their cries sharp and carrying above the steady hum of the engines. One by one, they began to turn back, drawn toward the familiar safety of the harbor's edge. Their voices thinned in the air until all that remained was the muted roar of the sea slipping past the hull and the faint creak of the ship's timbers adjusting to the unbroken rhythm of forward motion. Sunlight poured unobstructed now, catching the undulating surface of the water and scattering light in patterns that slid across the white lifeboats above and traced thin, trembling lines of brightness along the steel rails. It felt as if the ship had crossed an invisible border, one that separated the protected land-bound world from the vast open breadth of the ocean. Life on deck began to take on its first quiet arrangements. Passengers who had claimed deck chairs leaned back against the padded canvas, tucking wool rugs over their knees, their faces tilted alternately toward the sea ahead and the shrinking shadow of land behind. The wind carried a crisp edge, enough to bring color to cheeks and to prompt the subtle pull of collars higher around the neck. Some strolled the promenade in measured steps, their fingers brushing along the smooth, varnished rail as they paused to watch the bow slice through the waves with effortless grace. Inside, in lounges and saloons, the first cups of tea and coffee were poured, the delicate clink of china punctuating low threads of conversation. The movement of the ship, though gentle, was enough to make the liquid in each cup tremble faintly, a reminder that everything aboard was now part of a living, moving whole. Children pressed their noses to windows, tracing the bright white churn of the wake as it stretched into the distance, their voices rising in delighted observation before fading again into the soft fabric of shipboard life. By the time the last smudge of coastline had vanished entirely, the Titanic had settled into a motion that was both immense and subtle, a vast momentum that the body quickly learned to match without conscious effort. The deck beneath one's feet seemed alive, rising and falling in a slow, patient rhythm that suggested both strength and inevitability. Overhead, the flags snapped sharply in the wind, their colors bright against the boundless sweep of blue sky. Somewhere forward, a ship's bell chimed, its note clear and deliberate, marking an hour that felt untethered from the hurried timekeeping of the shore. The air was different here, cleaner, sharper, and carrying with it a faint taste of distance. Conversations drifted into more reflective currents, the initial excitement softening into the steady awareness that the world of land was behind them now, replaced entirely by the endless living surface of the sea. And so the departure, which had begun as a series of actions and exchanges on shore, transformed into a state of being. The land no longer stood behind them as something visible. It existed only as memory, already beginning to soften at the edges. In its place lay the horizon, vast, unbroken, and alive with the possibilities of days yet to come. The ocean stretched in every direction, its surface restless, but not unkind, its color shifting with the passing clouds. The air itself seemed to carry a shared understanding among the passengers, even between strangers, that they had stepped into a story whose course could not be fully known, but whose beginning they had just witnessed together. It was a beginning wrapped in the sound of water against steel, in the subtle sway beneath the feet and in the quiet thrill of moving forward into the unknown. Here, in this moment, the Titanic was not simply a vessel. She was the keeper of hundreds of private hopes, carrying them all toward whatever lay beyond the horizon. The first hours at sea did not rush upon the passengers. They unfolded with the careful, deliberate grace of a scene meant to be savored. The Titanic's movement was steady, confident, each turn of her propellers pressing her farther into the open waters with the unbroken rhythm of a living heartbeat. The sky still carried the softened hues of morning, pale golds and silvers that melted into the distant horizon, and the air was cool enough to prickle the skin without biting. Along the railings, clusters of passengers leaned forward, gazing at the ship's white wake as it spread behind them like a ribbon of foam, its restless, shifting edges catching the sun in fleeting flashes. For a long while, they said little. The sight alone was enough. The realization that each passing minute placed more sea between them and the land they had left behind, and that this line of churning water was their only visible tether to it. As the miles stretched outward, the air itself began to change, shedding the last traces of the harbor. The mixed scents of coal smoke, damp rope, and tar thinned until all that remained was the clean, invigorating breath of the open sea. It carried with it a faint saltiness, sharp yet refreshing, that seemed to clear the mind and settle the heart. The soundscape shifted as well. The insistent cries of the gulls grew fainter with each passing minute until they disappeared entirely, replaced by the constant soothing rush of water along the hull. This new sound was endless yet never monotonous. It rose and fell in gentle variations, a reminder of the sea's vast patience. For some aboard, the change brought an almost physical lightness, as if a weight they had not known they carried had been left behind with the fading shore. The decks slowly began to reveal their own patterns of life. Stewards, their uniforms immaculate, moved with an efficient ease, appearing and disappearing like clockwork as they guided lost passengers, delivered messages, or answered the same questions for the 10th time that morning without losing their composure. Passengers explored their floating world, their steps slowing as they discovered long stretches of promenade, where the wind lifted scarves and sent the brims of hats fluttering. Some walked purposefully toward the bow to feel the rush of air meet them head-on, while others lingered near the stern, watching the ship's wake diminish into the horizon, its line trembling and folding back into the deep. Groups formed naturally, drawn together by shared amazement or curiosity, and then dissolved again, leaving each person to wander into another small pocket of discovery. Stepping inside from the promenade was like crossing into another realm. The cool, invigorating breath of the sea gave way to the warm, still air of the Titanic's interiors, where every detail seemed designed to soothe the senses. In the first-class lounges, morning light poured through tall windows, its brightness tempered by rich draperies and the deep tones of wood paneling polished to a gentle sheen. The air carried faint scents of beeswax, fresh flowers, and brewing coffee, each note blending into the next. Chairs were angled for conversation, but also for the best view of the passing water, as though no wall could fully contain the voyage. In second class, the atmosphere was simpler, but no less inviting. White-painted walls gleamed, the brass railings caught the light, and the spaces felt open and honest, warmed by the easy flow of voices. Even in third class, where plain wooden benches and tables spoke of utility, there was a neatness and care that suggested a kind of respect for the journey itself. Breakfast marked the first communal gathering of the day, and it unfolded like the slow rising of a gentle tide, each moment building quietly upon the last. In first class, the gleam of silver cutlery caught the light as waiters moved with choreographed precision, balancing trays laden with steaming dishes, kippers' eggs, fresh rolls stacked in silver baskets, each plate set down with quiet ceremony. Conversation began softly, as though the richness of the surroundings demanded a certain reverence, before warming into polite exchanges over the quality of the coffee or the smoothness of the butter. In second class, the room was bright with natural light and the hum of contentment. Porridge steamed in wide bowls, fresh bread was passed hand to hand, and now and then a burst of laughter rang out, unburdened by formality. Even in third class, where the fare was simpler, thick slices of bread, mugs of tea, there was a palpable warmth in the air. born of shared purpose and the strange camaraderie that springs up between those traveling toward the same unknown. Across all three classes, the rhythm of the ship could be felt beneath the tables. Steady pulse that reminded everyone, no matter their station, that they were moving forward together. When the meals ended, the promenades became rivers of slow-moving figures, each with their own private current of thought. Couples walked arm in arm, leaning into the wind that teased at their clothing, pausing now and again to point out the shimmer of sunlight sliding across the waves. Parents bent low to lift children onto the rails, holding them steady as they peered down into the foam, their faces lit with awe at the sheer immensity of it all. Older passengers, their hands clasped behind their backs, moved at a measured pace, stopping at intervals to simply breathe the salt air and take in the endless horizon. Every so often, a stranger's eyes would meet another's. A brief smile would pass between them, an unspoken acknowledgement that they were sharing not just a voyage, but a rare and fleeting chapter of life. There were pauses in the day when the entire ship seemed to exhale, when the wind softened and the ocean's surface smoothed into something like liquid glass. In those suspended moments, it was as if time itself loosened its grip. Voices quieted of their own accord, footsteps slowed to a gentle rhythm, and the great ship's deck became not just a place of passage, but a sanctuary. Passengers leaned against the rails with the unhurried ease of people who knew there was nowhere they needed to be, but here, now. Some stared long into the horizon, their eyes tracing that unbroken seam between sea and sky, searching for meaning in its unwavering line. Others seemed to turn inward, allowing thoughts to unfurl. A father recalling the warmth of a hand he had not held in years. A young woman rehearsing in her mind the moment she would step onto a new shore. A child tilting their head to listen for sounds hidden beneath the waves, certain they might hear the slow, secret music of the ocean's depths. The air itself seemed to cradle these thoughts, as if the ship were holding each passenger in a shared, unspoken reverie. Deep within the Titanic's steel heart, far below the polish and light of her upper decks, the engines worked with the tireless discipline of giants. Their low, resonant thrum was not merely a sound, but a presence. It trembled faintly through the soles of shoes, traced a subtle vibration along the rails, and gave a soft, almost imperceptible pulse to the very air. It was the heartbeat of the voyage, steady, unyielding, as constant as the horizon itself. In the lounges, a teacup on its saucer might tremble just enough to catch the eye, a gentle reminder of the massive forces in motion below. Standing alone on deck, one could almost imagine the ship breathing, her lungs drawing in the cold, salted air and exhaling in long, measured sighs, her vast body carrying its human cargo forward with both strength and grace. This quiet power seemed to invite trust, the kind of trust one offers without realizing, simply because the rhythm never falters. The sea answered in its own language, weaving a reply from sounds and movements as old as time. The slap of the waves against the hull was a deep, deliberate percussion, its beat steady and patient. Above it, the hiss of foam curled away from the bow, dissolving into air like whispers carried off by the wind. Beneath it all, far below sight, there was a deeper groan, the low voice of water parting around the ship's immense body. These sounds layered themselves into the life aboard, until they were no longer noticed as separate. They became part of the background hum of existence at sea. To stand at the rail was to stand at the threshold between two worlds, watching and listening to an eternal conversation between steel and water, each answering the other in a language without words, without end. Inside, the public rooms began to take on a settled warmth, as though they, too, had adjusted to the rhythm of the journey. The glow of polished wood, the muted gleam of brass, and the faint scent of beeswax gave them a sense of permanence, as if they had always existed here, floating above the endless water. Conversations found their own steady pace, quiet games of cards played in comfortable silence, gentle laughter at a remembered story, the soft scratch of pen on paper as letters home were begun. Now and again, eyes would drift toward the portholes, drawn by the hypnotic slide of the sea beyond. That endless moving blue seemed to listen, to bear witness to every hope, every memory voiced within these walls. Children continued to shape their own territories aboard, claiming hidden corners and sheltered stretches of deck as their private domains. Their laughter spilled into the air like bright ribbons, twisting away on the breeze before fading into the ship's wider hum. Some knelt to count the rivets along the rail. Others peered down at the lifeboats and tried to guess how high above the sea they were. Their games were simple but absorbing. Races along short deck lengths, imaginary adventures played out in the shadow of the towering funnels. Parents watched from a distance, some leaning against the rail. Others seated with a book open but unread, their eyes always lifting to follow a familiar voice. The ship seemed both boundless and safe, a rare combination that allowed even the most protective to grant a measure of freedom. By midday, the light had grown almost crystalline, sharpening every line of the ship until she seemed newly made. The great funnels rose like painted towers, their warm buff tones glowing in the sun, their shadows drawing slow-moving arcs across the deck with the ship's gentle sway. The sea glittered in 1,000 fragments of silver and sapphire, each crest rising with a grace that felt rehearsed. As if the ocean had been waiting to show its calmest face, passengers slowed without realizing, their voices softening, as though in respect for the clarity of the day. The air was cool but not biting, and every breath carried with it the taste of salt and distance. It was a kind of perfection that asked nothing more than to be noticed. The Titanic herself seemed to settle into this rhythm, her early vigor giving way to a smoother, almost effortless glide. Her corridors, once places to pass through quickly, became familiar routes, each turn revealing a sight now known, but no less pleasing. The promenades, with their long views and steady breezes, took on the feel of favorite walks in a familiar neighborhood. Passengers began to recognize one another, a nod here, a polite word there, as small threads of community began to weave themselves through the vastness of the ship. This growing familiarity made her size feel less overwhelming, not smaller, but more navigable, more like a city one could learn by heart. And yet, even with this ease settling in, there remained an unspoken awareness that they were being carried ever deeper into a place untouched by land. The horizon was unbroken in every direction, a perfect line where the world seemed to fold into itself. It called to each person differently. To some, it promised opportunity. To others, it whispered of the unknown, with a voice that was both thrilling and humbling. That line, steady and patient, was always there. Whether glimpsed from the warmth of a saloon or from the cold edge of the forward deck, a reminder that they were in the midst of something vast, unalterable, and beyond their control. Beneath the comfort and camaraderie, beneath the polished wood and the shining brass, the true voice of the voyage could be felt, a steady murmur that had nothing to do with conversation or music. It was the sound of progress, of miles unspooling under the keel, of a path being drawn invisibly across the map of the world. In that sound was a kind of intimacy, as if the sea itself cradled the ship and all aboard in great, tireless hands. And within every passenger, whether they knew it or not, there was a private hope being carried forward, a dream of arrival, of change, of stepping into a future not yet written, but already moving toward them with the slow inevitability of the tide. The morning unfolded like the turning of a vast, delicate page, each moment sliding seamlessly into the next without haste or urgency. The light, no longer the thin silver of dawn, had warmed into a soft gold that draped itself across the decks, catching in the curves of railings and the edges of polished brass. It was the kind of light that did not merely illuminate, but seemed to settle into every surface, bringing out the quiet depth of the ship's woodwork and the richness of the fabrics within her lounges. On deck, shadows lengthened slowly, stretching toward the railings in graceful arcs as the Titanic's steady forward motion shifted the sun's angle. The wind, though still carrying the faint chill of the Atlantic, had softened to a gentle caress, brushing the faces of those who walked the promenade, lifting loose strands of hair and tugging lightly at coat hems. There was a sense, shared unconsciously among the passengers, that this was not simply another morning, but the first real step into the life of the voyage, a step to be taken with intention and quiet reverence. The crew moved through these hours with an unbroken rhythm, each man and woman a thread in the great tapestry of order and care that held the Titanic together. Their uniforms were immaculate, whites that seemed to glow in the sunlight, dark blues that caught the sheen of the sea's reflection. Even the simplest actions, the adjustment of a lifeboat's ropes, the polishing of a brass hinge, quiet exchange of a few words between officers, were performed with the deliberate precision of ritual. The sound of boots meeting the deck planks blended seamlessly with the constant undertone of the ship's engines, forming a steady beat beneath the shifting music of the ocean. Passengers watched them in passing, some with the mild curiosity of onlookers, others with the deeper, more private comfort of knowing that these were the guardians of their safety, the keepers of the vessel's steady heart. In the first-class sections, the mood was one of unhurried luxury, an atmosphere where time seemed to stretch and bend at the will of its occupants. Along the promenade, rows of deck chairs stood neatly aligned, each draped with a warm plaid blanket to guard against the lingering chill. Passengers reclined with books resting lightly in their hands, though many found themselves gazing not at the pages but out over the glittering expanse of water, their eyes drawn by the hypnotic rhythm of the waves. Small groups formed near the railings, their voices hushed, as though instinctively keeping the sea's grandeur intact. The steward passed among them with a silver tray, the cups of tea clinking softly in their saucers, the faint aroma of bergamot curling into the air and mingling with the sharper scent of salt. Every detail, the gleam of sunlight on the water, the muted murmur of conversation, the warmth of the tea between one's hands, seemed to belong not just to the day, but to the memory of it. The second-class areas, though less lavish, possessed their own quiet dignity, a kind of warmth born from familiarity rather than grandeur. Families lingered on the promenades, the boards beneath their feet creaking softly with each gentle rise and fall of the ship. Parents pointed toward the horizon, tracing invisible lines with their fingers to indicate where they imagined distant lands might be, while children leaned dangerously far over the rails to watch the foaming white trail that stretched endlessly behind them. Inside the second-class library, the air was a mixture of faintly musty paper and the clean scent of sunlight on polished wood. Tall windows admitted generous streams of daylight, turning the space into a calm retreat from the crisp wind outside. A middle-aged man sat at one of the writing tables, his hand moving slowly across the page, pausing now and again to glance upward as if searching the horizon for the right word. Two women nearby shared a worn novel, their voices dipping into whispers, occasionally brightened by quiet bursts of laughter that drew no glances of disapproval. For here, comfort was found in the ease of company rather than the stiffness of formality. In third class, the energy was vibrant, alive with the hum of possibility. The common rooms, though plain and simply furnished, felt full to bursting with conversation. Here the air was touched more strongly by the sharp temps of salt from the sea and the faint, comforting aroma of bread from the galley. On the open decks, groups gathered to swap stories, tales of villages left behind, of family members already waiting across the ocean, of dreams still too fragile to share above a murmur. Children darted between adults, their voices shrill with excitement as they invented games that wove between the benches and along the railings. The wind seemed to play along, tugging at scarves, pressing against coats, ruffling hair, adding its own restless note to the chorus of voices and laughter. Every smile, every eager glance toward the endless horizon carried within it the weight of hope, the kind that could make the very air feel lighter. By now, the Titanic's motion had settled into a perfect equilibrium, steady, almost imperceptible sway that one felt more in the rhythm of their body than in conscious thought. Each step across the deck had its own gentle rise and fall, like walking to the pulse of a great sleeping creature. The soundscape, too, shifted into something that passengers no longer actively noticed. The whisper of the wind threading through the rigging, the constant but distant rumble of the engines, the occasional creak of timber, or soft metallic sigh of the ship adjusting to the sea's contours. These sounds were no longer interruptions. They were the texture of life aboard, the oral proof that the ship was not simply carrying them forward, but was alive in her own way, conversing with the ocean beneath her. There were times when life aboard slowed into moments, so still they felt like a pause in time itself. A young woman leaned against the rail, her gloved hands gripping the cool metal as her eyes followed the lazy rise and fall of the waves. She thought not of where she was going, nor of what she had left behind, but simply of the rhythm before her, the eternal back and forth that seemed as unhurried as it was unchanging. A man sat on a bench in the lee of a lifeboat, his hat tipped forward over his eyes, listening to the way the wind softened as it passed around the ship's great hull. In these instants, The Titanic seemed less like a machine and more like a place. A floating world suspended between one shore and another, untethered except for the invisible threat of her own steady progress. The sea responded to this calm with a face of near perfection. Its surface shimmered beneath the late morning sun, each swell carrying a scatter of light like molten silver. The horizon held steady, a sharp, unwavering line where sky met water in perfect symmetry. Far below, the wake churned and frothed in endless renewal, dissolving into the deep as quickly as it was made. There was no sign of another ship, no bird in the air, no cloud to trouble the smooth dome of sky. In this rare isolation, the Titanic appeared at once immeasurably grand and impossibly small, a single moving shape upon a boundless canvas. At the bow, the air was sharper, the wind carrying with it the taste of salt and a thrilling sense of speed. A group had gathered here, their coats buttoned tight, their cheeks flushed from the cold. They leaned forward into the oncoming air, letting it press against them, scarves streaming like banners. Their laughter rose bright and unrestrained, slipping past their lips and scattering behind them in the ship's wake. In this shared exhilaration, the distinctions of class and origin seemed momentarily erased. They were simply travelers together, facing the same unbroken expanse. Below decks, in the heart of the ship, the engines labored with their steady, measured power. The vibration of their work traveled up through the floors and walls, a reminder that beneath all the elegance and comfort, this was a vessel driven forward by immense unseen forces. In the quiet lounges, one might feel that subtle tremor in the arm of a chair, or see it in the faint ripple of tea in a cup. Rather than unsettling, it offered reassurance. The heartbeat of the voyage was steady, unfaltering, carrying them onward mile by invisible mile. Conversations, both planned and accidental, wove through these hours. In the shade of the promenade's covered section, two strangers found themselves speaking about the homes they had left behind. Their words overlapping, their smiles carrying the bittersweet acknowledgement of shared loss. In a quieter corner, an older couple spoke in low voices about their plans for the new life awaiting them, their hands resting lightly together on the bench between them. Even the most casual exchanges seemed touched with a certain openness, as though the knowledge of being carried together into the unknown loosened the boundaries between one person and another. By late afternoon, the light began to change once again, gathering a warmer hue, casting the ship in tones of honey and amber. Shadows stretched across the decks, long and soft-hedged, moving gently with the ship's slow sway. Ahead, the faint veil of mist on the horizon blurred the seam between sea and sky, hinting at the ocean's capacity to change its temperament without warning. The air cooled slightly, the breeze acquiring a sharper edge, though it carried no threat. Only the subtle reminder that they were far from land, in a place ruled by the sea's own rhythms. Yet among the passengers there was no unease. The Titanic's size and gleaming newness, combined with the visible competence of her crew, formed a quiet shield of confidence. People moved through their routines with the ease of those who believe that the day will end as serenely as it began. A man lingered on deck a little longer before heading in for dinner, the low sun painting his face in a warm glow. A woman paused at the railing, her eyes fixed on the way the light pooled in the troughs between waves. Each moment felt, in its own way, like a small act of trust. Trust in the ship, in the sea, and in the journey itself. The day's rhythm settled into a final, unhurried cadence. Movement and stillness blended until they became inseparable, as if every step along the deck and every pause to gaze out to sea were part of the same quiet conversation between traveler and voyage. The Titanic carried them forward with the certainty of a heartbeat, steady and unyielding, her vast shape moving through the water like a living thing. Somewhere ahead lay the unseen shore, but for now there was only this: the great ship, the wide ocean, and the steady passage of time beneath the endless sky. Morning aboard the Titanic did not arrive all at once, but rather unfurled in slow, deliberate layers, like the steady revealing of a great canvas. Long before most passengers stirred, the eastern horizon was already shifting from the velvet depths of night into the faintest trace of pale gold, a glow that touched the edges of the sea with quiet promise. The air in these earliest hours carried the clean, briny sharpness of the open ocean, tinged with the almost electric freshness that only comes far from land. The Atlantic lay in every direction, breathing in time with the ship's motion, an endless living expanse whose surface changed with each breath of wind. From the upper decks came the constant murmur of water slipping past the hull, a whisper without beginning or end, like an ancient lullaby that had been playing long before the Titanic's keel ever touched the water. Below, in carpeted corridors lit by the soft glow of wall lamps, stewards moved with almost ceremonial quiet, balancing silver trays that bore steaming teapots, delicate china cups, and the faint, mouth-watering aroma of fresh-baked rolls. On the promenade, morning belonged to those who cherished its stillness. The railings were cool beneath the hand, the varnish beaded with tiny droplets of dew that caught the first slanting light like scattered jewels. Couples strolled arm in arm, their silhouettes outlined by the soft gleam of dawn, the women's hats casting delicate, curved shadows across their cheeks, the men drawing their coats closer against the brisk touch of the wind. Somewhere aft, a steward was unrolling canvas chair covers, the fabric snapping once or twice in the breeze before settling over wicker frames. The sea beneath them held a slow, measured heave. Not flat, but tamed by the Titanic's immense weight, into a motion that was less a disturbance than a gentle rocking cradle. Out on the horizon, the rising sun caught the crests of the waves and set them to glittering, each brief flare of silver vanishing as quickly as it appeared, like a secret the sea was sharing only in passing. In first class, the early hours were a world apart, a retreat from the day's inevitable stir. Gentlemen stood at the rail, cigars cupped between gloved fingers, exhaling pale ribbons of smoke that the wind carried swiftly away. Their conversations were muted, words blending into the steady hush of the sea, as if they knew the real purpose of standing there was not to speak, but to breathe in the rarefied air of morning at sea. Addies appeared in twos and threes, their skirts swaying gently with the ship's subtle rhythm, voices lilting as they exchanged plans for the hours ahead. Stewards passed quietly among them, offering tea or a discreet gesture toward the warmth of the dining saloon. Every gleam of brass, every perfectly polished panel of oak, every silent, well-timed courtesy from the crew reminded these passengers that the Titanic was not merely a vessel. She was a carefully curated world, where even the smallest moment was wrapped in elegance. Second class carried its own charm, less about opulence and more about a kind of unpretentious comfort. Morning light streamed generously through the tall dining room windows, turning the tables into pools of soft warmth. The smell of fresh bread and dark fragrant coffee filled the space, mingling with the easy hum of conversation as families and small groups lingered over breakfast. Children pressed their faces to the glass, eyes wide as they watched the waves curl against the ship's hull, before racing away toward the widening wake. Out on the promenade, passengers leaned against the railings or settled into chairs with books, though few kept their eyes on the page for long. The Atlantic's expanse had a way of pulling every gaze outward. Here, the absence of grand staircases and crystal chandeliers did not dim the experience. The ocean itself was the shared luxury, vast and indifferent, yet offering its beauty freely to all. Third class began the day with energy that seemed to rise with the sun. The saloon was alive with a chorus of many languages, voices blending into a warm, human music that rose above the clatter of plates and cutlery. The scent of strong coffee, buttered bread, and simmering porridge filled the air, mingling with the salt carried in on passengers' coats and scarves. Long tables brought strangers into easy conversation in the smallest spark. A comment about the weather, a shared laugh at a child's game, often lit into a longer exchange. Children wove in and out between chairs, laughing in bursts that seemed to brighten even the dimmer corners of the room. For many here, each sunrise marked another step toward a long-dreamed-of destination. And the Titanic was not simply transportation. She was the very threshold to a new life. Beneath all this movement, the cruise day was already in full swing. The galleys were a whirl of purposeful activity. Bread drawn, steaming from ovens, great pots stirred with long-handled spoons, the hiss of water meeting hot metal, and the sharp, clean rhythm of knives on cutting boards. Laundry staff moved baskets of linens in endless rotation, their work steaming the cool air of the passageways. Farther down still, the stokehold glowed with the firelight of the great furnaces, where men worked stripped to their shirts, shoveling coal in an unbroken rhythm that drove the Titanic forward. Their faces were streaked with sweat and coal dust, their movements a mixture of endurance and muscle memory. This was the ship's heartbeat, unseen but essential, its deep pulse felt even in the most refined corners above. Up on the bridge, precision ruled. The officers worked in quiet concentration, their gloved hands steady on polished brass instruments, their eyes scanning both the vast horizon and the fine markings of their charts. The compass was checked, bearings noted in neat, deliberate script. Each entry a small but vital piece of the Titanic's unfolding journey. The sea here looked endless, but the watch kept its focus sharp. Beauty could mask change. The ocean's temperament was known to shift without warning. The air on the bridge was sharper still, the wind constant, threading the scent of salt with the faint smoke drifting back from the funnels. From this vantage, the Titanic's passage was a perfect balance of scale and control, an immense presence cutting a confident path across an immeasurable canvas. By midday, the ship had fully woken. Decks were alive with people, some wrapped in thick wool rugs and sinking deeper into their deck chairs. Others strolling the length of the promenade in pairs or small groups. From open doors drifted the faint strains of music, mingling with the slap of waves against the hull and the creak of the rigging in the wind. In the more sheltered corners, conversations bloomed in low, comfortable tones. In livelier ones, games of shuffleboard brought bursts of laughter and scattered applause. Above and around it all, the Titanic moved with an unhurried authority, Great Hall meeting each swell with a grace that made the sea seem more companion than adversary. Afternoon settled into a slower rhythm, as if the ship herself had paused to breathe. Tea was served in bright, sunlit rooms, where porcelain cups glowed against crisp linen, and the scent of fresh scones and buttered cakes hung softly in the air. In the libraries, pages turned at a steady, almost meditative pace, while outside the windows the ocean rolled on without change. On the open decks the air carried a sharper bite, the wind tugging playfully at coats and scarves. Some passengers lingered here despite the chill, drawn to the horizon's quiet pull, while others let the warmth indoors wrap around them, content to watch the shifting light from behind glass. As the sun began its slow descent, the ship's mood shifted again. The light deepened into a rich, burnished gold that slid across the decks in long, moving bands. Shadows stretched, soft-edged and languid, as though the day itself were unwinding. Stewards moved with quiet efficiency now, their polished shoes clicking softly against the wooden planks as they prepared for the evening meal. Somewhere inside the orchestra began to tune, the faint notes threading their way into the cooling air. From the galley came the richer aromas of dinner. Roasted meats, fresh bread, sauces thick with promise, drifting upward into the open sky. Evening aboard the Titanic was a performance in its own right. First class, the dining saloon glittered with light. Each table, a careful composition of crystal, silver, and polished wood. Voices blended into a harmonious murmur, punctuated now and then by laughter or the clink of glasses. In second class, the meals were generous and lively, full of conversation that carried the warmth of familiarity. In third class, the atmosphere was louder still, hearty, unreserved, and often followed by music that spilled into the corridors and out onto the decks, where it mingled with the rush of the sea. After dinner, the ship shifted into the softer tempo of night. In lounges, card games continued beneath the glow of shaded lamps, the quiet snap of shuffled decks blending with the low hum of conversation. The scent of brandy hung in the air, occasionally joined by the blue curl of cigar smoke. On deck, the cold was sharper now, but the reward was above, a sky vast and crystalline. Each star so brilliant it seemed almost within reach. Words often failed here, replaced by the silent awe of standing beneath such an expanse. Night at sea was its own world. From afar, the Titanic's lights glowed warm against the surrounding darkness, casting long, trembling reflections that followed her in the black water. Inside, cabins became small sanctuaries, their curtains drawn, their lamplight soft. Corridors muffled footsteps, and the last murmurs of conversation faded into the hush. Yet deep below, in the engine rooms, there was no pause, only the steady, unbroken rhythm of the ship's pulse, pushing her ever onward. And so, life at sea passed not as mere days on a calendar, but as a continuous weave of moments. The shifting light, the change in the wind, the rise and fall of voices. Every breath of the ocean, every creak of timber, every unseen act of work was stitched into the voyage's memory. For those aboard, the Titanic was not only a passage across water, but a self-contained world afloat between two shores, carrying its own seasons in miniature across the boundless Atlantic. There are places where tension does not arrive like a storm, but slips in like a cool draft beneath a door. Small, persistent, almost polite in the way it announces itself. On a ship that glides through calm seas, the most pressing disagreements are seldom loud. They fold into the fabric of daily life as a crease that will not quite lie flat. You can feel them if you pay attention. The tiny frown that appears when a steward clears a plate a moment too soon. The unspoken impatience of a passenger whose letter has not yet reached the postal clerk. The careful way neighbors on the promenade choose their words to avoid an old quarrel. These are not the heroic conflicts of novels, but the quiet frictions that reveal what people value. Comfort, recognition, the small certainties that make a journey bearable. Listen to the ship now, its steady engines. The soft scrape of boots on brass sand. Imagine how each small complaint and each gentle accommodation adds up. Like pebbles dropped into a wide, placid pool, their ripples crossing and meeting until they create a pattern you can sense more than see. In first class, the tensions often wear the same smile as the silverware. Manners act as a gentle barrier between dissatisfaction and outcry. A mislaid invitation, a seating arranged without consent, or a dress that fails to meet an imagined standard can sit heavy beneath the surface of polite conversation. Under the gilt chandeliers, people measure one another with the same care they measure their words softly, precisely because reputation is a fragile thing even amidst abundance. A hostess arranges a salon as if laying out a small ecosystem, and when someone's anecdote stumbles or a promised acquaintance does not arrive, the air tightens for a heartbeat. But alongside these small vexations, there is reserve and a kind of private courage, the willingness to hold your displeasure in order to keep an evening gentle for others, the quiet decision to forgive a slight rather than amplify it in public. In the hush of the lounge, perfume and pipe smoke mingle in ribbons, and beneath those ribbons people practice restraint as if it were another elegant art. Second class carries a different kind of hush-less gilded, more practical, threaded through with the soft anxiety of plans not yet assured. Here, the tensions are about time and money, about whether an appointment will be kept or a letter will reach a relative waiting on the other side. A man might count coins beneath his napkin while laughing at a story, or a woman might fold and refold a recently arrived photograph, smoothing it as if she could iron out the worry living in the margins. Children test their voices against the order of the day. An argument over who sits where at a long table can flare and then settle into an embarrassed silence that leaves everyone slightly changed. Yet the same compartments that hold worry also hold tenderness. A passenger who offers their blanket to a shivering neighbor. The quiet practice of sharing bread and stories so that fear becomes lighter in company. Courage here is practical and unassuming, the kind that wakes before dawn to mend a cuff, or that opens a pocket to offer a small coin, or that writes a hopeful line in a letter to be posted ashore. Down among the third-class bunks, where the air tastes of boiled cabbage and fresh soap, the conflicts are rawer and the courage more visible in the plainness of daily survival. Families huddle over steaming cups, and with a low, private dignity, they make space for grief and hope in the same breath. There are soft disputes over who will watch a sleeping child while another fetches water, over the last piece of bread that must be divided into parts, and, in those small reckonings, people show themselves in ways that luxury cannot buy. A mother calms a crying infant with a song that has nothing to do with language and everything to do with patience. An old man hums a tune from home to anchor the room against homesickness. The music of a fiddle in the corner knits those voices into a temporary family, and the courage is in the hands that steady a fragile bowl, the shoulders that absorb another's burden without complaint. These acts are quiet, often unnoticed by those who pass on the higher decks, but they are the steady, uncelebrated backbone of the ship's life. Below decks, where cold dust settles into seams and the heat is a living thing, the crew carry their own conflicts, wrapped in duty. Stokers work in a rhythm that is physical and almost meditative, shoveling the black light into hungry mouths that keep the ship moving. Their complaints are not for strangers, but for the small injustices of fatigue and weather. An engineer feels the weight of responsibility as a tangible pressure. Every bolt recalls 1,000 decisions every bolt recalls 1,000 decisions. The quiet argument is often with time itself. How long to press on, when to ease, whether to trust a gauge, or the feel of the engines beneath your feet. Stewards navigate a different terrain of conflict. Men whose work is to provide comfort while enduring their own tiredness. We answered the same questions with the same masks of patience until they must find a way to speak the truth softly. There will be room, they say, or soon, and mean it. The courage of the crew is not dramatic. It is the steady competence that keeps plates level and furnaces fed. The decision to wake when others sleep because the safety and ease of many depend on a few tireless hands. Among the officers, where responsibility was measured in bearings, knots, and the fine sweep of a compass needle, disagreements moved with the slow, deliberate weight of tides. A suggestion was rarely met with immediate words. Instead, there would be a stillness. It's the kind that gathers when men stand shoulder to shoulder over a chart spread across the navigation table, their eyes tracing the penciled lines as though searching for an answer hidden in the grain of the paper. The dim light of the bridge lamps cast soft halos on their faces, highlighting the slight furrow of brows, the tightening of a jaw, the faint flex of a hand resting on the edge of the table. Pride existed here, tempered by the understanding that a single poor decision could echo through steel, timber, and every life aboard. A junior officer might clear his throat quietly before offering a suggestion, aware that even a low voice could shift the course. The senior officer, seasoned by years of salt air and shifting seas, would weigh the words in silence. The hush broken only by the gentle creak of the wheel or the whisper of wind against glass. Sometimes the sea itself seemed to listen in, black and endless, offering no opinion, yet lending its own pressure to the moment. The courage here was found in the willingness to bend one's will toward the best course, even if it meant altering one's own long-held instincts. In admitting that another's reasoning might be sharper tonight than your own, in keeping a tone as steady as the horizon line, no matter the strain beneath. Scattered through the Titanic's decks were objects that carried in them the quiet tension of entire unspoken stories. A letter folded and refolded until its creases were soft, stayed tucked in a coat pocket, because its words felt too heavy to release into the hands of a postal clerk. A small silver locket, never opened in company, held the face of someone far away, a reminder both of warmth and of the distance that dulled it. A pair of gloves dropped in a corridor might be returned without a word by the very person they had last exchanged cross looks with, the simple act becoming a silent truce. A young sailor, noticing a knitted child's cap left behind on a deck chair in the early light, slipped it gently into his jacket and carried it until he could return it to its small owner, saying nothing, only smiling as the child beamed. An elderly passenger in the lounge might see a young couple hover for a seat and rise. With a bow so unobtrusive it seemed part of the act of standing, an offer given without the weight of debt. These moments were small, almost weightless, yet they rippled through the ship, softening the day in ways no announcement could. In these moments lay a lesson so quiet it might be missed by those in search of grander displays, that life's truest negotiations often happen in the shadows between words, that conflict need not be a tempest to matter, and that courage, more often than not, wears no uniform, makes no speech, and asks for no witness. The Titanic was a world contained, a floating city where lives brushed close, breaths shared in narrow corridors, laughter and sighs mingling across thin walls. In that closeness, even the smallest gesture could weigh heavy. To hold back a sharp word, to tilt a conversation, toward lightness rather than let it sink. To grant another the space to be exactly as they were, these were acts as vital as the keeping of watch or the tending of engines. If you stood still in a quiet passageway, you might hear them. The soft chime of porcelain returned to its saucer with deliberate care. The gentle clearing of a throat as someone shifts from irritation to courtesy, the deep breath before an apology shapes itself. As the ship's day slid toward evening, these unremarkable struggles began to fold themselves away, like garments returned to their drawers. Some were settled with a smile and a meeting of eyes, others with the kind of silence that agrees to let the matter rest. The bravery in this was subtle but no less real. To choose the path that allowed another to sleep without a lingering shadow. To keep a quarrel to oneself when airing it would only tangle more threads. To extend a hand in small reconciliation, even when pride suggested otherwise. In the cooling air of the corridors, after dinner plates were cleared, the ship's heartbeat seemed to slow. A lamp left glowing outside a cabin door felt like a promise. The faint scent of lavender from a steward's evening turn down drifted like a note of reassurance through the hush. Somewhere, the quiet sweep of a broom on a polished deck marked not just the end of a day, but the careful tending of shared space. Below, in the crew's quarters, the same pattern played out in different forms. A stoker and a trimmer, who had spent hours working in silence after a brief, sharp exchange, might end their shift by sharing a cigarette in the cool air near an open hatch, the smoke curling upward into the dark. A steward who had endured the sting of a passenger's impatience might fold the memory into the day's used linens, letting it go with the same care he gave to smoothing the creases from fresh sheets. Here, courage was the discipline to return to one's post the next day with no trace of resentment. To let the rhythm of work and the bond of shared duty wash away the salt of small disagreements. In the public rooms, passengers performed similar rituals. A woman, finding her chair at the card table taken, might instead wander to the windows and lose herself in the slow unfurling of the ocean under the night sky. A man stung by a careless remark might pour tea for the very neighbor who had said it, letting the warmth of the act outweigh the coolness of the words. The ship, in these moments, seemed to breathe easier, as if the easing of tempers lightened the burden she carried. Sometimes it was the sea itself that offered perspective. A change in the wind that slipped across the deck like a whispered suggestion. A sudden clearing of clouds to reveal a horizon so far it seemed to promise infinite tomorrows. The faint salty tank in the air sharpening as night fell. Passengers lingered at the rail, hands resting on the cool, varnished wood, feeling the hum of the ship beneath them. That steady pulse that did not care for the small tempests of human nature. Against that vastness, grievances shrank until they could be set down entirely, and in their place came a quieter kind of strength, the kind that asked nothing more than to keep moving forward. And so the voyage wove itself from these threads. The hush after a disagreement softened. The hand offered in truce, the unacknowledged acts of grace that floated invisibly between strangers and companions alike. By the time the stars burned bright in their thousands and the ship's lights shimmered across the black water, the small tensions of the day had joined the deep, unseen current carrying them all toward the horizon. The Titanic kept her counsel, holding these private victories close, while above, the night and the ocean conspired to carry them forward, steady and unbroken. Night has a way of softening even the sharpest outlines, and aboard the Titanic it folded over the decks like a great velvet curtain drawn slowly across the sky. The day's chatter thinned to a murmur, leaving behind only the gentle punctuation of footsteps on wooden boards and the muted click of doors closing for the night. The air shifted with the change, cooler and sharper, carrying a clarity that seemed to pass straight through fabric and skin. Standing at the rail, one could sense the ship's immensity, not so much through sight, but through the deep physical hum beneath the deck, the steady, unbroken heartbeat of her engines, pressing forward into a darkness that seemed without end. Above, the sky stretched into a perfect vault, scattered with stars so numerous and bright they erased the line between ocean and heavens, leaving the strange impression of floating between two infinite seas, one above, one below. The Atlantic lay astonishingly still, its surface black and glassy, mirroring the stars with such precision that it was impossible to tell where reflection ended and reality began. For most passengers wrapped in their conversations or books, nothing felt unusual. Yet for anyone attuned to the small currents beneath comfort, there was a whisper of faint uneasy that something unseen drifted out there in the dark. On the bridge, the night was a place of deliberate movement and careful sound. Officers stood at their stations with boots planted firmly, the wood beneath them breathing faintly under the constant vibration of the ship's machinery. The air here was tinged with salt and varnished oak, stirred occasionally by a gust that brushed across the face before vanishing into stillness again. Lanterns cast steady pools of gold across charts spread like patient puzzles on the table, the edges of paper curling slightly in the damp night air. Bearings were checked with the precision of ritual. The soft snap of a compass lid closing sounded as clean and final as a watch clasp fastening shut. From the wireless room came narrow slips of paper, each one inscribed in steady hand reports of ice from ships far ahead, terse coordinates, small details that the officers read, folded, and placed aside. No alarm sounded, no voices were raised, only the weighing of choices: ease the engines and lose time, or keep the schedule that would deliver them to New York with the clockwork perfection expected of such a vessel. That decision seemed to hang, balanced and delicate, in the air between them.
Out!
While below their feet, the Titanic's vast pulse drove her forward without hesitation. High above, in the crow's nest, two lookouts kept their vigil in the small wooden shelter, the night reduced to the wind against their cheeks and the endless black ahead. Out. Their breath came in slow plumes, catching momentary silver in the starlight before vanishing into the dark. They swept the horizon with eyes trained for the faintest shadow, the smallest change in the texture of the sea. Yet the water was too calm, so still. It felt almost staged, like a world holding its movement in some private conspiracy. No foam broke the swells, no whitecaps to catch the light, only the smooth, unbroken skin of the ocean. The crow's nest swayed in slow arcs, the ropes creaked softly, and beneath all of it was the steady, muffled thrum of the Injinsa sound that belonged to another hidden world far below. In the first-class smoking room, the lateness of the hour seemed to bend time into something slower, more luxurious. The fire in the grate burned with a controlled glow, casting elongated shadows that stretched across patterned carpets before folding into themselves. The air was perfumed with the mingling scents of expensive tobacco and leather, polished by countless hands. Conversations lingered without urgencies, stories of past voyages, observations about the smoothness of this crossing, casual praise for the ship's steadiness. The confidence in those voices was not reckless, but rooted in habit. The sea had always been an obedient stage for their lives. Yet if a hand rested against the window, the cold bite of the glass reminded them, however faintly, that this floating palace existed in the middle of a vast and indifferent wilderness. Still they reclined deeper into their chairs, sipped their brandy, and let the hours pass, certain that nothing could intrude on the calm they inhabited. In the second-class lounge, light pooled warmly over polished tables where couples leaned together over letters and postcards. The soft fragrance of tea leaves lingered in the air, mingling with the faint damp scent of wool coats hung to dry after the day's brisk winds. Laughter came in gentle ripples, often giving way to quieter moments where someone stared out through the thick glass at the silver-dusted night beyond. The stars outside looked close enough to touch, sharp points hammered into the deep black canopy of sky. Now and then, a pause fell in conversation as someone noticed the uncanny stillness pressing against the ship. But such moments dissolved quickly back into talk of plans, addresses, and the lives waiting across the Atlantic. Far down in the third-class common rooms, the night came alive with an entirely different energy. The low ceilings bounced back, the rhythm of boots striking in time to fiddles and accordions. The air was thick with the smell of stew and fresh bread, beer and sweat, a warmth that clung to skin and filled the lungs. The voyage was measured not in miles but in songs sung, verses shouted in familiar tongues, mugs raised in rhythm to the music. Doors opened briefly to admit latecomers, letting in cold air tinged with salt before shutting again to trap the heat and light inside. Out there was the dark sea. In here was life, defiant and unafraid. Below, in the engine rooms, night was defined by heat and relentless work. Stokers shoveled coal into roaring mouths of fire, their movements a dance of necessity, their skin shining with sweat despite the cold world only feet above their heads. Each clang of shovel against steel was met with the deep-bellied rumble of machinery, a sound felt as much as heard. The air vibrated with power, the furnaces breathing in and out like living creatures. Orders passed quickly, almost wordlessly, through men who understood that their labor was invisible to the passengers above, yet vital to every comfort on board. Any change in the ship's fate would arrive here not as sight or sound, but as a subtle difference in the beat of the engines it changed no one wanted to feel. Along the promenade, frost glittered faintly under lamplight, dusting the railings with fragile lace. The cold gnawed at fingers and cheeks, but those who ventured out walked slowly, breathing plumes of mist into the still air. The boards beneath their feet thrummed gently, a reminder of the unstoppable force propelling them forward. The sea, smooth and dark, gave back no sound but the soft hiss of parted water. Somewhere far beyond sight, ice drifted in ancient silence. Here, the only certainty was the cold, and the endless horizon stretching in every direction. In one small cabin, a passenger awoke with no clear reason. The dimness was broken only by a pale wash of starlight through the porthole. The ship's vibration was steady beneath the mattress, but tonight it felt subtly different, though in a way too delicate to name. They lay still, listening, to the faint murmur of water, the muted beat of machinery, the occasional soft shift of timbers as the ship moved. The sounds were unchanged, yet something in them seemed altered, as if a single, almost inaudible note had been added to the chord. Sleep would not come again. Inside the warmth of the first-class spaces, the looming vastness beyond the windows was no more than a backdrop and exquisite, silent stage upon which life's most familiar comforts continued their performance. In the smoking room, men leaned back in deep leather chairs, the low murmur of conversation mingling with the glow of embers in the hearth. The faint haze of cigar smoke curled lazily in the lamplight, carrying with it the scent of privilege and ease. Glasses clinked softly. Laughter flared and subsided in comfortable rhythm. Yet if one's gaze strayed to the frosted edge of a window pane, there was the reminder sharp and cold that this floating world existed at the mercy of another, vaster one. Beyond that thin barrier of glass lay air so frigid it could steal a breath in seconds, and water so cold it would take more than breath away. This illusion of safety was complete and fragile. Down in the second-class lounge, the air was softer, touched with the faint, lingering fragrance of tea leaves and the comforting murmur of voices speaking of plans and reunions. Couples bent over shared letters, tracing words with fingertips as though to imprint them into memory, while others studied the crisp clarity of the night through thick glass windows. Outside, the sky seemed impossibly vast, the stars hard and bright like nails driven into a sheet of midnight velvet. From time to time, a passenger would pause mid-sentence, distracted by the uncanny stillness pressing against the ship, stillness so complete it seemed to swallow even the thought of movement. It was not fear exactly, but an unease that passed like a shadow through the room, subtle, unspoken, quickly smoothed over with a smile or a return to a story. Out on the open decks, the cold had deepened into something that felt alive, as if the night itself had teeth. Frost clung to the railings in delicate patterns, each crystal sparkling under the faint wash of starlight before vanishing into shadow. The sea was so utterly still that it seemed to hold its breath, and in that unnatural calm the ship's passage felt less like movement and more like an unbroken glide into some vast, uncharted void. From the crow's nest came the muted scrape of boots shifting for warmth, the only human sound in a world otherwise stripped of motion. Far ahead, the horizon was nothing but darkness, no foam, no wave, no light, only a silence so perfect it rang in the ears. In that silence, the Titanic felt both invincible and impossibly fragile. A steel giant sailing through a glass world, every beat of her engines an unknowing countdown. No one on deck could name the source of the unease, but they could feel it, coiling invisibly in the cold, waiting for the moment when the stillness would finally, suddenly, break. There comes a moment in any long voyage when the traveler's attention shifts, no longer anchored solely in the excitement of what lies ahead, but drifting gently toward the spaces they have already left behind. At first, it happens so quietly it could be mistaken for nothing at all. Perhaps it begins on the promenade at dusk, when the rail is cold beneath gloved hands, and the wake trails away in pale, endless ribbons that vanish into the black. The water glows faintly where the ship has cut through, a ghostly memory dissolving back into the sea. And in that vanishing trace the mind finds an echo. Each mile gained is also a mile abandoned, each turn of the propeller carrying you further from the rooms, voices, and familiar patterns that once defined your days. It may arrive instead in the library, where the gentle rustle of a turning page recalls another page, turned in another place, by a familiar hand now far away. It is not yet grief nor even longing in its sharpest form, but a slow, inevitable tide creeping over the shoreline of the heart. In the polished, hushed realms of first class, where loss is wrapped in velvet and distilled through the thin porcelain walls of teacups, This awareness is often disguised beneath layers of etiquette. A gentleman sits near the broad windows of the lounge, folding a letter along precise creases, as though the geometry of paper might keep his emotions orderly. The ink is still dark with urgency, meant for someone who waits an ocean away. And yet its journey will be measured in days of water and time before a reply can ever arrive. He tucks it into his jacket with a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Across the room, a woman cradles her coffee cup, feeling the warmth seep through kid leather gloves. Her gaze is unfixed, her mind walking barefoot through the garden she left behind past the rose bushes in early bloom, across the cool grass still wet with morning dew. She does not speak of this to her companions. Instead, she inquires about the evening's music, her voice perfectly modulated.
Yes.
Yet under each poised phrase hums the low chord of absence, steady and unresolved. In second class, distance and departure are spoken of more openly, though softened with a kind of shared tenderness. Couples lean together on benches along the deck, their breath mingling in the crisp air. Voices pitched low against the steady undertone of the engines, exchange stories of children waved off at the quay, of friends whose silhouettes grew smaller until the sea swallowed them from sight, of Sunday walks now deferred until months ahead. Here, there is no theater, no deliberate concealment, only the quiet act of shaping loss into words, so that its weight is distributed. Between two people, instead of carried alone, some passengers write their thoughts in letters by lamplight, each word chosen as if it might span the distance itself. Others simply stand at the rail, watching the stars prick holes in the fabric of the sky, and trust the wind to carry unspoken thoughts homeward. In the crowded, lively spaces of third-class loss often carries the weight of something permanent, a finality that even music cannot quite disguise. Here many of the passengers have left not for a season but for the rest of their lives. The old streets will not be walked again, the old dialects spoken only to themselves in moments of solitude. The fields where generations worked now tilled by other hands, yet tonight the common rooms thrum with life. Fiddles sing in high, bright voices. Accordions weave harmonies both joyous and bittersweet, and boots stamp out rhythms that echo the heartbeats of those gathered. Laughter bursts like sparks from a fire rising above the music in quick, warm flashes. But between the verses and the breaths between dances, there are moments when eyes meet and hold, acknowledging what the melodies themselves cannot fully mask, that hope and loss are twined together like two strands of the same rope. The songs may carry fragments of the old life into the new, but they also make permanent the knowledge that what has been left will remain forever, just out of reach. On the bridge, an officer stands his watch in the brittle cold of the night, his silhouette framed by the faint, steady glow of the binnacle light. The brass rail beneath his glove is cold and unyielding, the kind of cold that seeps through fabric and into bone. Each breath he exhales turns briefly into a pale ghost before dissolving into the darkness. His ears are attuned to the ship in ways that go beyond hearing. He feels her in the soles of his boots, in the subtle vibration of her great heart beating below. The stillness of the ocean tonight is deep, almost absolute, but he does not let it lull him. Experience has taught him that such calm can be a prelude nights, when the sea wears a mask so perfect that the change, when it comes, feels like betrayal. His eyes scan the darkness for the smallest shift in shadow or sheen, noting the glint of starlight off a ripple, the shape of the horizon where sky and sea fuse into one vast, silent expanse. Every faint variation is entered in the private log he keeps in his mind, a record not of facts but of instincts, for he knows that out here, instinct is as necessary as any instrument. Below decks, in the furnace-bright belly of the Titanic, loss takes on a form that is both physical and constanta, steady surrender of hours, muscle and sweat to the mechanical appetite of the ship. The stokers work stripped to shirts, their faces and forearms slick with the heat that roars from the furnace mouths. Coal dust clings to damp skin and fine black grains that will take hours to scrub away. The air is thick with the scent of burning fuel, hot metal, and the faint salt of human labor. Each shovelful of coal is flung with practiced precision into the orange blaze, where it vanishes with a roar like a great beast inhaling. The engineers, moving with quieter purpose, place their hands lightly against the massive engines, feeling for changes too subtle to see. To them, Each vibration is a syllable in a language they have spent years learning to read, a language that tells them when she is running smoothly and when she hungers for attention. They will not see the frost on the rails above, nor the glitter of the stars reflected in the sea, but they will carry the ship forward through both beauty and danger, unseen and uncelebrated. There is another, quieter kind of loss that takes place in the still corridors and in the spaces between conversations. The gradual shedding of an earlier self. The sea, with its unbroken horizons and the slow cadence of days, encourages a certain loosening of the past. At first, the change is imperceptible. Man who once measured his worth in speed now finds satisfaction in sitting an hour with nothing but the shifting light on the waves for company. A woman who feared unfamiliar company now leans easily toward strangers at dinner, offering stories as if they had been friends for years. It happens so gradually that it cannot be marked on any calendar. Yet one day, perhaps long after disembarking, they will realize that the person who stepped aboard was not the same as the one who stepped ashore. Something has been left behind, not lost in grief, but released, like an anchor cut free, to let the ship move more icily forward. In the earliest hours of morning, when most of the ship still sleeps and the sea is wrapped in a muted hush, frost begins to form in secret patterns along the railings, porthole rims, and window panes. It creeps in delicate tendrils, each branch splitting into smaller, finer lines until the metal and glass are etched with living lace. Under the faint wash of pre-dawn light, these crystals glint as if dusted with powdered diamonds, each one catching the first timid fire of the sun. The cold air is sharp enough to make breath sting in the throat, but it is clean, almost luminous, carrying the faint temps of salt and something older, deeper, the breath of the ocean itself. Passengers who rise early find themselves pausing here, fingertips hovering just above the frost as if afraid to disturb its perfection. Some trace the fragile designs with a gloved finger, watching them blur and melt instantly at the touch. Others simply stand and watch, unwilling to break the spell. The beauty lasts only minutes before the warmth of the day erases it completely, leaving no mark except in memory. And yet that brief, vanishing brilliance seems to speak a truth the sea knows well, that impermanence is its own kind of grace. The sea offers other lessons, too, for those willing to listen in its slow, endless voice. One can stand at the rail and watch the ship's wake unfurl in pale ribbons, each swirl and crest alive for only a moment before dissolving back into the vastness. In minutes, the water closes over itself as though the Titanic had never passed, smoothing away every trace of her journey. And yet, even as it erases the past, the sea is carrying her forward, always towards something unseen. It is a contradiction that feels oddly comforting, that loss and progress are not opposites but parts of the same movement. The horizon itself seems to embody this truth, retreating endlessly but never disappearing, promising that there is always something ahead, even when what lies behind has already faded from sight. Inside the ship, life moves to its own gentle, measured cadence. It's a clink of china, the murmur of voices, the faint vibration of the engines through the soles of one's shoes weave into a pattern so constant that it becomes a kind of lullaby. Letters are written in the quiet glow of cabin lamps, sealed and set aside with care. Meals appear in orderly procession, eaten and cleared away with the efficiency of long-practiced hands. The absence that once ached like a fresh wound softens into a background presence, no longer sharp but still felt a subtle companion to every step taken on the gently swaying decks. People begin to carry it more easily, folding it into the fabric of their days, the way one grows accustomed to the rhythm of the sea beneath them. Some will remember this night or this voyage not for grand events, but for the smallest, most personal details. In the third-class common room, a song rises and drifts into the corridors, its melody warm against the cool hush outside. It is carried on the voices of those who know its words by heart, voices that weave together until the tune seems less sung than breathed. In the stillness of first-class cabins, the frost remembered from morning will return as an image in the mind's eye etched silver against the dark, dissolving under the faint kiss of sunlight. On the open deck, the stars will linger in memory as impossibly close, like lanterns hung just beyond reach, each one a reminder of the vastness, both above and below. Every recollection is its own truth, shaped by the eyes and heart that hold it. And the Titanic herself moves forward, steady and unswerving, her great hull slicing a silent path through the dark water. From a distance, she is a floating constellation, her decks lit in gold, her funnels trailing ribbons of smoke that fade into the black sky. Below, her engines work with tireless rhythm, pushing her onward. Above, the constellations keep their eternal watch. They have seen ships greater and smaller than this one, watched them rise on the horizon and slip away again into memory, and they will see countless more in the ages to come. Yet tonight their cold, patient light falls on this ship, on these people, on this moment in time that will never come again. The light itself becomes a kind of thread tying everything together. It glimmers in the chandeliers of the dining saloons, spills in slender arcs from the promenade lamps, gleams in the sheen of polished brass and the quiet gleam of crystal. It is reflected in the eyes of strangers who meet by chance, in the curve of a smile offered to someone who needed it more than they knew. This light is not the bold, blazing kind that banishes shadows, but a gentler glow that reveals just enough to remind one of the shared humanity aboard. It bridges the distances between decks, between languages, between lives that will diverge again when the voyage ends. And here, at the quiet heart of the ship's progress, there is an unspoken understanding that binds everyone, whether they feel it consciously or not, that to move forward is to leave something behind, and that this is neither tragedy nor triumph, but simply the nature of all journeys. A man leaning on the rail may feel it as the weight of the cold steel under his palms, the hum of the ship flowing up through his arms. A woman sitting in a lounge may sense it in the way her thoughts wander from what she has lost to what she might yet find. It is a truth carried in the deep thrum of the engines, in the patient pull of the sea, in the silent watch of the stars, an unbroken thread linking loss, lesson, and light into a single endless motion. It is a strange and almost invisible thing, the way a legacy begins to grow while the story itself is still being lived. It rarely announces itself in a grand gesture or a moment of self-recognition. Instead, it takes root quietly, almost shyly, in the subtle ways people speak, move, and remember. Even before the Titanic reached the midpoint of her voyage, before the idea of an ending, tragic or otherwise, had crossed anyone's mind, she was already becoming more than a vessel cutting through the Atlantic. She had assumed a symbolic weight, a living emblem of what her age believed about itself, that human mastery could command nature without provocation, that steel could be graceful, that power could be quiet, and that the ocean, vast and ancient, could be engaged on equal terms. This belief traveled with her in more than just her physical grandeur. It was present in the polished gleam of banisters, touched by countless gloved hands, in the scent of varnished wood mingling with salt air, in the rhythmic hum of her engines that seemed less mechanical and more like the measured breath of some benevolent giant. Even those who had never set foot aboard her felt this sense of majesty. Dockside workers craned their necks to watch her slip into the horizon. Tavern conversations paused to pass her name from one storyteller to another, and fishermen seeing her silhouette at sea felt the stir of something extraordinary, as though they had glimpsed the edge of the future. In the lounges of first class, this sense of significance unfolded in conversations that were as carefully arranged as the flowers in their vases. Here words were chosen not merely for their meaning, but for the grace of their delivery, every sentence polished like silver. Men in tailored evening jackets leaned back in leather armchairs that sighed under the shift of weight, their cigars tracing slow, fragrant spirals into the air, while they compared the Titanic to other vessels of their acquaintance. They spoke of her steadiness, the way she seemed not to ride the waves, but to fold them beneath her hull. How her engines, though powerful enough to move a mountain, purred in a low and even heartbeat that one felt more than heard. How she moved with the serene composure of something utterly certain of its own supremacy. Pride colored these exchanges, not a brash, conquering pride, but the dignified satisfaction of knowing they were part of something that represented the pinnacle of their world. Yet their admiration was not confined to the vastness of her engineering. It lingered in the delicate interplay of light and scent and sound that gave the Titanic a life of her own. The sunlight, filtering through the glass dome above the grand staircase, fractured into golden beams that spilled down the carved balustrades, casting shifting patterns across the deep pile of the carpet. It was not just light, It was the warm embrace of morning contained within architecture, a domestic comfort made monumental. The flowers, lilies, roses, and sprays of fresh greenery were replenished daily, their fragrance barely perceptible, yet enough to soften the tang of salt in the air, creating an atmosphere where nature and steel coexisted in harmony. Even the quiet movements of the stewards formed part of this living picture. The soft thud of polished shoes on thick carpeting, the discreet murmur of a question asked and answered, the way a silver tray was set down with such precision that not a drop of tea rippled in its cup. This was not merely service. It was ritual, an unspoken pact that aboard the Titanic, life would proceed with grace. In second class, the shaping of the Titanic's legacy was more understated. Yet for those who experienced it, it was no less extraordinary. The decks, wide and uncluttered, invited long, unhurried walks, where passengers could lean on gleaming rails and feel the crisp salt wind in their faces without dodging cargo or crew. The dining saloon was bright with daylight streaming through tall windows, its tables laid with spotless linens and simple but elegant tableware. The food was served hot with care, and the service carried a warmth that suggested genuine regard rather than mere obligation. For many, these were not small details, they were revelations. Here was a ship that seemed to treat each passenger, regardless of status, as part of her story, extending to them not simply transport but participation in an event of rare dignity. In third class, the Titanic's promise was felt in simpler, perhaps purer terms, yet these simplicities carried the weight of rare treasure. The cabins, though modest in size, were clean and well ventilated, with bedding that smelled faintly of soap and fresh air. A quiet luxury for many who had known only the damp and cramped berths of lesser ships. Each blanket was neatly folded, each pillow fluffed with the kind of care that spoke of respect for those who would rest there. The meals, served with regularity and abundance, were not only nourishing, but comforting, a bowl of hot stew after a brisk walk on deck. Thick slices of bread still warm from the oven, butter that softened instantly under the heat of one's fingers. Families who might once have endured a crossing in dark, airless holds now found themselves able to wash in clean basins, to rest without the drip of water overhead, to eat at long tables where conversation rose and fell in a dozen accents. Children, released from the confines of crowded tenements or the dust of rural lanes, turned the ship's corridors into playgrounds, their laughter skipping off the metal walls like bright, uncatchable birds. On the open decks, they chased the wind, their cheeks flushed and their eyes wide, as if trying to drink in the endless sky. Young men leaned on the rails at night, their collars turned up against the chill, trading stories of the lives they had left behind and the dreams that seemed suddenly closer beneath the stars. In these small moments, the clean linen, the steady meals, the room to breathe, the Titanic's greatness revealed itself not through opulence, but through the gift of dignity to those who had expected so much less. The crew, too, carried within them the quiet certainty that they were part of something destined to outlast its own voyage. Officers walked the decks with a particular kind of pride, not the loud ... the loud, chest-out swagger of soldiers on parade, but a calm, deliberate bearing that seemed to say they understood the privilege and responsibility of their charge. Their uniforms, pressed to perfection, caught the faint gleam of the lamps as they passed, the brass buttons shining like miniature suns in the night. They moved between passengers and ship's railings like steady currents in the sea, always in motion, yet never hurried. Stewards learned the subtleties of those in their care, which gentleman preferred his tea without sugar, which lady asked for an extra pillow just before retiring, which family liked their evening meal a touch earlier to suit their children. This attentiveness was not merely a matter of service. It was a personal contribution to the great performance the Titanic staged each day. In the galleys, the air shimmered with heat and the scent of roasting meats and freshly baked bread, where cooks and assistants danced an unspoken choreography, knowing that each dish placed before a passenger was another line in the story the ship told. Deep in the bowels of the vessel, in the engine rooms where the heat wrapped around the men like a living thing, stokers fed the roaring furnaces in relentless rhythm, their skin gleaming with sweat, their faces streaked with coal dust. They worked without expectation of applause, yet every beat of the Titanic's great steel heart testified to their endurance, binding them to her legacy in ways that few would ever see. The weather, too, seemed to have chosen its allegiance, as though some ancient and impartial force had decided that the Titanic's journey should unfold in conditions worthy of her grandeur. Day after day, the skies arched in flawless, uninterrupted blue, stretching so far and so clean that it seemed one might sail into the very curve of the heavens. Sunlight poured over the decks in a golden flood, gilding every polished rail and turning the ship's varnished wood into bands of deep, glowing amber. The air itself felt rinsed and new, carrying the scent of salt without any trace of harshness. And passengers lingered outside simply to breathe it, their cheeks warmed by the sun, even as the wind curled cool and playful around their faces. The sea below lay in a state of extraordinary calm, an immense, glassy plain that caught the sunlight in shifting patterns, as if invisible hands were brushing ripples into a canvas of liquid light. At night, the transformation was almost otherworldly. The vault of sky became a black silk curtain pierced by a million points of icy fire, stars so sharp and numerous they seemed close enough to pluck from the darkness. The horizon vanished completely, dissolving the line between sea and sky, until the Titanic herself felt suspended in an endless, luminous void. Passengers spoke often of the fairness of the crossings, some attributing it to the skill of her captain and crew, others to sheer luck, and a few, in half-jesting tones, to the ship's own undeniable charm. Yet beneath these casual remarks lingered a shared, unspoken awe. The quiet conviction that perhaps even nature had taken notice of her passage and chosen, for reasons beyond human guessing, to grant her a voyage as smooth and dignified as the vessel herself. More privately, her legacy was being spun into the intimate and unrepeatable moments that belonged entirely to those aboard. Threads so fine that they might have gone unnoticed, if not for the way they imprinted themselves on memory. On the sheltered expanse of the promenade, a young couple met for the very first time, not through the careful introductions of family or mutual acquaintances, but by the simple accident of both pausing to watch the horizon at the same instant. Their conversation began in halting exchanges, stitched together by the low hush of the sea slipping along the hull. And yet as the minutes passed, the pauses grew warmer, the silences shared rather than awkward. In the dim corner of the smoking room, a writer traveling alone sat with a fountain pen poised above crisp paper, trying to trap in words the particular quality of light that pooled on the polished wood, the muted rumble of voices layered over the occasional clink of glass, the way the ship seemed to breathe with a steady, living rhythm. Elsewhere, a child stood at the very tip of the bow, face lifted into the wind, laughing when the spray kissed their cheeks. To them, it felt like touching something celestial, what starlight might feel like, if it could be caught and held in the palm of a hand. These were moments without audience or grand design, yet they carried a strange permanence, crystallizing in the hearts of those who lived them. Decades later, the details would blur the exact shade of the sea. The precise words spoken, but the feeling would remain untarnished. The knowledge that for a fleeting stretch of days, life had intersected with something larger, finer, and altogether extraordinary, and that this great ship had been the stage upon which those private truths took root. They were fragments, isolated beads of experience, small enough to slip through the fingers if taken alone. But together they formed a necklace of memories so vivid that it would outlast the voyage, the ship, and even the years themselves. Each moment, whether a glance exchanged over a card table in the late glow of evening lamps, or the slow wander of footsteps along a frost-dusted deck at dawn, carried its own particular light. When the journey ended, these memories would scatter with their owners across ports, countries, and continents, carried in satchels and suitcases, not as objects, but as stories told in kitchens, in parlors, at bedsides. They would be recounted to friends who leaned in close to listen. Two children whose eyes widened at the thought of such a ship. Two strangers met by chance on trains or in markets. The details shifting slightly with each retelling, but always holding the same heartbeat of truth. In these stories, the Titanic would not be described in the language of tonnage or engineering, but in the human textures that truly defined her. The smell of fresh bread drifting from unseen galleys, the deep comfort of a bed turned down in silence, the sound of the Atlantic whispering against steel while one stood alone at the rail. Over time, these recollections would braid themselves into the larger fabric of her legend, not as the cold facts of history, but as the living pulse of memory, proof that her legacy had been born not only in what she was, but in what she left behind inside those who had walked